Don't have my glasses on. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Do you know who I am? I got the wrong glasses on. Why do I change the glasses? Well, I can see better with these ones, and you can, I don't know, I like them. I've always liked them. All right, we're live on YouTube. There we go. It's in my ear now. And wow, 7 of you. My chat's full before I got here. Canada, all of you, thank you. Thank you. You must like something. Maybe it's, I don't know, the background. But I'm really, really glad you're all here. Really, really glad. Good morning, Prairie. First Prairie, good morning. Hope you had a good dinner. I know you left and when you made some dinner. I hope it was nice for the family. Hope you enjoyed it all. Was it farmer sausage? Good morning from Beaton. Good morning, Terry. Very, very happy you returned. Really nice to see you. I'm going to send you a new link because, Terry, every day there's a different link. So I'll email you a link. I see that you got your link from yesterday, but I'll send you a link for today, and then maybe we'll get you on for one of the breaks. Take care, bud. Good morning. You guys are lovely to each other. Yep. Look at that. It's a family. It's like a family. It's a family of freedom. Freedom family. Good morning, folks. What you don't know is staggering. You're here nice and early. You're here for the whole day. We've got Tamara doing the morning, and we've got Jeremy today. Real interesting interview by Rupa Subramya, a lawyer with Ari Goldkind, giving his overview of the inquiry. Interesting objective point of view plus new revelations, at least for me. Yeah, there's going to be so much. There's going to be so much. I'm a single human being. And if I was to actually cover every single moment, well, the covering of the moment would be longer than the moment. Therefore, when you add it all together, they're 10 hours. We're going to be like 30 or 40 hours if I did that. I'm doing my best to try and get all the big nuggets. It's bounced around that brain of mine. And yeah, I would love even to interview or work with other people who are streaming and watching it like I am. I think would be a lovely thing to do because we all have point of views and they're going to be different and we can work on them. Remember Thomas Carey? Yeah, from the OPP commissioner. He was asked in the House of Commons Special Committee last night if the convoy presented a threat to nature. He said yes, absolutely. Really? What does Thomas know that we don't know? What does he know that he didn't talk about? I think we're going to find out with the national security question, or at least with their claim of it, over the next couple of weeks, right? Thank you for sharing that and passing it on. We are being played. Interim Chief Bell was there and unable to answer the most basic questions regarding numbers of trucks, tow trucks, and arrests. Well, do keep in mind the House right now is dominated by the wrong side. Placating. It's the wrong side. If you want real transparency and justice, we're going to have to redo all of these in the 45th. So maybe some patience on this one. What you don't know is staggering. You're kind of letting the wolf take care of itself right now. We would use this inquiry. Well, I would go through every single line of this one, see what came out of it too, and bring it in. But don't get too excited right now. We have to do other things. 45th is where the real work is going to happen. Actually, and you are all... this morning was really cool for me and with you guys. I went to my Twitter and 4 of you sent me the Preston Manning link. So that means I think 4 of you were in here and 4 of you heard the video and 4 of you passed me the link. Thank you. Thank you. This is exactly, as a journalist, what I need and the kind of help I need. Crowd journalism. You know, you'll find stuff, bring details to me and help me. I don't have a staff. This is great. So thank you very much for that. And also a couple of you suggested that maybe I put my name forward for commissioner. They're looking for commissioners for this inquiry. So let me go and pull this up for you. Let's do that right now because my original instinct was, well, no. They typically look for lawyers, judges, people that have lots of experience. So my initial was no, because would I qualify? Let me try and find that link now. Public inquiry. Sorry, I went and sent out my message to everybody, and then I lost a couple members. I know what I can do here. Oxy. James sent it to me. Thank you, James. There you are, bud. And there's the link. All right. Yeah, thank you, James. You were the first one I saw this morning. So thank you, James. All right, let me open this window for you. So first of all, this is an inquiry into the COVID stuff, I believe. And of course, it's super, super important. Okay. Of course, if you got the time and the desire, come sign the petition. Okay. But a couple people said in my Twitter, would you consider commissioner? I did take a look because why not? Take a look. Well, they're looking for credible, independent, and competent. I think I step up for that. I went through the overview. The eligibility is where I just skipped to pretty quickly to see what they're looking for. And Canadian citizens? Yep, I'm one of those, over 18. All right, and then submit a completed questionnaire. That's it. Well, I can do a little bit of work. So took a closer look at competence because I want to make sure I'm not wasting anybody's time. Really, really, really want to make sure I'm not wasting anybody's time. But if you take a look at it, I actually think I can. I do have law. Okay, I do have a law degree. Public policy, you're all here for that. We're talking about this now. Ethics, that's subjective, but I have no violations. And any board or any association I'm a member of. And you're all here for the journalism. So one of the criteria for this, if we're to suggest someone, is you can either do it yourself or other people can. But what you need to do is get the consent from the person before you do it. If you fill out knowing this, I don't think you're helping yourself. So yeah, I'll give consent. If you all think I should put my name forward, this is an independent commission. They're looking for, I believe, 5 commissioners that will sit. They're looking for straight up Canadians, not in a party, independent. You know, there's a lot of check marks there. And if you feel confident that I would be able to perform these duties, please be my guest. Go ahead and fill it in. I will have to give you some information because they require my birthday, February 14th, 1977. What I'm going to do is put that somewhere for you, and any other details that may come up. It looks like your best bet would be to use my LinkedIn profile to fill in some of the stuff. For some reason, they get the person who's submitting the application to fill in quite a bit of details, but they're looking for qualified people. So if you're up for it, I would consent to it. You can go to my website at yellowhead.vote, and here it is. And what you'll find on here is the link to LinkedIn, which will be handy. So under feeds, so social feeds and all that, here's where you can find me. LinkedIn would be your best bet for all the background information that they're looking for in that application form. Because in here, you'll find a lot more about me, including the work experience and all that jazz. So if that's something you want to do, be my guest, submit it. I'll submit mine. I'll be sending my CV so they have full details on me. And maybe this is something that can add some benefit. I'm really excited about the inquiry itself, so we'll be following it. Of course, they should be streaming this. I couldn't even imagine they would think otherwise. So if that's the case, for sure, we'll be following it. And maybe they find some value and find 5 Canadians. And if I'm called upon, I would be quite honored, frankly. So thank you very much to my DM insiders who brought this to my attention. I really appreciate it. It was great to see that this morning. And then coming into here to see all of you here. It's been a wonderful morning. It's Friday. We're going to have some fun today. We're looking at doing the Brady Bunch tonight. So for those of you watching, if you stuck all the way to the end, which is several hours from now, we're going to try and get 9 guests on here from the chat, from the tube of the U, from the good stuff. Please don't cause me a headache with any inappropriate things. I trust this is a great crowd, so we'll be all right. But yeah, we're going to give it a shot. Let's chat. Let's talk. We'll go over the day. We got Jeremy today. So Mackenzie Diaglon, he's scheduled for today. It's listed for today. There's only one question left. Where is he today? We'll see him, but are we see him there or are we going to see him over the air? We'll find out. But in staggering, I watched a bit of that last night. When did that start? Yeah, I'm missing a couple of these later nights events. Sorry. Winter's coming. Winter's here. We're almost done. And then I'll have more evening time. I'll be catching up a lot this weekend for videos for you all. Sorry about that. Good morning, Connie. Nice to see you. The timestamp. Sorry, I saw temp there. Good morning, folks. Azario, welcome back, bud. Yeah, welcome back, bud. Good to see you. I'm always here all day. I just try to keep my comments to a minimum. Don't self-censor. Don't self-regulate. You can chat as much as you want. We're going to work out a system where Railroaded or my wife or both will be starring comments because they're starting to get plentiful, which is a good problem to have. But the problem I have is I don't want to miss any of the messages. So we'll be doing some curating of them to make sure we can get them going and get them up and get them addressed. Rupa is great. Okay, cool. Would love to grab a coffee with her someday. Good morning. Everybody's saying good morning, everybody. Prairie, no farmer sausage. Oh, you did have it, so you do know what I mean. You know what I mean. Great. So you had it the other day. Do you butterfly it? Do you bake it? Do you fry it? Do you barbecue it? It's like the shrimp from Forrest Gump. There's so many different ways to treat that farmer sausage. But whatever you do, don't throw it away. You eat it. It's wonderful. And chicken last night. Cool. I'm single and no one home anymore. That's all good. You know, enjoy your life. To cook for. We are here because of you, my friend. Oh, Prairie. Love you too. I hope you make it tonight. I hope you join the Brady Bunch. We'll look at your flower. We'll look at your face, whatever you want to give us. Good morning, Ellen. Yep. Good morning, all. Good morning, Ellen. Good to see you. Good morning. Look at you. You're all a family now, right? We're all a family. Smash that like button. There we go. Look at that. Share with your friends and your foes. Share with everybody. Friends and foes. Foes could probably learn a few things here because we're empathetic. We understand. We don't hate them. We are just willing to help them. So yeah, send it to your foes too. We got to get them back over. Give it a go for sure, Jason. Why not? Why not? Why not? At first, my instinct was to probably, they take them from judges. They take them from, and judges have to be lawyers. And I'm just a baby lawyer. I'm not a real lawyer. I'm just in their eyes, a paralegal. But if I ever had to go toe to toe with one of them, they wouldn't see me as a baby anything. So yeah, okay. A couple people hit me up. Thank you, Prairie. That is the link. Sorry. I might even put in a ticket for you to just make sure you have it all. Thank you, Prairie. Let me go pin that. Prairie. There we go. I'm going to pin you. There you go. Thank you, Prairie. Anyone see Dictor sparring with? Was he? He should be, because he didn't. He has some pros and cons. Overall, I think BJ. He's a character. Okay, like if this was TV, we would have that kind of character in there. He's fun. He's exciting. He's opinionated. He is culturally diverse, and he's very connected, and he's very open. There's a lot of really cool things about him. But he's also inexperienced on a board. He doesn't have professional ethics yet. He hasn't developed them to the point where he understands the difference between morality and ethics. There is a difference, unfortunately, but fortunately, because ethics is meant to remove all bias, whereas morality is nothing but bias and a guide to use your bias properly. But ethics is a separate thing, and it's difficult. I saw people struggle with that in law school because that was an entire section, how to do that. And It's not easy, and it's a process, and you got to learn it. So BJ probably hasn't had that experience yet, and it kind of showed because he did do some things that he shouldn't have. And I've been going through it some more. So we have this core group, Tom, Tamara, Keith, Chris. We've got this core group, and then we have Pat, Bridget, and now BJ, which we'll call, originally very closely connected. Pat was part of the convoy, brought a bunch of trucks. Bridget was the founder, the true spark, the true igniter of the entire thing. If it wasn't for that video, we would have needed a different one, because we needed to be compelled at that point, and that was the straw that broke the camel's back. So Bridget was the founder, the spark, basically the heart of everything. And then we have BJ, who came along, did some social. He was early. He was with Tamara early. So we have these three people who were very important to what was going on at the early stages that were kind of on the outs at some point. I don't want to get into the politics between them because I don't know it. We still have some more testimony to hear. But it does appear that there was a core group that went into the making an organization, making a foundation, making sure that the legalities were put in place, and then basically claiming the recipient rights to fundraising. Okay, I can see how Bridget and Pat and others didn't like that, because maybe they felt that that's not how this should have worked, where another group stepped up, surrounded themselves around Tamara, and then boom, the millions are being directed to them. So I can see that. But something that I realized last night that I didn't bring up was Pat, Bridget, and BJ. All three of them scuttled the city deal. All three of them posted, said, or did something that said the city deal was fake. So Bridget took a picture of it and tweeted or posted or sent out her message and said, this is fake. Pat did the exact same thing. And then BJ used Tamara's account to do the exact same thing. So three of them got together, or not, maybe just completely coincidental, that all three of them who were on the outs, all three of them scuttled the same message, which was city deals active, move to Wellington, we can make this peaceful. I don't know, maybe Netflix needs to get involved, figure out all the different characters and stuff and make a series out of it. Because now that we've gone through some testimony and heard from BJ, Bridget, and Pat, all three of them talked about scuttling that message. And as we all know, scuttling of that message caused so much confusion that the next day, or the second day after, 1 or 2 days after, EA was dropped. Again, not saying coordination. I'm just saying coincidence at this stage. That's something that hit me last night, because Pat too scuttled that message, and he said it was fake news, and he did the video, fake news, right? That's the video where he scuttled the message. Bridget took a picture and sent it out, and BJ used Tamara's account to do the same thing. So make of that what you will. None of that's EA relevant. I think that's just all pretty interesting what's happening in the dynamic of the protester group. I think it's pretty interesting. And I think there's 10 million reasons why that happened. Just my take on that one. Yes, I butterfly sometimes. Great. That's how I do it too. I butterfly it, and then I have HP sauce on a bun. That's my favorite way. And if I'm feeling really fun, I put hot sauce. Oh, Prairie, you got me going now. Cool. Half are saying Fed, the other half are attacking the one calling him a Fed. Twitter is not. And then look, like I just went through there. I don't know, because certainly I didn't see anything and I don't understand. But what we do know, Pat is the exception. No, Bridget too. So BJ is the only one without bank account problems. Okay, that's a fact. There's nothing to hide from that. We didn't see the Canadian Civil Liberties Association talk to him. Civil Liberties Association talk to him. He didn't say it, and he didn't mention it. You don't have to be a Fed for that to happen at all. Like, you could just be, they have a list of people, and maybe he just didn't make it. Okay, he was just so far down the list of important people they identified, and maybe they were wrong. Maybe the government misidentified him, put him down the list or something. But that's also possible. He just wasn't part of the original 60 that they were targeting. I think that's the number Freeland said. They targeted 60 people. So maybe. But I can't say. But there will definitely be lots of speculation around it because there's definitely reason to speculate. He wasn't picked up. He scuttled through her message. He didn't say nice things even about Pat. Does that mean they didn't work together? Or is that one way to distract any relationship you might have? You attack each other so people don't think you did it. Any of you watch Big Brother? Huh? UK version, US version, Canada version? You understand how normal people can get kind of kooky and alliancey and do weird things, right? Just saying. Morning, Freedom folks. Railroaded. Good morning. Toot toot. We'll do a toot toot and a honk honk for railroad. Railroad. Good morning, Ellen. And also had another. My brain sometimes, the way it works is I'll put a bunch of information into it and then rest, usually at night, and it comes up with something. One of the recommendations that I think might be coming is protesting zones or protesting area. Why that would actually be a good idea, especially for like Ottawa, is let's say they established a zone around Parliament. I don't know, several blocks, couple streets, established a zone. No barriers or anything like that, but just a zone. Put up signs and they say demonstration zone or protest zone, blah, 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 blah. The idea there isn't so much to limit protesters, although that would be the implied idea, but not the actual legal requirement. It's not a way to legally boundarize the zone. But what it would do is give residents and businesses notice that they've entered a known protest zone. Very similar to airports. When you are near an airport, you will have signs all over the place that says this is an airplane path, this is an airport path. And when you buy property near the airport, you're doing so knowing you're buying an airport. It's going to be a little bit louder. And that's an inconvenience that you understand when you get into it. So if Ottawa did that and they made a, this area around Parliament and declared it or called it or labeled it a protest zone, it's not a legal requirement for people to stay in there to protest, but it definitely is notice for the businesses and residents. This way going forward, you don't have a claim when a protest is loud. Because you work and live in the protest zone by choice, you're now on notice. It's a protest zone. That's part of the luxury of having what likely would be lower cost real estate. Just like the airport, it's the closer you get to the airport, the lower cost, lower desired the real estate becomes. So that would be the downfall. But I think that's public notice to the residents and the businesses in the area around where a protest is known to gather. And that could be a recommendation. Ottawa, capitals, so Toronto, Queen's Park, establish protest zones for the purpose of notifying residents and businesses that it exists and there is likely going to be a protest in the future in that area. But not a limitation to people. So if the protest grows so big, c'est la vie, deal with the protest. You should deal with the protest. That's the best way to get rid of it. All right. No, it's not a free speech zone. No, Ellen. So that's why I'm being clear. So hopefully I didn't make you think that. This is a notice to the residents and businesses, not protesters. And just like airplane zones, airport zones. So not a free speech zone. I am dead against those. There's a lot of countries that make those and they put them in the middle of nowhere. Okay, so no. That's not what we're talking about here, Ellen. I'm talking about a notice to the residents and businesses, the Paul Chump's clients, that group, because they can't complain next time. So the next inquiry, there will be no Paul Champ, there will be no residents and businesses because they've all been put on notice that they're in a protest zone. So Ellen, the reverse of that. We get our freedom, we get our zone, not a zone, but we get not attacked by the residents as long as we're all super loud in a super area in the area right by the Parliament. This is where I'm getting with. I don't think the protesters would have to limit themselves to that zone. But if they're outside that zone, those residents could do what the residents did this time, which would be complain, file complaints, get the bylaw involved, and then actions could be, encourage them to move. It's a tough one, Ellen, right? But I think if there's a requirement to give notice to the residents and businesses, it might help. They have done that for protest. Yeah. No. I don't want a free speech zone. I want free speech zone exists. It exists already. It's called Canada. So everywhere, except private residence. But you know what I mean. Everywhere is a free speech zone. I'm talking about notifying the residents and the businesses so they can't have litigation. They waive their liability by living in that zone. That's where I'm going with that one. Cool. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of those, especially around the world. Yeah, well, no, listen, Ellen, I'm not wrong. I'm not going to push and fight that one because you're not wrong. I'm just trying to find a way to keep certain groups out of court, and I think the residents, the Paul Champ world, this is really aimed at them. It's to give them notice to move or live with it, nothing more. But then I am full agreement with us founding fathers that warned against a Bill of Rights for the same reason. Whew, I like you, Ellen. Now you're talking founding fathers and Bill of Rights. So are you American, Canadian, American? But same deal. Okay, cool, Ellen. Yeah. And it's a delicate situation and topic too, right? Because I do think they're going to put in physical barriers. I think the city is going to put in barriers for certain roads and arteries that pop out of the ground because they're going to trigger the stop traffic button, and then boom, that's what's going to happen. We're not going to be able to stop that. They got that kind of right. But litigation, I want to get rid of the Paul Champ's $400 million litigation. That also really hurt the all of them because he served them all, and all of a sudden now you're under litigation. That's not cool. It sucks. Except it has already been zoned and people have invested. Cause a real. Yeah, no, it wouldn't be a fun process, Terry. Especially the people there. They're going to complain about loss of value of property, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, and it's kind of sucks that it would be coming retroactive. Now here's the thing, Terry. When they build an airport, they retroactively rezone because people lived there before the airport went there. So this is not an unknown process. And the idea would also to be keep it reasonable, that zone area, to maybe audible limits. So if they go on to Parliament Hill, do 100 decibel something, how far does that really go before it becomes a non-issue? And then just go about there, somewhere around there, like a block or two. Keep it small because, yes, there's going to be loss of value issues. But, Terry, we know how to deal with these. We build airports all the time and put them into areas that already have people. But we've got to do something so we can keep these people out of court and causing these kind of problems. Good morning, friends. Good morning, Denise. Hey, Joe. Yeah, square me and Congress thereabouts. So that's a lot of no limits. Yeah, and of course, and Joe, what they're going to tell you, what they want to do is they want to take 9 million square miles of those, square kilometers of those, and say, go protest there. And they want to protect 1 million, which would be just all the cities. But yes, Joe, that's 100% right. Everywhere in Canada, you're free to do that, except private residence. And away you go. It's going to be 20. Oh, you're so lucky. We're just going to break zero, I think. Railroaded, same thing. We're just going to break zero. Do morning things. Good morning. Terry, you got another comment? According to Champ in his questioning yesterday, there have been larger protests downtown. Yeah, he screwed up on that. He said we have at least a dozen protesters as large every year. It's not true. Like, he's just uttering things because he was frustrated. But there's 200 protests a year in Ontario, Terry. That came out during OPP. They deal with 200 protests a year in Ontario. And a good chunk of those are going to be in Toronto and Ottawa. So, they have protests all the time. And they know how to deal with it. They don't know how to deal with a peaceful one that they can't give a resolution to. That was a problem here. There was no way for them to give the resolution because the PMO said, don't talk to us. And they were willing to stay. So I think that was the different dynamic in this one for them. Doesn't mean they can still do what they did. I think now we're all going to learn that protest and that style of protest is going to be effective, and we'll do it again. Legal? It was legal the first time. I think now the other side will learn what the legal part is. Good morning, Jeremy. Yes, Denise. Looks like a spring day here, too. You guys are awesome. Weechee's here. Good morning, Weechee. God bless everyone from Western Prairie Town. Good morning, Weechee. Nice to see you. Okay, let me get the stream ready. I don't want you to miss a second because we got Tamara this morning. It's awesome. We got Jeremy. Is it going to be video? Is it going to be in person? It's not in camera. I believe Prairie found that there was a request for in camera that was denied. And Prairie, if you can find out who denied that, that would be cool. Or not who denied, that would be the commission, but who filed that petition? Was it the government? Was it Jeremy? I don't think it'd be Jeremy. If it's the government, that'd be quite telling. Why do they want to keep him quiet? Or at least not public? There we go. All right. Hey, Brendan. Hey, Brendan. We like Brendan, but I would say his last couple of days, more strategy, and I got to see where the rest is coming from to have more comment on it. But he's seemed a little bit frustrated with a couple of them so far, and that they're definitely working on other issues that should not and probably will not be brought up in here. Speaking of rules around protesting, I got kicked off Parliament Hill by PPS for using sidewalk chalk. Well, that's not reasonably destructive, so they shouldn't be complaining about that. But it is vandalism, whether you like it or not, Jeremy. It is vandalism because unless you have their permission and you clean it, they're going to have to clean it, and it was without their permission. So that means it's vandalism by the law. So that would be one reason. It could also be mischief if they've asked you not to do it. And as Tamara's finding out.
There are not.
Oh, here they are. They're here. Wow. Seems like it's early, but there we go. Thank you all. We'll talk some more in the break. Thanks, Jeremy.
The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Good morning. Bonjour. Yes, Mr. Michkowski.
Thanks very much. David Michkowski for the Ottawa Police Service. I have a preliminary matter to raise, and I'm seeking your direction. It concerns the testimony of the panel of witnesses who are going to be appearing later today. So I'm happy. I just wanted to alert you of it. I've advised my friends at Commission Council, and I'm in your hands as whether you want me to raise it now or wait till the witness has finished her cross-examination.
Okay, well, I'd suggest we deal with it after the witnesses has finished, if that, unless there's an urgency. And I think perhaps just, have you advised the parties of the issue?
I advised Commission Council yesterday, and I heard back from, and we've had some discussions. So certainly Commission Council is aware of our position. I have not had, and I heard back from Commission Council this morning, and so I have not yet advised my colleagues of the issue.
Okay, it might be worthwhile, and I don't know if you can do it by email or you want to do it orally, but just give a heads up to the parties so that when we get to it, everybody will be have thought it through. Sure. If that's okay.
Sure, thank you very much.
Okay, and we can deal with that a bit later, but I'd suggest we complete this and move on to the that issue once we complete Ms. Litch. Okay, so unless there's anything further, we can start the cross-examinations, and I believe the first is the Government of Canada. I can, but go ahead.
My friend, Mr. Champ, and I agreed that if it's okay with you, we would take the first slot.
It is not a problem with me, so go ahead, Mr. Champ.
This better be an apology to the commission. That's what he better be doing here.
I just have another matter, Mr. Commissioner, later this morning. Good morning, Ms. Leach. My name is Paul Champ. I'm lawyer for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses, and I have some questions for you concerning your testimony yesterday. Now, I want to start with something, Ms. Leach, that I think we both agree on. You're not a national security threat in any way.
I don't believe I am, no.
And I also want to make sure that we're clear on the record. As you know, I've been able to see a lot of the financial information and so forth, and other proceedings and so forth. And you did everything you could to keep track of that money and deal with it responsibly, the money that was going through your hands.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And in no way did you ever divert any of that money towards yourself improperly.
No.
And I'm saying that that's what I've seen. You've dealt very responsibly in every way you could with the money.
Yes, sir.
And you also testified yesterday you wanted to come to Ottawa for the right reasons. And by that, I mean you wanted to organize with other people, bring people together over that issue that was important to you, and send a message to the government and to your fellow Canadians. That's what you wanted to do in coming to Ottawa.
Yes, sir.
And you testified yesterday that you originally thought you wanted to drive across Canada, stand in front of Parliament with some signs, and you thought that's what the protest would be. Is that right?
Yes, essentially. I had no idea that it was going to become what it evolved into, yes.
For sure. But then once the enormous amounts of money started flowing in through GoFundMe, and people were energized around that, it opened up other options of what this protest could look like. Is that fair?
I believe that everyone that was involved and that joined was in it to be listened to, have their voices heard as far as the mandates and the restrictions and the lockdowns went.
But it made other things possible, like we were able to get the stages and the sound system and the resources to cover fuel and so forth for a much longer period than you had originally anticipated, correct?
That the donations that came into GoFundMe, as we specified in the description, was for fuel to get them to Ottawa and home.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So, but once you had a lot more, that opened up options that you could keep getting fuel to the trucks for a while they were here. That was part of the idea.
I guess that's fair.
And we saw I've read a news story about some texts that you had with Mr. Barber.
Yes.
I presume you're aware of the news story and those texts.
Yes, I am.
And in those texts, it's my understanding that you had some exchanges with Mr. Barber on or about January 30th about a strategy meeting at the command center about gridlocking Ottawa. Can you tell us about that?
Well, I can tell you what I remember, which obviously isn't much. Gridlock is not a term that I would normally use. So, and as the text message clearly states, that was not up to me. That was never something that we advocated for.
Sure.
So, and you have to understand that there was lots of times where we would have meetings, but we'd go in there and have a meeting about something totally different.
Right. But there was a talk about that, is that should be the strategy going forward, is keeping the trucks in the streets, gridlocking downtown. That was part of the strategy at that point.
No, we never wanted to gridlock the city. It was always, as I said, especially as we saw the momentum growing and the support that we were getting, safety became our number one priority. And as you heard Mr. Marazzo testify, that was especially important to him, having a son that made frequent ambulance trips to the hospital.
Right. Unfortunately, we heard that he didn't necessarily know about all the streets. He didn't know about Kent Street, for example, which even Mr. Barber acknowledged was shut down the whole time. But you didn't have any visibility into that. That wasn't part of your responsibility.
No.
I gather. Okay. Now, I want to ask you some questions about the horns. You testified yesterday that at some point, even for you, the horns became a bit too much. You couldn't even carry on a conversation on the sidewalk when all those trucks were blaring that.
At times, yes.
Yeah. And I think I'd seen a video once where you're talking about when all the semi trucks, when they blow their horns, it's just crazy. That was the experience, was it not?
Well, I think that's taken out of context. Are you referring to the video that I made?
Yes.
Yeah, and I believe I said it was music to my ears. That was within a couple of days of getting there, and there was a lot of excitement, and it was a very jovial atmosphere.
But Ms. Leach, I know you strike me as a very reasonable person. You would agree with me that having a big rig, a semi truck idling right in front of your house 24 hours a day, emitting diesel fumes, honking horns, prolonged periods during all day, sometimes at night. That's not reasonable to a person that lives there. Would you agree?
As I said yesterday, when I was in my hotel room, I didn't really notice it, the horns honking. And I was right downtown.
But you wouldn't want a big rig to pull up, for example, in front of your parents' home and park and idle for 24 hours a day for several weeks honking their horn. You wouldn't want that, would you, Ms. Leach?
Well, Mr. Champ, my ex-husband was a tool push on a drilling rig, and I've spent many days on the site of a drilling rig, and there's a lot of diesel fumes and there's a lot of noise.
Yeah, it's not pleasant, is it?
It is what it is.
Yeah, but then you get to go home and you get to get away from that noise and those diesel fumes, right?
Not when you're living on site, no.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about the injunction. We, on February 4th to the 5th, you heard about that there was a motion from the residents of Ottawa to get an injunction to stop the horn honking, correct?
Yes.
And we heard from Mr. Wilson a bit about that there was a lawyers from the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. They had showed up and they were giving you good advice. They were supporting you by that point. Is that right?
Yes, yes, sir.
They'd been there a day or two by that time.
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that without them, you might have considered packing it in?
I don't know. That's really hard to say.
So on the Friday, February the 4th, GoFundMe shuts down. You're sued for $10 million. Then on the Sunday, February the 6th, the city of Ottawa declared a state of emergency. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then the next day, on Monday the 7th, the court issued the Horn injunction. So did you start thinking then, or was there any discussions then about maybe the protests should start packing it in?
There might have been. I know, again, to reiterate, we were very focused on being heard and having our concerns listened to.
And then on February the 11th, Premier Ford in Ontario, they declared a state of emergency about what was happening in Ottawa. You recall that?
Not specifically the date, but I do recall that happening, yes.
Weren't you getting the message? You testified yesterday, Ms. Leach, that, well, no one told you to leave. The police weren't telling you to leave. All of these things, the Premier, the Mayor, the courts, GoFundMe, that wasn't a message. The city of Ottawa, residents suing, that wasn't a message that maybe it was time to leave?
Well, we had a message too.
Yeah. And so, and that was more important than what the people
After
of
the
Ottawa were
stories that I
experiencing.
heard coming across Canada that were absolutely heartbreaking after 2 years of lockdowns and restrictions. Yeah.
Now, you reached the deal with the mayor around Sunday, the 12th, I believe.
Yes.
Or the 13th, the 13th.
13th, I think.
Something like that,
Yeah.
that's right. And the Freedom Convoy put out a statement about the deal. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And in the statement, you said things like you never wanted to impact the residents of downtown Ottawa.
That is correct.
And you wanted to agree to the deal to relieve the pressure on the people in downtown Ottawa.
Absolutely, sir.
Right. Because there had been pressure on the people of downtown Ottawa by that point.
Well, as I said, we didn't want to create a big disruption to them. We wanted to be respectful to the citizens of Ottawa, for sure.
Because from January 29th till February the 13th, you recognize it wasn't very respectful to the people of downtown Ottawa.
Well, what I will say is that I was approached by hundreds of Ottawa citizens who had come out to support. I was approached by federal government employees who were donating items to the protesters. We had a lot of support in Ottawa from the Ottawa citizens.
Except for those that were suing you, I guess.
I guess, yeah.
And the mayor who was elected by the citizens of Ottawa, he apparently wasn't supportive of you staying in downtown.
He wasn't, and I give him great credit for being willing to sit and talk to us.
Yeah, and let's just be clear here, Ms. Leach. No one was asking you to leave completely. It was about moving the trucks and having the truck stop idling out in front of residences and blowing the horns all night and day. That was the big message, wasn't it?
Yes.
Now, you testified yesterday that once the Emergencies Act was issued, and it looks like there was going to be...
Une fois que la loi des mesures d'urgence a été déclarée et que la police allait donc se mobiliser, vous avez témoigné que vous avez encouragé les gens à quitter, les manifestants à quitter. C'est vrai, oui. Mais vous n'avez pas utilisé les plateformes sociales, non. Donc, c'est des gens que vous avez rencontrés en personne? Oui, surtout. Surtout des gens qui faisaient partie de mon équipe également. Et
better, you had so much influence on people who were here in Ottawa protesting that you should put it out on social media that, hey, you guys, maybe it's time for us to leave?
Obviously, I didn't.
Well, and obviously another thing that you did, Ms. Leach, is from my understanding your testimony yesterday, you suspected you were about to be arrested and you went out to the street to ask the police officers or have someone ask the police officers if they were looking for you, right?
Yes, that's true.
And you went out with someone who could record the arrest when it occurred, right?
Everybody has a cell phone these days.
For sure. And when you were arrested, I didn't hear Commission Counsel ask you this, but as you were being arrested, you were yelling, "Hold the line," correct?
Yes, well, one of the road captains that I was with said it and I repeated it back to him, yes.
Right. And by that statement, I take it you weren't encouraging the other protesters to leave Ottawa, were you? You were encouraging them to stay, to hold the line, correct?
Well, you know, that's a matter of perspective. My perspective on hold the line means stay true to your values in the face of diversity.
Right. But you'd agree with me, Ms. Leach, that some people who were protesting, who were following you at that time, when they saw that message, they would have interpreted it to hold the line, to stay. Hold the line, don't leave Ottawa. Some might have interpreted it that way. Would you agree?
I can't speak for what other people think.
You don't think that's well, when you speak and you've got that kind of a platform, you recognize that people are listening to you, you have a great deal of influence on those people?
Well, again, it comes down to how you define the term, I suppose.
So just assist me with this, Ms. Leach. I'm trying to reconcile when you're telling us that you were encouraging people to leave, but you didn't put anything out on social media. But then you were with only one or two people at the time you arrested, someone that you knew who recorded that video, don't you?
I do, yes.
Yeah, you know that person personally.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, and so they recorded it. You were aware, you saw them recording, right?
Yes, I did.
And then you yell out, "Hold the line," because you wanted the people to stay in downtown Ottawa. Is that right?
Again, I was repeating what one of the road captains had said to me.
Okay. Ms. Leach, just one last point. For reasons that remain utterly unclear to me, Commission Counsel asked you yesterday about the impact of your arrest and your charges against you. And I just want to make clear, you weren't charged with an offense under the Emergencies Act, were you? It's my understanding you've been charged under the Criminal Code.
I believe so, yes, all under the criminal code.
Right, you were charged in the Criminal Code for mischief and charged for interference with lawful use and enjoyment, both under the Criminal Code. Is that right?
Mischief, counseling mischief, intimidation, counseling intimidation, and a few more.
Right, but no offense under the Emergencies Act.
No.
And the indictment talks about activities from February the 7th up till February, I think, 19th, or the date that you were arrested. Is that right?
Perhaps.
Or the start of the date is before the invocation of the Emergencies Act, right?
I'm not sure.
Thank you, Ms. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Champ.
Okay, next is the Government of Canada.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Ms. Leach.
Good morning.
I'm Andrea Gonsalves. I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada. And you've told us in your evidence that you were not one of the founders of the Freedom Convoy, but you became involved because you wanted to help.
Yes, ma'am.
And primarily your role was fundraising, and you were quite successful with that, right?
Yes,
You told us you're not a trucker, you don't have a truck.
I do not.
And in the time you spent in Ottawa, there were obviously protesters, truckers who were sleeping in their trucks.
I believe so, yes.
But you didn't, you were staying in the hotels, right?
I was, yes. I didn't have a truck here to sleep in.
Right. And during that time, you've told us it was incredibly busy and surely exhausting for you.
Very much so.
Lots going on. You said you were in and out of different meetings, briefings, on various calls. You were dealing with the crowdfunding platforms, switching campaigns, for instance.
Yes, ma'am.
You were dealing with the funds being frozen, setting up bank accounts. That all took a lot of your time.
It did take some time, yes.
Setting up the finance committee and the various administrative aspects that went along with that also took portions of your time.
Yes.
And you were, through all of this, you've told us, constantly meeting new people. There were new people arriving all the time that wanted to meet with you.
Yes, there was, yes.
Yeah, lawyers, advisors, accountants.
Canadians.
Mr. Wilson, the other JCCF people, Mr. Eros, were just some of the names you gave us, right?
Yes.
And you said this was a lot of pressure for you. You felt pulled in different directions.
Yeah, there was times when it was definitely very chaotic and very crazy.
And you participated in many of the press conferences. You were getting put in front of cameras.
Yes, ma'am.
People were putting you forward as the leader. Mr. Wilson, you'll recall describing you as the spark that lit the fire.
I do recall that, yes.
And you also said you felt at times people didn't see you, they just saw the money.
Yeah, there was times when I felt that way.
And all of these dealings were consuming a vast amount of your time during the days and weeks you spent in Ottawa.
Yes, yes, it was.
You, I gather in all of this, couldn't leave your hotel very often.
In the beginning, in the early days, no. But as the days wore on, I was able to get out and to the crowds more,
Yeah, and occasionally-
and get out and talk to the truckers and stuff like that also.
Occasionally you spoke up on Parliament Hill.
I did, yes.
And you understand that the protest occupied quite a large physical geographic area of Ottawa.
Yes.
Yeah, Wellington right out to SJAM.
Yes.
We've heard Parliament south as far as Somerset.
I'll take your word for it. I don't know the
Don't know the
streets here
streets
that
very
well
well.
yet.
Sure enough, and the evidence is in the record. You've heard there was trucks parked in the streets by the market in the Rideau and Sussex area.
Yes, yes.
For a period of time in the early days anyway, they were out in Confederation Park. There was an encampment there.
Yes, I believe so.
And the one out in Coventry Road, the parking lot at
Yes,
the
ma'am.
stadium. As well as those that were a bit further out of town, 1500 Bronson Road. Were you aware of that one?
I'm not sure of the addresses, but there was some out of town, yes.
You said yesterday something about 88. That would be exit 88 off of the 417?
I think it's by Embrun.
Embrun.
Embrun, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that's the one, yes.
Out in Armprior. You heard about Van Cleek Hill?
Yes.
Yeah. And you, with all the demands on your time, were not spending the vast majority of your time in any of those places, right? You just couldn't.
I visited them, but yeah, not as much as I wanted to.
Yeah. And I think I've seen you here throughout the hearing. You've been here almost daily.
Yes, ma'am.
And we've heard some evidence about some of the things that were going on in the protest crowds. I take it this was evidence you were hearing, information you were learning for the first time, like the threats to the mayor of Ottawa?
I didn't know he was receiving threats.
You didn't know that Chief Slowly had received death threats?
No.
You didn't know that Deputy Prime Minister Freeland had received
I learned of that the other day,
a couple
yes.
days ago, and the Prime Minister was receiving
I
threats?
didn't know that. I was also receiving death threats.
Were you also learning for the first time as you sat through this hearing about numerous weapons-related arrests in connection with these protests? Or did you know that at the
I
time?
did hear something about coots, but again, I didn't follow those stories that closely. I was too busy here.
And weapons-related arrests in Ottawa?
As far as I know, there was no weapons related.
Okay, well, there's been some evidence about that, and if that's the case, that would be the first time you learned about that too.
Yes, I don't recall hearing about weapons, no.
We've heard evidence about protesters surrounding police and bylaw officers who were trying to do their jobs. Is that something you knew was going on at the time?
No.
No. And this document was introduced into evidence yesterday by my friend, Mr. Diana, but no one spoke to it, so perhaps we'll pull it up. It's OPP 401819. It's a OPP intelligence report for February 14th. And if we could please scroll down to page 2. And just, sorry, the very first paragraph there. And February 14th, of course, that's a big day. That's the day that the Emergencies Act invocation was announced by the Prime Minister, right?
Yes.
And the first bullet point there says Ottawa Police Service identified an online video in which a driver at the blockade had made inflammatory statements referencing violence, such as using a truck as a weapon. The video also showed him displaying a protective vest, which he claimed would stop an armor-piercing round. He claimed that he brought it with him to protect himself and that he had worn it at the blockade. OPP field officers have spoken with this male, and his truck has been positioned in front of Chateau Laurier since the beginning of the protest. And I take it that's new information for you as well?
That is new information for me, yes.
And you've testified in this commission that you had to believe everyone who was getting involved was doing so for the right reasons, that they were joining with the best of intentions. And these are at least some examples of people who maybe didn't have the best of intentions, right?
Correct, which is why I continually was online advocating for peace, to remain peaceful, to abide by the law, and to respect our law enforcement.
Right. And in the various press conferences and press releases that you were involved in and that were being put out in the name of the Freedom Convoy, the message was repeatedly being communicated that the convoy was here to stay in Ottawa until the mandates were lifted, right?
Yes.
As long as that took was the messaging.
Yes.
Yeah. And you testified both yesterday and in response to questions from Mr. Champ this morning about the deal that, the exchange of letters that you engaged in with Mayor Watson. And as I understand the broad strokes, he sent a letter to your team with the assistance of Mr. Wilson. You sent a letter back, or a letter was sent back in your name, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And let's pull up that letter. It's HRF 6045. While we're waiting, or it's there, but while we're waiting for that, why did the letter go in your name? Do you know?
I was president of the board of directors at that time.
Okay. And the letter that's written in your name, if we just go down to the, sorry, a little too far, third paragraph starts, "We have made a plan." And you write, or the letter says, "We have made a plan to consolidate our protest efforts around Parliament Hill. We will be working hard over the next 24 hours to get buy-in from the truckers. We hope to start repositioning our trucks on Monday." And that's worded that way because at that point, the best that you could offer the mayor was efforts to get buy-in from the truckers, right?
Well, we needed to go out and speak to them and talk to them about what we thought was going to be a good idea. Yes.
Right. And after these letters were released publicly, we heard from Mr. Dichter in his testimony, and I believe you testified that you knew at the time from him that he had received many reactions on social media from those who were unhappy with this deal, right?
Yes.
Yeah. You also were aware that Pat King had immediately put out his own messaging undermining this deal, right?
Yeah, yes.
And it was important to you, I take it, to make clear that what had been agreed to was nothing more than moving the trucks out of the residential neighborhoods, right?
It was a step one.
Yeah.
That's how I viewed it. It was progress. It was the more progress than we'd seen since we arrived.
You, at that time, would not have put your name on any letter that agreed to a meeting if it meant you had to force protesters to pack up, end their protest, and go home, right?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah. Maybe I'll do it a little differently. The understanding you had with Mayor Watson was that you were going to make best efforts to help get the trucks out of the residential neighborhoods.
Yes.
And then he would sit down with you for a meeting.
Yes.
you were not going to agree to a meeting if it meant you had to tell all those truckers, get out of Ottawa, end your protest, go home.
Sorry, can you repeat that again, please?
You did not, and you would not have agreed to a meeting with the mayor if the condition for that meeting was that you and other leaders would have to tell the protesters, get out of Ottawa, go home, end your protest.
Well, that would have been something that we would have had to talk about. That's a what if.
And when you messaged this deal, you remember Mr. Wilson drafted up the Freedom Manifest that was going to be used to help communicate to the truckers what exactly they were being asked to do and what the deal
Yes.
was with the mayor, right? And so let's pull that up. That's HRF 401285. This is a document you had reviewed and you agreed with at the
Yes.
time, right? And in the fourth paragraph, what you're communicating here is we have to stay in Ottawa for the long haul to reach our destination. Just like we do every day with our routing logistics, we have to plan for the road ahead.
Yes.
And that's what you and Freedom Corp were saying to explain the deal to the protesters, that going along with what was being asked, moving those trucks out of the residential core to other areas in Ottawa, was a step necessary to make sure you could continue your protest for the long haul, correct?
Yes, we definitely would have loved to have stayed and continued to protest peacefully.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Next is the Ottawa Police Service.
Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Ms. Leach. My name is David Michikowski. I'm a lawyer for the Ottawa Police.
Good morning.
You've been very clear in your evidence that it was your intent to plan a peaceful protest, correct?
Correct.
And that was very important to you as one of the organizers.
Yes.
And you did not plan to disrupt the lives of Ottawa residents or businesses.
No.
And you obviously, consistent with that, obviously didn't plan to break bylaws, honk your horns continuously, defecate on people's lawns, harass people, or block emergency lanes. That wasn't the plan, was it?
I did none of those things.
And it wasn't the plan, was it? As one of the organizers, you wouldn't have been in favor of condoning that kind of activity, would you?
No.
And because it wasn't your plan, and you, in fact, had a code of conduct, you wouldn't have expected the police to turn the convoy away when they came to Ottawa, would you?
No, they were excellent to deal with right from the start.
And if that had happened and none of the trucks were allowed in, we've heard from OPP witnesses that that likely at that point would not have deterred the convoy because some had driven from very far away. Is that fair?
If we would have been told that we couldn't have driven up here, I don't believe that we would have. We would have found alternative places, I guess.
I'm saying that if when you got here on the 28th and the 29th, the city was barricaded and you couldn't go anywhere, the OPP witness indicated that that wouldn't have turned the truckers away because they'd come pretty far for this.
I don't know how to even answer that question. I guess if there was barricades in place, how could we have done that?
And no one from the convoy organizers, to your knowledge, was on social media before the convoy encouraging antisocial behavior?
Not to my knowledge.
Right. And you've seen the Lawton book about the Freedom Convoy?
I have, yes.
And in his book, he says that the convoy organizers did not intend to be on residential streets.
Yes,
And you would agree with that.
I would agree with that.
But in fact, that is what happened.
There was some residential streets that had lots of trucks on them. Yes, sir.
There were staging areas, but they were too far away from Parliament, and people wanted to be closer, correct?
A lot of them did want to be closer, but there was also trucks that were out there too in those locations. Yes.
And you've been very clear in the affidavit you filed in court that there were truckers who came from all over.
Yes, sir.
And you indicated specifically in that affidavit, which is, we don't need to call it up, but for the record, it's JCF 0012 in paragraph 2 and 3, that you did not control the truckers. Those are your words.
Yes. No, we didn't. They're all human beings. I don't control anyone, sir. I open up a dialogue with them and listen.
You're agreeing
to
with
what they
me.
say. I didn't control anyone.
I'm sorry?
I did not control anyone.
You didn't control the truckers.
No.
And Superintendent Drummond attended a meeting he's heard with some of your representatives on the 13th of February. That was after the date of your letter with the mayor. Those were on the 12th, correct?
The meeting, oh yeah, sorry, the initial meeting was, I believe, Friday. Yeah, and so yes, correct.
Okay, and so the agreement with the mayor was reached on the 12th of February.
I believe so. The 12th.
And then we saw that there was a meeting on the 13th that I believe Mr. Wilson may have attended with the mayor's
Yes, I believe so.
office. And Superintendent Drummond records in his notes, and again, I'll give you the reference, but in the interest of time, I won't call it up, but it's OPS 14455 at page 47. The convoy organizers, the representatives at that meeting, explained that they did not control Rideau, Sussex.
I wasn't at that meeting.
But you're aware that that was said by
Yes.
at that, okay. And that your representatives also said they didn't control Coventry Road.
Yes.
And so and they also said they could not be certain if the truckers there would move.
That's correct, I believe, yeah.
And even for those groups whom you did have some control or influence on, I guess influence, we've heard that truckers are pretty independent-minded people.
Yes, they are.
They can't be made to do what they don't want to do.
Yeah, I guess so.
And in addition to not controlling the truckers, you also did not have control, obviously, of the protesters on the street and whether they could block trucks moving, for instance.
We didn't have control, no, but we worked very hard and very diligently with the gentlemen and women that were down there to open up a dialogue and assist them in opening up that intersection.
And in fact, we heard about a previous effort by Mr. Wilson and Ms. Chipiuk on February 10th at Rideau and Sussex, where police were going to move the barriers so trucks could move, but the crowd dynamics got in the way and the crowd stopped the trucks from moving because they didn't trust the police, correct?
I was down there also, yes.
You were there as well. And so you saw that and you agreed that that would be dangerous then.
I didn't feel like it was dangerous. There was a large crowd presence there and I think they were feeling that they had been lied to by the police. There was a lot of mistrust there. And they were down there singing "O Canada" and chanting freedom.
And you agreed it would be dangerous to move the trucks in that scenario because the crowd swelled.
There was a lot of people there, yes, yes.
And we have heard that notice was given to the demonstrators in advance that they would have to leave. You heard that evidence?
Which what are you referring to?
You've heard quite a bit of that evidence that demonstrators were told to leave.
I have never been told to leave.
Oh, you didn't know that? Okay. You're familiar with the PLTs, correct?
I am now.
I'm going to show you some PLT logs. And you understand that the PLTs were a liaison with the protesters?
Excuse me, yes, sir.
and would communicate with them.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to call it up. I'm not going to start by taking you directly to it, but I will take you to a particular passage. The document is OPS 130-14053. And so while that's being called up, Ms. Leach, those are PLT logs as of February 25th. And I can take you through them in detail and show you, but in order to save some time, I'm going to attempt to summarize what they say on the issue of notice that was given to the truckers and protesters before the public order unit moved in to clear the intersection. And so what I see in those is on February, there were various zones in the city. And I see on February 16th, the PLTs attended SJAM and gave those present the letter, and were told by protesters that the letter wasn't legal because it didn't have a signature. Sounds
Sir?
sort of similar to what you said. Correct?
Sorry, just, excuse me a minute, yes.
If my friend could actually take the witness to the part in the document that states that so that we can see it. I don't know if that's what it says or not. I apologize.
I will take her to it where it's necessary. If she doesn't agree, that's fine. I don't wish to use my 15 minutes by going through the document in detail. If she can't agree, I will take her to portions of it.
Sure, let's do that. Take me to portions, please.
PLT say they attended SJAM and they were told by the truckers that it wasn't legal, that notice, and it wasn't significant. Do you know about that?
I wasn't there, sir.
Okay. Do you have any reason to deny that occurred as noted in the PLT logs?
I have no reason to.
Okay. And understand from those logs that the next day on February 17th, they attended again and delivered the message again. And they attended again on the 19th and delivered it again to those who remained. Any reason to deny that that occurred?
I was not there. As a matter of fact, by the 19th, I was already in jail.
Okay. And so you weren't on the 17th, were you?
I was arrested that day, yes.
Right. And I'm pretty confident, because you were one of the organizers, that the truckers were communicating with you and telling you what was happening
From SJAM?
all over the city.
No, not necessarily.
And then in zone 2, and this is on page 7 of the same document, Mr. Marazzo met the PLT on the 16th, and the message was delivered to him. And then it was delivered on Wellington Street. And the PLTs described hostile and screaming at the police. And the police then had to withdraw due to the hostility. Any reason to disagree with that?
I was not present there, sir.
Any reason to disagree with it?
Sir, with respect, my friend's asking a witness who has no knowledge of something whether or not she disagrees with a document of which she didn't draft, of which was drafted by the police, and then asking if there's any reason to disagree with something she has no knowledge of. That's not a question, sir, that's permissible. It's not relevant. This witness, while this was all going on, was in jail without any form of ability to access phones and texts, etc. It's not an appropriate line of questioning.
The witness can answer if she was aware of it or not. She wasn't. I think it's quite proper cross-examination.
I'm not sure it's very helpful in the sense that I'm not sure what you're getting at. She can neither confirm nor deny because she has no knowledge.
Right.
To say, has she the questions relating to whether she received communications about any of this may have some relevance, and she's answered that. So,
Well,
you can go ahead, but you're
in my submission, it is highly relevant because the witness said that no notice was given. And I'm going to suggest to you, Ms. Leach, that the PLTs went to every single site and gave notice to everyone. And you're saying you didn't know that. Is that right?
If you say so.
Okay. I'm going to ask that we turn up OPS 12205, page 60. Yeah, just at the top where it says Swiss Hotel. I'm going to tell you something, and maybe you'll remember this, Ms. Leach. PLT Peace Jim and OPS PLT Meg attended Swiss Hotel and met with Leach and Bulford and O'Connor. Message was delivered and explained. All parties were upset, and Leach was crying in regards to how unfair she felt this action was. PLT advised them to depart and message this out to others. All parties were upset when it was explained that people who are helping logistics can also be charged and held accountable. All understood messaging. They do feel that this message will harden participants' resolve as they feel that it is a tactic of dictatorial government. Suggestion was made to have children leave the red zone. Seems pretty clear to me that you were given the message, right?
I was never told I needed to leave.
So the PLTs, that's fabricated.
I
right?
remember when they came in and we had the discussion, and I, as it says, became very upset. I believe I said something to the effect of, I cannot believe that you're about to do this to your own people. We were there protesting peacefully, and the rest of that interaction, I was upset and I was crying, and I,
Right.
oh my God.
You were upset and you were crying because it was over and they told you to leave.
I was upset and I was crying because of what they were proposing to do to Canadian citizens.
And they told you to depart and they told you to message that to others.
I don't
Right.
recall them telling me to message that to others or that I needed to leave.
I'm sorry, you don't
It was
remember?
suggested.
It seems to me your memory is selective. When I take you to something that implicates you, you have no
Sir,
memory of it.
That's inflammatory, and if my friend wants to take the stand and become a witness and give opinions about credibility, that's fine, but that's not a proper question, sir.
I'll move on. You would agree, you've talked about the fact that you didn't know the truckers or control them, and you didn't police them.
I did not know.
You weren't surveilling them.
No,
You didn't know their past. You didn't have intelligence information about all of them.
I am not an intelligence expert now.
Right. And you would agree with me that there may be other individuals or organizations that would have more intelligence information about some of the protesters than you did.
Such as,
Would you agree with that?
could you ask me your question again, sir?
Yeah. I said you would agree with me that there may be other individuals or organizations that would have more intelligence information about some of the protesters than you did.
Yes.
And you would agree with me as well that you have no background or formal training in crowd dynamics and what can incite a crowd to take action,
I don't know.
or how to prevent a crowd from escalating or preventing violence.
No, I don't.
And so just two more areas, if I may just have 2 more minutes, Commissioner. HRF 401510. If I may have that document, Mr. Clerk, please. Is an email from Eva Chipyuk. Eva Chipyuk was one of the convoy lawyers.
Yes, sir.
And so this is on February 15th. She indicates, and for some reason we have not been given the attachment, although we've been told that solicitor-client privilege was waived. But in the email it says, I've drafted something on the right to protest and have taken a very cautious approach because I don't exactly know what the emergencies orders are. But it's my understanding that they can limit the right to protest. And while that can be challenged in court, at the moment, people who do not comply may be arrested. I think if we're advising people, it's important to let them know all the risks they're facing and let them make their own decision. You've seen that from one of your lawyers?
I've seen it since in these hearings.
So 2 possibilities. Either your lawyers didn't give that advice to you, or they did give that advice to you.
Sir, there's individuals CC'd or that emails too. She's not in it. And then the next day, or just in 2 days, she's not, like, you should first ask her if she got the email. God. Sorry.
I'm sorry, my friend will have a chance to examine. This is quite proper cross-examination.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to know if she received the email before you question her on it.
Okay, I will get to that, but there's a reason why I'm asking it in the way I have.
Okay.
So two possibilities. Either your lawyer didn't give you that advice or you did get that advice from someone.
I did not receive this email and I don't recall. As I said, there was a lot of chaos. We had a lot of conversations. I can't recall.
Okay, so you don't recall whether your lawyer gave you that email or not.
I don't believe I've seen it before.
Okay. And I understand that you've been charged with several criminal code offenses, correct? Mischief, obstructing justice, counseling others to commit mischief, intimidation, correct?
That's correct.
And I understand, you understand that the purpose of this inquiry is not to determine your guilt or innocence, correct?
Of course not.
And you've received disclosure of documents from the Crown, or partial disclosure, I believe you said?
Yes, I have.
And you understand, because the criminal process is ongoing, there's a principle, a case called WAG. And so as a result of that, you understand that I am not allowed to rely on documents that are part of the criminal brief, the Crown brief in this proceeding. You understand that, correct?
If you say so. Again, this is a new world to me.
And so you understand that if that's the case, I may not be able to challenge some of the statements you've said.
Sir,
correct?
my friend's arguing a
don't.
principle of law.
I am not familiar with this system, so.
Okay, if I may just ask one final question then. You talked about concerns for safety, correct?
Yes,
And that would include concerns for officer safety.
absolutely.
And so we've heard evidence of police officers being swarmed by protesters. And I assume that you would be concerned about that.
I never witnessed that, but I would be concerned.
Right. But you don't have sufficient control over the truckers or the protesters to prevent that if that's occurring,
I
correct?
don't control anyone, sir.
Thank you very much for
Thank you.
answering my questions.
Thank you. Next is counsel for former Chief Slowly.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Leach, Tom Curry for former Chief Slowly.
Good morning,
I
Mr.
just have a
Curry.
few questions.
Yes, sir.
Can I just show you the one thing that my friend for the Ottawa Police Service was speaking to you about, just so that you have the full picture?
Yes, sir.
Could I ask, please, Mr. Registrar of the witness to be shown HRF 401520? I think this is the attachment that was referred to. Just in case this helps your recollection, what is being projected now is a document with the title, "The Right to Protest." And have you seen it? I appreciate you're going to take a second to look at it, but just let us know, please, if you have seen that memorandum before.
I don't recall seeing this attachment, no, sir.
Okay. And I gather from the record that it is the attachment to which Ms. Chipiuk's email, or that was along with Ms. Chipiuk's email, and refers to the limits of the right to protest that were expressed in that cover. But that's not something that you saw or heard of.
I don't believe so, no. It does not look familiar.
Thank you. Just a couple of things, and if I could, one of the things that the commissioner has to consider is recommendations about dealing with the Emergencies Act, and presumably perhaps even the right to protest and some of the limits that we've heard about. Can I just have a couple of additional facts from you? You and Mr. Barber met, I think you told us, on the 24th of January to begin the trip
Yes, that is correct.
here
Yes.
and you left from Redcliffe.
Redcliffe, Alberta, yes.
And arriving in Arnprior the 29th.
We got into Arnprior the evening of the 28th, I believe, the Friday evening. I believe that was the 28th.
28th, Ottawa the 29th.
Yes, sir.
And what I'm interested in knowing is, of course, first of all, the numbers of protesters exceeded your expectations. Is that fair?
Yes,
Wildly exceeded?
yes.
And I think you told us that you imagined that you might be able to raise $20,000 for this convoy. And of course, the financial commitments that you garnered were far in excess of that. But then in terms of the numbers of protesters who you considered, and I presume Mr. Barber considered in his conversations with you, were not in the numbers that filled up the streets of Ottawa in the way that you found them on the 29th. Is that fair?
Oh, sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. Your expectation when you got to Ottawa, you saw far more people than you believed would be in attendance.
Yes.
And am I right that you were not the person primarily or even at all communicating with police about how many people were going to attend?
I don't believe so. I know the road captains were in constant communication with law enforcement, though.
Got it. And insofar as you know, the road captains would have had some information about the numbers of members of their individual convoys that they had, but they would not have had a picture of the entirety of it because people were coming from far and wide. Is that fair?
We tried every day to get solid numbers, and with people joining and leaving, some people would travel with us for 200 kilometers. Some people would travel across the province and turn around. It was very challenging, and as much as we tried to get a count, it was next to impossible.
So much so that when you got here, as much as you tried to understand how many would be there, you missed the mark.
Yes.
Now, then just a couple of other things. In terms of the company, the not-for-profit, it was incorporated January 30th, I understand?
I think it was the 30th or the 31st, but it was right around there. Yes, sir.
And then I think in the record, the bylaws that organize it were prepared by February 3rd. So that was the company and the governance model that you had imposed was evolving only once you got here.
Yes.
Then finally, in terms of the description, I mean, you and Mr. Wilson have both called the scene chaotic. Can you tell the commissioner when did you first appreciate the sense of chaos that you have described? Was it when you arrived on the 29th?
It was sitting on my kitchen table when we were organizing, and because I had messages coming in and emails coming in and phone calls, and it was very busy times.
Right.
Very busy times.
And so by the time you got here and saw the situation in Ottawa, was it chaotic at that time as well?
There were times when it was chaotic. As you referred to, there was a lot of people here. When we got into town, I just saw a lot of smiles and a lot of flags and people hugging each other. But there was, yeah. So I don't necessarily mean chaotic all the time as a negative term, but it was, a mixture of both.
Understood. Just one last thing. I think one of the questions that you were asked about what would have happened as you approached Ottawa if the city had been, I think the language was blocked or barricaded. Having regard to the numbers of people coming far and wide and your inability to control them, is the likelihood that those convoy protesters would have just made their protest where the blockades were?
Again, that's kind of a what if question that I can't really speak to. I don't know.
Right. Fair enough. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next is the City of Ottawa.
Alyssa Tompkins for the city. The city has no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ontario Provincial Police.
Good morning, Commissioner. The OPP have no questions. Thank you.
Democracy Fund, JCCF, Citizens for Freedom.
Morning, Mr. Commissioner, Ms. Litch.
Good
My name
morning.
is Antoine Dailly, Council to Citizens for Freedom, representing peaceful protesters in Windsor. Ms. Litch, in yesterday's testimony, you indicated that at the beginning you were tasked with some of the fundraising and that you thought that a fundraising goal of $200,000 was way too much and that you expected maybe $20,000 in donations. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that you certainly did not expect the level of financial support that the convoy did receive over that period of time. Is that
I
correct?
think we were all quite shocked about that, yes.
Perfect. Do you agree that many Canadians who were unable or otherwise unwilling to go out and protest in the streets instead donated to the convoy as a tangible demonstration of their opposition to the government mandates?
I do, and I remember saying, I think it was maybe to Mr. Wilson, that it wasn't even about the money, it was about the statement behind the money.
Right. And so is it also your understanding that contributors to a GoFundMe campaign may leave a message of support when they donate?
Yes,
And did you review some of those statements of support?
very briefly. I did scroll through some, yes.
But so then based on your experience, would it be fair then to characterize the act of donating to the convoy's fundraising efforts as a form of political expression?
I would. And encouragement and support. I think as it grew, people wanted to be a part of it in any way that they could show support. And that was one way that people that couldn't attend or be on an overpass or drive to the side of the highway were able to support.
Understood. And is it true that the GoFundMe campaign for the convoy was active for less than a month?
Yes, yes, it was.
And were you ever made aware that the convoy's fundraising campaign in that limited amount of time enjoyed more donations from more Canadians than the Liberal Party of Canada did in either 2020 or 2021?
I believe somebody had mentioned that.
So we're
Yes,
talking about
yes,
large amounts of money
yes,
here, right?
Yes.
And are you aware of any other grassroots fundraising campaign which has raised comparable amounts of money since March of 2022?
Not to my knowledge, but I haven't also looked any up.
Fair enough.
Yes.
And lastly, we heard about some of the conditions and restrictions that you are now subject to while you wait for your trial next year. In addition to those conditions, how many days have you spent in jail since you started fundraising for the convoy?
49 days in total.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now for the convoy organizers.
Sir, I'm wondering if we can take the morning break a little early. I have to talk to 3 separate lawyers behind me about certain areas of examination. If we could take the morning break, I'd be very much appreciative.
Only if you make the commitment to have a focused questioning so that it's useful use of the break.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, well, we'll take the break early then. Take 15 minutes, please.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
Pretty nice of the commissioner to do that there, wasn't it? Give that break early. I am liking him. I am liking the commissioner. You know, there's a couple little things, the mask, the Liberal question that he dodged. Well, he's not needs to answer questions, but I like him. He's not making me feel uncomfortable. Let's put it that way. He's not making me feel uncomfortable. We'll see after the report how I feel, but right now he's not making me feel uncomfortable. Who is making me feel uncomfortable is David Wazia, whatever. Holy moly. Ottawa Police Services. David M. Dude, are you and Paul Champ vying for the worst lawyer trophy here? That was not cool, man. We're all seeing that same theme, aren't we? That they're trying to say that for some reason a single organization or group of leaders, a single one, is responsible for 100% of people. Tamara, thank you very much for not, losing your cool and just sticking to the I don't control anyone narrative, because that's the truth. We don't control anyone. And through the OPS's questions, are they not asking or demanding or requiring Canadians to be totalitarian against each other? It's what it sounds like to me. Am I hearing it wrong? They're coming out and saying, hey, could you force? Actually, that was government of Canada that used the word force. She said, would you have been able to force, or could you have forced? And then she said, what? And you had to reword the question. And then she reworded it to try to pull it out of my memory again. Persuade or be able to persuade or something along those lines. She took the word force out the second time. But look at that mindset. What do you mean, Government of Canada? You're asking Tamara questions on whether or not she could have forced thousands of independent people to do anything? You can't. You can't, Canada. What are you doing? What's with that mindset? Force? To leave? And your question with OPS, it looks like you guys really think that when a protesting group is now legally responsible for finding out who's there, their backgrounds, what other intel do they have? What a really weird question from David to say, are you aware that there's other people and organizations with more intelligence and information on intelligence than you may have access to? David? Is the sky blue? What kind of question is that? What do you mean? Are you aware that there's other people that know more about you or more about stuff? Of course. This is a amateur protest. What are you expecting them to do? Set up their own convoy intelligence agency and they're going to start background checking anybody that sends a donations or says Hong Kong? Wow, you are incredible. Both of you OPS and the Government of Canada, incredible. The people that had the smartest questions today so far has been the City of Ottawa and OPP by saying we have no questions. Those are the smartest questions so far, because for what? You're literally questioning a peaceful legal protest participant. Wow, this is blowing my mind. Either I'm in a bubble, I'm in a bubble here with you guys, or they're just really, really stretching and really trying hard. Sorry, David really frustrated me with some of his questions. I don't know, saw me flailing in the background and stuff like that. But wow, he had nothing. He shouldn't have been up there. He didn't pull anything out other than making it look really bad for him. Putting documents in front of her that she's never seen or had access to and saying, hey, you agree with everything people are talking about in here? Good job, Brendan. Like, it's incredible. And of course, you wouldn't see a lot of this in a court. There's obviously a lot of flexibility here. Hearsay, speculation, that was happening on day one. Evidence being presented to witnesses who've never had it. Evidence is not even being authenticated. So typically you're supposed to authenticate the evidence before you can use it, meaning how do you know that it wasn't just made today? So the original author has to say, I wrote that, or somebody said I received that. But they're skipping that too. And then Brendan, you heard him a little frustrated. He had a little hot mic. I think he said, geez, or something like that, because David knows better. He knows better, but he's also very, very much reaching because he doesn't have anything there. Denise, what's this about a political prisoner? Sorry, I got a couple starred ones I want to go to. So sorry there, Jim. I'll put you up there. I'm catching up fast, skipping through repeated testimony. I'm up to. And Jim, another secret is put it at double speed. You can play it at double speed. So if you don't mind hearing a lot faster, you can get through it even quicker. I want to go to this question from John. John, so I started to look into this. If the government can prove beyond reasonable doubt the convoy had no peaceful purpose, nor leadership, and Lynch and company were acting independently to their own benefit, insurrection may be proven. John, I don't know how you got to insurrection. How did you get to insurrection? You had me at the beginning there. You would have to show that no peaceful purpose was insurrection. And you also need to have the act. I don't think there's a charge of attempted insurrection. There might be stuff about coordinating and doing stuff. Depends if you're doing threats, uttering threats, getting supplies you shouldn't have your hands on. Like you'd have to do quite a bit of actual action, mens rea, in order to, have a criminal charge. Now, attempted insurrection, is that a thing? Planned insurrection, is that a thing? Thinking about insurrection, is that a thing? I don't think so. So they would have needed to insurrect, which means go and with force enter the place of government. So even thinking about it, planning it, going there, talking about it, even all of that wouldn't have been enough. You would have to do it. Mens rea and actus reus. You need both. You can't just have one for a criminal. Actus reus, criminal intent, you intend to, and mens rea, you've done it. So you need both. So unless they actually entered, I don't think so, John. But you think the government's trying to paint that? Are they trying to convince people? I don't think there's anybody for them to convince. They're not going to convince us because we know what happened. And the other people are already convinced because Prime Minister just told them to. So I don't know. Terry, you got some good ones here too again. Yeah. So I don't think we've seen his best. We saw a lot of good Brendan at the beginning, the first few days, very together. But look, this is also day 17. He's away from home. He's probably not jumping back to Alberta. It's starting to wear everybody out. And you're starting to see that. Paul Champ's losing it. David's losing it. Brendan's he's getting frustrated. And also Brendan's frustration, Terry, is going to be around the fact that this is not normal. You're not supposed to talk about evidence like that. You're not supposed to talk to witnesses like that. A lot of this is not normal. He's used to a lot more decorum inside of a court than what he's seen. So that could ruffle his feathers a bit too. We'll see have problems with apologizing. 100%. Yeah. So we were talking about apologies for Paul Champ. He really should have started the day with an apology to the commission, not the commissioner, not an individual witness, not even to just the commission, because he did disrespect the commission a few times already. He's just not built that way. He started off, it looked like kind of sweet. He was being nice, but that is a tactic. I think some of you recognize that. You butter them up, flip them. It's super common tactic. You always come in nice if you want to make them drop their guard, and then you come in. Tactic, and this is Paul Champ. He didn't grow or change overnight, and then later in his questions we kind of got there too. Terry, yeah, you're just on fire. The main issue of contention, the camping on the streets. Yeah, so Terry, you're going towards that. Well, homelessness isn't illegal, and that's what Bear Hug said when they did their protest. So in 2019, when they're doing their protest, I'm homeless. It's not illegal. I can sit right here all day long. I'm homeless. You can't force homeless people. You can't force anybody. So that's an argument. And then having what you would call a docile or a place of docile where you can live and sleep and feel secure. That would be inside the truck. That would change the dynamic, Terry, because that wouldn't be homelessness anymore. That would be far closer to camping, like you're putting on here. But I think you also mentioned later that even if that is the case, it's not EA-able, for sure. A bunch of people camping, that's not national violence. You're right. So I kind of talked about this before, because this is government of Canada that said force, and then she changed it to best efforts. Right. And even then, why is it the responsibility of Tamara to even use best efforts? Why is it her responsibility to pass on the request or the desire of someone else? You see this mindset of this Canadian government. It's kind of weird. They're not really into persuading and negotiating. They're into demanding, forcing. She likes that word. There we go. The disconnect. So here, Azario, right. They didn't have anyone they can meet with. And well, listen, it's so what the government's argument is we couldn't find a suitable figurehead. We couldn't find a suitable person, an individual that we can talk and negotiate. That's not a prerequisite for how you deal with protests. No prerequisite. They can connect with every single person that they have to. And quite frankly, I think the thing that is we keep overlooking here is the sheer volume and the sheer length of what was going on, and the sheer drive, like everybody from coast to coast all over, should have been an indicator that this is really important. We should be listening to this. Okay, we may have a hot mic because I don't think it's been 15 minutes yet. So let me just put that up. So if you can hear that, I apologize. Actually, there you go. Now you're not hearing it, but it's in my ear. Yeah, I don't like that whole thing about trying to get a single leader, trying to even show that they were disorganized and falling apart. So what? This is a protest. This is grassroots. This isn't an organization. You wish it was. You wish you could point to an organization and say, yeah, you were going to do it, but it's not. And I'm getting kind of annoyed with this consistent attempt to try and say to the convoy, you were responsible for other people, and because you couldn't force or make them leave, we then relied upon the ultimate law. Do your job, government, and then maybe you'd have better results. I still don't feel like this is incompetence. I still feel like this is a narrative, a script, something that started before the first truck started an engine, and they're still playing out this script. I don't think it went as well as they were hoping or needed, but still, like, it seems so weird that they're trying so hard to continue with this. It's a hotlines during the COVID report. Yeah, so the whole reporting your neighbors. So what they were talking about there, wow, they're really distracting. So I'm going to take it in my ear. They're really loud. What I found was, yeah, they were kind of asking Tamara to go and report and go and force others. Canadians turning on Canadians, Canadians being totalitarian to Canadians, our government trying to teach a certain group on how to be rude, obnoxious, demanding, Karen-y, you know, wear your mask, you can't come in here. They've created a whole group that does that. Civil police, like, what are they trying to create out of that? And then we've seen them kind of expecting Tamara and group to do that. You should be forcing, you should be checking, you should be doing this. Really? No, they're going to be standing yelling at you. That's what they're there for. They're protesters. Just because someone is independent doesn't mean they aren't open to negotiate. For sure, I'm independent. True independent people are excellent neighbors. They're excellent community participants, and you'll see them around all the time, because an independent person doesn't necessarily need to be told to go help, right? They don't need to be asked to go do something. Because they're independent, they'll just step up, and when there's a need, they'll help fill it. So a true independent person is a very good community member, and they're also very good in relationships because they have the same respect for the other person to be independent. If you're true independent, not just someone who says they are. If you're truly independent, you have no desire to control anybody. You like to persuade and you like to debate because that's how you also want to be treated. You know, the golden rule. So a true independent is awesome for negotiation. It's awesome for, unity, really. In my opinion, what they're trying to maybe imply sometimes is independents are little islands, and they're little autonomous islands like lone wolves, and they don't work with others. No, that's an introvert. That's an isolated person. That's not necessarily an independent. It may be an independent life because they're by themselves, but that's not the independent that we're talking about here. They didn't give notice. So yeah, I wanted to say this whole notice thing doesn't matter, guys. I spoke about this yesterday or the day before. If you go into a parking lot and you see that sign that says the contents of your vehicle is not our responsibility from theft or damage or vandalism, you know, stuff like that, those signs, they're not binding. They're not binding. They are liable. They just put that up to kind of shift liability, but it's not legal. It doesn't actually make that happen. Same thing here. Notice. What's the notice supposed to do? There was plenty of notices from the convoy that says stay peaceful. Why are they not bringing those forward as binding deals? And then that's the position of everybody. They want their notices to be more official. Notices are nothing more than a waste of paper that has printing on it. Education at best, but the notice is not binding. There's no law that requires a notice to be binding. And also a notice that tells you to stop doing illegal activity has no weight. So it has no weight. So let's say somebody put up a sign in front of their house that says, I don't want you to use this side of this part of the sidewalk because I have to clear it and I don't want to. You can't stop people from walking on sidewalks, even if you put up a nice notice. I also, when people think that way, that they can do that, totalitarian again, dictatorship, they're trying to just tell you what to do. So they're harping on this notice. You saw it, everybody saw it, nobody listened to it. Yeah, you sound like a very annoyed parent. You're not talking laws, and you're just being frustrated because there was no laws, because there's nothing illegal. So now you're going to just create a notice and try and point to that as some sort of official thing that people to listen to. I'm so tired of hearing that one too. And then here you go, Terry. Good news, bad news. The camping may be the problem area due to posted limitations. Again, Terry, understand traffic and municipal, not criminal. So even if there's a municipal bylaw that says no parking here from 10 to 12, that's municipal. And then the traffic laws, all of them, provincial, Traffic Highway Act, not criminal. The only thing that's criminal is if there's a few things that will lead to criminal code, drinking and driving or intoxication, stunt driving. But those are connected to the criminal code. There's nothing criminal in the Traffic Act. So, yeah, how do you get to the EA from that? You don't even have crime. So how do you go from no crime to EA? You're 100% right, Terry. Can't happen. All right, let me jump to a couple more comments here. You guys are awesome. Let me see. John. Oh, nope. Looks like we're coming back. Okay, there's no audio yet. Let me put the audio on. Make sure you can hear it. We live in a time of a totalitarian regime changing the definitions of what is right and wrong. The CBC referred to the convoy as an act of insurrection. Yeah, it's I'm so disappointed in the CBC. We used to get good information out of them. I'm so disappointed. An act of insurrection? They just change words, for sure. And they're declaring it? How does the CBC have the ability to actually make that judgment and declare it? It's just silly, guys. We're definitely in a very weird time, but I do feel confident that we will be able to clean this up. We're all getting too frustrated, and we've had enough. We've all reached our limits, I think. So we're going to be starting to clean this up. At least I'm going to try. And we may have a chance. I think so. People couldn't find anyone reputable from government to talk to either. Yeah, boy, did they ever try, Eleanor? I think the best they got was Steve K. Okay, Steve K was pretty open and willing to chat with them. He didn't like the lawyers being around. But Steve K, the city manager, PLTs, OPP, they were kind of open. But other than that, you're 100% right. They didn't get access to slowly. They couldn't get an inspector level OPS on the 7th to move barriers. They had lots of trouble with that. And this is why I think one of the recommendations, Eleanor, should be that the government has to establish a way to contact and communicate.
The commission is reconvened.
Like
La commission reprend.
All right, here we go. This should be a long gap now before lunch.
Okay. The convoy organizers.
Good morning. For the record, Brendan Miller appearing as counsel for Freedom Corp, and I think you know who I am as I'm your lawyer.
Good morning.
So I just want to start out with some just general question. At any time during the protest, had you been given a court order injunction to move the trucks or leave or what have you, what would you have done and how would you have acted?
I would have obviously followed the injunction. I never intended or came here to break the law. I would have asked if there was a way that we could remain, if there was anything that we could work out so that we could remain and continue our protest.
Okay. And you heard yesterday the evidence from Mr. Dichter, did you not?
I heard some of it, yes.
Right. And he testified about not knowing about the deal that the Convoy Corp or Freedom Corp and the board were going to enter into with the city. Do you have any comment about that?
I believe he was obviously not able to attend because he was in a cast, but I believe we had dialed him in on the phone to be present at that meeting.
Right. And so at that meeting, what was discussed?
I believe that was the deal with the mayor.
Okay. And what, if any, board members objected to the dealings with the mayor?
I don't recall anybody objecting to it.
Yeah. And you heard him give evidence that the board members were scared of the lawyers and what they were dealing with. Do you have any comment in that respect?
That was news to me.
Okay. Have any of the other board members expressed such a fear to you?
No.
Okay, thank you. My friend, Mr. Champ, discussed with you at length the injunction, when you should have known you should leave. And though I haven't given notice of this, I'd like to bring up document HRF 00000073, which is the injunction order from February 7th. And if we could just scroll down to the terms. Right. And so if I can just direct you to paragraph 7 of the injunction. Can you read that?
Yes, sir.
And what's your understanding of the injunction in this order at the time when it was obtained?
My understanding was that so long as we remained peaceful and complied with the order, we were permitted to stay.
Right. And then there was a subsequent order, and I understand that term, which states that provided the terms are complied with, the defendants or other persons remain at liberty to engage in peaceful, lawful, and safe protest. I take it that that term was in that order too. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what, I didn't hear all that, sorry.
I apologize. I'll speak up. The term at term 7 there, where it says that it's provided the terms of the order are complied with, the defendants and other persons remain at liberty to engage in peaceful, lawful, and safe protest. I take it that was in the following injunction order as well. Is that right?
I believe so, and I think that was February 16th, but I'm not sure.
Thank you. And so my friend with the Government of Canada discussed with you what your knowledge was of violent offenses, et cetera, that was going on in Ottawa at the time. If Mr. Register could bring up the document we just discussed, POE.HRF, a whole bunch of zeros, 2. If we could just rotate that. And so the coloring on this is gone, and this is already in evidence, but between the date of the beginning of the protest and the invocation of the Emergencies Act, there was a total of 4 violent offenses individuals were charged with in that time period. Did you know any of those individuals?
I did not.
Okay. Did you hear about individuals being charged with violent offenses?
Since the convoy.
Okay. And my friend had asked you questions about some of the statements that have been given in this proceeding as well as in the media about all these awful things that happen to people. And you've been here for this entire time. Have you heard from any witness that they, in fact, were the victim of an assault or witnessed an assault or anything violent?
The only thing that I've seen and heard was not violence on the behalf of protesters. It was the video footage that I saw when the crackdown came.
Could you agree that if there were victims of actual violence, given that they know who's charged, it would have been relatively easy for those witnesses to be procured to testify before this commission?
David Mitchell.
I withdraw.
For the
Withdraw.
Ottawa Police.
I withdraw. Now, I just want to talk with you about the letter and some of the reactions that you got from some of the protesters. Of course, we know that Mr. Dichter didn't appear to like the letter, and Mr. King didn't appear to like the letter. What was your general responses that you were getting at the time with respect to the letter and the deal that was going to be done through the city?
Well, I can't speak to other places. I know that we printed off that letter and I went out to 88 and spoke with the gentleman that owned the property out there and some of the truckers that were there. Their response was very positive. I think that everyone felt that, as I stated earlier, this was a step one.
Okay. And again, what was the sort of responses, though, that you were getting on the street from some of the truckers after that deal was announced?
I don't remember.
Can you remember if was there some negative responses? Was there some positive responses that you personally witnessed?
I didn't witness any negative responses, no.
Okay. And I understand that Mr. Marazzo, as you sat through his testimony, he stated that the purpose of the meeting and the goal of Freedom Corp and its board was not really to get a deal with the mayor, it was to a meeting with the mayor, but it was to get this deal to make things work peacefully. Can you elaborate on that?
Can you repeat that, please?
So the actual goal with respect to Freedom Corp as well as the protesters that you were representing, their actual goal was not to achieve a meeting with the mayor, but it was to deal with this in a peaceful manner. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, well, that was obviously our goal, and again, to get the trucks off the residential streets. We were hoping to find a way that the trucks that did have to move their vehicles out of the city would be able to come back in and continue the protest. And again, we felt it was a step in the right direction, and meeting with the mayor was not one of my goals, but I thought, again, it was a way to open some dialogue with somebody in a position of authority.
Okay. And just on my last point here, part of this commission is about coming up with recommendations and things like that. I take it when you came into Ottawa, and we've heard evidence that a lot of the truckers were directed where to park, and that's where they kind of stayed throughout the proceeding or throughout the protest.
Mm-hmm.
And so there is this issue in what I refer to and what's referred to in some of the jurisprudence is a speaker's corner. Have you ever heard of that?
I don't think so.
Okay, it's a place, a location in a government area, particularly out front of Parliament or where have you, where protesters are permitted to go, and it's a designated area for protest.
Okay.
I take it when you were trying to get the protest moving, most of the protesters were wanting to get onto Wellington because it's in front of Parliament and they were protesting the federal government. Fair?
Correct.
All right. And what is your understanding of the current state of Wellington today?
I believe it's blocked off.
Right. And if that area that's blocked off became a speaker's corner where individuals at any time could go and protest the federal government, what are your thoughts on that?
I think that would be a good idea. I think Canadians have a right to exercise their democratic rights, and they have a right to have their voices heard.
Right. And my friends from the government of Canada put to you a whole bunch of evidence that you weren't familiar with until you got here with respect to threats. Can you elaborate on any of the threats you've received, ones that you know members of the protesters received, as well as the legal counsel and even any of the legal counsel in this room since this proceeding started?
I know, well, I heard when I was at the ARC that the ARC was receiving death threats against me, which is one of the reasons why I left that location. I have messages on my phone from an Instagram account from a young man that wanted to not just shoot me, but also shoot the rest of the protesters or the convoy organizers. I know that my criminal lawyer has received some very nasty emails. I believe Mr. Wilson has received death threats and threatening emails.
Right. And so it's fair to say then that there has been a lot of threats on both sides.
That's fair.
Okay. But do you know anybody who's made death threats to any of these individuals?
Of course not.
And when you walk in here every day for the past few days, there's a protester outside, and I'm sure you've heard everything she's been saying, and she's a counter protester and is against your cause. What are the sort of things that protester has said to you while you've been coming in and out of this hearing?
Well, it's been very hard to hear because there's a lot of construction. I just hear her shouting my name a lot. I heard her say something, I think just now, about she can't wait till I go back to jail. But other than that, I haven't really.
Did she mention anything about terrorism?
I believe that's right on her sign.
And what's it say?
It says go home terrorists.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any re-examination?
No, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, I just have one question. You were taken to a chart and told there were charges for violent offenses.
Yes.
Do you know who was charged? Do you know the
With
four
violent
people?
offenses?
Yeah, the four
no,
people.
I know I don't. Not that I can recall anyways.
So you don't know if it's someone you know or someone you don't know?
I do not, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you for your testimony,
Thank you, sir.
and you're now free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that we move on to the next, which is the, I believe, the panel of two witnesses, and there's an issue to be discussed about as I understand it, the relevance of that.
Correct.
So maybe we'll deal with that now, if that's agreeable.
Sure, thank you very
Okay.
much. So I'll remain seated here, Commissioner.
That's fine. Just identify yourself because it's the same. The reporters have to know who's speaking.
Sure, it's David Mijikowski, counsel for the Ottawa Police Service. We have a very real concern with respect to the witness panel of Chris Deering and Maggie Dingmer. I believe there is now a different name, and I apologize. It's Hope Braun, I believe. Those two individuals, and our concern is essentially one of procedural fairness. Those two individuals were not on the list of witnesses provided by the commission. And so last Friday.
You mean they weren't on the original list?
Correct. And what we found out was on last Friday, October 28th at 12:37 p.m., we received an email from the commission saying that these two individuals would be called as witnesses and attaching two statements from these individuals. No information had been previously provided about these individuals or about the issues that they were going to testify about, which are the how their arrest was handled, nor were there any documents provided by the parties, including the Ottawa Police Service, about the manner of arrest. It appears that both of these individuals, from their statements, are going to give evidence about the circumstances of their arrest by unknown officers. I've been able to determine in one case that it was not an OPS officer, one of them, but we are trying to find out information. These are arrests that took place on February 18th after the invocation of the Emergencies Act. These individuals were not arrested pursuant to the Emergencies Act. They were arrested based on common law powers and the criminal code. And my concerns really are twofold. Firstly, the information we say is not relevant to your mandate under the Act. And the second question is one of procedural fairness. There were over 275 arrests made by the police in that period of February 18th to the 20th. None of the police witnesses were asked specifically about those arrests. No documents were requested. The last police witness who testified in this proceeding was on Wednesday, October 26th. Had those witness statements been provided prior to the completion of the police witnesses, then at the very least, we could have asked our witnesses to provide evidence with respect to the arrest plan, with respect to the circumstances of the arrest of those two individuals and the other 275 people who were arrested. I am not faulting Commission Counsel. I understand that the statements were provided to them and they provided them to us immediately after. But it was 2 days after the last witness testified. Those statements were in the Those were witnesses who are here represented by counsel. They had an obligation to produce documents. They chose deliberately or otherwise to not present that evidence and not allow me then to respond to it. And it's obvious that some of that information they had beforehand. And in fact, to add to the procedural unfairness, last night we received an email from counsel for the convoy organizers attaching 7 more videos that also would have existed that were not disclosed. There's no explanation for why the convoy organizers have not had to follow the same rules as everyone else. Those statements, even if they were relevant, and I don't concede that they are, should have been provided prior to police witnesses testifying. It creates a serious and irreparable breach of procedural fairness to have you left with 2 arrests out of 275, which I am unable to provide evidence in response to, both those specific arrests as well as the arrest plan in general. And there are, I say, 2 possible solutions. The first is to not allow that evidence to be heard. It's not relevant to your mandate. And even if it was, it would be very difficult to draw any conclusion from the evidence of 2 individuals out of 275 arrests when you've heard no evidence about any of the arrests of anyone else or the arrest plans or any explanation of those 2 particular arrests. Alternatively, if you are inclined to allow that panel to testify, including adding new documents that were not on the database and were provided last night, then the OPS must, we say, as a matter of procedural fairness, be allowed the opportunity to call another witness to provide evidence about the arrest plans and the exercise of use of force options in connection with the exercise of police powers, generally and specifically with respect to the scene that the officers encountered on February 18th. You have not heard about what is involved when a public order unit has to exercise tactical options. The commission didn't lead this evidence, nor did we. Similarly, we didn't provide any documents surrounding those arrests. So while my first submission is that you should not allow this evidence, as an alternative, if you are inclined to do so, then I would ask for the opportunity to call evidence so that in fairness, the police witnesses can address what should have been put to them by the convoy organizers and which for some reason was not. Those are my only submissions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any other council wish to make submissions?
In response, sir.
Okay, I'm just canvassing first. So you'd like, yes?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Go ahead.
Should I go ahead? Emily Tamman for
Can I
the,
take it you're supporting the proposal that or the objection?
that's right. Yes, we agree. Just on behalf of the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses, we share the view conveyed by the Ottawa Police. We understand that the commission is working under difficult constraints and there have been limitations in council's ability to get documents and other evidence to the parties in a timely manner. But in this case, we would agree that there is prejudice and that the evidence, at least as it pertains to the arrests, should not be admitted.
Thank you. Any other?
Yes, Commissioners. Commissioners, Chris Diana for the OPP. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, the OPP agrees with the position of our friend, Mr. Michikowski, both the main position or the alternative position. At this point, we don't know if the OPP was involved or not in these incidents. And based on procedural fairness, we should that evidence either should not be permitted or we should have a chance to respond to it. I won't add anything further to the comments by my friend, but the OPP supports that position.
Okay. Any other submissions in support? Okay, and then as I understand it, the convoy organizers are opposing.
We're of course in support of the witnesses testifying and all of the evidence being put before the commission. I'll deal first with the point of law my friend raises about relevance and materiality. With respect to the terms of reference under the order in council in this commission, this commission is to look at the efforts of police and other responders prior to and after the declaration. So with respect to whether or not there was police brutality or misconduct, et cetera, it's relevant and material within the terms of reference. Second, with respect to my friend's allegations of prejudice and it not being fair, with respect, they have not called a single victim or a single eyewitness to any of these purported violent crimes that they're trying to lay at the hands of the protesters as a collective. I don't see how our clients being able to find some witnesses of which they had no control of and which approached them in trying to be able to call actual evidence of actual violence that isn't just an assertion. And in my respectful view, it's relevant and material. If you find that there is some form of prejudice suffered, what my friend is essentially alleging is a violation of the rule of Brown and Dunn. If this was a court, that leaves the court with various remedies, and one is to permit the recalling of a witness in rebuttal. With respect to the rule of Brown and Dunn, I did put issues with respect to arrest, et cetera, directly to Chief Bell, who was in charge of the operation at the time and acting and asking questions about what was actually done. We've now provided the videos of those actual arrests. And I understand that all the police agencies don't want that to be in the public eye. And with respect, I would submit that the public has a right to see these videos. It is in the public interest, and any prejudice is easily repairable by permitting my friends to call a rebuttal witness if they so choose. Subject to any questions, sir, those are my submissions.
Okay, and any other party is opposing the application?
Adam
Okay.
Pure for the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms.
Yes.
We support the Freedom Convoy organizers' position, and if I could just make a few points. So first, the terms of reference in the Emergencies Act do require investigating and looking into the appropriateness of the measures that were used. Interim Chief Bell testified that using emergency powers were used to create an exclusion zone, and then they relied on that authority. And so I would expect that these witnesses as arrestees would have evidence that would be relevant to the implementation of that authority. Also, to the extent that my friend made the point that these are but two arrestees of many, we did hear from two Ottawa residents who provided their experiences as examples, and that would then represent a broader class of individuals. So this would also be two arrestees providing their experiences, which would then be emblematic of others in a similar position. And I would just like to add on, my friend, Mr. Honor from the Democracy Fund provided submissions through email. He's not here. I would just briefly read it in just to provide his perspective as well. The Democracy Fund submitted that the evidence of these witnesses is relevant to the Commission's mandate. Specifically, the Commissioner has been directed to examine issues to the extent relevant relating to the efforts of police and other responders prior to and after the declaration. Superintendent Robert Bernier and others testified about the mission statement contained in the OPS operational plan of February 13th, which speaks to enforcing legislation with the, quote, utmost respect to the individual's Charter of Rights, end quote. There was evidence before the Commission that this plan evolved after the declaration of the Emergencies Act, and there was also evidence that the OPS found the powers available to them under the Emergencies Act to be useful. The Commission should hear evidence from these witnesses as it will speak to how police enforcement was carried out during the state of emergency from a protester perspective. If there are objections as to relevance as the evidence unfolds, those objections can be dealt with orally. If other witnesses need to be recalled, that decision can be made after the hearing of evidence from the witnesses in question. So that was Mr. Honnor's submission, which the Justice Center also supports. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner,
with this, any other who are opposing or rather supporting the motion? Okay. Yes,
Mr. Commissioner, at some point, Commissioner Council would like to provide some points of context, but if you're still canvassing, we can wait until that's done.
Okay, you'd like to add something? Yes.
If I may, Commissioner Emily Tamanagin for the record. I just wanted to respond to one point made by my friends regarding the absence of evidence with respect to residents of Ottawa who experienced violence in the convoy. And for the record, would just like to note again that the Ottawa Coalition was very limited in the time that was allocated to tell the story of residents of Ottawa. I would also note that there are many residents who continue to fear for their safety in being identified publicly as opposing the convoy. And with that said, I don't think it's appropriate to infer from the lack of evidence on that point that it didn't happen. And I would also note in response to—
I think you're getting into argument now. We're dealing with whether or not there is relevance to the evidence that's being tendered.
That's right, but one of the bases upon which it's being asserted that it is relevant is that there's been no evidence in relation to violence experienced by residents. And that's something that my friend put to Ms. Leach this morning, and also Mr. Miller noted it in his submission to you just now.
Okay, yes, Mr. Michikowski.
David Michikowski for the Ottawa Police. The one point I want to respond to that has not with respect been addressed by my friends, and which is highly problematic, I suggest, is the convoy lawyer has indicated that he put an issue with respect to an arrest to Chief Bell. And that is correct. However, he provided no information, no details, no indication of who it was, when it was. It came out of the air. And what makes that more problematic is that obviously that information was in his possession and there was no documentation provided beforehand. This was sprung after the police witnesses had already testified when we then got these statements. Had the rules been followed, that witness would have seen those statements, would have seen documents. We would have had the opportunity to put in documents and call evidence or ask to call evidence in response. The final point I note is that one of my friends indicated that several of the convoy witness, or several of the coalition's witnesses testified. And that is true. The difference is the rules were followed and everybody knew before they testified what they were going to say. So the convoy organizers had procedural fairness, as did everybody else. In this case, there is a serious denial of procedural fairness, and that's what we say must be addressed. Thank you.
Okay. And Commission Counsel, you wanted to provide some context, and among other things, I don't know what the witnesses are going to say. So to what degree is this one of the witnesses that we saw the video about, or is this something different?
So
maybe go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut off my friend. This is not the witness. That one was also unfair, but we were at least able to get instructions and able to deal with it in cross-examination.
Okay, so that was a red herring then. Okay,
yeah, I have no objection.
I was worried that this was the same person.
No, I have no objection, by the way, for you reviewing those statements so that you can understand the nature of the evidence.
Okay. Commission Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. John Mather, Commission Counsel. Just 2 points of context. Again, we haven't heard the evidence yet, but Commission Counsel expect that while there may be some evidence given about the arrests, that's not the focus of the evidence. Don't expect it to be the focus of the evidence. The 2 individuals who are being called, Commission Counsel understands, participated in the protests both before and after the invocation of the Emergencies Act. They are not individuals, again, as we anticipate, who identify themselves as organizers. To date, the Commission has called individuals who have identified themselves as organizers, and this is a different perspective and one that we anticipate exploring. And then the second point, Mr. Commissioner, is that there has been evidence given by police witnesses about the measured responses in terms of ending the protests in the red zone in Ottawa. Some of these matters have been before the Commission and prior to today without objection.
Okay. Thank you. Any further submissions by anyone? I'm being very generous about submission time.
Just one more, sir, and I just want to emphasize.
But don't repeat, though.
I'm not going to repeat.
I always worry when someone says, I'm going to emphasize.
I'll take it back. I'm going to point out that, when it's with the Commission under the Inquiry Act and its provincial equivalents, it is an inquiry and it has different rules, and it's much more liberal when it comes to the permitting of evidence. And though I understand my friend's argument, there is many more remedies available for a breach of the rule of Brown and Dunn if you find that it had occurred than not permitting the evidence. And I would submit simply that the least intrusive remedy in the truth-seeking function of this commission would be to allow the evidence and on whatever terms you see just. Thank you.
Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, I'm going to allow the panels to go ahead. On Mr. Michkowski's first point about whether the information is relevant, I think there is certainly evidence that it may be, I haven't heard it, but it may be relevant as to the use of the Emergency Act, and in particular the notices that have apparently there's lots of evidence were circulated as recently as this morning. So the use of the notices, the setting up of exclusion zones is squarely within the mandate. And therefore, I think the information may well be relevant. I also note that there has been evidence of police as to the fact that the protest was ended in an orderly manner and quite properly. I believe Inspector Bowden talked about that. I believe another witness, maybe Chief Bell, talked about the fact it was ended without burning of police cars, etc. So the manner of ending is relevant, and this may go to some degree. I think that. And there was also cross-examination or in I believe of Inspector Bernier as to the arrangements that were made and the processing, how the processing was done. So there is evidence about how the operation, if you like, was carried out, including how the detainees were treated and the system arranged. Now, having said that, the impact and relevance diminishes to a point where it in fact becomes questionable as we get further from the use of the Emergency Act notice, etc., because this commission is not mandated to deal with arrests that were or were not done in accordance with the appropriate police procedures and so on. That's a matter for civil or criminal courts if there have been issues in that regard. So I think it moves quite, I would say, of marginal relevance, if any, to what the commission is doing when you talk about the actual manner of arrest, as opposed to what I've described that is more squarely in the relevance. So having said that, I'm not prepared to accept that this panel is not relevant. I expect the accent will be on what I have set out is clearly relevant and what's related to that. And obviously there'll be some context. Context has been provided by other witnesses sometimes. And while I may hear that, it may not become an issue that I have to deal with. Now, on the second point, the procedural fairness point, I have some concern about that because obviously it is, as I've said many times, and I'm going to repeat it, the public wants to get to the bottom of this, and that means fair to all parties. And I am concerned that there may be unfairness to some of the parties, in particular the police forces, whether it be the OPP or the OPS, or in fact to former Chief Slowly or anyone else. So fairness is front and center in my concerns. And if after we hear this evidence, there's a need to call further evidence, we've said we would sit evenings and we will sit Saturdays. We will get the information that the public needs to know and that will lead to a fair treatment for all. But I guess that's my ruling. Now, if you want something more formal in writing, I'm happy to do it. But since the panel is here waiting and we all want to make sure we fully use our Friday, I thought I'd give my ruling. Now, if any party wants it in writing and expanded upon, I'm happy to do that. But I think that sets out really my thinking in a general way. And with respect to whether we will have another panel or another witness, I think that's something we can deal with after the evidence is heard. With respect to the videos, I'm a bit concerned about the videos. I haven't seen them. And I would hope we're not going to get too far afield of what's relevant to the issues I need to deal with. And I don't mean to minimize any issues about how an arrest was carried out. Those are obviously significant to individuals involved, including the officers, but that's not central. In fact, is more anecdotal, I think, in terms of what this commission is dealing with. But it is part of the record so far, some of the evidence relating to that. So that's it'll be in the transcript, but expanded upon, I mean.
Sir, I don't believe the witness chair and desk are set up for two witnesses right now. They need to get another mic as well as another
Okay,
chair.
well, we'll take 5 minutes then to set up the panel.
The commission is in recess for 5 minutes. La commission est levée pour 5 minutes.
Oh, we're not having a boring day today at all. Wow. And something happened to me too there, Weechi. I just went black for a second too. I don't know if you saw that, but about 20 seconds went black. Wow, folks. Okay, so for those that don't really know what happened there, that's kind of normal. There's witnesses that were added kind of last minute. Now we found out who they are. They are abused protesters. And did you hear David's argument? this is just 2 people that's supposed to represent 400. That's not the right thing to do. Blah, 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 blah. Forgot about the 2 residents you called on day one. Forgot about the 2 business representatives from the BIA you called on day one. Forgot the 2 counselors you called. 2 seems to be the magic number for representation of a larger group there, David. That was a bad argument. Brendan just nailed that one right away, didn't he? And we caught that one too. What a weird argument, David. This is damning evidence for the OPS. No question. They are fully aware of who these people are. They're fully aware. They chose not to bring the documents and anything because why? What? Not good for them. What kind of rebuttal are you going to call, David? The guy with the missing leg or the broken leg or stretched leg or the damaged leg? I'd love to hear from him. I know Ellen wants to too. Because, well, hey, David, that would be the officer you would bring because that would be the officer that can then attest to being assaulted by protesters and the environment was so extreme that he had to use the muzzle end of his gun to release the hold. That would be the perfect witness if you really do have a narrative of violence against you. Put him on the list there, David. You know who he is. You know who he is, so put him on the list. Got another one? How about that cop that felt it was so much violence against him that he used a baton on the reporters? What about the one that shot the gas canister because of fear of his life, maybe, right? Right? He was so fearful of his life, he shot that gas canner into the leg of a reporter. Call them. David, this is what this is for. Bring them forward. Have them tell everybody how horrible it was for the police. Where are the police that were assaulted by the protesters? Why didn't you bring one forward? There's a magic number now. 2. Bring 2. Bring 2. Show us from the police perspective, David, that it was such a violent situation for them. There was no other choice than to use the muzzle, shoot canister gas, hit people with batons. Please, David, this is what the inquiry is for. I'm open-minded enough to believe that maybe you could present some. And I've given you like 3 that you can go and call on because they all did actions in response to an action they say happened to them. So let's hear what that action that happened to them that caused them to be so fearful that they use a baton, muzzle end, gas canisters out of a gun. Well, it's a projectile. Come on, David, that was really silly. Now, who's really interested in seeing what David didn't want us to see? Oh, David, if you were trying to hype this up, you are a hype man, because now I want to see this like never before. We've seen lots of video. What are you so scared of, David? And did you see who else supported you? Only Paul Chump's group. Masks and all. Paul, I'm curious, how does COVID not spread at the podium where everybody else speaks? You don't wear a mask there. You take it off on the way there. You know, is there a no COVID zone around the podium? Did you establish one there, Paul? You know, enforce it? Cute. You guys are virtual signaling all the way to the bank, aren't you? Sorry, Paul. You put a lot of effort and there won't be a payout for you. So the justice did the right thing. I don't want to brag, but I did say I would guess that he's going to let the witnesses in. He's going to let the video in. And if there's any rebuttal witness and evidence that can come out of the OPP later, he'll let that in too.
L'autre?
So let's go see. It's about to start now. Great. Okay, so this should be I would say about 2 hours. They might go for 2 hours and have
Order
a late lunch
à
again.
l'autre.
So let's enjoy.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Deering and Ms. Hope Braun. My name is Stephen Armstrong, and I'm Commission Counsel. Thank you for coming today. I have 45 minutes to ask you some questions, and because you're a panel, I'm going to ask questions mostly one at a time, but when I have questions for you as a group. Sorry? Oh, sorry, you have to be smart. Forgot about that. I got too eager.
Mr. Deering,
Yes.
will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I wish to affirm.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Christopher Gregory Deering, CHRISTOPHER, GREGORY DEERING.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ma'am, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
The Bible, please. Do I stand?
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Margaret Hope Braun, MARGARET HOPEBERAUN.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
Thank you.
So good morning again. As I was just explaining, because it's a panel, I'm going to ask questions mostly one at a time. But when I have a question for you as a group, I'll try to make that clear, okay? So I understand, and this is for the panel, I understand that you both provided statements to your council.
That's correct.
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review those statements before testifying today?
Yes.
Yes.
And did you want to make any corrections to those statements?
No.
No.
Okay, and so in the interest of time, I'm not going to put them on the screen, but for the record, Mr. Deering's statement is produced at HRF 00001598, and Ms. Hope Braun's statement is produced at HRF 00001606. So I just want to ask some questions about your background really quickly. So Mr. Deering, I understand that you're a veteran of the Canadian Armed Forces.
Yes, sir.
And you served a tour of duty in Afghanistan.
Yes, sir.
And I understand that you were wounded on that tour.
It was.
Can you briefly tell the commissioner about that event?
Sure. I joined the military quickly in 2007, finished my training very quick. I was deployed to Afghanistan in 2008. So in less than approximately 2 years, I was in Afghanistan. 4 months into my tour, my vehicle was hit by a IED, which took my vehicle. Sorry, it blew my vehicle about 100 feet in the air, killing 3 occupants immediately and leaving me seriously wounded. I came back to Canada and, sorry, lost my train of thought, I'm sorry.
That's okay, thank you. I also saw, sir, and we'll take a moment. I saw that you're wearing medals.
Yes, sir.
Can you just explain what the medals are?
So left to right, left would be my Queen Jubilee Medal. It was lost during the protest with the scuffle with the police. Second is my campaign star for my tour to Afghanistan, and my sacrifice medal that I earned for being seriously wounded in combat.
And I understand now that you're retired from the Canadian Armed Forces?
Yes, sir.
And you reside in Hanwell, New Brunswick?
I do.
Thank you. And Ms. Hope Braun, I understand that you're from Peterborough, Ontario,
Yes.
and you studied environmental studies at Sanford Fleming College,
Sir Sanford Fleming.
Sir
Yes.
Sanford, and you're a mother to 2 children.
Yes.
Thank you. So if I can ask Mr. Deering, I understand that you traveled to Ottawa to protest with the convoy. What made you want to come to Ottawa and protest?
It really wasn't that I wanted to come to Ottawa, it's that I felt it was my duty and that I had no choice to be there. Seeing what was happening over the last few years was troubling. And I felt that I was there 2 weekends, first between February 11th and 13th, in which a bunch of veterans took down the fence that was wrongly placed around the memorial. And then I went home, and then within days, the Emergency Act was looked at being enacted, and I rushed back to Ottawa to do what I could to protect the peaceful citizens of the protest.
And so when you traveled to Ottawa, what did you understand that you were there to protest?
The mandates. I was there to protest the mandates.
And why was that important to you?
Because for the last 2 years, personally, as a wounded veteran, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't take my family to a restaurant. I couldn't take my kids to gymnastics. I couldn't grieve my comrades in Nova Scotia because I wasn't allowed to cross the border in my own vehicle by myself to a cemetery where no one was living and lay my flowers for my mental health. And I was denied that for 2 years. There's many more reasons. And again, my train of thought is lost. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'll ask some questions now to Ms. Hope Braun. I also understand that you traveled to Ottawa to protest. What made you want to come to Ottawa?
Yeah, it had been going on 2 years of mandates, and they just seemed to get more and more restrictive. I had tried every avenue available within our system to communicate the difficulty that I was seeing around me and experiencing to our government at various levels, and nothing was effective, and the tone was not changing coming from the federal government. And I was just losing hope and really looking for options on how I could find more a more peace and safety for my family, and felt really isolated. And then seeing the convoy begin, I also lived out west for 10 years, so I have a lot of my support network is there, and I couldn't travel there. And so there was a lot of people who I know personally that were sharing stories about how it was affecting them where they were. And I just felt, since I'm 3 hours away from Ottawa, I have a duty to go as well, and not just represent myself, but many Canadians who could not come and felt passionately about this.
And so when did you come to Ottawa?
I came the second Saturday. I came the third weekend for the entire weekend, and I came back that Wednesday and stayed until the end. So.
And can you tell the commissioner what your experience was with those protests?
Oh, well, when we first arrived, I came with a girlfriend for the Saturday, and there was just a lot of energy. I was seeing people from all different backgrounds and cultures, different outfits and cultural outfits that I had never even seen before in Canada. There was lots of hugs, and there was walking up. There was just grown men crying and giving hugs and everywhere, and it was emotional, and we cried. We had spent a long time feeling like we were really alone, and not being able to go out, and really not being able to even talk or share our experience in our family gatherings because we were not welcome to speak openly about what we were experiencing. And so it felt like this was our family. And I saw so many good things. I could just go on for an hour on that. I saw lots of flags. I saw, yeah, I think that's good for now.
And if I could ask Mr. Deering, building on that, what was your experience with the protest, and how did it compare? How was it similar to or different from Ms. Hope Braun's?
My experience was that when we get to Ottawa, so on the way to Ottawa, so actually when the convoy was making their way to Ottawa, we attended a few. There were a lot of people would stand on the bridges to show support, and so where we lived close to a military base, and there must have been 4,000 to 5,000 people on this bridge waving flags, and it was amazing. And it was just, the amount of support was incredible. We made our way February 11th, the first weekend. just to kind of, we wanted to see for ourselves what was going on, because when we watched the news, there was one narrative, and we wanted to see for ourselves, because on Facebook and social media, you'd see a whole completely different other story. So we wanted to go there for ourselves. So first instance was myself and my wife. We went up to see what was going on. I participated in the fence removal. Again, I went home. The following, I think it was the February 17th, I left my residence at 5 a.m. To go to the protest. But during the protest, there was hugs, there was homeless people being showered with food. I had read that crime was down. It was the most amazing experience I've had in my life. And I don't regret going or being there one bit. And I'm sorry, if you could refresh my memory on the question again. Sorry.
Just asking for your experience. And so, sorry, did you have anything more to add, or were you done?
There's a lot more I could pack into that, but it was the true Canadian spirit that was there.
Yeah, can I add?
Please do, yep.
Okay. Yeah, the first weekend that I came with my a female friend, and she stayed at my house the night before, and we were reading the news, the global news, and they had something in there about we haven't received a police report yet on how many additional rapes had taken place in the city since the convoy arrived, and that just really shook me that they would go to that extent to make just anyway that way. But when I got here, the experience was like the positive masculine experience, the way that the men were behaving. They were complete gentlemen, and I felt not unsafe whatsoever in the city. And when my phone died and I went back, I wasn't familiar with the streets. I was approached and walked to my car and just treated with such respect by the men that were here.
And so for the panel, I understand that you were coming to Ottawa and then going home and coming back. Once the Emergencies Act was invoked, why did you want to either come to Ottawa or remain in Ottawa?
So I remember when they were voting on that, and my wife and I were lying in bed, and we were terrified how the vote was going, because we knew, or we felt, that the evidence would not be able to substantiate such a call. I felt there was a great need for me to be there, not just as a veteran, but as a seriously wounded veteran, to be there to protect the Canadian people from what could potentially happen.
Ms. Hope-Braun?
Could you repeat the question?
So after the Emergencies Act was invoked, why did you want to come back to Ottawa or remain in Ottawa if you were already there?
Yeah, I came to Ottawa for Valentine's Day. So that was the day that it was invoked, February 14th, if I'm correct. That day, I witnessed hundreds of roses being offered to the police officers. There was a lot of love. There was a lot of trying to heal the divide that was being created between us and the police. And the streets of Ottawa were covered in roses that day. And further to that, just listening to the senators give their speeches, I felt that that as they were supposed to approve it, but then it was removed before they had a chance to approve it or not. It sounded like there was good reason to stick to what I felt was right and stay. And I don't believe that if a government passes a law, it means that we have to go against what we believe is right. We should still, we still have a right to peacefully protest and assemble. And if we can't do that in front of the Parliament in Ottawa, I don't know,
And so building on that, Ms. Hope-Braun, once the Emergencies Act was invoked, what was your understanding of your ability to lawfully protest in the downtown area?
Well, I believe that we still had have a right to protest in the downtown area or anywhere, that we were peaceful, and as long as we remained so, we had a right to assemble. And yeah, I had another point to that, but you could repeat the question again.
Well, that's okay. We can come back to it. I'll just
Okay.
ask Mr. Deering, what was your understanding once the Emergencies Act was invoked of your ability to lawfully protest in the downtown area?
My understanding is that it was a mandate. In my eyes, it was an unlawful mandate. I'm a free citizen of this country. I'm a taxpayer. I'm a veteran. I'm a good person. And I felt I had the right to be there with my Canadian citizens to try to protect them.
And so, Mr. Deering, I understand that on February 18th, 2022, you were in Ottawa protesting as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And where were you staying in Ottawa that day, at that time?
So I drove up February 17th. I left my house at 5 a.m. because it takes me approximately 10, the drive is 10 hours with my back and my foot, my conditions. I have to stop every few hours. So I arrived in Ottawa sometime that evening. I parked my car, I remember, on Bank Street. I walked up to the memorial to just congregate with the veterans. I went back to my car, and knowing me, I got lost for an hour and a half. I walked around the city. I eventually found my car, which is where I slept. We had came up the previous weekend, which was about $1,000 for the hotel and food, and I didn't really have the means to pay for more hotel and lodging. So I slept in my car the previous night.
Do you recall where on Bank Street you parked?
No, I don't.
Was it in the downtown area?
I believe so.
And so when you drove in, did you pass any police checkpoints or anything like that?
I forget.
Okay, and Ms. Hope Braun, I understand that you were in Ottawa protesting on February 19th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Where were you staying at the time, or how did you find yourself in Ottawa?
I was at a hotel that was very close to Metcalf and Queen, I believe. So I'm not sure the names. I was at a hotel that weekend.
And when did you begin staying in that hotel?
It would have been on the Thursday night before that weekend. 17th, maybe? Not sure.
Okay, and Mr. Deering, on the 18th, and I'm going to stick with you for a few questions. On the 18th, where was the protest that I understand you participated in? Do you recall where in the downtown it was?
So I was at the memorial that day around 8 in the morning. I had my coffee. I was congregating with a few different vets. And then just, let's say, north or south, my navigation's a little off, but just about 100 feet from the memorial is where the police started to line up. And that's when the call out went, and all the veterans, or there was about 20 or so of us, we lined right up, we linked arms, and the consensus was we were going to stay there and try and protect the Canadian people.
And why did you want to do that?
It was our duty. When I joined the military, I swore on an oath to protect people. I went to a war zone to protect those people, and I never thought that someday I would have to do it on Canadian soil, but I did, and I will again. I would.
Were you told at any time or informed at any time that you couldn't be there or it was unlawful for you to be there?
No.
And I understand that you were arrested on the 18th. Is that correct?
I was.
Can you tell us briefly how you came to be arrested?
Sure. So I remember about 12:45 is when we lined up, we linked arms. 12:25, sorry. And we had a chance before the police decided to make their push. We had about 15 minutes to kind of converse, and I had the chance to speak with 4 or 5 officers. I let them know who I was, why we were there, what we were doing, the fact that we were peaceful. I showed them the photo of my crater of my bomb just to get them some reference so that if they did arrest me, and I mentioned to every policeman I talked to, I said, if you arrest me, keep in mind, I have a really bad back, please. Sorry, if you can repeat the question again, sorry.
Just asking about how you came to be arrested.
Okay, right. So I had a chance to converse with the police. Multiple police, after I spoke with them, they would move down the lines. They didn't want to really have anything to do with me. Finally, there was one member that came up. He didn't know my situation as much. I did have a chance to refresh to give him my reference points, my photo and my story quickly. But about 45 minutes into the pushing, I kind of underestimated the amount of physical toll it would take on my body. After 14 years of not being able to do what I could do when I was 20, my muscles and my body was just, I had given up. I was finished. And the video would show that I succumbed and I gave myself to the police. And as the police took me down, again, he knew he kneed me in my side, kicked me in my back. I was laying down. I was in the fetal position on my back. He kicked me in my ankle, my foot. As I was laying down, I had my hands completely up. I'm saying, I'm very peaceful. I'm peaceful. I'm not resisting. I was then punched 4 or 5 times in my head. I had a knee on my back to keep myself down. I was on the ground for 1.5 to 2 minutes. My hands were zip tied. The officers slowly picked me up, and then we slowly proceeded to the processing line. We get to the processing line. The day was -20. I had no gloves on. At the beginning of the processing line, we were standing there, and I had asked, the duration of the processing line was 1.5 to 2 hours. So I was standing there in the cold for 2 hours. I asked the policeman who was on both sides of me, I said, do you mind, you know my conditions, is it okay if I sit or kneel because I'm in chronic pain? It was obvious, my face was flushed, and I cried multiple times, and I don't cry ever. It was the worst pain I had felt since I'd been blown up. The fact that I couldn't sit or stand was to me cruel and unusual punishment. We would go 15, 20 minutes without even moving. I also asked if I could have my medication, in which I had my prescription and my medication on my person, so that if I needed it, I could ask. I asked, and I was denied my medication to comfort my duress. We finished the processing line after about 2 hours. Police took my, on the whiteboard, they put down my name, they took my photo. They then placed me in the back of the squad car. They read me what I was being charged with, which was mischief, public mischief, and sorry, I'm forgetting the other one. Public mischief and sorry, 1 minute.
Take your time.
Public mischief and
It's okay, Mr. Dring. Your statement is in the record. So if I could actually move you back in time, what were you and your group doing just before you were arrested? What activity were you taking part in?
So we were linking arms. We were standing. We were not moving. We were not progressing, moving forward. We were telling the cops what they were doing was an unlawful order. We had every right to be there under our Charter of Rights and Freedoms to peacefully protest, which we were doing. They had no right to do what they did.
And at any time, either before you were arrested or after, were you given the option to go to another place in Ottawa to protest?
No.
Okay, Ms. Hope Braun, I think as we said earlier, I understand you were protesting on February 19th in Ottawa. Where was that protest that you participated in?
It was all, I guess at that point, we couldn't really go past Chateau Laurier. So I, for the most part, spent most of the protest up on Wellington, right in front of the Parliament building. I did walk around and see the sites a little bit, but that day, it was from Chateau Laurier to down Wellington. And then I was arrested when they had cleared Wellington and protesters were then on the side streets, so I was on O'Connor. at
And
that
were
point.
you told before or any point that day or before or after your arrest that you were not allowed to be where you were?
No, not in that effect, no. There was, no. Obviously, we got the sense that we weren't welcome there, but I wasn't directly told that I wasn't allowed to be there, and in that way, that it wasn't lawful for me to be there.
What gave you the sense that you weren't welcome there?
The massive amount of police and their presence was taking over the city, it seemed. So and the news media and Justin Trudeau's words, and like more that I wasn't welcome there, not that that it was not lawful for me to be there. I believed it was lawful for me to be there, and I didn't hear otherwise.
And either before or after your arrest, were you given the opportunity or were you told about any kind of place you could go in Ottawa to peacefully protest?
No, there was no place provided or planned for us to go. And not only that, but afterwards, people were still coming from across the country, and places like Arnprior. They were assembling there, and the owner of that property was threatened with fines if he didn't have us disperse. So it wasn't even that we weren't welcome in Ottawa. We weren't even welcome to assemble an hour outside of Ottawa. So it extended beyond that red zone, in my opinion, in my experience.
And how did you come to be arrested? Can you tell us about that?
So when police had effectively removed everyone from Wellington Street, they had all the streets with the trucks on them at this point, and I was on O'Connor, and I had a bit of hope that they would stop there because we were remaining peaceful as protesters. We were there from all over the country. And there was a man who had the Charter of Rights, or I guess it was a Bill of Rights. It was a document. They look the same and they both represent human rights. And so I took 3 copies of that, and there was 3 different police units, it seemed. They had different types of uniforms, so they appeared to be. So I spoke to each unit, and I said, you may have been able to justify this up until this point, but if you keep moving forward and you onto the people, because we're just the people now, that you have the trucks, you will be trampling our Charter of Rights with your boots. And I put it down in front of each one of them. And in the middle of the street, I knelt down and in front of the Charter, and I told the police officers that if they move forward, I'm willing to not resist arrest, and I won't move at that point. So that was my line in the sand. So, yeah.
And just coming back to Mr. Deering, you had mentioned just before your arrest, you had said something about an unlawful order. I just wanted you to clarify what were you referring to? What was the unlawful order?
Can you
Take your
repeat the
time.
question again, sorry?
Sorry?
Can you repeat the question again, sorry?
You had mentioned an unlawful order, and I just wanted you to clarify what you were referring to.
Sorry, I'm just having a bit of a brain fog at the moment.
So I think the context was I had asked you why you were there, and you said that you were there. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I understood it to be in defiance of an unlawful order, or you weren't leaving because of an unlawful order.
From what I understand, a mandate is just, it's just that, it's a mandate. It's not a law. We didn't vote on it. The people didn't want it. It was pushed upon us. And I felt it was unlawful.
And what is the mandate?
The mandate was was the Emergencies Act, sorry.
And for the panel, can you just tell us what was the impact of these events on you?
Sorry, was that for, sorry, can you say it again? Was that for me?
For the panel, what was the impact of these events
Of the impacts of
on you as a person?
for the past 2 years?
Sorry, on the events in Ottawa.
The events in Ottawa. Sorry, I just need a minute.
So for me, the impacts where I was already I've always been concerned about our government overreach, and we have to keep an eye on our government. That's what our duty as people, the citizens of the country are, is to be politically active and involved and aware of what's going on. And over the years, I'm just increasingly starting to lose faith in the institutions and what, we say is we are Canadian. We're a democracy. We attract people from all over the world because this is a place where we have rights and freedoms. And to me, the impact was that it was evident to me in a very clear way and seen among the entire world that the Canadian government is not acting on this is my opinion, obviously, not acting according to what we mandated it to. It's not protecting us. It's not upholding its job. It's not doing its job. And to me, it just broke any illusion of that. And at the same time, I think it's important that we see that as Canadians in the world so that we can fix it, so that we can make it better. And we need to kind of keep that in check. It's the nature of being in a world and filled with people. We have to balance it out.
And Mr. Deering, did you want to answer that as well?
Can you repeat the question one last time? Sorry.
I'm wondering what the impact of your experience in Ottawa was and how it ended on you as a person.
It's such a loaded question. I'm sorry. There's so many emotions going on in my head. In the last 2 years, it's just been constant persecution after persecution. And I find that when the government has a role, but when they want to get into your lives and tell you who you can see, when you can see them, and dictate everything about your life, and when they get too intrusive, the overreach for me was just too much. And again, I had to be in Ottawa. It was my duty. I had no choice.
Yes, Ms. Hope-Brown.
More personally, the impact for me is after speaking to a therapist, just clear signs of PTSD, like symptoms around what happened, and my whole life was really turned upside down from that time forward, and has impacted my life. It's a completely different life now, before and after that day. So.
Okay, and I'd just like to close out with the panel. I'm going to ask both of you. Let's start with Ms. Hope-Brown. Is there anything that I didn't ask you about that you wanted to say that we didn't get to talk about?
I don't think so. I'm good. Thank you.
Mr. Deering?
If I could, I'd like to speak directly to you, sir. I think I'd like to ask you, and as a veteran, I'm asking you that if this never happens again, you have the power of a whole country behind your opinion. Please use it to protect the Canadian people from this kind of misbehavior from this government towards its people ever again. please. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay. I think it's the Ottawa Police Service is going to go first.
David Michikowski, I'm counsel for the Ottawa Police. Good afternoon, Mr. Deering. Good afternoon, Ms. Hope Braun. Mr. Deering, you were looking at a statement that you had in front of you, and that's the document that's called Canada Freedom Rights Movement Statement of Chris Deering.
Okay, I don't remember that, sorry.
You have a document in front of.
These are just my notes, sorry, they're so I can reference, because of my traumatic brain injury, I need some things to reference, so.
Sure, I just want to see what those notes are. Is it the same as your statement that you were referring to?
Yes.
Or is that?
It's in there, yes.
Right, and so what it is, it's a document, we can put it up on the screen, but I think you have it in front of you. It's called Canada Freedom Rights Movement Statement of Chris Deering. Is that right?
I'm not sure of that document, sir. I'm gonna look, but I don't recall that.
Sure, have a look at it and tell me what it says, or if you want
Can you
to show
repeat
it
the
to me.
title, please?
Sure, it's called Canada Freedom Rights Movement Statement of Chris Deering. Perhaps we can put it up on the screen so you can.
If you could
see.
put on the screen, sir, I don't
Sure,
have
we'll do
that.
that.
Okay.
I can't recall the number, but I believe.
Council, if it may be assistance, I believe that's HRF 401598.
Thank you. If you could just put that up so that Mr. Deering could see it. Is that what you had in front
Yes,
of you?
I don't have that with me, sir, but I have seen it, yes.
So sorry, did you have something else with you?
Notes to reference, sir.
These are notes that you made when?
Just recently, so I can remember, sorry.
Okay, perhaps those notes can be filed at some point as well. Those are not notes you made at the time of these incidents, right?
No, sir.
Okay, I didn't realize, I thought you had your statement in front of you when you were testifying, but you had some other notes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Hope Brown, I believe your statement also says at the top of it, Canada Freedom Rights Movement Statement, correct?
I don't recall the very top line, sorry.
Perhaps we could call up Ms.
I'm
Brown's
sure,
statement.
I'm sure it is, if that's what you're looking at.
This is the hearing clerk, just for the benefit of the record, that's HRF 401606.
That's correct.
That's your statement as well, correct?
Yes.
And so those statements say at the top, Canada Freedom Rights Movement Statements. Who put that on them?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
If I can answer.
No,
that for my-
that's
we
no
did.
commission.
Don't worry, that's questioning cross-examination. Go ahead.
You don't know.
I would imagine it would be the lawyers that were taking our statements.
Those would be the convoy organizer lawyer?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. It wasn't any of the people at this table, was it?
I was speaking to them on the phone, so I'm not sure.
Right.
I couldn't see them.
Who gave you the statement?
Pardon?
Who prepared this statement, typed it
It
up
was-
and gave it to you?
It was, I was contacted through the Justice Center.
Right. And so one of the Justice Center's lawyers prepared this statement and sent it to you, correct?
It was basically word for word of, they asked me questions and I gave a response, and this is exactly what I said to them on the phone. So yes.
And then they gave it to you and they typed on it, Canada Freedom Rights Movement Statement of Chris Deering and of Maggie Dingman, the original one said, correct?
Okay. Yeah,
Sure.
I'll agree with that.
Right. And that's the same heading that we see on the statements of Tom Marazzo, Canada Freedom Rights Movement, but you don't know what that means.
I don't know. I'm not somebody who, I understand that words can be titles for things. To me, Canada Freedom Rights Movement are 4 words that represent what I believe I'm part of. So I don't know. Looks
Okay.
like a good heading to me.
I see what I'm trying to figure out is most of the other witnesses here were interviewed by the commission, and then we have statements that are on the Public Order Emergency Commission letterhead.
Okay.
You were not interviewed by the commission's lawyers to prepare those statements, correct?
I was interviewed by a lawyer who was here working with the commission. So I don't know.
These you don't remember. And how about you, Mr. Deering?
Everything in this is correct. I wrote everything myself. Again, I do forget also who assisted with me. That's back to my traumatic brain injury. I'm sorry.
And neither one of you have criminal charges against you, correct?
No.
No.
And so you told your story to one of the convoy organizer lawyers, is that right?
The Justice Center.
The Justice Center, I
took mine.
apologize. And neither one of you, as I understand it, has filed a complaint with the Ottawa Police Service about your arrest.
Not yet. No.
Not yet.
And neither one of you has contacted the Crown to say, hey, excessive force was used with me.
I have not contacted them, no.
Yeah, at this point, I've tried to contact the government so many times. I'm kind of gonna, it's very frustrating. I've spent a lot of time trying to contact government agencies and have assistance and have not gotten anywhere for many years at this point, so.
And complaints against the police can be filed with an office, a government office called the Office of the Independent Police Review Directorate, OIPRD. Neither one of you filed a complaint with them, correct?
No.
No.
Not yet.
And the SIU, that's the Special Investigations Unit, you can investigate situations in which someone says they've been seriously injured by the actions of the police. And so I just want to be clear, there haven't been any complaints or investigations by the SIU, have there?
Nope.
Not to my knowledge.
Not to my knowledge.
And I understand, Mr. Deering, that you have some notes and you're going to share those notes with me, correct?
Sure.
Sure. And I understand, Ms. Hope-Braun, you do not have any notes.
Not here with me, nope.
And you haven't filed any notes with your lawyers or the Justice Center lawyers?
I provided them with a letter from my chiropractor who spoke to the state of my back afterwards. Also with a trauma specialist, a psychologist, filed a letter from that professional as well. And I believe that's all the notes that I've provided them.
And I didn't see that trauma specialist note in the database, but perhaps I missed.
I don't think it was submitted.
It wasn't. So
no.
you did not give any documentation. Mr. Deering, I understand from your evidence, sorry, that you were in Ottawa on February 11th and then returned on the evening of the 17th and 18th?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, the Emergencies Act had been passed, correct?
Sure.
And there was an exclusion zone. You knew that, correct?
I did.
You did?
Sure.
And you knew what the newspapers were telling people not to go there unless you have an exemption.
I didn't read the newspapers, sorry.
I'm sorry?
I didn't read the newspapers or listen to the news because they were lying constantly, sorry.
And none of the sources on which you get information, we're telling you, don't go into that zone.
Can you say it again, sorry?
I'm sorry?
Can you say that again? Sorry, I just.
Yeah, none of the sources from which you get information were telling you, don't go in that zone.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to ask you to repeat one more time. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Ms. Hope Braun, you presumably knew that you were told not to go into that area unless you had specific reasons to be there.
That's not what I was gathering from it, no.
You didn't turn on the radio, you didn't read any social media, you didn't go on Facebook.
I knew that they wanted to clear the area. I
Right.
was aware of that, yeah.
And you knew that the Emergencies Act had been passed.
Well, they were still debating it in the House the day that I was arrested, so I wasn't really
What day were you arrested?
on the 19th.
Yeah, the Emergencies Act had passed.
Okay, it passed, but it was still being debated and it hadn't passed the Senate, so.
And so both of you, you were in the area, you did not live in the area. You were not on your way to an appointment, correct?
No.
No, I had a hotel though booked, so I was.
And you both, I believe, fell to your knees and refused to move while the police operation was being carried out, correct?
No, it's incorrect. I was pulled down and beaten. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I apologize.
Sorry, I said I was pulled down. I was not on my knees. I was pulled down and beaten.
Right.
Sorry.
You were on your knees and you refused to move.
No, I was standing up. Sorry, I was pulled down.
And Mr. Deering, you indicated that one of the police officers even told you to hide.
That's correct.
So he gave you some advice, and in spite of that, you stayed there.
That's correct.
And in fact, you believed as a veteran, you should put yourself in the way of other protesters because veterans are better able to withstand what was about to come, you said.
I wouldn't say better able. I just said we're more accustomed to it. Most civilians are not ready to be beaten. I was ready for it.
It was me who was on the knees.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Go ahead.
And you were on the road, Mr. Deering, correct?
At what time?
Yes.
I was on the road. What's the question?
You were on the road when you were arrested.
I was on the road?
Yes.
That was hard to say. It was a lot of snow, so I don't know where I was on the grass, on the road. I'm not sure.
Right. And so were you, Ms. Hope Brown, weren't you?
Everyone was on the road.
Right.
Yeah.
And so you understand you're obstructing a roadway, correct?
And the big.
Please, if I could ask everyone to not act out, that would be appreciated. We're trying to keep this civilized. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Everyone was obstructing a roadway that day.
So everyone, all of the protesters who were arrested were obstructing a roadway, correct?
And the police were also obstructing the roadway, if you think of it like that.
And
So-
there were also announcements made in both official languages telling people to move.
Yeah.
Didn't hear that.
I did.
And you were there, Mr. Deering, you said 15 minutes before and you saw the police were looking violent and aggressive, you said, and so you decided to stay on that roadway, correct?
Absolutely.
And you're both aware, I take it, I'm just going to finish off, that there is an online fundraising campaign for both of you run by a group called CAFE.
I'm not aware of that until just now.
Okay, Derek Sloan, he's actually sitting in the audience.
Okay.
That's wonderful.
You're
Okay.
aware of that?
I am now.
I am now, and I will be happy to.
And in fact, I see on that fundraising that he is fundraising for Chris Barber, Maggie Dingman, Bridget Belton, Chris Deering, Danny Bulford, and Tamara Leach. You know all of those people, correct?
I've only just met them here.
Do you see Mr. Sloan today?
I do, yeah.
Right. And in order to benefit from that fundraising, I take it it's important that you tell the story that you just told, correct?
I'm not sure. Sorry, can you benefit from, can you say that again?
In order to benefit from that fundraising, it's important that you tell the story that you've just told, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not really very familiar with what you're speaking to right now. Everything's happening very fast, so I'm...
Mr. Sloan is associated with the Ontario Party.
I understand. Yeah.
Right. Right. Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next are the convoy organizers.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner. Good afternoon, Chris and Maggie.
Afternoon.
My name is Bathsheba Vandenberg, and I'm counsel representing Freedom Corps and the protesters. I'd like to start by asking you, Chris, a few questions about what happened to you on that Friday, February the 18th, 2022. I understand that you were wearing your medals when you were arrested. Is that correct?
I was.
And did they get damaged when you were arrested?
They did. The first 20 minutes, I had my medals in my jacket, and with the shoving with the police, at one point, one of my medals, my Queen Jubilee medal, broke off, and I lost it.
Could I call up HRF 401566?
Just to perhaps there are a lot of documents, obviously. David Michikowski, sorry, for the Ottawa Police. Perhaps before my friend introduces one of the documents, she could just confirm whether it was something that was uploaded last night for the first time. I know there are 7 videos that were sent to me last night that were not on the system. So if we could just indicate for the record whether that is one of those documents, because I may have specific objection to that.
Okay, given the late disclosure, apparently, could you make sure you tell us beforehand what it is we're going to? Just so we can, if there are problems, we can outline them in detail.
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, I can confirm to my friend that I'm going to refer to a video that was presented in the document list by the Commission. And it is a video of the arrest of Chris Deering.
Just so that we're clear, that would be what was produced in the last couple of days, correct?
No, it was produced a while ago, my friend, and it was produced as part of the list by the Commission.
Okay, we'll address that later. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, the numbers again for this video are HRF. Okay, you got it. Thank you.
That's a wounded veteran. Yes, sir. That's a wounded warrior right there. They got shields.
Okay, we can pause the video. Thank you. Chris, can you confirm that that is you that's being thrown to the ground and beaten by the police?
Yes, it is.
Hey, I'm not sure about that question. Let's be a little careful with how we do that, please.
Can you confirm that's you, Chris?
Excuse me?
Can you confirm that is you in the video?
It is me.
Thank you. Now I'd like to ask you, Maggie, a few questions about what happened to you on Saturday, February the 19th, 2022. And I'd like to bring up a document. This is a video that I did disclose yesterday, and it's a video of it's a photo of when Maggie was kneeling in front of the police.
David Michikowski for the Ottawa Police. For the reasons I've already articulated, that should not be allowed. These are things that should have been disclosed long ago, and we've had no explanation. I get it, sometimes things come up at the last minute, but we've had no explanation for why this was not disclosed.
Okay, well, let's see what the photo, if it's just a photo of Ms. Hope Braun kneeling, is that all it is?
That's all it is, and Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, I'm not sure what the prejudice would be, but let's go ahead.
And the number for that photo is HRF 00001612. Just confirming to the right in the green jacket, that's you kneeling?
Yes, and the charter is in front of me, and there are several people also kneeling and praying,
Thank you.
or doing however they're.
Okay. Now I'd like to call up a video, and this is a video of the arrest of Maggie, and she spoke about it, and I think it is important, Mr. Commissioner, that everyone here sees it. It's simply a video of what she already described and put into evidence.
David Michikowski for the Ottawa Police. I understand that is one of the videos that was disclosed last night as well.
That's correct, and it's also a video that was available to the public at large via the newspapers.
And can you, for the record, explain why it is these things weren't disclosed till last night?
Sir, if I may pop in, unlike some of the institutional individuals and representations here, we of course have no control over witnesses. They approach us. We get put in contact with them. We get the evidence when we get the evidence, and we put it before you as quickly as possible. These witnesses have no connection to us as a party. They were folks that were heard about and were asked to put in contact with. This is how that works, sir. It just unfortunately didn't happen until I believe we even got here in Ottawa, sir.
I'm sorry, maybe I missed it. Are you saying you didn't get this video till yesterday?
I understand that there was essentially, maybe Beth Vandenberg can explain the background, but at the end of the day, I think we provided it as soon as we could. We didn't have reference to it per se. I'll let Ms. Vandenberg speak to it.
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, that's correct, as I did only have notice of it yesterday, and I tried my very best to share it with everyone as soon as possible.
Okay, well, let's have a look at it and see where we go.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. The numbers for this video are HRF 401614. And Mr. Clerk, I'm going to ask you to pause at 2 seconds. So to play the video and then pause at 2 seconds. Thank you. Maggie, can you confirm that that is you in the green jacket and the blue toque?
It's me.
Thank you. Do you agree that the meaning, because I'm going to go into, we're going to actually just, let's continue playing the video. Pause, please. All right. Do you agree that that appears to be a snatch and grab method? Snatch and grab meaning
Sorry.
snatching and grabbing?
Firstly, this is a little bit leading, which I don't think you're entitled to do. Number two, I'm not sure this is a witness who can talk about police tactics, and I think now you're getting into something that's a bit unfair. So, I mean, you don't have much time. In fact, you have 1 minute left, so you might want to use it more appropriately.
I would like to call up another video unless I'm going to get ejected to and lose another minute of my time. It's a video of Maggie being arrested.
I'm not sure this is really very relevant to what I have to decide, how the arrests were actually carried out and where there were no complaints. Now, if that's how you want to use your last minute, I'm prepared to have a look at it.
I did want to ask a question for the both of you, just to confirm that after you were arrested, that you were driven outside the Ottawa City Core and told by the police that you...
That's pretty leading for a phase you're not supposed to be leading your witness.
Were you driven outside of the...
That's...
Sorry.
If you want to ask, the way to ask, I'm happy to assist. It's you ask, how was it what proceeded after you were arrested? Where were you taken?
Chris, can
So-
you tell us what proceeded after you were arrested?
I believe last time we spoke, so when the processing line was finished, after the 2 hours of staying in the freezing cold, not able to sit or kneel, ended on my medication again, I had my information taken. I was then placed in the back of a squad car. They read me what I was being charged with, which was public obstruction and mischief. So I said I understood. The police officer then left his vehicle for 5 minutes. He came back and he said, "Well, today's your lucky day. You're not being charged." I said, "That's great." I said, "Can I know why that changed?" He said, "No, you don't need to know that." So at that time, I felt it was my understanding that I'm free to go because I'm not being charged with anything. Then the next 5-10 minutes, they put me in a paddy wagon with no direction. They didn't say anything. They said, "Go in here." So again, I mean, I have no choice. I go to the paddy wagon. I'm there for 25 minutes. I don't know where I'm going. Don't know how long I'm there. Eventually, the paddy wagon does fill up over the next couple of hours. Then they drive us around for approximately half an hour to 45 minutes. It's very hard to tell because there's no windows, of course, in the paddy wagon. There's no concept of time. They then drove us to a public works building that was 10.2 kilometers away from Parliament Hill. When they let us out of the paddy wagons, they gave us our possessions back. They gave us no paperwork. The police officer came out and gave us a stern warning and said, "You don't come back to Ottawa or you'll be charged." They gave us all our possessions back. Again, sorry. Most of us, due to the cold, our cell phones had died. No one had any money. No one had any masks. We couldn't go into the building to make a phone call. So we were stranded. So we were forced to walk to a Wendy's that was, and I forget the approximate distance. So we had to walk from the public works building in the snow, in the freezing cold, to a Wendy's. I had called a friend that I had just met prior the night on the 17th. I met someone for 5 minutes and he said, "If you need anything in Ottawa," and this is the type of people you met in Ottawa. I met him for 2 minutes, 5 minutes. And he said, "If you need anything, you call me and I'll pick you up right away," and whatever. And he did exactly that. I picked him up. I called him at Wendy's. I said, "Can you please pick us up? We have no money. We have no means. We don't know where we are. We're not from Ottawa." It was just, I never thought that I would get dumped out of the city like trash by the police. It was.
And Mr. Commissioner.
You're way over your time.
Thank you. I was just going to ask if the same thing had happened to Maggie, just to confirm.
I'll be very brief. So when, after I was behind the police line, it's all in my statement, that's there, but I was thrown to the ground and there was a lot of weaponry around, and I looked up and there was a gun pointed, it appeared to be at my head. And from there, I was taken outside the city and dropped off. And again, I was at a towing place where they were towing the trucks, and there was no shelter. There was no place to plug in your phone. There was nothing. And thankfully, people came and got us. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ottawa Residents Coalition.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Good afternoon. My name is Emily Tamman. I represent the Coalition of Ottawa Residents and Businesses. You've both described to us, and we've heard from other convoy participants, that your experience in Ottawa was generally a positive one,
It was.
and that you found it to be a peaceful and loving atmosphere when you attended the convoy.
It was amazing. It was the Canadian spirit.
It was, and even between us and the police up until those last days, it was a wonderful experience.
I'm going to ask that a video be pulled up. It's COA 50135. And just before we start it, this is a video, a compilation of images that were submitted to the commission before these proceedings commenced. And for the purposes of the record, the video was accompanied by an affidavit with the number AFF 7 zeros and a 2, explaining the origins of each part of the video and where it came from. But generally speaking, I can tell you these are videos that were taken by people in Ottawa during the convoy occupation. So if we could play that video, and then I would just ask you to reflect on whether it accurately represents what you witnessed while in Ottawa.
Going along with, we've come here to help get rid of people like you from your tyrannical shit. You're a bully and you're so pathetic in life. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I'm looking. Okay. Okay, you are so pathetic in life that you have nothing better to do than to enforce mass shit. You know that? Yeah, so that makes you feel good about yourself. And that's it's sickening. It's disgusting. So now you're gonna kick us outside in -30. You will answer to God. Yes, you will. And He will send you straight to fucking hell.
morning, 1-9. This is David Alderton. It is now 8:01, and we just officially let the cabinet ministers and all the people of Ottawa sleep in. Are we going to have that? Let's give them a wake-up call, boys. Give them. Wake up!
Practicing this way? This poor guy doing his job.
I thought you had a question.
Oh, you weren't waving me down, brother? Oh, is that fraud? Look like a fucking guy.
Fucking freedom have you lost? What freedom have you lost? Tell me a freedom you've lost. I lost my mind because I haven't slept in 5 fucking days. And it's not even hard. I love you. The diesel engine runs them up. You drive the fucking person crazy. It is. It is. Yeah. I wanted to go. Hey, Chris. I wanted to get on. It has to fucking stop.
Remember, these people haven't been able to sleep for 10 days. Okay? It's kind of funny. I'm not going to laugh. I'm not going to lie. It's pretty hilarious.
Not sleepy Ottawa. Not sleepy Ottawa. Mighty, mighty Ottawa. Mighty, mighty Ottawa.
Almost out of time.
Yes. Okay, well, I guess we'll leave it there. Can I just ask each of the witnesses one question, please,
No,
Commissioner?
you still have, it's still have a minute or two.
Yeah, no, I understand that. It's been difficult to find an appropriate time to put this video into evidence by virtue of the limitations on cross-examination. So yeah, if we could just finish it, and I would just have one question for them.
with people, but now people in the downtown are angry.
We could stop it there. Thank you. And I would just ask you, Ms. Hope Braun, as a mother of 2 young children, if a spectacle like this was unfolding in your community, in your neighborhood, in your front lawn, would you feel safe and peaceful?
Given the events of the last couple of years and the actions of our government, it would actually, I felt very safe there. And
I didn't ask you though if you felt safe
Sorry.
there. If this was happening in your neighborhood in front of your house and you were not a part of this action, would you feel that it was safe and peaceful?
Again, I'm just going to say, given the context of the last couple of years and the actions of our government, I would be there with that. Yes, if it was if it happened outside of my door and I had people and I hosted people afterwards.
While your children were trying to sleep? That would be okay with you?
I won't deny the fact that that would be, that there was a lot of energy being brought to Ottawa and.
But I asked if it would be okay with you.
It would be okay with me, yeah.
Mr. Deering, if that was happening in your community, in your front lawn, would that be okay with you?
I'd probably join in, yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
You're welcome.
Okay, next is the Ontario Provincial Police.
Thank you, Commissioner. My questions have already been asked and answered, so I have nothing further.
Okay, next is counsel for former Chief Slowly.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, Democracy Fund, JCCF.
Hi, Mr. Deering and Ms. Braun. I'm Rob Kittredge, Counsel for the Justice Centre for Constitutional Freedoms. Mr. Deering, I think Counsel for the Ottawa Police Service asked you a question about whether you saw news reports telling you not to come to the protest area after the Emergencies Act was invoked. You replied that you weren't watching the news around that time because the media had been lying about the protests. Do you remember that question?
Yes, I do.
But you saw news reports about the protests before that time, didn't you?
I may have.
It may preclude some of my questions, but did you see news reports that lied about or misrepresented the protests?
All the time.
Did media reports suggest that the protesters were aggressive?
They did.
Racist?
They did.
Violent?
They did.
While you were at the protests, did you see any aggression or violent behavior from protesters?
From protesters or the police, sorry?
From the protesters?
Oh, no, not from the protesters, no.
From the police?
Lots.
Did you see any racist behavior while you were at the protests?
No, it was a diverse culture.
Thank you. Ms. Braun, some media reports and our Prime Minister have suggested that unvaccinated people are often racist and or misogynist. Could you tell me whether you saw any racism or misogyny from unvaccinated people or anybody else while at the protests in Ottawa?
Absolutely not. If anything, if anyone had any of that, there was a lot of healing with that, coming together for freedom from all over the world.
And things were a little bit rushed at the end of your conversation with counsel for the convoy organizers, but you mentioned in passing that during your arrest, a gun was pointed at your head. Can you tell me a little more about that?
That's right. So from the video, you saw that I was kneeling down. I had told the officers that I was willing to be arrested and that I would not resist. And at that point, I ended up on the ground with my hands in front of me, and a very heavy knee went into my back, and there were several officers on me. And because I caught my fall with my hands and they wanted my hands behind my back, they kept saying, put your hands behind your back, but I couldn't because of the weight. And it took some time, at least a minute, at which point I thought, okay, I'm going to dare look up. And I looked up, and there was a gun right up my head, a long rifle gun.
Which end of the gun was pointed at your head?
It looked like it was the barrel of the gun.
And who was pointing it at your head?
It was one of the officers. And I remember it was a more beige kind of camo.
All right, well, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, before I go to Commission Counsel, Ms. Bathsheba Vandenberg, normally the convoy would be last because you're the ones who, they're your witnesses. So, which is why you can't cross-examine, but normally you come last. So since I took you or you were taken out of order, I'll give you a little more time if you would like to wrap up. Pardon me?
If it's okay, I'll just wrap up for Ms. Vandenberg.
That's fine.
Okay, hello?
Hello?
Okay, and so I just want to ask you a couple of questions about some of your other observations. You saw...
Short wrap up.
Yeah, so you saw the videos that my friend put up on there.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, and she asked you some questions about your opinions on them. Other than those incidents, and first it wasn't asked, did you observe those events that were in those videos?
Some of them, but not the majority of them. There's a lot of streets that I didn't see. So.
Right, and two of the photos in there, one had a Confederate battle flag, the other had a Nazi flag. Did you see any such flags while you were in Ottawa?
No, never.
No.
All right, and what, if any, conversations did you have with other protesters that you might classify as racist or misogynist or any form of things that you thought were inappropriate? Did you have any such conversations, either of you?
Never. It was full of love, unity, joy. It was the best time after the last 2 years that we had had. It was incredible.
Did any of them
I
call
didn't have
for
anything.
the overthrowing of the government of Canada by violence?
No.
No.
Did any of them ever call for violence at all?
No.
No.
Did you see anything with respect to destruction of property?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, and Commission Counsel, any re-examination?
No re-examination, Commissioner.
Okay, well, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you,
And,
Chair.
we're going to be able to take the lunch break for an hour, and we'll come back with our next witness. Is it come back at 2:10?
The commission is in recess for 1 hour. La commission est levée pour 1 heure.
If I was the government of Canada, I would be just withdrawing all questions and witnesses at this point. Well, they can't withdraw the witnesses, but government of Canada, the representative should just sit down now. OPS should just sit down. I would try and backpedal and apologize at this point. My goodness. So we have an hour together here now. Okay, and it's just me. I did send out an invite to Chris. Chris is a busy guy too. So really cool that he came yesterday and the day before and stuff like that. And he still may pop up because it's an open invite. So whenever he can get around, that's cool. So he had lots of questions about evidence, the videos, allowed in, allowed not. Is the commissioner fair? Is giving more time to one side and the other side and all that kind of stuff? I think all of that's dispelled with that last little, hey, you guys, if you want to come up again and finish last, you can move there. I think the commissioner has been pretty fair because I do think he wants to be. He has a legacy to think about, right? This commission is going to be named after him. The decision or report will be named after him. It's got to be, something he can sleep with and live with. And Chris, when he just connected with the commissioner at the end and said, "Look, you know what you have to do here. Do it for Canadians." That was amazing. Absolutely amazing. Chris, you're an amazing individual. Maggie, you too. But Chris, you're an amazing individual. That is Canadian, isn't it? So because of just us, and we got a whole whack of really good messages that didn't make it onto the screen, what I was doing is I was starring them as we were going through them. I can't star them all, but I started a whole bunch. So we had something to go through to during this lunch break. John, you're the first one on here. It's just order of when you wrote. It's all part of test run. Okay, so I put this on because you put the like the facilitators in Ottawa are demonstrating to their globalist handlers how they locally will administer the reset. You put a lot of specific words in there, globalist, you know, got to put some other words in between and then reset. Take a look at my bio. I'm standing up to that. I don't know. There's a book. There's a book. I didn't write it. I'm just reading it. If you haven't read the book, read the chapters. At least read the chapter list. Just read at the beginning. It's a blueprint. None of this is a surprise to people that read the book. Not a surprise to John either, I don't think. John, hopefully over the world. Yes, exactly. So Perry, I think you know it too. I think this will be a common thing in here because we're not afraid of the truth. We don't hide from the truth. We'll swallow good and bad truth. And that's all we're seeking. And when you do that, well, you'll find out. Well, it's not even a secret. It's the website. There's a book, Amazon. It's the best-selling blue cover book, I guess. I don't know. But a lot of people have been buying it and reading it, so it's not a secret. You should read it, though. Governments involved in the UN around the world seem to have all turned on their people. Terry, you're seeing it, too. Netherlands is, yeah, the farmers. Water is the next one, people. If you go to their website, they did an announcement about a month ago now. They had their Davos conference and they were doing a bunch of stuff. It's on their Davos, it's on the WF YouTube channel. You can't leave comments. All comments are turned off on everything they do. But they have a YouTube channel and they did an announcement about global water. They believe water needs to be the commodity that's controlled. Air will be after that one, guys. Don't let them continue. And how do you stop them? Well, they're putting their fingers in government. So you need to replace your government with non-connected people. It really is that easy. It's easy on paper, right? So we just have to do that. We have to get good people in there. Start looking at the PPC, start looking at independence. You'll definitely find better options there. There it is, Jason. Brendan suggests the speaker's corner. Yeah, Terry, I didn't like that either. Ooh. Speaker's corner for Much Music was fun. Or yeah, it was Much Music. MTV is the US. Much Music was Canada. So that was fun. You know, you go into the corner to speak your mind. But yeah, I don't want designated speaking areas. We went through this morning. But maybe where he was trying to get at, and it just didn't articulate it better, was not a physical speaker's corner, just a mechanism to connect and listen to the people. So the Much Music one was just a place to sit down, record a video, and then they would see the video and then play it and do other things. It wasn't necessarily the physical spot that granted the ability to have your speech. It was the recording. And back in the days of Much Music Speaker's Corner, there wasn't people doing selfie videos and stuff like that. That was very rare. America's Home Videos was really the only thing that people did with that. So it was a good way to connect with Much Music, have your say. So I think the idea there is good, but it doesn't have to be a physical corner. It could just be a web address. It could be a website, a phone number, something along those lines. I didn't like his wording, though. So I agree with you, Terry. Terry, you got a couple from you here in a row. There's a lot from everybody, so stick around. You may have, yeah, you'll probably be on here. A few residents were aggressive, yeah, for sure. And we actually got some video of it later, didn't we, Terry? Because a guy in a blue jacket, that was an aggressive guy. That was a resident or counter-protester or agitator, agent, but certainly not convoy related. The 275 charges, what's the breakdown? And how many were set up like Tamara? A lot. And what has it to do with invoking the EA? Were there crisis level charges? No crisis level charges, no unlawful protesting charges. We do have a law for that. Unlawful protesting as a charge. None of those were laid. On the way from OPP released some numbers, Terry. So OPP has some numbers from the convoy as it made its way through Ontario, and it would have been a collection of any convoy related, so east or west or south, because it came from everywhere, but that traveled through Ontario. So of all of those, they did release the numbers. 10 assaults. 10 assaults, Terry. But I got to also let you know that 6 of those assaults were the police on protesters. So OPP released that 6 police officers were charged with assault, 4 convoy people. And with the number of people, It probably was violence on convoy on convoy. It might have been mutual fights, a couple of things like that, but it certainly wouldn't have been assaults on innocent residents or anything like that. And then in the city, Terry, they did release the numbers, 5 assaults during the 3 weeks. We're not even sure who, okay? Because what we do know is there was one guy who ripped a sign from a kid. He got arrested. We saw that video. The sign was for freedom, and the guy was upset, a resident. So that could have been one of the assaults. But they didn't break down the 5 assaults on who to what. But let's just assume they're all convoy. Again, 3 weeks, thousands of people. Could have been assault on each other. But if there was an assaulted resident, someone that could say, I was punched in the head, or talk anywhere near what Chris and Maggie just did there, we would have saw them in spades on a loop. It would become a new anthem. It just doesn't exist. So even those 5 assaults could have been assaulting each other, because sometimes people get aggressive. That last piece of hot dog might have resulted in a black eye. But you also get 5 assaults during Canada Day. You just don't report them because, well, why? It's a celebration. But yeah, when you get a group of people together, there's going to be assaults. You get assaults all the time. So Terry, maybe what we should ask is, compared to all other events that lasted this long, or you can retroactively do the math and see how long, if there was how many assaults there would be over a period of time. I bet you find, statistically speaking, this particular event very low, or at the bottom of the list. 3 weeks, 5 assaults. That's it. I'm not trying to say there should have been more. I'm just saying, in human nature, with that many people, you kind of statistically expect more. And I believe the crime for all serious ones. So that R word that came up, that was ugly. Serious assault, bodily harm, all that kind of stuff, down. Crime, down. All over downtown. Maybe mischief was up, because they were charging everybody with mischief sometimes. Maybe parking tickets were up. But you would say anything that would be criminal code, down. It was down. The worst pain. Oh, wow. That was the line. That was the line, right? A war vet. He's got injuries. He's there to stand up. He feels very compelled. And this is what you want from your soldiers. Very compelled to protect Canadians no matter where they are. And here on Canadian soil, he felt very compelled to do it. And then here he is, people yelling out, war vet, injured. And you got to see the video. And then he got to explain it from his point of view. And some of you knew this before. You just saw him, you're like, I remember that. I think Stomp or Stunt, you may have a video. Worst pain I have suffered since I was blown up. Damn. Because that puts it into perspective, right? Because if you were a human being and you went through that kind of violence for the first time, that would be your most extreme violence. And you would say, well, that's a number 10 of 10 for me. That's a 10 out of 10 for me, because that was just horrible. But this gentleman went through much higher situation. It was blown up. 3 people passed right away. It was horrible. So his pain, now I'm not going to say threshold, but his pain experience is very, very different than a lot of us. So for him to say, look, this encounter with the police was horrible, but just under getting blown up, you have to take him as an expert on pain. You have to take him on an expert pain. He said this was like a 9.8 out of 10, because a 10 is, well, my body was blown up. I know what that's like. So, geez, Louise, that to me was compelling. It was material. It was undeniable. Yeah, we have I think a human for a commissioner. I think he was for a while, and maybe is now going to have to go through his own denial stage to understand that you're not going to be able to reach and find ways for them to get this justified. It's simply not going to happen. It's just too compelling. And exactly, Terry. So at the same time, that's why you're next on this list here. At the same time, yeah, for sure. That creates an image that will never go away to anybody in that room, especially vets. You know, there are some vets in there too. And then anybody who loves vets. That's all of us. So yeah, for sure. That one's going to stay with us for sure. Not Zexy Lee's story. I don't even remember what her complaint was again. Try and remember. Good luck. I don't remember what her complaint was again. I'd have to go back. This I'll remember forever. Do we need a new statue? I propose Chris. That was amazing. Whoever the copies I beat is in trouble. Okay, look, Terry, I'm not being hyperbolic or anything like that. I want to find names. I want names. We may not have them now, and it may take a long time to get them, but this is the type of insults that I'm looking for, violent crimes, criminal action. So we want to find these people, Terry. And we have a legal system that will work. I have faith in that. Obviously, not a criminal trial. The commissioner will likely allow further disclosure. Yes. So we called that out to Dear John. And at this point, the OPS are treading. They're not even in water. They're free falling. They're not even treading water, John. They're free falling. That was some pretty bad crossing that I saw there. He's free falling. Bloody Sunday occurred on Slowly's disappearance. Yeah, Canada's version, Bloody Sunday. Yeah, but 100%, John, I don't think they're treading at all. I think they're free falling. I was so disappointed as a professional for him to do that. There will be consequences. I think, I don't know if I started or not, but I was asked what law society issues that would be. Chapter 7. You go into chapter 7, the entire chapter is about treating the profession, treating the public, treating others, including other lawyers, with the utmost goodwill and respect. And that definitely diminishing a lawyer's reputation, this defamation, but it's disparaging too. And you don't do that. He was implying that these witnesses were off a script, and he was implying that all of these scripts are connected. Dude, and you know this, and that's pretty silly of you. This organization that you're pointing the finger at is a non-profit assistance to the public. Are you trying to take down our access to the justice system there, David? You're desperate. You're doing whatever you can, because absolutely what your officers or what your side kind of coordinated and what whoever was in charge of command. Yeah, it's going to be ugly. I get it. David, and I also kind of wonder, how are you struggling with the reality of what you know you're doing for your client, right? Vigorously defending them, and then your actual true human Canadian morals. I know you got to be struggling with that, because there's no way you think you should have a boot to the back or a knee in your back when you're already peacefully protesting. I'm pretty sure you don't think that. So you're struggling with all that, aren't you? Okay, so railroaded, if the police were charged, it should absolutely be. Yeah, well, we did hear. So 6 of them, OPP did say 6 police officers were charged. We heard about that. Were there more? Were they actually charged? Don't know. There was a lot of immunity being thrown around during those days. They were all paid good bucks to basically just go do the cleanup and get out. I don't know. I know the Special Investigations Unit looked into the horse trampling the lady, because she was a serious bodily injury. So they looked into that. I don't know about any charges. I don't think so. So there's nothing to bring in. There will be stuff later if we can get into that house and clean it up, though. There you go. See, Barbara. Yeah, as soon as you saw him, and you were right, we heard the story. So Barbara put this up just as they were sitting down and getting started. So Barbara remembers, totally remembers, and she was 100% correct. See, when you have the truth, it's really easy to follow along and understand what's going on. Good job, Barbara. Ellen. I was going to do this for you, Ellen. Tell me how long I can do this until you're annoyed. Yeah, of course she's nervous. Of course she's nervous. That rocking motion is self-comforting, back from our baby days. It's a thing that people will do for sure. Rocking forward and back also does that. She's trying to self-soothe herself. And of course, this is stressful. You just saw one lawyer from the police say, I can't have these people here. This is horrible. They don't belong here, and all this kind of stuff. And you have to listen to all that for a bit. And then you saw a whole bunch of other people stand up and say, no, I'm here to defend their ability to do this. All of that, just a day, just being there. You see the commissioner on TV now. You see him in real life. You've seen these people on TV. My gosh, they look so different in real life. All of that's going on. Of course, she's going to have to self-soothe. And then she actually was a very good witness later. She did compose and had a good answer to the whole would you let this be in front of your house question? And the answer was, yeah, I would. I would understand it was frustrating, but the cause is more frustrating. And when she was doing that, the Ottawa residents and businesses, immediately I knew what she was doing. She was dumping in her narrative because that's the last chance. She's not going to pull that video out during the government or the privy conversations in the next few weeks. She's not going to be doing it then. So this is literally the last day, her last chance to kind of get it in. She's not going to get it in maybe through Jeremy or something else. So she tried it on these ones. And that was that was even a Hail Mary. That was a desperate attempt to just have your last say. And I actually think that video didn't help them a lot at all, because everything that you would have been able to pull out of that video and say, okay, that's a reasonable frustration, and let's put that aside. There was a whole whack of chunks in there that would have been crimes against the counter protesters, residents. So let's take those out as inappropriate, shouldn't even be there at all. And it doesn't put any weight towards the protesters. And then you had out of context stuff. That one clip of Pat King, we saw that clip. We saw that clip longer that was played before. And that video started off with, they're in the room, they're a hotel, they're all weirded and excited. It's a lot of fun. And he was talking about the people in his room. He was talking about them not having slept for 10 days. Now you clip that out and then you try and imply that he was saying it was to the residents. So I don't know what other clips in there were edited for context like that, but I know that one was. So if there's one, there's probably more. So if you take out all the non-context edited portions like that Pat thing, you take out all the things that are not crimes or even things being done by the protesters, take that out. All you're left with is some honking, some revving of engine, fireworks, the canisters behind a barrier. Like they showed them all clustered together like it was dangerous, but they also showed it behind a barrier. So they were taking precautions. I don't even think that's unlawful. So, it is a $400+ million lawsuit. This is the crux of it. The narrative's falling apart. The defendants in that lawsuit are going to be using all of this testimony, transcripts. They're going to bring this stuff in like it's going out of style. It is not going to go good for Paul Champ here on out. So you might see some more desperation, and you might see him finally lose it maybe on Jeremy, or who is the last one? Daniel Bulford. I'm not really sure, but if that's his last attempt to really kind of finally have his last say for his clients, you might see him completely lose it today. That guy. Okay, good. Yeah, Stunt. I thought I saw that, and I'm glad I started. Let's share that. Good. Toreto Road, or I think Stunt, you're also a mod. Go ahead and throw it in. And if you're not a mod, I'll make you a mod. Just let me know. Being a wound, yes, of course, Wayne, a metal vet. He holds a lot of weight as a respected witness, which is amazing. It's hard for him emotionally, but it's wonderful he's there. It's also, he has a brain injury, right? And that whole David's questioning about his notes, David, that's it's going to fall on your face, because accommodations are required. To people who don't know what an accommodation is in our country, and it should be everywhere, we do anything and everything to accommodate people who needs additional assistance. What would that mean? Well, it's as simple as we now have ramps for wheelchair access. In society, we created an accommodation. In law, in the courts, in procedure, what it means is, well, if somebody needs a hearing device, if someone needs seeing devices, if someone needs, as we saw with Bridget, because of her severe dyslexia, assistance with sorting through stuff. The assistant isn't given her material witness statements to do. They're just assisting with going through documents. 100% from day one, and I believe it's the first item on the list of acceptable accommodations, is notes, David, and you know that. You know that because police officers have the exception of they can bring their notes because they're not expected to remember 1,000 different stops of speeding. And then when they get called into court for one of them, they're not expected to remember that guy that day. This is why they get to bring their notes. So of all people, David, you're the one that knows notes is an acceptable use on the witness stand. In fact, you guys have a forever clause. Police can always do it. And then under accessibility and under if you ask the court ahead of time or the hearing ahead of time, it could be granted to you to bring notes. But you should have realized very quickly you're dealing with someone that has a brain injury, a vet with a brain injury, and he also said he has to refer to notes or he gets confused. So this is 100% what the purpose of the notes are for. It's for helping him get through it. Okay, dude, you know this. You've probably argued it 100 times. We do this in Canada, bud, and I think you're gonna fall flat on your face on that one. I don't think that's going to be the complaint. That's not going to be the complaint that does you in. The attacking another lawyer or lawyers is what's going to do you in. You can't do that. You know that. Yeah, stunt. Wow. So what was she said? Global. She said global. I think she said. Yeah, that's gross, isn't it? That's gross. This is the media. That's the media. That's 100% behind defunding. The open market should take care of it. The market wants truth. If we want tabloids again, we'll go ahead and have tabloids again. But no, the market wants truth from our media. So it needs to be propped up. You got to stop letting them just keep their jobs, because truth will be what filters them all out. Of course, stunt 100%. And then we don't even need that sign to know that everybody was safe and fine. And we also know, statistically speaking, those serious crimes went down. So it's gross how they do that and why they do that, and not how accountable. Yeah, for sure, Maggie. So Maggie was, honest, and she said, "Look, everybody was a gentleman. People were nice. Someone walked me back to my car, and it wasn't because she needed safety; it's because she didn't know where it was. So got insistence." 100%. I'm not surprised at all. I know what Canadians are like. I'm one. I have neighbors. I meet with them all the time. Not a surprise at all to know that you're perfectly safe. Perfectly safe. They don't want Canadians to see or hear what actually. Absolutely, because that's what the media was doing the entire time, even up till now. They're still doing that. They're still playing that narrative. No, this is not going to be good. They're going to twist this, because that's what David was doing. David was saying, you have a script. They gave you a script. Here's a document you signed, but who prepared it? Who prepared it? And what he was implying was it was just handed to them and they said, oh, okay, yeah, I'll say all this on a stand. Jerk. You know damn well that's not what they did. They called and asked them questions. Then they passed it over as a draft, like you did 1,000 times for all the officers that you had prepared for this. Of course. Should we now go back to your officers and say, who prepared that statement for you? How did you get your witness statement? It looks pretty official. Well, David created it. This is what the lawyer's for. Doesn't mean they put words in their mouth, David, and that's where your license is in trouble, because that's exactly what you implied to happen there. Witness tampering, coaching a witness, those are all serious allegations, David. And when you levy against another license holder, your license gets on the line. That's the deal, and you know it. Yeah, it is horrible, Barbara. That was really, really. I'll be taking a walk after this. So Jim, yeah, I think you got a little pushback on this one, buddy. I do like where you come from on a lot of things, but I think you maybe were judging her a bit on her amateurness. She's not a professional witness, and a little bit premature. I think maybe just jumped the gun a bit, because this was before Cross and all this kind of stuff when the statement was made. So I think maybe you have a different opinion now, but it's great to have an opinion. And I would be curious what chink in the armor, what statement, or what kind of triggered you to feel like she's not going to be helpful. I wouldn't mind finding out what you thought. Yeah, I disagree too. I'm of the mind that she or they might not be questioned, because opposing lawyers will want their story gone as quickly as possible again. Yeah, there's certainly someone that wanted it and loved it. So, I have I want to call it like a lawyer crush. I have a lawyer crush on Rob Kittredge. Dude, good job for the organization that you work with, the Democracy Fund, Citizens for Freedom, and the Justice Center for the Constitutional Freedoms, so the JCCF. Good job, Rob. Like, you didn't even come out and try and protect or cover or deal with the crap that David was saying about you guys. Thank good. Like, you're not petty like that. And you also know how to fill out the complaint form. So yeah, you don't need to deal with it there. But good on you, man. Like, you're really getting in there. You're getting the questions out. You're talking to them as Canadians. You're getting the truth out. You're not falling into the games with the other side or anything like that. Great job. Thank you, Canada, for making a Rob. Thank you for making that organization. And there's a few like that. So thank you. That makes me proud when I see Canada shining like that. This is horrible, Jim. Yeah, you were definitely, I think, at that stage, you were connecting with the story from the vet, maybe. But yeah, a lot of that was coming out. I'm not proud to see that happen to anybody. And I don't want to say really, especially a vet, but they sacrificed a little bit more than we did. It's just one of those things that we're always going to have to owe them for. Hi, Jim. I am with Terry. This is my comment. So sorry, Jim. Yeah, because she's not a professional witness. And I do think that was good, because we don't want a whole whack of professional witnesses, people that know how to talk and make statements. She was genuine. The whole movement has been the universe bringing people together. Railroad, this is why I started this one, because look at us. We're all brought together here. You're brought together, you and me. We got Terry, we've got Jim now, we've got John, we've got Barbara. We're all coming together here. Prairie, all of you. And I do believe in that universe thing. I shared my story with my wife, with all of you. I think this week, and I'll be able to catch up on video. So there'll be a hello, I'm Jason video, which is kind of clips of things I shared with you already, so that people can go back and check that out. And then there'll be another video of why I'm an independent and why independents are a very good option, if you can find one. I'll shorten the title, but along those lines. And I'll put that up too, because we've had some great discussion. And I think some people, I don't want to just keep repeating it during the streams. You guys are here for the content of the inquiry. But had some great questions, and I would like to share that with other people. So I'll try and get those videos done this weekend for you all. And everybody that did interviews and the lunches and the extras with me, or came in on a link and did a little hello with me, expect those extras to come out as well, because they're just awesome. Stunned. Yeah, see, that's how connected you were. You actually recognize the voices, and you've been going through this a lot. They had some speeches. Stunt, I'm so looking forward to getting something together with you on this. I definitely think you should keep going, and then I'll contribute. Don't wait on me, but I'm definitely going to be part of it and help you. Costs and all that kind of stuff. Let's work that out. And Terry, arresting examples of peaceful Canadians such as these two represent does not look good on the government. Well, yeah, that's a pretty easy statement to agree with. Terry. Does not look good on them all. Because why? Because all of us can say, well, what would I say, or what would I feel if I had a boot in my back, or the gun barrel, I look up and there's a gun barrel right there. I'm having a hard time. Like, I am doing some audible issues for the residents. You can't hear the crossing walks. I get it. Maybe you're close and you can't hear stuff. Everybody has different sensitivities for sound. So I get it. Like, maybe you're very sensitive. I get it. I'm finding ways to sympathize and connect with the residents as well. Not so much the businesses, because the ones that stayed open did great. But the residents, I can kind of connect there. But there's no doubt that I can connect with these people, like, all the way through. All the way through. I just wish I could have been there too with them. And you were being asked, someone was asked, what was he trying to do, David, here? He wants them struck from the record. He wants them gone. Like, how compelling was that? How honest was that? How bad was that for their narrative? He's lawyering. This is what lawyers do. And a good defense lawyer is really, really good at attacking the evidence and getting it removed. There's a whole bunch of rules, and there's a whole bunch of things, and there's a whole bunch of laws that allow you to attack evidence. And he went through procedural ones. I didn't think he was going to be successful, because first, this is not a court. And we've already seen David multiple times. Hearsay, speculation, documents that were not created by or given to a witness, presented to a witness. So David, why all of a sudden you want to stick to the specific rules that you like? We know why. Because you this is bad. This is bad. You know what happened that day. We saw the other videos. We know. Is this really your first time? Is it really your first time? If that is the case, you're not as good of a lawyer as I thought you were, because you should be researching the other side. So, that was taught to you. It won't end his career. We'll probably get. See, this is where I disagree, though, Goose. For David and even Paul Champ, there are some legitimate Law Society complaints there, and the Law Society takes two things very, very, very seriously: public trust. So anything that erodes public trust, they do not like it, and destroying each other. They do not want a culture of lawyers after lawyers. Now, that's a double-edged sword, as Donald Best will tell you, because Donald Best will tell you, because of that culture, it makes it impossible to have accountability on them. Except, Donald, that's only facing the public. So if they're doing bad stuff against the public, you're 100% right. But internally, they do cut their own jugulars, because they do want their own people to understand you don't attack each other in that way. So if they're getting petty and accusing each other of wrongdoing, they take that quite seriously, because if they allowed that culture to develop, then they themselves would probably collapse. So to keep themselves alive, they do take that very seriously. Lawyer to lawyer stuff, not so much lawyer to public. Lawyer to public, they do it. So I don't want to give the impression that Law Society doesn't do good work when it comes to public injustice. But certainly, Donald, you and I both know there's lots of room for improvement. Internally, lawyer to lawyer, they get that stuff killed right away. Much like a party, right? Whips, much like a party and whips. They need that unity inside. They need, even if by force, they need to do that. So they do get rid of the bad apples. So lawyer to lawyer infractions, you might see some action there, Goose. And Paul's going to have a real problem with that anti-Semitic comment. So we'll see. The Senate committee agrees. Yeah, see, no, it's because we have that, well, they'll take care of each other attitude. But as I just explained to Ellen, there is some small exceptions to that. And that is they don't want to have a culture internally of offing each other. So they do get rid of the bad ones, because if you do let them grow and become, again, I only mean bad when it comes to pointing fingers at other lawyers. Okay, I want to be clear about that, about going after each other. Like as soon as you start to do that, that's what they want to get rid of. Very similar to parties. As soon as somebody starts to get more maverick, starts going after another one, they try and get rid of them. That would be the reason. That's only reason why I put that down there. Terry, sure. Okay, here you go. So Terry asked me what was the Law Society. So 721. It's chapter 7. The entire chapter 7 is about don't screw up the profession. And then it breaks down into, with the public, with the media, with the Law Society, with the spirit of the law, like it breaks down. And one of them is courtesy and good faith. You should always be in good faith, which means don't make things up and lie. And then courtesy, you're not trying to hurt someone else. There's a courtesy there. He failed both of those miserably. And there's others. There's others than that one, Terry. But that was a quick one. You can't hurt the profession. He did, because he just accused other lawyers of scripting a narrative and scripting witnesses and then passing it around and coordinate. That was quite the allegation. Independent journalist, you see just what I was thinking. This is not an official assembly. My friend 3 days ago got refused entry for having too much evidence of a lot of ground. Okay, so there's a lot there to unpack there, Mr. Green. Are you saying a friend was trying to get into this inquiry? 3 days ago, refused entry. What evidence is he bringing? He's doesn't have standing, not a witness. So all you need to bring is water. I don't understand. Did your friend think they were going to expose a bunch of things and just come into the commission and say, hey, I've got everything? If that's the case, this is the wrong way to do it. You'd just be shut down and asked to leave. That's the wrong way to do it. It's also too late because the mission's been set. The commission started. I don't know where you're headed with this, but if you're referring to the inquiry, that wouldn't be the right way to do it. But hold on to it. Okay, hold on to it, because when there's a real serious inquiry or investigation, please, you're going to be asked to come up. The government is not prepared to listen to the truth. So what do we do next? Thank you. Believe it or not, guys, the government knows exactly what the truth is, for sure. Okay. For sure they know what the truth is. All they're going to be doing is trying to lay the narrative foundation and then support it. I don't think they can. There's just simply no way. Even if they have secret, intimate threat from a rogue state, that doesn't give them justification to clear the streets of legal protesters. So I don't think we're going to get there. And they know what the truth is, Mr. Green. They really do. The people who are having trouble with this one, the actual people, it's not the government. They would be the woke, the people who are still buying this story. Those are the ones that are not prepared to listen to the truth. And what do we do next about them? Keep putting it out there. Keep being polite to them. If it's your neighbor, be polite to them and talk. Hey, did you see that video with that officer who said I created a peaceful plan? And then when he found out that the government didn't even look at it, he was brokenhearted. Did you see that video? What about this Chris Vet? Did you see his testimony? Did you see what he said to the commissioner? What about Maggie? What about Bridget? What about Bridget's video? This is how we do it, Mr. Green. We continue to expose. It's all we can do. We can't force. We're not that side, but we can keep exposing. And then be there in a non-aggressive way and happy to show them when they're showing any interest in it, even if it's just part of a debate like, oh, yeah, well, what do you mean a peaceful lady was on her knees and I don't think that's true. Let's show her Maggie's video, right? We might get there. And this is kind of why we have this inquiry from our side, is to get all of that out so we can start doing that. Stunt is going to do a video, movie, series. More people will do that. I'm going to get behind it, whatever I can to help that too. You can't stop that. C11 is going to try to, though. So we may have to get creative. Oh, there we go. And also, yeah, Mr. Green, we also do this, what we're doing here today. We make videos, we share, we get in groups, we talk, we do exactly what we're doing today, and more. So if you want to do it, StreamYard is the program I use. Go there. They have a free one. They'll put a little logo in the corner, but you can start streaming. Okay. It doesn't cost money. You can get yourself going. If you want to do longer streams, more guests, that kind of stuff, couple bucks. Okay. More of us can do this. And I'm an introvert. I don't want to have to change my life and be public and sit in front of a screen and have awesome conversations. Well, I do like that part. But I would actually rather get on with my plans for my family. But it's been interfered with by the actions of my government, the current one. So if you feel the same way, grab a camera. Start with the one that's built into your laptop. Get audio, though. Don't come with no microphone, even if it's just a headset. Do that, as we learned with Chris. And it was way better after he got his voice cleared. So do that investment, but do it. Do it. You would be surprised, because I am. I'm very surprised that right now, 41 people are listening to me talk about becoming a podcaster and get the message out. Do it. Jim Goose, this is how Trudeau thanks veterans. Our nation, by a large margin, is grateful. Yeah, we're going to be looking at this a long time, right? And I think it's a big thing when a leader turns on heroes. You've got everything you need there. You don't need to have a trial or dig up more evidence. But when your leader turns on your heroes, yeah. This is how Canada thanks you for your service, sir. Derp. No, Canada will thank him, does thank him. We are Canada, Goose. We are, not the goons in the video. Those are not Canada. That's never been Canada. I don't even recognize that. A lot of speculation that they're not even Canadians, right? That's not Canada. That's Canada is what you and I are doing right now, Goose. Going through it, talking about it, remembering it, supporting it, loving it. That's Canada. So please, beating a veteran is not admissible, but this is. Yeah, Jim, that was frustrating, right? And it wasn't really that it's admissible. It's that it was well established already that basically you got a window and you can bring stuff in. So they did. They took advantage of that. And I don't think that video helped them at all. I don't think it helped them at all, Jim. It showed them how petty they are. And if that is the root of their claim for the 400 million, There's going to be a lot of people eating a lot of legal fees, and a lot of people going bankrupt because there will be a judgment for costs for the other side. Yeah, and that Pat video, I just wanted to remind myself there with that one, that 10 days thing was, he was talking about the people in that room, not the people outside that room. Okay, so let's go back to some comments now. We got a little bit more time. Thank you for joining me on this lunch break. No guest, right? We're just going through. The screen just opened. We might be getting that sooner than I thought. Yeah, it's early. That's early. We should be at 10 after. So 17 minutes now. All right, I'll take that off. So thank you for being here during the lunch break. All right, let me see if I can find the comments. Okay, let's start here. What does this say? Yeah, Lee said Ottawa residents armed themselves with eggs, yeah, and as if it was nothing. That's right. She's like laughing, ha 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 ha. People are throwing eggs, ha ha. That's a crime. It's a crime. Straight up crime. Vandalism, mischief. That's true. Mischief, vandalism. It hits a person. Assault. That is assault. Don't really have assault on vehicles, but we have damage to vehicle, vandalism to vehicle. All of that. And yes, you're right, Terry. The way it came out of her was entitlement. Like, yes, of course, this is our way of protesting. But even that level of protesting, if we were throwing eggs at Parliament, there was even a message that said, "Don't even throw a snowball." And Terry, they were also dropping marbles from high distances. That's violence. That's violence. You can be hurt, depending how big the marble is. You can be penetrated in enough force and people can die. That is violence. That truly is violence. That's for the purpose of causing harm and damage. If anybody did get hurt, though, the police did investigate. And that was one of Lee's complaints there, Terry, because the police showed up for the egg tossing thing. So 2 narratives destroyed right there. Police wouldn't show up for crimes. Well, they did for that one. And police were too busy with the protesters that they couldn't help residents. Well, not true. So both of those narratives were vitiated right by your own testimony there, Lee. Face with eggs can be real damn. Yeah, I guess he didn't know about the marbles, Terry. They were throwing marbles from high rises. Yes, it will be. It would be called quiet resignation. Oh, maybe you're talking about Trudeau resigning or something. I think the smartest thing, and again, I'm not a big fan of any of these parties, but the smartest thing for the Liberal Party to do to survive this is to replace him. But that would mean Freeland, right? I'm pretty sure that's who they would put in. This is such a rock and hard place, right? Like if he goes, it's Freeland, and she's his boss on the global stage. So she hasn't been good with our finances. According to her, a bridge blocked for a few days was going to collapse the entire economic system that she's in charge of. So she's not very good at it, according to her. So, yeah, I don't know, man. What I would love to see is the NDP break off that partnership, that alliance, and the NDP itself goes ahead and replaces Singh. Maybe with somebody who's a little bit more anti-liberal so that they can be a real party again, NDP. You don't need to be Liberals' back pocket. You should be against it. And if you had a new leader in the NDP that took that stance, no confidence vote would be put through, and we get them out that way. You only get them out through voting and no confidence. There's natural causes, but that's natural causes. You can't do anything about that. But there's voting and no confidence. So technically speaking, there is a path to no confidence. We just got to get the NDP party to wake up and be the NDP party again. Because if they did, they would absolutely be against this government. So NDP party, if you're listening, it's actually on you. Canada is being held hostage by the current government because of your decisions to not challenge your leader and push him. So, yeah, that's where we're at with that one. So, I know I had an idea, like, is there a way to flood them with memberships and make a call for leadership? Is there some way to support a radical, more NDP aligned person that would fight against the Liberals and the Conservative? Is there a way to kind of support a new leader there? Those are all legal things. So, I don't know. And how about we beat him in the next election in Burnaby? Let's not have Singh come back. Come on, Burnaby, wake up. Did you like the lockdowns? Do you like what you see happen to Canadians? Some of them came from your area too. Terry, marbles were dropped. There you go. See, yeah. So there you go, Terry. You now know, and it was dangerous. That's dangerous. That certainly is dangerous. And I guarantee you, they're doing things like freezing the eggs before they would throw them, because a frozen egg after it's thrown defrosts and you can't prove, so it does a lot of damage and then it melts. It's a way to be a real big jerk. Ice balls, same thing. Probably were throwing some of those, but we didn't. Yeah, that was a really bad play for them. Yeah, I think that was bad. That was strategically bad for them, Ellen. I don't think it played well for them at all. And if that's what they're going to show in court, someone's going to come in there and do a forensic audit on that video, and then get the sources for the other videos that they referenced link and clips from, and then show true context. That becomes perjury through evidence. It's a lie. To come back and bite them hard. And yeah, and playing it didn't help them at all. But again, they're not on trial. So they're not on trial. They're not going to lose. But I think down the road, it's going to hurt them for sure with the other stuff they have going on. In 50 years, what will they say on this? That's a question that runs through my mind when I look to the children of today. Interesting time we live in. What will they say? In 50 years? Well, it's silver lining that. I'm glad that happened because today we're free. I'm glad the generation or two before us went through that and liberated us. Are we going to look back at the convoy as our Juno? Are we going to look back at that as a very proud moment for the protesters? This is where I think we could be. And Joe, I'm going to leave that as my answer. 50 years right now, we're going to look back in pride. And maybe Valentine's Day for Canada becomes Victory Day. That was the day that we started and reclaimed or recovered our rights. That's where I'm going to go with this. It might take a couple of years to get on that path. But I think we could look at this the same way we looked at World War I, World War II, with pride. Maybe another statue that we will never fence again. Something like that. I saved that video and I have it here, and what they show was not the original. Yeah, you're talking about the Pat King one? It was gross because the Pat King video came in through Pat's testimony because they were, I think he was showing it, or it came in through his testimony, and there was more to it. It was the people in the room have been up for 10 days. Ellen, you're right. It had no equivalent impact on the room. Yeah, I think I saw. Yeah, that big video did nothing. It was just annoying for a bit, so I think we can relate a bit to the sound, but you can have all protests, you'll be able to get audible clips. So selective on that one. It was also really mean of David to say, which witness was it that he accused of having a selective memory? I think it was Tamara. Yeah, when it helps you, you have no problem remembering, but when it doesn't, and then the commissioner himself had to speak up, that was gross, David. You're having a bad day. You must have been sharing a cup of water with Paul. You guys, the two of you. Agreed, looked desperate. It was 100% desperate. It didn't look it. It wasn't, Goose. That's what a desperate Hail Mary that has no air in the ball and nothing but wind blowing against you looks like. She went backwards with that one, is what I'm trying to say here. She made no ground. Cobbled together. Yeah, it was gross. We know what that that was weird. It was actually weird. I felt awkward for her. Well, Joe, we can look at the likes of Kent State for that. Kent State. Why does that ring a bell? Ramps. Did somebody say ramps? I love ramps. Just saying. Stairs suck. Yeah, well, that's accommodations, right? Canadians and the government, we do a lot of things around accommodations. And notes for your testimony when you're suffering from, of course, brain injury of a textbook. They were going to put Chris's picture beside that note comment in all the law books now. That's what we mean when we say accommodation with notes, David. I don't know what that means. Lucky for you, or would you be named Stay Apart? Sorry, I got a tickle guy. Normally, when I have a guest, I get a reprieve on some water or something. So thank you for there. Prairie, lots of love and heart. Thank you, Prairie. Yeah, David came off as a ambulance chaser type of lawyer. Worse than that. Desperate. Yeah, desperate for sure. And now we know why he didn't want those witnesses, of course. And he also knew who they were. He didn't not know who they were. And David, I want to bring something to your attention. He did describe going to a processing center. He did describe having charges told to him. Where's your record, David? Because that's what you just told the commission. You don't have records about this. I thought you're supposed to. What was secondary processing for then, David? I think you're busted and you know it. What they were doing was dragging people, intimidating people, freezing people, hurting people, driving them away, dropping them off, threatening people, don't come back. Why? Because there's no legal charge. Oh, Terry. Terry got the link to work. Terry, and look, your comment is on the screen right now. Are you there? Oh, hello. Welcome.
How you doing? How you
I'm
doing,
good.
Jason?
I'm good. How are you, Terry?
I'm doing well,
Who-
thank you.
You got a nice artwork in the background there. Is that an actual
Thank you.
oil?
That was me in my early 20s, 40 years ago.
Oh, wow. Is that an oil or is that pastel?
That's oil.
That looks nice. Well, welcome, Dave, Terry. Your comment is
Thank
on
you.
the screen as we're here. Do you want to actually talk about this one?
Sure. I think that just sort of says it all. I think he seems desperate. Yeah, those two made him look real bad. I still can't believe that he went up there and questioned them. I think that was a foolish move. I think I have one later on where I say I'm not 100% sure he's going to get many referrals after this.
Yeah,
one.
no kidding. Yeah, well, here's the thing, though, Terry. He actually has a professional obligation to do that. So what you saw there was his reluctant. He had to do that. He has no choice. He's going to have instructions. He has to vigorously defend all the way to the end. So even though we didn't like it because it was gross and he had crossed a lot of professional lines, he had a requirement to do that.
Yeah. On the other hand, too, I always want to caution myself. I mean, it's really easy to be judgmental, so you got to really be careful about that, too. I mean, you're right. He's doing his job, right? That's the job he's hired to do. So.
Yeah, but just like the police officers, he also went a little bit too far on a professional level.
I think so. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree in that. I'm not a lawyer. I don't live in that world, but that's how it came off to me as well. But again, I've been wrong before, just not very often.
You got it. And I don't think there's recovery for him on that. We're going to be seeing a lot of police officers, a lot of government, a lot of privy in the next few weeks. I'm sure he's going to be up there a bit. Do you think he's going to apologize? Does he have to apologize? Because he didn't do anything to the commission. It's just some other lawyers. Or is he just going to get back to good lawyering? Because he wasn't bad before. This has just been a bad week for him.
I just wonder if he will apologize only if it puts him in a stronger position.
Strategic purpose only.
Yeah.
Okay. Tactic.
Yeah. But again, I mean, what are the kind of ethical foundations of lawyers in general, but his particular ethical foundation too? I mean, is he playing a game even with himself there? I don't know. I certainly wouldn't want to live in that world. Don't get me wrong. I would never enter into that world as a profession.
Well, I did for a couple of years and I got out. I didn't do it to. Yeah, I got my license as a paralegal. I set up a firm and I did that for a little bit. I had trouble because you're going to ruin a day if you're any good. And you definitely you'll see the worst of people often. And I was exposed to official corruption. So I witnessed police officers lie. It blew my mind. I thought that this is a place for justice. Again, not all of them, 100%, not all of them. 5% or so we can look at as being a big trouble. But I got out. It wasn't meant for me either there, Terry. Because quite frankly, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I think it's just, across the spectrum. There's only a small percentage that tend to, color the other people bad. Most people, I think, in general, just, want to be as good, moral, ethical as they possibly can be, get on with their lives, and hopefully they live a long one and leave something good for their, children and grandchildren. I think most people are like that. I actually, my feelings about lawyers has actually gone back up quite a few notches. Not that it ever tanked or anything, but there's quite a bit going on that I really appreciate. Oh, I just listened to Rupa Subramania, I think is how you pronounce her name.
Yeah,
with
there's a
Ari
few people talking about
Goldkind.
it. Hmm.
Yeah, and that you listen and you go, there are some people out there really trying to go, look, this is just the way it is. This is the truth we got to get out, and we just can't deviate from it. And it gives you another perspective. It gives you an element of empathy, trying to see yourself through their eyes. Through their
And how's your
the
opinion on
life
the
that they have
commissioner
to
been?
lead.
Has your opinion on the commissioner
Well, I
changed?
think he's been really, really good. Yeah, I think he's been really, really good, except for that one spot over these witnesses. And again, I don't know why, but he looked really uncomfortable with allowing them in. I haven't watched everything. I've just been sort of in and out. Last couple of days has been most so. I'm really not the person to give an overall opinion, other than I thought he looked uncomfortable letting in those witnesses today. There's something going on. I just couldn't figure out what it was.
I think he started this absorbing just mainstream media. Okay.
Yeah.
So when he started this, it was just CBC for him and Global and that kind of stuff. And he was bought into it. He totally bought into that narrative. However, I do think he's switching. He's asking some of the right questions, Terry, at the end of the days. For example, were you given notice? Were you given a place to go? Another place to go protest peacefully? He's getting a lot of the good questions out. And even though he did interfere with Bathsheba's video, kind of paused and said, like, why do we still need to do this? When he gave her the correct answer or question to ask, because she got herself a little stumbled there, because she was trying to get to the whole "you were dumped outside of the city" part of the story, but she kept leading. She kept leading, and she struggled to get the right question out. And the correct question was, what happened after your arrest? Because that's all you need to ask. And then the witness can then tell you. He helped her get that question out to the point where he told her what question to ask. That plus the, hey, convoy, come back up and have another round because you should have been last anyways. That's telling me he is definitely interested in finding the truth. He's surprised and he's learning a lot through this. And his frustration that I think you see is more aligned with the stages of grief than it is he's mad at anybody. Because one of the first stages of grief is anger. I think we may just lost him. We'll just hold on. Terry was right in the middle of a comment. If we lost him, hopefully he'll come back. Okay, give me another second. Okay, so I would love to be questioned here. How do you feel this is happening in your city? It did. All right, yeah, it's done. Like we heard a couple. Let me do this for now. Oh, he's moving again.
Can you hear me?
We got you. Yeah,
Okay,
you're back, Terry.
Hold on, I just have to get you back. I've got a lot of windows open. Hold on. Anyway, all I was going to say, and then really I'll pop out because we're going to be obviously coming on soon, is here's the one thing I did notice is that, okay, I started watching some of the live videos. One of my main one was Viva Fry back during the whole 3 weeks of the convoy. And of course, so I watched what a couple of different guys, Viva being one, and what their version of what was going on in the streets. And then you'd hear what mainstream media was that night, which was, it tended to be two different narratives. And the one thing I think that is happening.
The commission is reconvened. The commission reprend.
Terry, save that thought or throw it in the chat.
Yeah.
Throw it in the chat.
We'll talk again.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you,
John Mather, Commission Counsel. The next witness is Jeremy McKenzie. Mr. McKenzie will be testifying via video conference, so you just make sure that Mr. McKenzie can hear us and that we can hear him.
Can you hear us, Mr. McKenzie?
Yes, I can, sir.
Okay, good. Well, we're ready for your testimony, so we're going to have you sworn, and I see you have counsel here. So let's, should we first swear the witness and, okay?
Mr. Mackenzie, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I will affirm.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Jeremy Mitchell Mackenzie, JeremyMitchell-MacKenzie.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mic on.
Afternoon, Mr. Commissioner. My name is Sharif Foda. I'm counsel to Jeremy Mackenzie. Mr. Mackenzie was summoned to testify here this afternoon. His testimony is compelled. I would just like to make clear that he is invoking his protections under the Canada and Ontario Evidence Acts to protect his interests against self-incrimination. And of course, he benefits from the protection of Section 13 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Okay, and I will deem that the witness has objected to answer each and every question on the ground that his answers may intend to incriminate him or tend to establish his liability to a civil proceeding at the instance of the Crown or any person, but for the acts you've invoked. Okay, is that adequate?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, so Mr. Mackenzie, we're ready to go. Commission counsel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Good afternoon, Mr. Mackenzie. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
My name is John Mather. I'm one of the Commission counsel. You are appearing today via video conference from the Saskatoon Correctional Center. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we understand that you are being held in relation to charges in a matter that is unrelated to the protests in Ottawa and Coutts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The Commission understands that you are from Nova Scotia. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you grow up?
I grew up in Pictou County, Nova Scotia.
And we understand that you were a member of the Canadian Armed Forces?
That's correct. From 2003 until 2017.
And what rank did you achieve in the Armed Forces?
I retired as a Master Corporal.
And you have produced a letter through your counsel to the Commission, and it's a letter that you sent to the Senate. Do you know what I'm referring to?
I believe so, yes.
So if we could pull up JMK 703. Mr. Mackenzie, can you first just let me know if you can see the document on the screen and you're able to read what it says?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. And this is a letter that's entitled Diagolon's List of Demands to the Canadian Senate. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll ask you some questions about Diagolon in a moment. And can you just confirm for us if we can scroll down to the bottom? Just again, for the Commission's benefit, but also potentially yours, we see that it has a signature block for you at the bottom. Do you, and there's no signature here. Do you know if you ever signed this letter?
No, I sent it digitally to the Senate members.
Okay. Do you recall when you sent it to the Senate?
It was several days before the Emergency Act was revoked by the government.
Sorry,
perhaps 3.
And sorry, and with the audio, I just didn't catch that. Did you say before it was invoked or revoked?
Before it was revoked by the government, perhaps 3 days, 3-4 days.
Thank you. We can take the letter down, but Mr. Mackenzie, I'm going to ask you some questions, and if you need to look at the letter, just let me know, okay?
Yes, sure.
In the letter to the Senate, you describe yourself as a podcaster and a comedian. I take it that's accurate?
Yes, it is.
And it's the Commission's understanding that you podcast under the name Raging Dissident. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at one time you had a YouTube channel, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know at any point, do you know how many followers that YouTube channel had?
I have had several that have been removed by YouTube for various reasons. Several times it's been 10,000, 12,000. I think the highest may have been 12 or 13,000.
And you also have a Telegram channel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many followers have you had? I appreciate you were giving some ranges there on your Telegram channel.
Roughly, I would say upwards around 14,000.
And on the YouTube and Telegram channel, are you posting under the name Raging Dissident?
Yes.
And I understand that you also have an Instagram account using the name Raging Dissident. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And are there any other social media that you use?
Those are the primary one. Rumble as well is another video sharing website. Primarily, those are the ones I use most heavily. I also have a personal page that I typically just use for advertising links and so on Facebook, Gab, and yeah, I believe that's it.
And what's the URL for that personal website?
My own personal .com website.
Yeah, the one you were just referencing.
Oh, I have just a Facebook page. There's a Rumble website URL, but my personal website is ragingdissident.com.
Thank you. And do you use the messaging service Slack to communicate?
No.
Have you ever used Slack?
No, I've never heard of it.
In the letter to the Senate, you identify yourself as a founding member of the People's Party of Canada. Is that correct?
Yes. When the party was stood up, it required a certain amount of signatures to register federally. I believe maybe 250, 500, something in that range. Mr. Bernier put out a request for people that wanted to support his platform and see the party created to fill out a form and sign it and mail it into the appropriate address, which I did.
Right, and you describe yourself as an enthusiastic supporter of the party then?
I wouldn't go as far as enthusiastic, but I am a supporter, yes.
Okay, so if we could pull up the letter to the Senate again. JMK3. And if we could zoom in, please, and just give me a moment. If we can continue scrolling down. Continue scrolling down, please. Stop there. It says here in your letter, Mr. McKenzie, I'm also a founding member of the People's Party of Canada and enthusiastically supported the party through my social media. So would you at least agree with me that you enthusiastically support the People's Party of Canada through your social media? Oh, it appears we're having some technical difficulties, so if everyone could bear with us for a moment. So the technical team has said that it'll be 5 minutes to resolve the issue, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break and then come back.
The commission is in recess for 5 minutes. La commission est levée pour 5 minutes.
What a start. Looks very different without the beard. Who knows what he looks like without a beard? He looks very different. Looks very different. I'm just going to leave that one there for sure. Well, I was suspecting it would be video. Okay, not in camera, which is good, but video. And everything I predicted on this Jeremy interview happened, with the exception of he's wearing a suit. Yeah, I said he wouldn't be shackled or handcuffed. I said it would be a jail shot from above, not straight on like you and I have right now, but from above. Jerks. That's the worst they can do. I guess I had someone in my chat mention that they don't think that they can have him in his jail garb during bail and during certain times. I have seen that, but witness interviews, maybe there is a reason in the law, because I guarantee you, if the government could have and got away with it, they would have had him in a green jumpsuit. And then the charges, yeah, they're serious charges, Terry. I'm not saying they're not serious charges, but anybody can levy a charge. Okay, being levied a charge against you doesn't mean you did anything. That's what due process is for. So, what we do know about it? It appears it was from 2021. Had to do with a weapon and I think an ex-girlfriend or spouse or wife or some. It was domestic, definitely domestic. They've been looking for him ever since recently. I think July or something like that. I think it was in my chat. It was recent that they tried to go after him for this 2021 incident. A little late there. Not late. You do have some time, and they do have discretion on when they can go after people for charges. There is investigation periods and stuff like that. But the warrant came out, and then he was in Saskatchewan, and then they picked him up, and then he didn't get bail, which is weird because these are still allegations. No one actually has physical. Nobody went to the hospital. Nobody was shot. None of that stuff. These are still allegations. It does involve a gun, but even then, there needs to be violence. Well, maybe brandishing the gun, but to not have bail, there's a detail I must be missing, or it's just very weird that he's still there. They're gonna let him out the day after the inquiry ends. I don't know. There's something's not right about that one. That's a gut feeling, Ellen. I know you like to follow your gut feelings. For me, that's a gut feeling. There's something not right about that one because he should have bail. He should have bail. He may have a whole whack of conditions. Can't do anything without permission type of thing. Ask Tamara. But he should have bail. Remember, we're innocent until proven guilty. Something's not cool about that one. And then we got a surprise little break here because they had tech difficulties. All right. Well, Jeremy, they've already said Diagon is where you're headed. PPC, Jim, they're talking about PPC party there. Was Jeremy a founding member? I've seen rumors about that, but he might have been one of the first, or one of the first group, or in the first year. I don't know, Jim. Any details you got for us about that one? As Tamara was denied bail, so was Jeremy. Well, Jim, no, she got bail. She got bail eventually. It may have taken a lot longer than it was taken for you and I, but she got bail. And then she did have a violation of the bail. Photograph set up. I'm pretty sure. I don't agree with that photograph being enough for the bail conditions to be revoked, but we saw that happen live if you were watching it. But something else is with Jeremy, Jim. He's been denied, and does he have a long history? Like, what would it be denied on? Jim, even if you had an incident similar here, I'm not saying you would get bail. You would get bail. The guy who drove over people in Winnipeg during the protests, there was a van. He drove through Winnipeg, drove over protesters. He got bail. He got bail like a day or two later. So, Jim, something's not right with this one. There's either details I don't know about, Jeremy, which is very possible, very, very possible. There's could be details about the event I don't know about, also very, very possible. Well, actually, incredibly likely. I don't have all the details. But barring that, something's not right here. He should be out on bail, maybe a lot of conditions, and away you go. PPC has been pro-freedom since day one. It's a pillar of the four main principles. Yeah, PPC parties saying all the right things. Maxime says all the right things. He did a lot of things. He went unvaxxed. He had to suffer like the rest of us that did that. Couldn't travel the same way as everybody else. He did a protest in Winnipeg, got himself arrested or something like that. And it wasn't even a protest. It was just a gathering in a park, 6 feet apart, trying to, go ahead with all the conditions. But it was during a lockdown, so he got himself in trouble for that. Maxime, yeah. PPC's, of all of the parties, I think they have a chance. Jeremy was much more vocal than Tamara. His voice cuts and is critical. Well, Jim, what are you talking about? Because Jeremy wasn't at the protest. So are you talking about his podcasts? Because I've watched one and I've watched his after show. Not for me. His podcast, it was not so bad. After show is not for me. But Jeremy wasn't at the convoy. He wasn't a leader that I'm aware of. I think he talked to some people, maybe been around, but he wasn't a central figure. Bernie also advocated for freedom while running in the 2017 CPC. Sure, yeah, look, he's more independent, but he wants to have a party. Like his thinking's independent, which is good. Freedom, rights, all that kind of stuff. And he's trying to do a massive change, coast to coast. So he's got a real big ambition. To God bless him. Good luck with that. It's tough. It's tough. It's a tough road. I respect anybody that's trying to get in and do the right thing. Social media shouldn't be stripped for those people either. It was deemed an essential need in 2001. If it's essential, how can it be stripped? If it's first railroad, I got to look into that. What do you mean by deemed an essential need? I know that high-speed internet is high-speed internet. So access to internet was deemed essential, and this is why they're rolling out programs for rural areas to make sure they get high-speed internet. That was deemed essential, but I don't think it extends to social media. I don't even think you can
English,
do that.
English.
Well, at least we got the English one here. Where's my headset? Oh yeah, I ran over here. Headset's not with me, so I'll have to be quick on the mute. But yeah, railroad. High-speed internet is essential. That's for sure. That's right. But I don't think services on the internet can be deemed essential, like social media. So maybe there's that. And yeah, there are conditions for bail. You can say you can't speak to person A, B, C, D. And those are things that you'll have to accept if you want bail. Keep in mind, bail is an agreement between government and the person, that if you want to be free and you agree to do these conditions, away you go. So it's a negotiation. Okay, I think they're back. I just got to be quick on the audio so I don't echo you. Okay, well, thank you very much. This is going to be interesting.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Mr. McKenzie, can you hear me right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And I can hear you, and apologies for the technical difficulty, and I appreciate your patience while we sort it out. Before we got cut off, and I'm not sure when you last heard me, I had asked you whether or not you were an enthusiastic supporter of the People's Party of Canada, and you suggested it wasn't necessarily enthusiastic. I had then pulled up the letter that you'd sent to the Senate, in which you say, and hopefully you can see it, that you're a founding member and you enthusiastically supported the party through my social media, public speaking, and attending events held by Maxime Bernier, as well as personal friends Mark Friesen and Randy Hilliard. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And so I take it you agree with me that you were an enthusiastic supporter, at least to the extent you wrote that in the letter to the Senate.
Correct. I misinterpreted the question. I thought you maybe perhaps meant at the current time. I haven't been really involved in any party politics since around this time. And in as pertains to the letter, enthusiastically, I guess I was referring to throughout the previous federal election that had just transpired in the fall.
And on your, and you mentioned earlier that you are a podcaster. The commission also understands that these podcasts are often videotaped as well, and the video is streamed. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. So it's not just an audio format when you talk about a podcast.
No, it's both. I usually extrapolate the audio and then upload it after to several streaming platforms for typical, more typical podcasting consumption.
And on your podcasts, I take it would you agree that you're an outspoken about your criticism of the federal government?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're also outspoken about your criticism of the RCMP?
Yes.
And you were, as a general matter, opposed to the COVID-19 public health mandates that were imposed by the federal government?
In general, yes.
Okay. And with respect to the RCMP, as I understand it, you've been critical of how they handled the mass casualty event in Portapique, Nova Scotia in 2020. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. Several days after that event had taken place, I reached out to some people that I knew in the area and tried to get a sense of, before I had just, started speaking haphazardly without really having any, as much information as I could. And then I released a video on YouTube, which garnered roughly anywhere between 500,000 to 1 million views across various platforms in the following week.
I'm now going to ask you some questions about Diagolon. Again, referring back to the letter you sent to the Senate, you explained to them that Diagolon is a fictional country. Is that at least that's how its origin? Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Right. And from the material the commission's reviewed, Diagolon, the origin of it was something you drew on your phone when you drew a line over the continent of North America from the southeast to the northwest of the continent. Am I describing that correctly?
Yes. So the concept was born out of a sort of a long kind of stream of consciousness. I do a lot of analytical commentary on current events, politics, these kinds of things. At the time, I believe it was January 2021, I had observed, as many others had, the Midwestern United States, Texas, Florida, North, South Dakota, and so on, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Alaska, geographically formed sort of an oblique line that were resistant to or handling the COVID-19 approach in a different way. These were traditionally conservative areas in Canada, Republican in the United States. So we, kind of found it amusing that there was this kind of geographical divide almost that you could find on a map, and it became sort of a joke that if this was a pretend place, a different, kind of parallel universe, a different world, and so on. And that's how the concept was born. The flag you're referencing is what I had created in the weeks following on my phone, just as kind of as a mechanism for branding symbolism kind of thing for community members, and it started to become synonymous with myself and the podcast, kind of as I guess a branding mechanism that people would display, and they could buy patches, stickers, and things like this to basically to know that they're a fan of mine.
So, and I take it from reading your letter to the Senate and what you just said, you don't take any issue, and you agree that you are associated with Diagolon and the Diagolon flag?
Yes, it came out of my imaginations. Yeah, yes.
Yeah, okay. And you talk about, you mentioned there, I think you said it began as a bit of a joke, but as I understand it, that joke has now evolved into an international community of your podcast fans. Is that fair?
Yes, it's also fairly synonymous with another thing that's been referenced, the so-called Plaid Army, which was me and several other guys were just having a conversation one day. We all had similar shirts on. Someone made a joke about, what is this, the Plaid Army? So it was kind of, that evolved into this. It's essentially the same thing. It's the same group of people, and it's just again, a kind of a branding mechanism, a way for to unite community followers and so on.
Right, and you specifically reference in your letter to the Senate that it has created an international community of your podcast fans. Is that correct?
Yes, there are followers in fans in the United States, some in Europe, Australia.
And as I understand from your letter, that this community engages in regional meet and greets, barbecues, and family gatherings?
Yes, correct. Yeah. Sometime in the summer of 2021, I believe, we kind of hosted it. Just people wanted to come out and have kind of a meet and greet with myself and some other guys. And we had, as you said, a barbecue, had some drinks, some guys were playing guitars and so on. I observed that there was a few dozen people that came from as far away as British Columbia, Ontario. We met in Saskatchewan, and it struck me as in this time of a lot of people feeling very isolated and depressed, a lot of them expressed to me how much this meant for them to feel as though they had some kind of connection and kinship with other people that felt the same way as they did about the future, and shared their fears and concerns and so on. And I just observed how much it seemed to help them and heal them and make them happy. So I began what I called a Find Your Friends campaign. So I used using my online presence and my Telegram channel and so on, set up kind of regional areas or chat channels to facilitate by, I mean, not everyone can come all the way to Saskatchewan from PEI, Newfoundland, or so on. So if there's people that are like-minded, that are in your area, that share these, that are a fan of my podcast and so on, and you'd like to meet each other and share in this kind of this kind of activity, then you could do so this way. I was just trying to create an avenue for them to pursue, and I encourage people to do that rather than sitting at home looking at their screens and being fed fear and what I believe is a lot of toxic messaging on the media and television and so on. And I thought it would be good for people to get out and have real face-to-face human interactions and relationships again. And I thought it'd be beneficial to their mental health, and I saw nothing but good things coming from that. So I encourage people to do so.
Okay, and you mentioned a first or an initial barbecue in either the summer 2020, 2021. After that, have you attended personally any of these other meet and greets that you encourage people to participate in?
There was one other one in Saskatchewan that I was present. There was another party sort of barbecue in Ontario in perhaps April of this year, and there was another gathering outside the city of Ottawa during the convoy period of time in February.
And are there other former Canadian Forces members in the Diagolon community?
Yes, there are. I've often incorporated a lot of my commentary, my unique, I suppose you could say, kind of lived experiences through the military, how I deal with my the inherent trauma and so on that comes with that. It has attracted a fair amount of other veterans and military personnel because they resonate with the things that I'm saying. I'm speaking to something that they can understand or identify with. So there is a fair number. I couldn't hazard a number specifically, but a sizable portion of the community, especially early on, where other guys that knew me from work or so on, that kind of spread through the areas because I'm an outspoken veteran and so on.
Do members of the Diagolon community ever refer to themselves as bigots?
Yes, they do. This was my doing to try and kind of take power out of the word, as it was being used as a slur, as a slanderous kind of defamatory method towards people like me and my followers and fans and so on. So we just kind of adopted as a tongue-in-cheek kind of defiant way of shrugging it off, is because it doesn't bother us that these people are, I show that it doesn't bother me, it shouldn't bother them, and they shouldn't care what these people think. They shouldn't allow them to attack them in this way and get under their skin and make them feel bad just because they are who they are and they like what they like.
So you and your followers were being called bigots. It didn't bother you, and so as a way to show it didn't bother you, you embraced it and identify yourself now as bigots.
In a tongue-in-cheek kind of sarcastic tone, yes.
And is that sort of tongue-in-cheek sarcastic tone consistent with the sort of comedy that you perform on your podcasts?
I would say that yes, I'm a fairly sarcastic person, yes.
And you already mentioned the Diagolon symbol or flag, and I'm going to pull it up just to confirm everyone can see what we're talking about. If we can pull up COM 906. And again, Mr. McKenzie, at any time, if you can't see anything that I've put up on the screen, just let me know. So is that you in this photograph that's on the screen?
Yes, it is. This was at one of the gatherings, I believe, outside of Ottawa, sometime in February. I believe this is a still image from a video that was taken. I was standing on top of a table addressing the people that had arrived and attended, and was just simply thanking them for showing up and encouraging them to keep taking care of each other and hope they have a good time and so on.
And fair to say that the flag in the background, that's a Diagolon flag?
Yes.
And the commission understands that on February 15th, 2022, you said in a video that you could not wait until that flag is seen as is described as a hate symbol. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir. Again, I was being kind of tongue-in-cheek in a way, because the people that I believe are deciding what is and what is not as a hate symbol are incredibly disingenuous and kind of smear merchants. Would have been kind of a gotcha trophy over them, not as actually in a serious manner displayed as a hate symbol, but more of a achievement that I kind of lured them in more to focus on myself.
And do you see, and I take it then that this is another sort of part of your comedy, wanting this to be called a hate symbol?
Yes, it's because it's, again, no one in my community would be surprised to hear me say these things, and it certainly isn't a symbol of hatred, but we find it amusing that our I guess, enemies, if you could say, do believe this and believe these absurd claims about us, and it's just kind of an inside joke at this point.
You sell Diagolon merchandise, is that right?
I personally, I have a shop that has just recently gone online in the past 2 or 3 months. Previously, other friends of mine offered, like the flags, for example. Another man was selling patches. He was making it cost just to help promote community visibility and give people something to. I thought it'd be nice for some people to have something to hold in their hand and kind of have them bring them some attachment and just something for them to enjoy and display.
So the people who were selling the merchandise, they were friends of yours?
Yes.
They sold it with your approval?
Yes, they did.
And they are also part of the Diagolon community?
They would likely identify as fans of mine, and yes. Okay. However, as you can probably observe, it's not a particularly complicated thing to produce. So it's not a copyrighted symbol by any means. There's no real official ownership to it as of yet. So people would just approach me of their own voluntary intention and ask, like, hey, do you mind if I make this or make that and sell this, for whatever? And I would say, go ahead. If it gives you something to do, if you can make a few dollars from it and it helps you, then by all means.
Right. It's not a nuanced symbol, is it, in terms of its design?
No, it's essentially just a black square, and I use my finger on my phone to do this about 3 times with a white paint marker selection. And as you can see, it's kind of an irregular. It's not perfectly straight lines. They're kind of irregular, and it is literally just my finger doing this a couple of times, and I sent that image file off to be produced from there.
So if someone wanted to show themselves as someone who supported your podcast or supported the Diagolon community, it'd be fairly easy for them to replicate the Diagolon flag. Is that fair?
I would assume so, yes. It's not difficult to, it looks fairly simple.
So, Mr. McKenzie, I think what I'm about to say will not come as a surprise to you, but in fairness, I want to ask you some questions about it.
Of course.
The RCMP has described you in documents the commission has received. Sorry, let me back. The RCMP has described Diagolon, let me be specific, has described Diagolon as a militia-like network with members that are armed and preparing for violence. The RCMP has also described Diagolon as having supporters that express sentiments akin to accelerationism, viewing a coming collapse or civil war as necessary to right the course of the country. In your letter to the Senate, you denied those sorts of allegations. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And in the letter to the Senate, you said that you are under RCMP scrutiny because of the criticisms that you've made about the RCMP. And as I understand reading your letter, but please correct me if I'm wrong, I understand you to be saying that the RCMP sort of is looking at you closely because of the way you criticize them, and that's why they're saying these sorts of things about you.
That is my personal belief. Yes, there is a many of the followers and fans and so on are, you could say, conservative Canadians. There is an aspect of firearms, sporting, recreational culture stuff, especially in Western Canada. But there's certainly not anything resembling a militia or anything to this extent.
Moving away from what the RCMP says about Diagolon, I appreciate you wouldn't have been able to watch the testimony, but we had Superintendent Patrick Morris, who is the head of the OPP's Intelligence Bureau, testify. He's not a member of the RCMP, and he testified at the inquiry that Diagolon is an extremist entity that holds extremist views. I assume you also disagree with that statement.
Yes, sir. It's my, again, belief and assertion that much of this this narrative is coming from certain actors and members of the media. The Canadian Anti-Hate Network and so on has astroturfed and kind of laid the foundation of this idea. They've been certainly paid me a lot of attention over the past few years, and through personal disclosure documents of mine, through various legal proceedings, it's been revealed that the police are actually relying upon articles, if you can call them that, by the Canadian Anti-Hate Network as open source intelligence. So they're relying upon what these people are saying about me as taking it at face value.
But to be fair, Mr. McKenzie, you don't know what the RCMP or the OPP are relying on in their entirety when they make these assessments, do you?
Correct.
I was going to ask you about two terms, one of which was the Plaid Army, but thank you, you've already explained that, so we can save that question. The next term that we've seen a reference to is a term that you've used sometimes called the beach. And it is our understanding, but again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that sometimes when you reference the beach, you're referencing D-Day in World War II. Is that accurate?
Yes, it comes from a line in a movie I enjoy, Saving Private Ryan. There's a line in that film right before the landing craft descend upon Omaha Beach, I believe, where Tom Hanks' character says, "I'll see you on the beach," as kind of a reassuring, I will be there with you kind of sentiment. So I say this is, again, kind of, and my followers are familiar with this, I've explained it several times, but that's just kind of a callback to that film and expressing a sentiment that, whatever is transpiring in the future, I will be there with you to support you, and you guys can support each other and so on. It's just a message of encouragement, I suppose.
You attended the protests in Ottawa in January and February 2022?
Yes, sir.
And you attended them with other members of the Diagolon community?
Yes, I did.
When did you arrive in Ottawa?
I can't be certain of the exact date, but it was 1 or perhaps 2 days before the main body of the trucks arrived. I believe it was a Friday evening they showed up. So maybe perhaps that Thursday or Wednesday.
So you knew the convoy was coming to Ottawa, and that's why you showed up?
Yes, I did. I observed it was very clear to me by monitoring social media and so on as part of what I do to comment on social, current events and, analyze political commentary, that kind of thing, that this was going to be a very significant event. It was very clear to me this was not going to be a in and out, weekend protest type of thing. There was videos of long, very long convoys of trucks and vehicles. They were coming in from multiple directions. There were open group chats or voice chats and stuff where these people were communicating back and forth. You could listen in on it. It was clear it was going to be a pretty big deal. So again, this was going to be something I would be talking about and would have a lot of my attention anyway. So I decided why not go and get a close look at it as it transpired rather than watch it from, relying on other sources from home to understand what was happening.
Right, and it attracted your attention because the stated purpose of the truckers coming to Ottawa was to end the federal COVID-19 mandates, and that's a political view you also held, right?
That seemed to be one of their primary motivations, yes. There was a lot of that was one of the main factors. There was a lot of other discontent in various groups. It wasn't a monolithic, that was the only objective for people. Again, there was not really any hierarchy or any real organization that I could observe. It very much seemed like just a grassroots kind of movement of discontent with the federal government, with things that have been transpiring. The cost of living is rising, social division Just a lot of the rhetoric officials and stuff are using on television. A lot of people are very unhappy and having a difficult time over the past couple of years. And it basically, I would describe it as, if I could use a metaphor, the pot had just simply boiled over. And many people had decided that this was going to be the time that they were going to show up and exercise their right to peacefully demonstrate their discontent and their displeasure with the performance of the federal government.
And when you arrived in Ottawa, you met people there who were members of the Diagolon community?
Yes, sir.
And presumably, if you met someone who hadn't heard of you or hadn't heard of Diagolon, you would tell them about it, and you tell them about your podcasts and encourage them to listen and support?
Yes, if someone was unfamiliar or they asked a question, I would just simply say, "Hi, I'm a social media guy. I'm online. I have a podcast. It's political commentary, comedy, and some analysis and this kind of thing. If you're interested, I have business cards that somebody made up for me. I would hand them out to people and say, "Here, this is the website if you'd like to check it out," and so on, and have a nice day, kind of thing.
And those business cards, they would have had the Diagolon logo on them? Did those, sorry, it might have cut out. I asked you, did the business cards have the Diagolon logo on them?
Yeah, yes, they did. They have it on one side, and then one of my other artistic logos on the other side, with just simply the website on one side, and then I think it says "Find the others" or "Find your friends" on the other.
And you suggested this is something you do if someone came up to you, but is it fair to say, Mr. McKenzie, you're in the media business and you want to promote your media, so you would also actively hand out those cards?
Yes, sir. If someone asks or they're interested or they express a desire to learn like what it is I'm doing, it's just easier to just give them this. It directs them to the website. All of my social media links and so on are there. There's a short video. They can go from there. If they like what they see, I presume they'll continue. If not, then so be it.
Did you attend at any point in the protest with a person named Alex Vriend or Vrend? Apologies if I'm mispronouncing the name.
Yes, sir.
And who is Alex Vriend?
He is someone I met online through the evolution of my podcast, I suppose. I met Alex in person in the summer of 2021, I believe. We spent some time together in Saskatchewan as he was traveling around the country, meeting people. And as I understood it, he was just kind of in between, jobs in life and wasn't really sure what he was just taking an opportunity to. He bought a van and a dog and just kind of went on the classic Canadian road trip around the country, and was meeting up with other people in the community that expressed a desire to meet them and hang out. And he'd become kind of more of a prominent person because of his. He also is a content creator. He makes a lot of memes and jokes and comedic things like this, and so people were interested to meet him.
And his content he posts under the name Ferryman Stoll. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And we understand both from your letter to the Senate and some videos that your council has submitted that when you were in Ottawa, you encouraged peaceful protesting. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. I was concerned, especially because of the rhetoric and verbiage coming out of, again, the Canadian Anti-Hate Network, which was being parroted. It's starting to be picked up by other more credible news outlets and so on. That I was concerned that if something should happen outside my control, or I can't really see the future, but I wanted to state very clearly what my intentions were and what I expected of people if they were going to be representing myself or brandishing any of my. I encouraged them not to, because I wanted this to be about Canada. That this is about the country. Bring a Canadian flag. This isn't about me. This isn't about. I'm not trying to sell anything. This is more important. The bigger idea is more important. But if you do, happen to have, something, please conduct yourself, appropriately, because your actions and decisions and things you say and you do will reflect upon me and the greater community and so on. So
just
I wanted to have that on the record before, just in case.
So just to stop there. So you wanted someone who was wearing a Diagolon symbol to act accordingly, it's not accordingly, but act as appropriately and peacefully. At this point in time, were you aware that either the RCMP or other police agencies would maybe monitoring what you do or what your supporters do?
Yes, sir.
So when you're giving that direction, you're aware that the authorities are watching?
I was under I was never explicitly given any notice, or no one had talked to me or spoken to anything, but it was pretty clear just upon general observations, my own instincts, that we were probably on the radar somewhere. So I didn't want anything to be misconstrued. I was trying to be very clear about my intentions, and jokes aside, this is about protesting the government's performance and people exercising their rights to do so. I didn't want this to be misconstrued in any way. We were simply there to protest peacefully. I said things like, if there's a speed limit on walking for some reason, then you will walk slower than that. Don't even litter, don't spit, don't even throw a snowball. Don't give anyone any excuse to point at you and say that, look what you've done, look what you've incited or created or fomented and so on. Because that would have undermined the entire purpose of everything everyone was trying to achieve.
So Mr. McKenzie, I'm now going to read you one by one a list of names, and I may have some follow-up questions, but all I want to know right now is for each name, whether or not you communicated with this individual while you were in, either before you arrived in Ottawa or while you were in Ottawa. Okay, you understand? Tamara Leach.
No, I first spoke to Tamara Leach potentially in July of this year, July, August.
Okay. Chris Barber.
Not before. No.
James Bowder.
No.
Bridget Belton.
No.
Benjamin Dichter.
I'm aware of who Mr. Dichter is. I personally have not had any interaction with him. I was aware that he was some kind of alleged manager of YouTube channels for where he would set up GoFundMe's and name himself as a beneficiary.
And Mr. McKenzie, I don't mean to interrupt, and it's just I want to make sure we get through it, and you have time, and I just want to know right now whether you communicated with these people. Your counsel will have an opportunity if there's other things that you want to bring up. Did you ever communicate either before or while you were in Ottawa with a Tom Marazzo?
Yes, I spoke to Mr. Marazzo once, possibly twice over the phone. Once as I was driving back from Ottawa to the Maritimes to drop off some people that had accompanied me. They could only stay for a couple of days and have families and kids and so on. So I spoke to him for a couple of hours. We talked about our shared experiences in the military and so on. He indicated to me that he was in some capacity nearby, something resembling people that were making decisions, I guess. And basically just kind of connected in that, like, someone suggested we should meet each other, and I expressed to him that if there was anything that I could do to help assist, get a message out or something, that I was willing to do that. No one ever asked me to. And likewise, I told him if I saw or was made aware of anything that I felt that would be relevant, that they should know about, that I would inform him and so on. But I think that was the extent of our interaction. I didn't have any real meaningful interaction with Mr. Marazzo, I think, until around April, when there was a benefit, a fundraising dinner for the Veterans for Freedom organization in Burlington.
In Ottawa, how many times did you speak with Mr. Marazzo?
At least once, possibly twice.
And when was the first time you spoke with Mr. Marazzo?
It would have been sometime during the first week, I believe, of when the trucks arrived. I was in the process. I remember I was driving my truck and it was over the headset. The other guys were sleeping in the truck while we were talking. So somewhere in between Quebec and New Brunswick, I couldn't say.
So sometime before January 28th?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure of the dates of when the trucks arrived and when they left.
But sorry, and there's evidence of when the trucks arrived, but it was some point before the trucks arrived. Is that correct?
No, it was after.
It was after. How long after?
I would say roughly a week.
Roughly a week.
7 to 5 to 8 days, perhaps.
Fair enough. When you were in Ottawa, did you communicate directly with any Ottawa police or OPP?
Not to my knowledge. I did have some friendly conversations on the street, just, hi, how are you? How's it going? Be cold out, that kind of thing, but nothing significant.
Did you receive from any, did you receive from any sources information about police operations or police enforcement plans while you were in Ottawa?
Yes. There was a user that contacted me, I believe on Telegram, I would say, again, summer of 2021, who self-identified himself as a RCMP member. just kind of friendly, expressed he enjoyed the podcast and liked what I was saying and so on. So there was a loose relationship with whoever this person was. And during that time in Ottawa, they had reached out to me to inform me of, to say that the POU, which I had to find, if that was, I didn't understand the nomenclature of the Nuremberg police officer. I understood it to be the public order unit, essentially the riot police, were being activated to be sent to Ottawa. And further to that, after the Emergency Act had been invoked, this person had sent me, there were screenshots, I guess, of either a WhatsApp group chat or a Telegram, I'm not sure, of various RCMP officers engaging in taking selfies of drinking and eating and so on, and celebrating the violence that they were bringing upon the people downtown, and saying, wait until they hear our jackboots and this kinds of thing. He sent that to me, and I said, well, is this real? And they assured me, yes, it looked very real. And I said, I will publish this. And they said, that's why we sent it to you. So I did. I released that on Telegram, and that it went out. Since then, that person has deleted their account sometime in March, and I haven't been in contact with them since.
Okay. Do you remember their name on Telegram?
The user handle was like GK or PK or something. It was 2 initials and a phone number. I think it was an Ontario area code, but beyond that, I didn't.
Other than that user, did anyone else provide you with information about police operations or enforcement plans?
No.
If we could pull up OPP 1668. And then if we could go to page 5, please. Scroll down more. So this is an OPP intelligence brief, Mr. McKenzie. You may have seen it with respect to some of the disclosure we provided, but I assume you wouldn't have seen the document before today. I'm going to ask you, if you look at item 2, it says, actually for context, look at item 1. It talks about a video posted to, the name is redacted, but it says the name of the Instagram account, and says Raging Dissident. So that would be you, Mr. McKenzie?
Yes, sir.
As far as you know. And then item 2, again, talks about a video posted to the Raging Dissident account, in which the poster shares information credited to police sources that disclose enforcement plans, and then it provides a bit of a description. Is that the information that the user on Telegram provided you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On the same page, if you look at item 3, it talks about on February 8th, a user posted 2 videos to his Telegram channel, Rage Board. Is that your Telegram channel?
That was one of the previous names of it, yes.
Okay. And if you look there, there's a line break, and then it says, again, name redacted, says there's supposed to be some negotiations taking place with a government delegate, but he hasn't heard how it went from organizers yet. He goes on to state. Do you see that?
No, sir.
Sorry, I'm talking a little quickly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And take your time. I want to make sure that you're reading this before I ask you questions. So this suggests that you were aware that there might be negotiations with a government delegate, but you hadn't heard from the organizers yet. Do you know what that's a reference to?
I can't recall. I remember being under the impression that there was some form of negotiations taking place between some sort of leadership apparatus for the convoy and the perhaps city of Ottawa, RCMP, OPP, not sure, the police and the convoy people.
Fair enough. How did you learn that information?
That's a good question. I think it may have just been kind of common knowledge that there was something like that was taking place. More of a rumor, perhaps. As it goes on, yeah, the public order unit, that was given to me specifically by this user on Telegram from the RCMP, allegedly they were.
Right, and you're talking then about the part that's in bold after that, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you aware that Tom Marazzo met with City Manager Steve Kanellakis on February 8th, 2022?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Marazzo ever talk to you about meeting with Mr. Kanellakis or meeting with any government officials in any of the conversations you had?
No, he did not.
Have you ever spoken with Keith Wilson or Eva Chipiak?
No, sir.
We can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. McKenzie, I think you agree with me. It's fair to say that you were critical of the federal government's response to the protests in Ottawa and Coutts. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Initially, I had no issue. Actually, I thought it was handled very appropriately. There was a strong police presence, but also there was a large number of people. So inherently, there is a danger that there's going to be, something can happen. So it makes sense. I didn't take any issue with anything that they had seen until they started becoming a little more aggressive here and there. There was an incident where some fuel cans were stolen or seized or what have you. But it wasn't really until the EMA was invoked that they became extremely aggressive and violent. And that was what I took the most issue with.
Did you ever say that the RCMP was intentionally cutting truckers off from essential supplies in Ottawa and Coutts?
That is what I had been hearing from people, yes.
And did you then repeat that on your podcast?
I may have, yes.
Did you ever say that the RCMP made attempt to disrupt cell phone towers to ensure truckers cannot communicate?
That again was another scenario. There were people having a lot of issues with their cell phones. That may or may not have been the conduct of some kind of interference. It could have just been too many cell phones on enough towers. I'm not sure, but that again was another kind of running suspicion in theory at the time.
Fair enough. My question right now is if you recall, is that something you said on your podcast that was something that was being said?
I may have, yeah.
And did you ever say on your podcast let me back up. Did you ever distribute or know of anyone distributing contact information about the members of the Ottawa Police Service?
Not to my knowledge, no.
If we can pull up ssm.nsc.00001575_REL.0001. Apologies for all those digits, Mr. McKenzie. So scroll up to the top, please, just so I can give the witness some context. So, Mr. McKenzie, this is a CSIS analytical brief dated February 21st, 2022. And if we could go to page 3 of the brief, please. And scroll down a bit further, please. Scroll down a little bit further, please. So this part of the brief says that since the initial weekend, key figures within Diagolon have made appeals for participation in and documentation of the demonstrations. Further, Vreend has been collecting donations to allow others to travel to participate in demonstration in Coutts, Alberta, or Ottawa, Ontario. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any knowledge about whether or not Mr. Vreend was collecting donations to allow people to participate in both Coutts and Ottawa?
I recall he was collecting some funds for someone. I don't think it was just in general open to whoever wanted them. I think there was 1 or 2 people potentially from Western Canada that expressed a desire to come down to Ottawa, but they couldn't afford it. So I think that was roughly what was going on there. I wasn't directly involved. I can't recall entirely, but I think that's what was going on.
And then if we could scroll up in this document to the next page up. Sorry, keep scrolling up. Stop there. So this, again, this is a CSIS, a document. but it has a box here that says, in Jeremy Mackenzie's own words, it's the first one says, this is the good guys versus the bad guys. The showdown has finally fucking begun, and it has begun in Canada. You could go be a part of the story now. Is that something you've said?
It sounds like something I said, yes.
And is that something you've said with respect to the protests in either Ottawa or Coutts?
Probably, I believe so, yes.
And then the next quote is, this is the beach, get yourself out there. Is that something you said with respect to the protests in either Ottawa or Coutts?
Probably, yes.
Okay. And in this case, when you're using the beach, are you referring to the analogy we spoke about with D-Day?
I was referring to the idea that this, again, a lot of people had felt very powerless and disenfranchised, upset, depressed, and this was an opportunity for them to actually go and participate and have their voices be heard and join these demonstrations. And rather than sitting at home complaining and whining about it on the couch, they could, if you can, why not? Why not go and be involved?
And I've heard you say that, Mr. Mackenzie. I'm asking you if in this case, when you're using the word beach, it's using in the same context when you're alluding to D-Day. And the reason I'm asking you this is, that the police and the government view your group as potentially as extremist. And so this is the sort of thing that would grab their interest. So when you're talking about beach, you're talking about D-Day, is that right?
I was trying to speak directly to my audience that are familiar with my verbiage, my kind of terminology and things I referenced, in the way that they would understand that this is something important that we should you can do together. It's not certainly didn't mean it in any kind of violent context or D-Day invasion type scenario. I just simply meant it as an encouraging kind of call to the community at large that hey, if this is something you could be involved in, rather than just, again, sitting at home by yourself.
So, Mr. Clerk, you can take that document down. Thank you. I now have some questions for you, Mr. Mackenzie, about the protests in Coutts. Just first, simple yes or no, did you ever travel to Coutts personally?
No.
Did you know anyone who was protesting in Coutts in February 2022?
I was aware that Mr. Chris Lysak was there, and I am loosely acquainted with Mr. Adam Skelly, who had made a couple of trips there to deliver steaks and brisket and so on. There's a couple of comedians in the Edmonton and Calgary area that I know that traveled down to put on a performance, I think, and then just kind of meet and greet and leave, and that was about it.
What were the names of the two comedians?
It was Brendan Blackyer and Sam Walker, or maybe, I'm not sure if Sam attended, but Brendan for sure. And there was also Brett Forte, who I don't know personally. I've never spoken to him. I was just made aware that they were there because they posted a video of them traveling there to say hi to everybody.
And so Chris Lysak, Mr. Adam Skelly, Brendan and Sam, are they members of the Diagolon community?
No. They may identify as fans. Mr. Lysak would. Brendan probably would. Sam potentially. Mr. Forte I've never met or spoken to.
If you're a fan of Diagolon, you're part of the community, right?
Again, it's just kind of a self-identifying. You could say it's as simple as as identifying as a Toronto Maple Leafs fan by putting a sticker on your truck. It's really that simple.
So the answer to my question is yes.
I suppose so, yes.
Were you communicating with the individuals you just identified while they were in Coutts?
No.
How do you know Chris Lysak?
Mr. Lysak has been a longtime fan of the podcast. I met him personally in Saskatchewan in the summer of 2021, I believe, at that first meet and greet get together I mentioned, and a subsequent one later in the year, perhaps September. There was a few dozen people. We, had a beer, ate a steak, with all these people, took a photograph together at one of them, and that's pretty much it.
Did you talk to him when you were at either of those two meet and greets?
Yes, I talked to dozens of people, yeah.
Yeah.
Chris was one of them.
And I take it the topic of conversation at these meet and greets include the similar topics that you discuss on your podcast. Is that fair?
I generally don't like to engage in that. I find it kind of exhausting, and I try to just keep it kind of a social, meet and greet, casual kind of social event. I don't really try to talk politics or anything like that.
But presumably your fans, when they meet you in person, they want to talk to you about what they hear you talking about in your podcast. That's fair, isn't it?
Sometimes, yes.
Can we pull up COM 50907? So, Mr. McKenzie, can you please identify the people in this photo?
Yep, that's the photo I just mentioned. I posted it to my Instagram page. That's myself on my left and Mr. Lysak on the right.
And was this at the first event in Saskatchewan?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, Mr. McKenzie, other than that event in Saskatchewan and then the other event in September 2021, is there any other times you met with Mr. Lysak?
No.
Did you communicate with him at any time other than at those events?
Mr. Lysak may have been in some larger online group chats where there's 30, 40 other people involved. Never, to my knowledge, never directly one-on-one. He has called me twice, I think, since he's been incarcerated, just simply to say hi, and I just try to offer some encouragement to him and hope that he's doing well, etc.
So you spoke to him after his arrest in Coutts?
Yes, sometime this summer.
Okay. And I asked you generally about the people you identified who you knew in Coutts, but with respect to Mr. Lysak specifically, did you understand him to be a fan of your podcasts?
Yes, sir.
And you understood him to be a member of the Diagolon community?
Yes.
Are you aware that Mr. Lysak, or at least there's been reports that Mr. Lysak had a Diagolon flag flying outside the house in which he lived with his father?
I have heard that, yes.
Yeah. So if we could pull up COM 917. And so, have you ever read this article that's on the screen, Mr. McKenzie?
I may have. It's tough to recall.
It's an article in the Toronto Star, and you're quoted in it. Do you remember giving a quote to the Toronto Star with respect to an article they were writing about Mr. Lysak?
I think so. I've spoken to the Toronto Star several times, yes.
Okay. And if you could go down to page 3, just so I can show you, you'll see in the middle of the page, it says, when reached by the Star this week, McKenzie said in an email that he'd met Chris along with thousands of people by now through my podcast and travels around the country, which is, as you explained. So we can take that down. Mr. McKenzie, are you aware that on February 14th, the RCMP executed a search warrant in Coutts, Alberta, and arrested 13 people? And as a part of that arrest, they seized several weapons and body armor. Is that something you're aware of?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become aware of that?
I was made aware of it by once it hit the media either that evening or the following day.
And when did you become aware that Mr. Lysak was one of the people who was arrested?
It was right around the same time that word had spread around the community that he had been arrested as part of the 13 or however many other people were arrested.
And are you aware that Mr. Lysak was charged with conspiracy to murder, uttering threats, and possession of a weapon?
Yes, sir.
After the arrests, as the commission understands it, you posted a video in Ottawa where you talked about the people who'd gotten arrested in Coutts. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir, I think so.
What I'll do is I'll pull it up. I'm not going to play it for you because of our time, but if you can identify it as a video that you participated in, that would be helpful. COM 50911. Actually, might just play the first maybe 30 seconds or so.
If you're not, if you just want to give a shit, please, in your thoughts, keep the boys in Alberta. They got arrested. We haven't heard from them. We don't know what's going on. There's some rumors they're getting fucking charged with some heavy shit. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know. I know as much as you do. But
Okay, you can stop it there. So is that a video you posted, Mr. McKenzie?
Yes, that appears to be a clip from one of my podcast episodes, probably shortly after that had taken place. At the time, and still presently, I'm very skeptical of law enforcement, especially considering the political nature in which there appears to be a lot of interference going on in the country. I was concerned that from that aspect of what was happening out there. Again, I don't know anything other than what's been posted in the media and what's been said, other than that they've been charged with what they've been charged with. Of course, if evidence does appear or is presented that proves that these allegations are in fact correct, obviously that is something I would denounce. I don't stand by that. As I've said, this is not something that is supported by myself. It would undermine the entire purpose of these protests. And until then, I hope they get a fair trial, and we'll see what happens.
And you're correct, Mr. McKenzie. The matter is before the courts, and so it is yet to be adjudicated in the appropriate setting. The media reports are that the people were arrested. There was concern by the police that some of them were intending to use the weapons to harm police officers or murder police officers. Again, that is going to be dealt with another matter. But I assume if that was someone's intent, you would denounce it. Is that did I hear that correctly?
Absolutely, yes.
In the video, you can take it down. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. You mentioned the boys in Alberta when you're talking about the rest. Other than Mr. Lysak, do you know anyone else who got arrested in Alberta?
No, sir.
I'm just to be clear, I'm going to read you the names, and I just want you to say yes or no. Yes, I know them. No, I don't know them. Ursula Gwen Allred?
No.
Luke Burke?
No.
Christopher Dean Carbert or Carbert?
No.
Evan Banning Colnut?
No.
Johnson Chi Chow Law?
No.
Jacqueline Francis Martin?
Miss Martin, I did have a conversation with maybe in June or July. I think she was in one of these video chats and introduced herself and mentioned that she was, or maybe that wasn't her. Martin?
And Mr. McKenzie, just to stop you there, I'm interested in people you knew as of February 14th, yes. 2022.
Okay. Yeah, no.
Justin Lyle Martin?
No.
Jerry Mitchell Troy Morin?
No.
Easton Stewart Oler?
No.
Anthony George Olyanek?
No.
Joanne Lynn Person?
No.
Jenks Anthony Zaremba?
No.
Okay. Mr. Commissioner, I'm almost done. If I could have a few more minutes, please.
Okay.
Mr. McKenzie, I'm sure you are no doubt aware that the RCMP released photos of the weapons and body armor they seized. And why don't we pull up two photos, first with COM 915. And if we could just scroll out, and this is just to give you some context, Mr. McKenzie, this is the larger photo showing the weapons and the ammunition and the vests that were received. And then if we could pull up COM 916, and what I'm going to show you is a photo that's zooming in on the vest that if you're looking at the photos to the right. I expect you know what I'm going to show you at this point, Mr. McKenzie. So
yes,
this is a zoom in of the photo we're looking at, and that's one of the pieces of that's a ballistic vest, as I understand it. Is that correct?
It appears to be some kind of tactical vest. If it was ballistic, it would have to have some kind of ballistic plates or Kevlar or something inserted into it. It's not clear.
Right, fair enough. You see on there's two patches with the diagonal symbol, correct?
Yes, it does appear that that is the case. However, I was made aware of this shortly after this took place. And after some scrutiny and taking a closer look at the photos, they don't appear to be, as I said, there was a man in Prince Edward Island who was making these and selling them at cost to whoever. Thousands of these went out across Canada, some to the United States, some to Australia. These ones, however, appear to be homemade or made by someone else. As of now, I don't recall anyone coming forward to say that they had produced these or where these came from. So I can't really speak to it as their origins.
Right, but you agreed with me earlier, Mr. McKenzie, that any one of your fans or anyone who was in the Diagolon community who supported you could very easily made a patch that looks just like that. Isn't that right?
Yes.
If we could pull up, and this will be the last document, Mr. Commissioner, pb.nsc.can.0008508.rel.0001. So, Mr. McKenzie, again, this is a document. This one's from the RCMP K division, and it's a form of report about the arrests that we've been talking about in Coutts, Alberta. And if we could scroll down to where it says current situation, it says in the second bullet point, a ballistic vest was seized during the search warrant at the residence in Coutts, which contained a patch reflective of the Diagolon flag. It is believed that this vest belongs to one of the accused, Christopher Lysak. Open source information has linked Lysak to redacted name. So, Mr. McKenzie, this isn't your report. I know you didn't produce it, but you would agree with me that from the RCMP's perspective, they believe that the vest with the Diagolon symbol was Mr. Lysak's, correct?
That does appear to be what they believe, yes.
Yes, wait a moment.
Sorry, your counsel had an objection, so.
Yes.
It's unfair to this witness to ask him to speculate what is in the RCMP's mind and their perspective about intelligence.
I think maybe the question wasn't that well framed, but the quote speaks for itself. He could ask whether he agrees with the quote is on the RCMP letterhead. I mean, it's really not much further than that, I take it.
No, I actually withdraw the question, Mr. Commissioner. I agree that he has no, he doesn't know why the RCMP made their observation. So I agree with that and I withdraw it. And those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay. So now we'll go with first the convoy organizers.
The convoy organizers are ceding their time to Mr. McKenzie's counsel, sir.
Okay. Government of Canada.
Good afternoon, Mr. McKenzie. My name is Stephen Aylward. I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada. Mr. McKenzie, you described Diagolon as a grassroots community. Do I have that right?
No, I wouldn't say it's grassroots. It's spreading from my imagination, and I create the content from which the lore and amusement and entertainment and so on attracts people to it, in which they will then either self-identify as a fan or not.
Okay, and you've described yourself as the de facto leader of Diagolon?
No, that's not correct. I've never described myself in that manner. That's been put forward into the media again by people at the Canadian Anti-Hate Network. Again, this is a figment of my imagination in a fictional world.
I see. So
can't really lead a fictional world exactly.
But the letter to the Senate that the Commission Counsel brought up earlier, you had described yourself as a de facto leader in quotes. I take it then you're saying that was being used ironically in that context.
Yes, I was trying to identify myself as the person in question that the Senate was debating about, and the House of Commons were talking about, which alarmed me. And I was acting in the interest of protecting not only myself, but other people that identified as fans and followers of mine. And it was clear that this was an issue of national importance, and I felt obliged to say something about it rather than ignore it.
Right. And you have no formal authority over anyone who's part of the Diagolon community.
Is that right?
That's correct. There's no hierarchy. There's no rank system, membership, code of conduct, uniforms, anything like this. It's a very informal, again, I would pose it as if you're a fan of the Calgary Flames or Montreal Canadiens or not or something. It's just as simple as saying you like it or you don't.
Okay, and you view yourself as somewhat of a calming presence within the Diagolon community?
No, I would view myself as the I guess central figure from which the rest of it sort of orbits.
Okay, earlier you agreed with Commission Council that you had put out messages urging people in Ottawa not to use violence or to act unlawfully. You agree with that? Correct.
I do use my platform to try my best to, again, put forward messages and I guess responsible messaging, yes.
And you were putting out those messages because you were concerned that some members of the Diagolon community would use violence or would act unlawfully.
My concern was that something could happen outside of my control, and I would rather have had say something on record of what I would expect people to, to behave lawfully and peacefully, so that if they follow me and listen to me and they've heard that and then chosen to act on their own and do something, something outside the desires of, myself, and that's not really something I can control. I can't control what other people want to do, but I did want to make it clear that this was my intention, was a peaceful demonstration.
And you explained that there were other members of the Diagolon community with you in Ottawa at the time of the Freedom Convoy?
That's correct.
How many would you say?
There was a property that we were staying at outside the city limits that had been offered up by someone who was a fan. He had a vacant building, no furniture, but it's got a roof, it's got heat, so you could stay there. At times there were 3, 4, or 5 of us, other times as many as 20.
And were there other people that you saw in Ottawa with Diagolon symbols who weren't part of that group?
I didn't personally observe any, one individual I did see that had a flag, but outside of that, I didn't see any symbolism or flags or patches or so on. I did encounter a number of people that recognized me and wanted to have a picture and talk and shake hands and so on.
Could we please call up ssm.nsc.can.6079 _rel.0001. Mr. McKenzie, are you aware of reports that members of the Plaid Army put out a YouTube video in which they expressed the hope that the Freedom Convoy in Ottawa would be the Canadian version of the January 6th riot in Capitol Hill?
I believe I know the clip that you're referring to, which is again taken out of context of a much larger presentation broadcast of which I was not party to. Obviously, I can't speak to that person's intentions or what they meant by that, but I will reinforce that again, it was not my intention to see any kind of violence, political violence, or anything like that, because it again undermines the intentions and objectives of the protesters, which was to peacefully demonstrate their discontent.
Thank you. If we could actually pull up the next documents, a video, pb.can.401820 _rel.0001. And if we could start the video at the 55-second mark, please. Just while we're calling that up, you're aware that there was a deal that was struck between some of the protest organizers in Ottawa and the city of Ottawa
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. So we'd be-
Council, if you'll just allow a brief indulgence, we're having a bit of difficulty locating that.
Maybe I'll move on to the next topic and then I'll come back to that. In terms of the Coots incident that Mr. Mather was just discussing with you, were you aware that there were a number of individuals who traveled from Ottawa to, who were at the Freedom Convoy event in Ottawa who then traveled to Coots?
No, sir.
And in particular, to clarify, I'm referring to individuals who were charged as part of that RCMP operation.
No, sir.
When just a moment ago, when you were describing the, we were looking at a photo of a some sort of body armor that had the diagolon symbol on it, and you were expressing some concerns about the authenticity of the diagolon symbol there. Just to be clear, were you suggesting that the diagolon symbol had been planted there by law enforcement?
Again, at the time and still, I am skeptical of the RCMP in particularly, but of law enforcement in Canada. There is a history of things like this taking place. It's not outside the realm of possibility that something like that is very easily replicated, could be planted. I'm not suggesting that it certainly has or has not, but I would leave that open to possibility, yes.
I take it there's still some issue in pulling up that video?
Correct, Council.
Is it going to be a while, or should this be put off to a little later?
This may take a little while, Commissioner.
Okay. So maybe if you're agreeable, you can complete your examination subject to this video, and we can slot you in a little bit in maybe 10 minutes whenever this is sorted out.
Yes, that's fine. I did have one other video clip that I wanted to play. Is it possible to pull up a different video clip?
Sure, Council. I can assist if you have the doc ID.
Yes, okay, it's COM 50911, the video that was played earlier. And if we could just start that around the 30-second mark.
With that, thanks, from me to you in this palace that I occupy as a federal agent. When there isn't anything I want, I'll see you when I see you, and I'll upload what I can upload and do what I can do. Cheers, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good time. I hope you feel better. All you truckers out there, all you guys, hold the fuck down. Nobody's going anywhere. You're not scaring anybody. You want to fucking dance? Let's dance. Force the tyrant to act like one. And oh, did we succeed in that? And as promised, I want to play you this video. It's from my good dear friend Greg Arcade. You're a legend and a wonderful man. I love you, brother. Thank you so much for the work that you've done and continue to do for this country and your people. You're an underrated person, and in the words of the ferryman's toll,
and so earlier you mentioned that there were some videos in which you had urged people in Ottawa not to use violence, not to act unlawfully. Do you view your comments, you want to dance, let's dance, or hold, I believe it was hold the fuck down? Do you view those comments as in line with your earlier messaging?
It was my intention to convey that the protesters and the demonstrators had no intention of relinquishing their right to peacefully demonstrate. It was clear at the time that the rumblings and things I'd been hearing and seeing that it was the intention of the federal government to use force to dispel these people. So, as I said in the video, and I've been saying for a long time, is to force a tyrant to act like one, you simply refuse to bend to their will, and they will reveal themselves to be who they are. And in this case, they deployed the RCMP and various police forces and beat people with batons and shot them with tear gas canisters and trampled an Indigenous elderly woman with a horse. Another man was dragged lifelessly through a crowd, and so on. So that was the price that people were willing to pay and endure for the Canadian people, to show them the true face of what it was they were standing against.
Okay, thank you. Subject, if I might ask for just 2 minutes later to address that issue with the video.
I think it's now available.
Oh, it
So,
is.
so Council, I believe it's been renumbered to POE.DOJ 6014.
Okay,
It's an
understood.
8-minute long video, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
If we could start it at the 55-second mark, please.
I'm sure a lot of people have been seeing this. Randy Hillier has spoken about this already. Tomorrow, allegedly, there's some kind of deal being signed or agreed upon by, the quote unquote truckers with the city, with the government, however, where they're going to move some vehicles and relocate and this kind of stuff. It's been expressed to me by people, connected inside the movement there to the actual truckers, that this leadership cell of political operatives like Dichter and Dagny are not playing. They're not on side, guys. I was told they haven't released a dime of the money at all. These guys are sitting out there, they're paying. They got $9,000 a month to making these payments on these trucks, and they're not getting paid. They're missing mortgage payments now. And this deal tomorrow is fraudulent. A lot of the names that are attached to it,
That's good,
people,
So I mentioned a deal earlier between protest organizers and the city. Does that refresh your memory about that issue?
Yeah, apologies a bit. I was unclear as to what you were referring to. It's something. I think there was some kind of negotiation was taking place to move some trucks from one place to another. I wasn't intimately involved. I don't know exactly the details of that, but to some extent, I'm not sure exactly.
Safe to say you were urging your followers not to go along with that deal.
I was expressing concern because at that time there was a number of names that had appeared that somehow had gotten into the leadership cadre or something, as you could describe, that I was very skeptical of their intentions, and I had some skepticism and fear that this was things were moving in a malicious direction.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, I think it's the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses.
Good afternoon, Mr. McKenzie. I'm not sure if you can see me there. My name is Paul Champ. I'm a lawyer for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses, the people from downtown Ottawa. Just have a couple questions for you. You mentioned in your testimony about getting the screen captures of text, group texts from RCMP officers. You got that from a current RCMP member, is that right?
At the time it was delivered to me, I understood that to be the case. I can't speak to if this person is still employed or not.
Okay. And do you occasionally have interactions of people who are fans or are interested in what you say, or supporters who are current members of law enforcement?
Yes, that's correct.
And while you were in Ottawa, were you, during the convoy protest, were you in communication with some of these individuals who are current law enforcement members and are supporters of yours?
Not directly, no.
And have you ever been in contact with or anyone communicated to you who is a current member of the Canadian Security Intelligence Service who's a supporter of you or a fan of you?
No, I've actually made numerous overtures and offers to speak to the Canadian Security Intelligence Service to try to shed some light on myself and this community that they seem so concerned about. And as of today is the first day that I've ever been asked a single question by anyone in any official capacity about it.
Right. And you mentioned that you had 3 or 4 people, or sometimes as many as 20 people staying with you in the same location in Ottawa. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
And those were up to 20 people who were supporters or fans of yours?
Yes, that's correct.
And some of these people were former members of the military or current members of the military? Veterans like yourself?
Do not think so. I'd have to go through a list and refresh my memory, but no one's jumping out at me. I don't think so. I believe they're all civilians.
Okay. Did any of them bring any firearms with them?
No, sir. I actually went out of my way to make sure that was adamantly very clear that would not be something I would endorse, and is not a good idea. And again, would be a very dangerous situation. It's illegal and it's undermining the objectives of the protesters.
For sure. Yeah, you were concerned about that, right? That some people in the protest might undermine the purpose of the protest by becoming violent. And you didn't want that to happen, correct?
That's correct.
And that's why you made that message out to people to not be violent. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Because you knew some of the people who were there could be volatile and could be violent. Is that right?
I understand that in great numbers of people and tens of thousands of people, there is always going to be outliers of folks who, may be unhinged, they may be mentally ill, there could be any number of factors that may contribute to something. And I was just doing my best to mitigate any potential, any influence that I have to try to, push things in a positive direction rather than, say nothing or worse, contribute to, something negative happening.
And when you were in Ottawa, did you have contact with Mr. Randy Hillier?
I met with Mr. Hillier once, maybe twice. He didn't have much of a voice. He was feeling under the weather, but yeah, I met him once or twice.
While you were in Ottawa?
Correct.
And when you got the information about the RCMP text, did you pass that on to anyone in the convoy leadership?
No, sir. I looked at it. I sat with it for about 10 minutes and I just decided to publish it on my Telegram page for everyone to look at. And from there it went to Counter Signal, Key and Bexty, Rebel News took it, various other independent journalists and so on took note of it. Notably the legacy media, CBC and so on, did not comment or provide any coverage or insight of that, but I simply just put it out there and it went off on its own into the wild.
And you met with Mr. Hillier. Did you meet with any other elected political officials while you were in Ottawa during the convoy protests?
No, sir.
Either federally or provincially?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And you'd indicated in your testimony that you met Miss Tamara Leach this summer?
I spoke to her on the phone. I did see Tamara Leach briefly. She walked by me somewhere in a hotel lobby, but I hadn't any formal interaction, conversation, or anything with her until I spoke to her on the phone sometime in, I want to say, August.
And the two of you, you were discussing, what was the topic you were discussing? The upcoming inquiry or other issues?
No, she had actually called to express concern and so on for my legal situation.
for your legal situation.
Yes, outside of this.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. McKenzie.
Okay, thank you. Next, the Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon, Mr. McKenzie. My name is Jessica Barrow, and I'm counsel for the Ottawa Police Service. Can you see and hear me all right?
Yes, I can. Hello.
Excellent. I'm going to start with something that you testified to earlier, and you indicated that in the lead up to the events in Ottawa, you were of the view that this was not going to be what you referred to as an in and out event. But just to be clear, you were not one of the organizers of this event, correct?
That's correct. I believe I may have been misconstrued as such or perceived to be a bigger personality in this simply because of my social media presence and a video that I had released basically reacting to the convergence of the trucks moving towards Ottawa. I was, kind of excited by it and interested in what was going to happen. That video achieved a fair amount of traction and plays. So I think maybe people associated me with that for that reason. However, I had no time to have any contact with any organizers. I didn't ask for any money, take any money, give any money. I had no hand in logistics, planning, anything like that. I was simply there of my own volition to observe and, just be there for the experience.
So you really had no knowledge as to the specific intentions of the organizers, except for whatever perhaps you were seeing online. Is that fair?
As far as the intentions were concerned, I was basically just collating the information that I could find in social media, what people were saying. I was aware of who some of the people were for that reason, and they were echoing the same, similar kind of sentiments. They were there to protest and show their discontent and exercise their rights to do so and so on. I didn't see anything disagreeable with that. I didn't see any intentions of violence or so on.
Right, but with respect to your comment in terms of this not being an in and out event, are you aware that the organizers or some of them testified earlier this week that this event became much more significant than they had really anticipated?
No, I was not. I haven't been able to view much of or hear much of what's transpired earlier. It was apparent to me just simply because of the Canada's a very large country, and the effort required just to simply go to Ottawa from Alberta and British Columbia, in Halifax and so on, indicated to me, and the numbers at which people were going indicated to me that this was not going to be a quick trip to the city, as it were.
Are you aware that similarly that some of the organizers testified that they had not anticipated staying as long as they ultimately did?
No, I'm not.
Okay. I'm going to move on to the issue of social media. Obviously, we heard some testimony from you today about your particular use of social media. Would you agree with me that social media is a tool that some people use to influence the actions of others?
Yes, of course.
In fact, it's actually a career now, being a social media influencer.
Yes, some people make a living that way.
And it's a tool that's used to encourage people to buy things or used for social advocacy?
Yes, I think it's empowered a lot of people to express their voice in the world and establish themselves as such if they want to act similarly to the way that corporate broadcasting and larger companies and stuff do to push whatever products, ideas, and things that they want to. They can now compete with them in that same kind of space, I suppose.
So then I take it you would agree with me that social media has the power, both unintentionally and intentionally, to influence the actions of others.
I would say that anything that anyone is paying a large amount of attention to.
If you just hold on a moment, your counsel is standing up here.
I'm not sure social media can have an intent. I'm not sure the question is precise. I'm not sure how relevant it is in the circumstances. Perhaps social media users could have that kind of power, but my client I don't think it's fair for him to testify about the power that social media has in terms of intent and lack of intent.
I was speaking specifically to social media influencers, but I'm happy to be more clear if that's required.
I think you have to be more clear. Social media is something we should be looking into, but
Sure.
you could try and rephrase the question.
Happy to. So to be clear, Mr. McKenzie, I'm speaking obviously specifically to the users that are using social media. And in terms of influencing others, my question was, would you agree with me that those using social media can both intentionally and unintentionally influence others?
Yes, of course. I would imagine that any form of media, whether it's social media, television, movies, music, and if they're inundated, especially in sort of a way that becomes a large focus of their day-to-day lives, then it would have an impact on the way that they view things, of course.
And you indicated earlier that depending on the platform and depending on the specific post, that anywhere between tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of people have followed you.
It's unclear. There's no real way to measure, but tens of thousands would probably be a fair assessment, yes.
I think you may have indicated that one of your YouTube videos may have garnered up to 500,000 views. Do I have that incorrect?
No, several of them have in the past, yes.
Okay. So I'm not going to take you to this specific document, but for the record, it's OPP 835, and it's a document published by the Canadian Anti-Hate Network, which I take from your earlier testimony you disagree with, but it describes Diagolon, also referred to as Plaid Army, as a conspiracy-based network that is increasingly evolving into a militia comprising neo-fascists who anticipate a violent revolution which they will seize power. I take it you disagree with that assessment of the organization. Is that fair?
Yes, I disagree, and I don't agree that this is my imagination is an organization of any kind. I'm not clear on what neo-fascist accelerationist means. And in my opinion, the Canadian Anti-Hate Network is not a credible news or information research source.
Fair enough, but I take it you would agree with me that at least some people might interpret your messaging in that way, because obviously the Canadian Anti-Hate Network does.
Again, sure, I can't control how people interpret or don't interpret, any number of things. I can only control the things that I say and conduct myself the best that I can. And if it's interpreted the wrong way, then I'm happy to clarify, but I can't, again, be expected to control the interpretations of other people.
Fair enough. I'll just ask one more question because I believe I'm getting the signal that I'm out of time. But as a follow-up to that, there were a few veiled references to violence that we saw earlier council take you to, and you indicated in response to those that it certainly wasn't your intention to promote violence and that your followers would know that. Is that a fair assessment of your answer?
Yes, I think so.
But it's true that you have not obviously spoken to all of your followers, right?
Well, I don't exactly take attendance, so there's no way to know who is listening to me at any number of times. All I can do is use my platforms accordingly, and if it's listened to or not by individual people is not within my control.
And so you obviously couldn't know how they're interpreting your message.
No.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, next is the Ontario Provincial Police.
Commissioner, I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, next is counsel for former Chief Slowly.
Commissioner, also no questions for the witness. Thank you.
Okay, next is the Government of Alberta.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have no questions either.
Okay, the Democracy Fund, JCCF.
This is Antoine Dailly for the Citizens for Freedom. Our group would like to cede our time to counsel for the witness.
Oh, this seems to be a popular person, Mr. Foda. I guess it's your turn. They seem to have collected a lot of support.
I won't need all the time, Mr. Commissioner, but I'm happy to commence now.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Mackenzie. Can you see me?
Yes, sir.
This is the first time you've seen me actually on video.
That is correct.
I want to start off with just covering some of the questions that you were asked by the last council for the Ottawa Police Service.
Okay.
The Canada Anti-Hate Network. You were asked about sort of the information that they've put out there about you. Are you aware if the Canada Anti-Hate Network has itself spread any misinformation during the convoy?
Yes, as a matter of fact, the president or the chief, as I understand it, Mr. Farber, was on national television advising the nation of Canada that anti-Semitic flyers were being distributed throughout downtown Ottawa as a result of the nature of the people involved, when in fact that was a screen grab from an event in Miami, Florida that had taken place weeks earlier.
And do you know if the Canada Anti-Hate Network's views about you have been relied upon by law enforcement or other senior officials in the federal government?
Yes, I have, through, again, legal disclosure, documents referenced by law enforcement, open source intelligence, and so on. There are a number of pages and articles and things written by the Canadian Anti-Hate Network used as justification for their assessment of me.
And have you ever had any communication with anyone from the Canada Anti-Hate Network?
I have, actually. One of their journalists, Mr. Smith, I believe, reached out to me in just as late as February of this year. Previous to that, no one had ever approached me for a comment or explanation. They were content to just publish things, sometimes with no bylines whatsoever, written by ostensibly no one. I attempted to explain and kind of level, man to man with Mr. Smith about, who I am and so on. That didn't really go anywhere. I'd also been in contact informally, casually with Mr. Kurt Phillips over Twitter over the past several months before I was banned.
And did your conversations have anything to do about the convoy or your alleged extremist activities?
No, they were pretty casual in nature, just about kind of surface level things about other personalities and stuff. Other maybe casual bits, sometimes different beers that we enjoyed, things like this.
You were asked questions about social media and social media influencers and their ability to either unintentionally or intentionally influence others. What are your views on legacy media being able to do that?
Well, again, yeah, with seeing the size of the platform that it has and the amount of funding that's being dumped into it from the Canadian taxpayer, it's one of the bigger microphones that exists, and it's my opinion that it has an extreme amount of bias and has been almost weaponized in that way to push state and government messaging, to influence and perhaps correct the way that people are thinking as it benefits the people that pay their bills.
I'd like to pull up POE.JMK 701. It's an article from the Globe and Mail. Can you see this article on your screen, Mr. Mackenzie?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with it?
No, I've never seen this before.
Okay, if we could scroll down a little bit and stop right there for a moment. Could you please read that, Mr. Mackenzie, and tell us when you're done?
Yes, sir. You want me to read it aloud or just quiet? Sorry.
No, just to yourself. I'm going to just cover some of the content in that.
Okay. Yeah, I've got it. Thanks.
Okay, if we could go down a little bit further.
Okay.
And a little bit further.
Okay.
And then just a little bit further.
Okay.
So this was an article that was published around February 16th after the Emergencies Act was invoked by the government.
Okay.
And there are comments made by Public Safety Minister about that were later clarified by his spokesperson. Mr. Mendocino didn't name any organization during the news conference, but his spokesperson, Alexander Cohen, later said that the minister's remarks were in reference to Diagolon.
I see.
If we could go up just a little bit further to the comments that were actually made by Mr. Mendocino, further up, please. Right there. So, quote, "It could have been deadly for citizens, protesters, and officers. We need to be clear-eyed about the seriousness of these incidents, and indeed, several of the individuals at Coutts have strong ties to a far-right extreme organizations with leaders who are in Ottawa." How many members, how many of the individuals at Coutts did you have any ties to?
Just the Mr. Lysak, who I met twice.
And would you consider that to be strong ties?
No.
Would you consider this to be an example of misinformation or no?
Yes, I would.
I'd like to pull up some of the clips, sir, that council have referenced, but that we've not actually gone over with you. If I could first ask that JMK 000, I think there's 7 zeros and 4. And this is a clip I understand from your social media dated January 23rd of this year, sir.
So as long as everybody just keeps their head, don't do anything stupid, say anything stupid, anything, nothing illegal, don't even speed. Don't give them anything.
Where was that video taken, sir?
That video was filmed outside downtown the waterfront in Pictou, Nova Scotia, where I live.
And what was your intent in putting out that video?
That was the day or 2 days prior to me heading down to Ottawa. I know a lot of people were on their way. They were excited to go and so on. It was my intent to try and set a tone of extreme levels of situational awareness and attentiveness to the fact that there would be a lot of scrutiny on everyone. And so it was imperative that people conduct themselves in a responsible and lawful manner.
If we could play another clip, please, 702, JMK 702. This is a clip I understand, Mr.
Behavior. And if you...
Sorry, if we could just go back to the beginning. Mr. Mackenzie, I understand this was taken on January 28th. If you could please just watch it.
Please be on your best behavior. And if you see anything odd or strange or makes you nervous or uncomfortable, leave immediately. And keep your phone, your camera is probably your best defense. If you see anything strange, film it.
Where was this video taken, sir?
That video appears to be taken in the residence I mentioned earlier that we stayed at a large amount of the time outside the city of Ottawa.
And what was the message that you were trying to convey?
I was just trying to keep people safe, and again, if they know, I obviously wouldn't want them to intervene into something that seemed, unsafe or dangerous. But if they could, I believe that as dangerous as they can be, the smartphones that people have can be their best defense. They can film, what's happening around them and protect themselves in that way. And if they were to encounter or see anything disturbing or frightening or alarming, then they should leave and get away from that, and then potentially even report it to authorities if necessary.
Speaking about reporting things to authorities, have you ever reported extremist behavior to authorities?
Yes.
Can you please tell us about that?
One example, let's see, would have been fall, I think, of 2021. There was a group online identifying themselves as Links something. It was armed men in the woods with masks. One of them specifically said, this is a call to arms, which, as I understand, is an illegal thing to do. It was very clear that they intended to, we're promoting the idea of arming people, arming citizens. I think it was an acronym for Liberate Your Neighborhood or something like that. And to engage the forces of the state in violent confrontation. They were commenting on my videos and inferring that they were trying to connect with me and so on. I found this very alarming, and again, putting potentially myself at risk, but other people that follow me and it could be exposed to this and ensnared in whatever was going on there. So once I became aware of the video, I immediately called the mounted police about it.
And did you receive a response?
I did. They called me back. They asked me, what I knew about it. If anything, I said, all I know is what I've seen on the internet. I'm simply bringing it to your attention because if I were you, this is something that would concern me. And that was pretty much the end of that interaction. I'm not sure whatever took place after that, but.
You didn't have follow-up after that?
I don't think so. I think there was one constable from Saskatchewan that may have called me to say they may have more questions in the future, but that was the end of that interaction.
Were you willing to have a continuous relationship with law enforcement to assist them in identifying legitimate threats to public safety?
Of course, if there was anything for me to give them or assist them in any way, I would have, yes.
I'd like to play another clip, JMK 701. And my understanding is that this is a clip from February 5th.
Support each other. Tell the truth. Be good. Don't do anything stupid, and don't give in to their attempts to goad you into anything they can use against you. Because this is literally all they have at this point. This couple of sentences out of context on the internet, and an old man at a gas station. It's ridiculous, Meanwhile, the high horse they stand on. Oh, we're so much better people. We're so much better people. We are morally superior, said the man in blackface.
Where were you when this video was taken, sir?
I believe I was traveling back to Ottawa from the Maritimes.
Okay. Can you please tell the commissioner sort of what your itinerary was during the convoy protests?
From beginning to end, or?
Yeah, my understanding is that you were not in Ottawa the entire time. Can you sort of just go over in general terms your itinerary?
So I left the Maritimes, again, a couple of days. I arrived 1 or 2 days before the trucks showed up. I picked up a couple of friends and associates. They wanted to go. It was kind of a carpool idea. I said I would take them. We went down, met up with some people, stayed at the location I mentioned. And then after roughly 5 days or so, these gentlemen had to go home. I drove them home. I only intended to stay for that length of time. And then when I got home, I decided it was unclear how long this was going to go on. So I decided to go back a few days later. That's around that time when I made that video. And then I stayed in Ottawa, the Ottawa area, for the duration until probably 3 to 4 days after the invocation of the Emergency Act, and everyone was cleared out of downtown. Then my partner and I left and we headed back to the Maritimes.
When you were in Ottawa, did you engage in any illegal activity?
No.
Did you bring a vehicle?
Yes, I drove my my personal vehicle. It's a pickup truck.
Where did you park?
Either on the farm where we were staying, or hotel parking lots that I would stay at, or if it was in the interest of going downtown to see the protest, I would park in parking lots and that were available as close as possible, and then walk the remaining couple of blocks.
Did you pay for parking?
Yes.
Did you assault anyone while you were in Ottawa?
No.
Threaten anyone while you were there?
No.
Did you engage in violent behavior?
No, sir.
Were you armed?
No.
Were you charged with any offenses in relation to your participation to the in the convoy in Ottawa?
No, sir.
Do you believe, or do you know whether or not your public political commentary has drawn the ire of officials?
That is my belief, yes.
Sir, you were asked questions about whether you had any, whether Diagolon had any structure. I think you were asked if you had any formal authority over anyone in the Diagolon community. And I believe you indicated that there was no hierarchy or no formal structure.
Correct.
To be fair, you have a vice president.
Yes.
Could you tell the commissioner who your vice president is?
The vice president is of Diagolon, which is of my imagination. He is my sidekick that has evolved over the years. He's a demonic goat figurine named Philip with a very, very serious narcotics problem and time traveling ability.
Do you think any reasonable person who consumes your content either regularly or semi-regularly would actually consider Diagolon to be an organization?
I would think not, no.
How do you explain what is included in intelligence reports and what is expressed in national media and expressed by ministers of the highest level in our country?
It's my opinion that the foundational work by the Canadian Anti-Hate Network as pertains to targeting me as a previously government funded, has enjoyed a fair amount of government funding to target and smear people that they consider perhaps politically inconvenient, or people that just want to shut up. They regularly engage in defamatory statements, libelous action, things like this. Out of context statements, they'll take a clip here, a sentence there, and stitch it together and make it appear as something that it is not. From there, some media outlets, legacy media outlets, lazily, unfortunately, it appears, took it at face value, copy, paste, print the story, then which is consumed by police officers, which, again, unfortunately, rather than doing any digging themselves or investigating or asking me a single question, take these things at face value and compile these reports, and up the network it goes until it lands on the desk of the public safety minister, or perhaps even the Prime Minister's office, where they're faced with these scenarios that have no basis in reality. I consider this entire situation entirely avoidable. This none of this needed to happen. It's absurd, and I consider it the single most embarrassing and grotesque intelligence failure in national history.
Mr. Mather, when he first started asking you questions, clarified that you're obviously testifying from in custody?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And my understanding is you have no criminal record?
That's correct.
How do you intend on pleading to all of the charges that you face?
Not guilty.
Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Any re-examination?
No, Mr. Commissioner, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for your testimony, Mr. McKenzie, and good luck with your trials.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, next We're going to take the afternoon break, and then we'll come back with our final witness of the day and of the week.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission levée pour 15 minutes.
Terry, this is my smile. Terry, this is my smile. We saw this coming. This was going to be farfada in English. But we got quotes like blackface in there. That was funny. Paul is up, right? No, Paul was up. He was already up. We're all done. Next will be next witness and last witness for the day will be Daniel Bulford. Was that fun? Was that fun? Anybody not know who Dialong was before this? You didn't have any clue? You didn't even see their flag before? You know, he just swiped his finger across his phone and made a flag. You didn't know about their VP? As soon as the question was headed there, I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. Who's the VP? I did write a bit of a thing on Twitter about them. Look, I did give them a fair shake, but I also wasn't very supportive completely. I took a little bit of heat because, you know, I'm trying to be biased and not have an opinion one way or other. The trouble with Dialong, which I think the government may try to prove later, is regardless who the VP was and the leader was and the foundation, like regardless how it started, any group that has a bunch of angry people have potential to do something. But actually, that's true about any group. You don't even have to be angry. But that's where they're going to go with that. They were laying things down already. You didn't have control over the logo. What he doesn't realize is they're going to be showing that lone wolves were very possible. And groups like that can create subgroups that have nothing to do with the main group. And I think that's where the government's going to go with that. Because clearly they can't use the main group as a boogeyman anymore. So now they're going to create a new fictitious boogeyman that didn't actually happen, but could have happened, right? The potential boogeyman, the one with no face. That's all they're going to have left, right? And is it going to be, how are they going to do that? Because one word I didn't like that they actually did mention was international fans. They said international fans. And then they kept mixing the word fans with supporter. And then the next step from fans to supporter, associate. Are they going to go to militia after that? But they're still just people that liked the video. They're just fans. I can see that. Like if you were trying to construct another type of boogeyman, and then to justify some actions that you're so scared of them on, you can't use a real one because there is none. So you have to create one. Maybe. It won't work though, guys, because it won't work because we have so many laws that even tackle invisible boogeyman. Like, what's the problem that you are worried about the invisible boogeyman? As soon as they touch Canadian land, arrest them? Well, then do so. Or if this invisible boogeyman materializes and gets a van and does something silly, deal with it. What is it that you have to actually deal with when they're invisible or haven't happened yet? That's not an EA level anything, ladies and gentlemen. Not an EA level anything. Antifa, there you go. Come on, Canadian David. You're right. Like, and didn't we see this kind of happen already? Who's familiar with what do you call it? The Proud Boys? The Proud Boys. Who's familiar with them? Especially the Canadian version, because they're on a terrorist list of some sort in Canada. They're on like officially named as an organization to be concerned with. But who knows actually who they are? They're supposed to be a white supremacist group, right? But I believe their founder isn't a member of that group. So that just fell apart there. You know, we have that in Canada. We actually listed them as a group here. Dialong going to be on that list too now? Because again, potential of something. Are you going to put independent journalists on there too? Because I have influence. What is this influence stuff they're talking about? Social media influence is now a type of terrorism? Is that where they're headed with that? What are they trying to say? Because you have millions of people watching you, you can now direct something? Well, what is the government then? What is the government? Are they the same thing? A massive influencer using all state media to influence people? Are they calling themselves out, but not calling themselves out? This is weird, isn't it? We had a lot of Kim Kardashian thoughts in our minds because, well, you're calling for influencers now? My gosh, have I stepped into a role of something here? I'm just trying to reach people, talk the truth, connect with people, show myself, Is that now the prerequisite for terrorism? Domestic terrorism? Do you guys consider me a terrorist? Probably not. Don't get me really mad and hurt my family, and I'll do whatever I can. But no. And do you guys consider yourselves followers of terrorism because you are going for non-mainstream media? Look, this is pretty ridiculous. And they're starting to talk about things like number of likes, and your video got 500,000. And you see where they're going with this? And I kind of critiqued JJ McCullough, he's a very cool social media influencer, YouTuber for Canada. And he went to the House and he kind of talked to them about why you shouldn't be doing Bill C-11. Fortunately for him, one of the talking points he used was the massive amount of videos and views Canadian content makers get. And he was using words like billions. 350 Canadian content makers do over 1 million subscribers. That's why C-11 is in place there, JJ. It's in place because it's a massive amount of messaging they don't control. Had you walked in there and said, look, 5 people and my brother are only people on YouTube, they would have been far less interested. Not your fault, dude, because you're just telling the truth. And not your fault, dude, because you're actually trying to tell them how important content from Canadian creators is. But that's not how they see it. They see it as an enemy. You can see how lawyers think sometimes, right? They had one story about a girl wearing a Truck Trudeau shirt. That's what it said, Truck Trudeau. And then the lawyer twisted that into indoctrinating a child against government. It said Trudeau. So it didn't say government. It said Trudeau, which is a current leader. Not even the entire Liberal Party, just a current specific person. And they twist that into, well, you're indoctrinating children into anti-government thinking because they're wearing a Truck Trudeau shirt. So look, these are the people who are kind of controlling us, aren't they? And they got the mindset of notices are something that you should be listening to. If there's a protest, we can go and identify one group and get them to force and control everybody else. This is the way they're thinking. They're not even being shy about it because they can't. This is the way they think. So this is the words they use. But I think we're winning. So two boogeymans gone. Jeremy did a great job. He didn't lose his cool at all. I think they were intimidated by him. You had a little bit more than normal not to come up. And then you had all the liberators and the freedom people all consolidate their time to one dude. He's showing the unity there on that front there. And yeah, what is the OPP? OPP, why even on the list anymore? Because like the last 8 times you've been called up or even more, we spend a minute or two getting your video conference to connect just to hear you have no questions. Maybe tell the commission when you do have questions and you're expecting to be on there. Do that. But anyways, whole whack of people had no questions for Jeremy. Went through him pretty quick compared to some other witnesses. And if he is the leader of the insurrection attempt or possibility that could have been materialized, boy, they were weak on the questions around that. Don't you think? Yeah. And if they really, that's the worst one they got, let's dance. Let's dance. That's the worst they got. Please. He paid for parking. He paid for parking. No, this is not what you guys were kind of telling. Now, here's a question, though. This wasn't Justin doing his homework and he came up with a report. This is all provided to him. And this wasn't provided by the OPP. We saw CSIS's name on the documents. So federal level intelligence pooping the bed, like rapping hard, right? Or fabrication. Maybe they wanted that. Maybe they wanted the documents to say the potential of violence is there, and then provoke, and then boom. And then say, yeah, our intelligence is wonderful. Look how wonderful it is. Well, guys, that's not intelligence. That's a script. You're creating your own narrative and then going to fulfill it just to have the narrative. You do that a lot, by the way, this particular government. You do that a lot. You paint a situation, and then you create the situation, and then you point to that situation as the reason why you need to react differently next time. This is a massive example here with the convoy and the protest. You guys were corralling them. You weren't dispersing them. You were corralling them. It's all over your documents. Surge and corral. You were doing that. It's right there. Day one. I think it was January 28th. Very early. Your first documents about how to deal with this. You're already using that terminology. So you're creating it. And then you beat them. You heard that very clearly today. Then you beat them. And then you dropped them off in the middle of nowhere. So many crimes there. So many crimes. International too. Because when the government does this to their people, this is what the international crimes are for. But I want to caution you all. Let's not try and do that. Because that might be the ultimate goal. Have countries now begging for international courts and support. Let's not go there. We can deal with this internally. Because one way to get you on a new system is the people ask for it. Because the people really have the power. So maybe give us a bad government, so much so that we ask for international protection. We don't need it, guys. So if you have any inclination to go in that direction, fight it. We can handle this like a family that has just issues. We don't need another parent. We'll take care of this in the election. We'll be patient. We'll keep an eye on them. Peak bugging the NDP. Maybe they'll split off that deal. Maybe they'll get it out. Maybe we'll get them out earlier. But this is Canada. We're going to take it back because these people, they're not right. And then we have to have a conversation with our police force in Ottawa. I'm not seeing the same thing in Windsor and Toronto. So there's something special about the OPS. They maybe should be looked at a little bit closer. Sorry, I think Jeremy did a great job. I think our witnesses today are great. I don't know very much about the next witness, Daniel Bulford. He's the last one. I kind of want to keep it that way. I don't want to form an opinion. I just want to keep it open mind, go in and see what we have. And then finish off our day with the Brady Bunch. We're going to do that. So we'll be sticking around for that. And we'll give it a shot. To those that don't know what it is, I'm going to put a link where you can join my studio and we'll sit and chat. And then for the 47 who are here, this morning I had quite a few, where did that page go? Quite a few people send me a link to the People's Inquiry that's being put together for the inquiry into COVID, Preston Manning inquiry. You guys are familiar with that? Well, you should check it out. I'm going to get the link here. Where are you, James? James, you're a rock star. I got so many DM insiders. They're just passing me all the great info. And James, you know who you are. You're also in my chat all the time. You're awesome, bud. So here we go. National Citizen. So let me share this website with you all. Because it might be something we could do. Do a bit of a push and get another inquiry going. And what I like about this particular inquiry is they're not using the system. This is a citizen one. This is one where we're going to be doing it. I think the inquiry is about to come back because the video did. So keep an eye on that. But check this out. I'll throw it into the chat right now, the link. Check this out. Barbara, yeah, I got 4 people that sent me the link in my DM. So sorry, Barbara, if I didn't mention you, but yeah, there was 4 people. So some people that heard the video, because I said, hey, everybody got the link, send it to me. And this is what's wonderful about Canada, is that's exactly what happened. I got sent the link. But check it out, folks, because at least sign the petition. Okay, at least sign the petition. But I've also started to look into the suggested commissioner. I actually qualify for it. You don't have to be a judge. You don't have to be a lawyer. But you do have to have some relevant experience and journalism, law, policy, and those are 3 of them that's on there. So I do qualify. So what I'm thinking about doing is I'll put together a page on my website because they require quite a bit of information about me for you to fill it out, like my birthday. So I will fill out some stuff on the website. I'll give it to you all. And if you think an independent journalist / politician / legal guy like me could also contribute. They're looking for 5 commissioners for this, and they're all going to be citizens. I'll throw my hat in, and if I'm selected, I'll be honored to do it. So I'll get that information on my website to assist, and if you want to nominate, throw my hat in the ring. Consent from me is one of the requirements, and you'll absolutely have it. I'll give you that. He's a baby, 1977. That's right, Ellen. 1977. A month before Elvis passed, I came into this world. I don't know why that's a milestone or a figure, but yeah, he passed in March. So I had a month of Elvis. Yeah, and then for those that don't know, February 14th is my birthday, and then February 14th, 2017, my 40th birthday, I passed the Law Society exam. So, you know, always, if you want to go back, second career, you want to do school, you do it. You can do it. Let me get the video ready, the stream ready. So, folks, I hope you're enjoying today. Today has been good. It's been emotional, and it's been good. I'm very pleased that Jeremy got to
Order
speak.
allowed.
Look at that. We're done. All right. We'll chat soon. Thank you all.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Thank you, Commissioner. Jeffrey Leon, co-lead counsel for the commission. The next witness is Daniel Bulford.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Bulford, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
On the Bible, please.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Daniel Joseph Bulford, B-U-L-F-O-R-D.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do so swear.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bulford. Clerk, could you please put up HRF 401553? You recognize this as a statement that you prepared for the commission?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, we will put that in evidence. And if you ever need to refer to the statement while I'm asking you questions, you'll let me know, okay?
Yes, sir.
You can take that down now. I understand that you were born in Saskatchewan and resided in northern Alberta for several years.
Yes, that's correct. And is it necessary that council speaks to the protection?
He's already given that
Okay, thank you.
protection, but he may want to do it again.
Sir, that's protection's already been marked as an exhibit. You're listed in the
Okay.
written invocation.
Thank you.
Just simply for the record, I'll refer to the statement that's in the record and the fact that you are under subpoena from the commission. And as a result, it will be deemed that you've objected to each answer to seek the protection of the relevant evidence acts. Okay?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you for that reminder. Now, I understand that you spent 15 years in the RCMP?
That's correct.
And tell us briefly your career in the RCMP.
I joined the RCMP in August of 2006. I graduated from the Depot Training Academy, January 2007. I was posted to Whitehorse, Yukon as a general duty constable for roughly 4 years. In December 2010, I transferred to Mayo, Yukon, a smaller, more remote community 4 hours north of Whitehorse. I was posted there for roughly 2.5 years. And then I transferred to Ottawa, where for the remainder of my career, I was a full-time sniper observer on the National Division Emergency Response Team.
You resigned from the RCMP in December 2021?
That's correct.
And why did you do that?
I spoke out publicly against the federal government vaccination mandate for COVID-19 vaccines. And after speaking out publicly, my security clearance was revoked. And I knew that I would be subject to disciplinary action. And after I reviewed what my options were in regards to that, I discovered that if I was terminated for misconduct, which I suspected would be the case, I could potentially lose roughly half of my pension transfer value. So I made the decision to resign out of fear that I would not be able to set my family up adequately financially in the future.
Thank you. And beyond that, have the COVID-19 public health measures affected you or your family?
Yes, sir, very much.
Can you say briefly why?
Well, the obvious beginning is that I felt it necessary to leave my 15-year career, which I was provided 15 dedicated years of service to the mounted police. I was not a complainer. I worked hard. I was passionate about my craft. I think I had a reputation of being a hardworking professional. Then beyond that, my wife and I were no longer permitted access to public spaces that we as tax-paying Canadians were helping fund. And that prevented us from being involved in our children's activities, such as minor hockey, which we were both heavily involved in for a number of years, roughly 6 years. We couldn't travel to see our family in northern Alberta, which, living in the second largest landmass country in the world was problematic. So it's roughly 40 hours of drive time. And we lost neighbors and friends who were perfectly fine to have relationships with us until the vaccine passport deadline kicked in. And then we were no longer worthy to speak to. And beyond that, there was a very heightened state of anxiety about how much further the situation in Canada would degenerate. And what I mean by that is that the dehumanization effort had begun. And that was I believe that was in August of 2021, when the Prime Minister had initially announced the impending federal vaccination mandate, and then he was campaigning into September for his snap election. And he was making comments regarding.
Okay, sir, we only have an hour, so
Okay.
Can we, I think the commissioner understands what you're saying.
The ultimate problem was that the Canadian population was led to believe that people like myself and my family were a threat to other people and their children, which was not true, by his own admission in July of 2021 on camera.
And you're a member of an organization, Mounties for Freedom, that opposes public health measures and specifically COVID-19 vaccine.
That's correct.
And also Police Stand on Guard for Thee, which are police officers, active and retired, whose stated mission includes to repair and regain public trust being damaged or lost due to the enforcement measures of due to the enforcement emergency measures, correct?
That's correct.
And then you're also on the advisory board of Taking Back Our Freedoms.
That's correct.
And we've heard Taking Back Our Freedoms about that organization in the previous evidence. I take it was founded to push back against COVID-19 vaccine mandates.
I would say that's accurate, but in general, the COVID measures that were resulting in a segregation of our society. So not just the mandate, but the passport as well.
And its mission has expanded to focus on rejuvenating Canada's democracy and institutions, correct?
That's correct.
Now, when did you first learn of the Freedom Convoy?
At least 1 week prior to its arrival in Ottawa. Probably before that, saw circulating videos on social media about its growing size and travel across Canada.
And did somebody contact you to become involved with the convoy when it arrived in Ottawa?
So initially, I was supposed to work in a volunteer security capacity for a number of the doctors that were speaking out against the COVID-19 health measures and vaccinations because they had received a number of threats. So myself and a number of other individuals with similar training in close protection were going to be providing a volunteer security service to them.
And who asked you to do that?
That was through Taking Back Our Freedoms.
And was there somebody specific that asked you?
George Bears.
Thank you. And I take it that before the convoy arrived, you were asked to take on an expanded role. Is that right?
Yes. So I believe it was the night of January 25th. I was called by a personal friend asking for help with volunteer security for Adopt a Trucker. So I met with the Adopt a Trucker volunteers the following morning with Mr. Chris Guerra was there. That was the first time I'd ever encountered him. And based on what I saw from this small group of volunteers that had very little time to prepare for this major event that was about to land in Ottawa, I felt that I could be better put to use in assisting them, and I could pass off the doctor security role to others.
And you became in charge of VIP security?
No, that was the role that I passed off to others.
Did you have a title in this new position?
I get the title would be volunteer security coordinator, and then I ended up becoming a police liaison as well.
And when did you start? Do you recall the date?
That day, January 26th.
Okay. And were you told how many vehicles were going to arrive in the convoy?
No, I was not. You're getting varied numbers from circulating social media, anywhere between 10,000 vehicles upwards of 50,000 vehicles. I had no idea of an accurate number.
And how long did you understand that the convoy would be staying in Ottawa?
At that time, my understanding was that the convoy intended to come to Ottawa and stay until mandates were lifted.
And you mentioned that you became a police liaison. Did you have communications with the Ontario Police Service? Sorry, the Ottawa Police Service?
Yes, I had communication regularly with the Ottawa Police Service, the Parliamentary Police Protective Service, pardon me, the OPP, and the RCMP.
And just generally, what function did you perform in liaising with those police forces?
Well, there was a tremendous amount of information coming in to me on any given day. And so what I viewed my primary function, what I spent the majority of my time doing, was triaging information that could have been any type of threat to public safety, anything that I felt had any kind of credibility or something that was beyond my scope to verify. I would forward that to the police, all of the different police liaisons I was connecting with.
And I understand you were working out of the Swiss Hotel where there was an operation and logistical support center?
That's correct.
And you formed an incident command using that model?
Yeah, that's correct. So there was a number of us volunteers that had worked in first responder type jobs, police, paramedic, a lot of firefighters from outside of the city of Ottawa. And what we did was we tried to establish an incident command system, like a network and a model, an incident command model, so that it was easily identifiable who was responsible for what, so that it would make our communication more efficient and just to overall streamline our day-to-day operations.
And one of the other individuals working with you was Vincent Geersis. Have I got that right?
Yes, Vincent, he came to the Swiss Hotel very early on and we connected. And what eventually happened, my apologies, he came to the Swiss. He was there for the first weekend, maybe, not a very long period of time. He returned home and then he came back to Ottawa, at which time when he asked me what he could do, I asked him if he could go over to the Arc Hotel and support them.
Thank you. And then who was the first police person that you communicated with?
Constable Isabel Sear-Pidcock of the Ottawa Police Service.
And did you call her or did she call you?
I called her on the 26th.
And could you tell us about that conversation?
Yeah, I contacted her. I gave a brief description of who I was and what I was going to be doing in support of the convoy. Mr. Guerra had advised me that he had already been in communication with her and that we were expecting a map package from the Ottawa City Police as to where the trucks were supposed to enter into the city and where they were supposed to park and stage.
And did she tell you anything else, let's say, about emergency vehicle lanes?
We may have discussed that on the phone call, but it was definitely, there was specific instructions delivered in the map package that she did end up sending me on the 27th of January.
And so could you put up, please, HRF 00001313? If you could go to the next page, please. Is this the map package she sent you?
Yes, I believe so.
And we see it says under Ottawa Truck Convoy, take direction from police whenever applicable, leave open space for emergency vehicle access at all times, no closed trailers permitted on Wellington near Parliament Hill. All staging areas must be kept an adjacent emergency access lane and emergency routes that are listed there, no convoy access at any time. Correct?
Correct.
And did you communicate those instructions to anyone?
Yes, I emailed this map package to Tamara Leach with the understanding that they would be receiving a briefing in Arnprior the night before entering the city.
And how did you know to email them to Ms. Leach?
Well, Ms. Leach had contacted me prior to the convoy arriving in Ottawa, not in regards to this, but for support with monitoring and responding to social media, which I said that I agreed that the Mounties for Freedom could help her with. And so I forwarded her contact information off to, we had a social media committee at the time. And then, so I was already aware that she was, like, I would describe her as the face of the convoy. And so that's who I communicated the map package to.
Thank you. And if you can just scroll to the next page, please. This is one of the maps. There were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maps, if you can scroll up. And again, what were those maps of? What was that telling you?
These are the entrance routes for the various convoys that were approaching from different directions, and where they would be directed to enter the city and where to park.
And if we can go to the next page, please. This is from Constable Sarah Piddock, and it says routes to staging areas. And what did you understand that to mean?
Exactly what it says.
And so you knew that you understood there would be certain staging areas?
I did.
And if you can go to the last page, or sorry, the next page over. Sorry, there. There are certain instructions there, including no parking on Elgin Street from Wellington to Highway 417, and so forth. And all of that, you say you passed on to Ms. Leach?
Yes.
What police force was Constable Sear Piddock with?
Ottawa Police Service.
And where were you when the convoy started to arrive?
I was in the Swiss Hotel.
Now, we've heard evidence that from time to time, some emergency lanes were blocked, either on a short-term basis or, for example, on Kent Street on a long-term basis. What observations did you make about emergency lanes?
I did see when I would do let's refer to it as a perimeter walk, that the only place that I ever observed that the emergency lanes were blocked was for roughly, I would estimate 2, maybe 3 blocks north and south on Kent Street.
And that was it?
That's all I recall.
Okay, and then
I apologize. Perhaps at Rideau and Sussex as well.
okay, we'll come to Rideau and Sussex. If you can turn up, please, Mr. Clerk, pb.nsc.can.401367. And go. And if you can go to page 10, please. A little further up. Sorry, can we try page 11? Oh, no, if, excuse me for one second. Well, let me just ask you the question. Did you have a further conversation with members of police forces on January 28th?
As referenced in this document?
Yes, let me just turn it up for you. It's excuse me one moment. All right, it's page 11 at the bottom. You see, it refers to you, that you're organizing the volunteer security for the group warroomcanada.net. What was that?
That was the initial website domain that Mr. Guerra was operating Adopt a Trucker through.
And it says on Friday, January 28, 2022, you reached out to points of contact within the RCMP, OPP, and the NCRCC seeking information obtained via open source on the demonstration. Do you remember that?
Yes, I don't recall reaching out to the OPP that early. I could be mistaken, but I definitely reached out to Ottawa Police Service, PPS, and the RCMP. And when it references the NCRCC, that's a command center that was at my old building of work.
Yes.
And so the specific person I reached out to from the RCMP, I believed to be working out of that location.
And do you remember who that was?
Constable Chris Angel.
And do you remember who you reached out to in the PPS?
Constable Emily Gosselin.
And did you reach out again to Constable Cyr Pigot?
Yes, I believe so. And perhaps by that time, I already had learned of Constable Paul Askin from the Ottawa Police Service as well.
Okay. And if we go back to the document, it says in his email, Bulford noted the single largest concern of everyone involved is that outside influences will attempt to instigate an action that will damage the credibility of the official convoy group and supporters. Why was that your main concern?
Well, I've worked many of these large events in the NCR over my career, and consistently the biggest concern from a protective policing standpoint was always the potential for a lone wolf or a small group when you have a large crowd of people coming together, like a similar event like a Canada Day or a Remembrance Day. That was one of our primary function from my old unit, was to be in positions where we could observe anything of a suspicious nature that could potentially become a lone actor or small group attack.
And I understand that you reached out to, on January 29th, to Sergeant Front of the OPS. Do you recall that?
Sergeant Frost?
I believe it was Front. Is the name Cross?
The OPS, Ottawa Police Sergeant?
Yes.
That was a man by the name of Sergeant Pat Frost.
Frost, I'm sorry, it was a typo. And what did you discuss with him?
So that would have been very early in the morning. I received a call from some of the truckers down at the intersection of Booth and Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway. They were frustrated that they had been blocked from continuing further up onto Wellington, like up towards the Supreme Court. And so I went down just to see what would be possible. And while I was there, I ended up speaking with two of the young officers. One of the officers was a younger man. And I spoke to those officers asking if it would be possible to have some of the trucks that were extended along Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway to condense closer to the, I'd call it the main body of the convoy parked on Wellington at Parliament. And because there was a large gap, if I recall correctly, there was a large gap kind of around the Supreme Court of Canada all the way down the hillside of Wellington and then extending west to the Booth and S-Jam. And so those officers got me into contact with Sergeant Pat Frost. And so I met with him at the Ottawa Police Headquarters, and we drove around downtown Ottawa together because he relayed to me that he had managed a large tractor protest in the city of Ottawa before. And so we were touring around the downtown core trying to determine what potential locations trucks could be brought in closer to Parliament. And establishing what was a hard no-go, like such as primary bus routes and emergency lanes.
And what were your general observations of the protest during the first weekend?
Well, I didn't get out of the Swiss Hotel very much those first initial days, but when I finally did, it was the largest event I've ever observed in downtown Ottawa in my time here.
And what about the conduct of the participants?
Well, I'd say it was a very festive atmosphere. People were very emotional, hugs all over the place. There was the crane stage truck had already been established up at the intersection of Metcalfe and Wellington by the time I got out for the very first time to go actually see it for myself. And so that's where I went, and it was incredible. The crowd was humongous, and people, if I recall correctly, the first time I got out was to actually go make a speech on the stage truck. And it was a very overwhelming emotional experience because I felt that there was a sense of hope that Canada wouldn't go to a very dark place.
And what was your speech about, just very generally?
Well, I know that I included some of those remarks in my speech, that prior to that convoy, I was ready to leave the country. My wife and I had discussed that at length, moving somewhere where we would be, treated as an equal citizen, and especially for the future of our children. And that seeing the convoy and the rallying of support behind it all across Canada restored my faith in Canadians, that they weren't just going to let Canada degenerate further.
Did you talk about security issues or behavioral issues?
I did. I gave a thank you to the first responders, and I even kind of tipped my hat slightly to some of my old colleagues that were up on the roof of the Parliament buildings doing Overwatch, you know, saying that I know a lot of these people, they're good people and they're here to protect us too. There was a great deal of mistrust of the police. And I reminded everyone, or advocated for everyone, to remain lawful, peaceful and lawful at all times, so that the government and the media could not label us with similar derogatory terms that they already had.
And if we could go put back up, please, HRF 401553. And if you can just scroll through that to the date February 1. So if you can stop it just there. I take it you took daily notes of everything that you were doing?
Yeah, I tried to document as much as I could.
And that's all set out in your statement?
Yes.
And so, for example, you were dealing with issues like if you identified on February 1st, or you received a call about an aggressive unidentified male at Wellington and Metcalfe, and you reported that to the police, correct? In the first paragraph there?
Yeah, I don't recall if I called the police. I think people that were present at the stage truck at the time called the police.
And if you just keep scrolling, please, you'll see there's a number of events or issues that you dealt with on February 1st, and then into February 2nd. And then if we come to February 3rd, could you put up, please, HRF 401287? This is a letter from the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms to the mayor, but it refers on page 2 to a press conference that you gave on February 3.
That's correct.
And so in the second paragraph there, you indicate that you'd like to put people's minds at ease. The public is watching people that have concerns over what they're seeing in regards to the heavy police presence. What was your objective there?
Just to bring down the overall anxiety level of the protesters. I mean, in my mind, Ottawa residents have seen that type of police presence probably on a regular basis at large scale events. But a lot of these people that traveled to Ottawa have likely never been here before and likely never participated in an event of this magnitude. So I just wanted everyone to understand that when you have a massive crowd such as this come to the National Capital Region for a large event, it's normal to have multiple police agencies involved. It's normal to have specialized units moving around in more tactical looking clothing. And it's normal to have snipers on rooftops, because that was something that a lot of people were really panicked about. They were nervous about the presence of snipers being on the roof. And that being my old job, I was able to speak to people and keep them calm. Be like, it's totally normal. Don't panic. That's what happens here all the time.
And if you can go put up, please, HRF 401289. And it's page 11 of the document, I believe. Sorry, Can you just scroll back a bit? No, more. Okay, I scroll up then, sorry about that. No, the other way, please. Yeah, keep going, please. More. This, keep going, please. This is an affidavit that you swore in connection with the proceedings, the class action commenced by Zexi Lee.
Yes, that's correct.
And you talk about at paragraph 7 and 8, if you can scroll there, about a complaint from an Ottawa resident about honking through the night.
Yes, that's correct.
And you say you told him that quiet hours from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. had been put in place. What was your understanding of that? Who put that into place?
My understanding is that the truck captains had already put that into place maybe even the day before, if not that day, the day before. That's what was communicated to myself. And this was the one and only complaint I ever received about it.
And what was your understanding moving through the period of time that the convoy was in Ottawa? Did that change?
Well, there was the injunction came into place as well, which definitely impacted the horn honking. And I would say, in my opinion, it reduced it even further.
Thank you. And can we go to paragraph 9 of your affidavit? You say there, my primary concern is individuals or groups with potential to deliberately instigate conflict with the Freedom Convoy movement and to discredit the Freedom Convoy. Can you say why that was your concern?
Well, that would go back partially to my concern about a lone wolf or small cell that could potentially try and leverage the large crowd for their own agenda. But I also had concerns because I've done overwatch at a number of protests and counter protests in Ottawa, and I've seen with my own eyes how aggressive groups related to the Antifa movement can be when they are much larger in numbers than the group that they're counter protesting against, and how aggressive they can be overrunning the police line as well.
So when you were referring to instigators, who were you referring to?
Well, people who would deliberately try to initiate a violent interaction with a Freedom Convoy protester, or maybe even someone who would try to infiltrate the crowd with a racist type flag to try and bring discredit to the Freedom Convoy protest.
And do you recall, and I believe the date was February 8, having a conversation with Constable Wierzbicki about your concern and displeasure with the psychological operation being waged on convoy participants?
Yes, I do.
And what was that about?
So in the initial, I would say close to initial 2 weeks, I thought that Chief Slowly was pretty fair in his remarks regarding the convoy, understanding his position as the chief of police of the city of Ottawa. But I thought that he was pretty unbiased. And then after I think it was a council meeting or a police services board meeting, there was a lot of rhetoric regarding the Freedom Convoy protesters' allegations of being extremists, insurrectionists. I believe even the term domestic terrorism may have been thrown around. And I noticed at that time that was, it also coincided with a lot of that same rhetoric from the legacy media. And, you know, and we'd already heard and seen the Prime Minister using similar language. And so I felt that that was definitely heightening the anxiety of the overall crowd. The fear that they were going to be labeled such and dealt with as such by law enforcement because they were under so much pressure from the different levels of government. And there was also, I believe that was right around the same time that there was also, they were being denied access to service some of the portable toilets. So, I mean, you're denying people their basic sanitation needs. And there was also information beginning to circulate about the involvement of CAS, or Children's Aid Society, I believe is what that stands for. And that to me was, that was a clear red flag to me that if you are deliberately trying to provoke people to take action, if you make them believe that you're going to take their kids away, that's going to elicit a very strong emotional response. And I believe that that was deliberately done in order to bully the Freedom Convoy protesters.
And we can put up, please, document HRF 50568. Is this the type of daily security briefing that you would prepare on a day-to-day basis?
I believe there was a mistake. I did not prepare these daily security briefings, like a document.
Yes.
That was another individual. But I mean, these are some of my, some of the actions that I took place in and the conversations that I took place in.
And who is Constable Wierzbicki?
He is an OPP liaison officer.
And in this document, you refer to under February 4 in the first paragraph to an incident at Confederation Park. And then you refer to an incident involving the new Queen of Canada. And next paragraph down, you were asked about Pat King's involvement in the convoy. And you indicated you had limited knowledge and almost zero contact with him. And if you can scroll further down, please. Next page. There is no next page. Did you also at one time speak to Constable Wierzbicki about a memorandum of understanding that was circulating?
I don't recall speaking to Constable Wierzbicki about that, no.
Did you know about the memorandum of understanding?
Yes, I had heard about it, and I think I may have seen it circulating online ahead of the convoy. The first time I ever actually read it was just last week.
Thank you. And you mentioned the intersection at Rideau and Sussex. Did you have occasion to go to Rideau and Sussex?
Yes, I walked through that intersection multiple times daily, well, at least probably twice a day, when I would go out for a foot patrol and when I would come back.
And what were your observations?
Well, they were primarily made up of Quebecois truckers, but then there was also, like other witnesses have testified, there was also like a Polish or Eastern European contingent. And I actually encountered a a Cuban Canadian who spoke to me at length about how he felt strongly about being there to support the convoy because he had lived through communism and that Canadians could not give up their freedoms.
And were you there at any time when there was attempts to move vehicles from Rideau and Sussex?
No, I was not.
And what was your impression of the way people were behaving at the intersection?
Well, on weekends, they would have a stage and music, and they would have like a nightly dance party on definitely on the Friday and the Saturday night, typically, is what I recall.
And what about during the week? Do you recall?
There was a lot of different food tents and barbecues. People were cooking and preparing food in clumps of people.
Now, we heard evidence from Keith Wilson. You know Mr. Wilson?
Yes, I do.
That there were leaks in either the OPS, OPP, or both, because the convoy organizers were aware of police operations before they happened. Did you know about that?
I never had any active duty officers leaking me any sensitive information. I did have a number of police officers, former police officers, former military, that were helping me with some of the different security tasks. And there was, I'm not exactly certain of the number, but there was officers that were on leave for various reasons, whether it would be the mandates or their own personal reasons. I didn't ask, it wasn't my business, that were also helping with some of the security tasks that I was coordinating.
Okay. And if I can move to a different subject, did you continue to have contact with the PLT of the police forces over the entire period?
In general, yes. There might have been the odd day where there was no communication. I know communication with the Ottawa Police Service liaison teams I recall it reducing near the end, like especially after the Emergencies Act had been invoked. But from my recollection, the OPP was fairly regularly engaged.
And did you, concerning the OPS, did you have a view on how effective they were being?
Well, I think they were overwhelmed by the size of the convoy. I think that I actually had the young officer that I spoke to that early in the convoy down at Booth and Sir John A. Macdonald. He actually said to me, I can't believe the size of this. Something to this effect. I can't believe the size of this. We're totally unprepared for something this size. And I kind of laughed and I said, well, you guys have to stop listening to the CBC for intelligence. And that was kind of the end of that interaction. But because if you had been paying attention to open source, like any kind of social media, it was obvious that this was a huge event that was about to land in Ottawa. But coming back to how effective they were, I have no complaints about dealing with them, but I don't think it was ever really, I never really felt as though there was any kind of a negotiation taking place. It was just my means to communicate with the police, because we would try and get simple returns from the police liaisons, like something as simple as like, could we possibly get access to this location so we could drop some portable toilets? And we were getting shut down almost all the time. The only time I ever remember having any success with that was after I had expressed my displeasure about the psychological operation that was being conducted when I had that discussion with OPP Wiersbecki.
And at one point, did you come to learn that Chief Slowly had asked for 1,800 police officers?
Yes, I did.
And what was your reaction to that?
Well, I anticipated that at the very least, he was asking for a large number because this could be a sustained event and members would obviously need to be cycled out for sustainment. And likely that they were preparing for a mass mobilization.
And did you do anything as a result of hearing that information?
I mean, we had discussions about it. It didn't change what my role was. My task was to just continue trying to keep things as safe as possible.
And were you aware of negotiations that were taking place between the leaders in the convoy and the mayor?
I was made aware of that after the fact.
Okay. And in terms of, did you have any communication with anyone who was involved in the Ambassador Bridge protest?
No, I did not. I believe we've already seen an email that was forwarded to me by Miss Leach during her testimony. And that was the only time I'd ever seen anything from Windsor. And that I didn't even open that until well after the Ottawa convoy had been dismantled.
And what about Coots?
No, sir.
Emerson, Surrey?
None.
Now, at what point do you recall learning that the Emergencies Act was to be invoked?
I believe the day that it was officially announced by the federal government.
Did you hear anything about it prior to that date?
I think there was discussions, people wondering if it would be. And my thought process was that, well, I would not be surprised if it was, because the city had declared a state of emergency, the province had declared one. To me, it would not surprise me in the least if the next logical step was the federal government.
And do you recall, subsequent to the invocation on February 16, holding a press conference?
Yes, I do.
And that was with Mr. Gerses and Mr. Cornell?
That's correct.
And who is Mr. Cornell?
He's one of the members of the steering committee for the group Veterans for Freedom. He's a combat veteran.
And if I can just read you what I understand you said at that press conference, the emergency order clearly states that the protest is allowed to continue if the protest is peaceful. The government is trying to order the police to use force against peaceful protesters. We call on our fellow Canadians to come to Ottawa to exercise their legal right to assembly and protest. The more Canadians that come to Ottawa, the harder it will be for the police to carry out the government's illegal order. Is that something you said?
That's correct.
And did you receive advice as to your interpretation of the emergency order?
Yes. We'd received a briefing from the legal team that based on, I believe it's Justice McLean's ruling, that as long as people did not come to Ottawa to engage in violence, disrupt trade, or block critical infrastructure, we still fell within the confines of a lawful protest.
And did somebody request that you give this press conference, or did you do it on your own initiative?
Well, I was working with the media relations people from early on. I think like you mentioned, that my first press conference that I attended was on February 3rd. And so I did a number of press conference events during my time with the convoy.
And at this point, isn't it fair to say that you believe that enforcement action could come at any time?
Perhaps I was naively hoping that my brothers and sisters in law enforcement would see the truth on the ground as opposed to what the government and the media was saying, and that they would take a historic opportunity to stand up for our Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
And did you think about, or was it a concern to you that you were encouraging people to come into Ottawa where that sort of law enforcement activity might well take place?
No, because at that time, like I said, I still had faith that frontline members would do the right thing.
Now, my understanding is that on February 18, your wife advised you that you were going to be arrested?
Yes, that's correct. She advised me that she had received a text message from one of our neighbors that the news was reporting that the police were looking for me to arrest me.
And if we turn to the document PB NSC CAN 408924. The second page of the document. This is an RCMP document, and if you look at the bottom of the page, you'll see information collected. Freedom Convoy organizers held a press conference at 13:30 hours. Participants included, and that's blanked out, spoke to the same theme. And you see what it says there about Canadians still being allowed to come to Ottawa with their children to engage in peaceful, lawful protest. Is that what you said at your press conference?
Yeah, I believe that's accurate.
And you'll see the last paragraph there. All three individuals have contravened to Section 5 of the Emergency Measures Regulations by inviting a person to participate in an assembly that may reasonably be expected to lead to a breach of the peace. Now, I can come back. Were you arrested on February 18th?
Yes, I was.
And can you briefly tell the commissioner about that?
Well, after the press conference, and my wife showed me the text message from our neighbor, I left the Lord Elgin Hotel. I walked down to Rideau and Sussex, where I knew that the police action had already begun. Initially, I encountered the Sûreté de Québec. No one would respond to me. So then I realized that there was RCMP, a line of RCMP officers over closer to the Senate, or the old train station. And so I walked over to them. I approached the line. I presented myself and I said, something to the effect of, I hear that you're looking for me to arrest me. Is that true? And then I was arrested for mischief.
And were you ultimately charged?
No, I was not.
Were your bank accounts frozen?
Yes, they were.
Can you tell the commissioner about that, please?
To my recollection, we realized that our bank accounts were frozen. So 2 different banks and a primary credit card. I realized, how I recall it going was that accessing online banking with our primary bank. And it was just like a blank dash where the account balance would normally be. And then I believe my wife confirmed with the other bank, attempted to use the credit card and it was declined. And my wife spoke to a banking professional, a friend of ours, to ask if with our accounts frozen, would our mortgage payments and automatic withdrawals still be paid? And we were advised that it would not be. And so I would say roughly a period of 5 to 6 days, we were completely dependent on what cash we had.
And after that, how long were your accounts frozen?
I believe it was, my accounts were unfrozen on the Tuesday, the 22nd or the 23rd of February, when after the Emergencies Act had been revoked.
So they were frozen for how many days?
I believe I realized they were frozen on the 17th. And then I think that was the Thursday. I didn't receive any kind of notification about it until I think the bank, one bank, called me and left a voicemail message on the Saturday. And then it was unfrozen after the Emergencies Act had been revoked.
And were you able to meet your day-to-day expenses during that period?
Well, fortunately, we didn't have a whole pile of expenses that we had to incur during those days, but we had some help from some family.
Okay, thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
If I may add one thing about the accounts being frozen. I was never notified by the police that my accounts were frozen, contrary to what was said to Parliament by the RCMP when they testified in committee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have the Ottawa Police Service, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bulford. My name is David Mijakovsky. I'm a lawyer for the Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. You talked about your interactions with the PLT, and I gather from reviewing your statement, you had many interactions with the PLT. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And they were very helpful?
I think they desired to be, yes.
And you had the sense that they wished they had more ability to negotiate?
Yes, I would say that's accurate. I do recall, you know, when there was attempts to negotiate, occasionally receiving the reply to like, that wasn't their decision to make.
Right. In your statement you prepared, you have a statement that says Canada Freedom Rights Movement, Daniel Joseph Bulford statement. That's a statement that was prepared for you by the Justice Centre's lawyers?
No, sir. I prepared that myself.
And you put that logo on top or that name on top, Canada Freedom Rights Movement?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you suggest that everyone else do that as well?
No, I did not.
Okay. In that report, you indicate a number of potentially criminal actions involving non-convoy members that you reported to the OPS. And so I see things in that report about bikers, about the new Queen of Canada, false claims that bricks had been ordered in your name, potential instigation, concerns about Canada unity, vandalism of trucks, social media posts made by Mr. Lacasse, a shortage, a sabotage of transport trucks, bikers, and bomb threats, right? Those are all things that you referenced.
That's correct.
And you're a strong supporter, I take it, of law and order.
My dad was a police officer for 38 years. Both of my older brothers were police officers. Obviously, I was, and there's only one of us remaining, but my hometown in Alberta referred to us as the Byzantium Blue Bloods.
And I know from the Ottawa Police Service institutional report that I won't turn up in order to save time, that during the period of the convoy, there were a number of criminal charges laid. In fact, we know, and it's on page 14, that there were 533 of them, according to Schedule C. But what I don't see a single notation of in your statement is where you brought any of those criminal offenses to the attention of the Ottawa police.
Can you refresh me on the dates that you're referring to?
The dates? Yes. Your statement, I'm not sure when your statement was prepared, but the evidence that we have in the record is that during the period of the Freedom Convoy, so from January 28th to a date in March, there were a total of 533 criminal charges.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't remember if that's laid or people arrested. And so I didn't see anywhere in your statement where you brought information about that criminal activity to the attention of the Ottawa police.
I have an objection.
Hold on one. Yes.
My friend is misstating the evidence to the witness, and I object to it. On that basis, the evidence is that the vast majority of charges were laid after the fact, and that actually, at least based on the one document and evidence, criminal charges that existed at the time before the invocation were only about 19 of charges laid. So with respect to my friend stating in the OPS document, and I can advise the commission that after I looked at what they had put together, I asked for disclosure from them with respect to when these charges were laid, and they've decided not to provide that, and they're using a jumbled up statistic. So in my submission, sir, my friend's going to ask the witness about why he didn't include OPS information in his statement that isn't clear. I think he needs to actually put the actual evidence that is before this tribunal before him, and not jumble it up into a fact that these are 500 some odd charges that may or may not have been laid during the time period that he was here, sir.
Okay, well, maybe you can just ask the
I
question
think
without reference.
I think the question was fair, and my friends now used a couple minutes of my time, but there were a lot of charges during the period of the Freedom Convoy. We know that. And I don't see anywhere in your statement where you reference informing the Ottawa police of the situations leading to those criminal charges.
Well, I often reported to the Ottawa police, the various police agencies, anything that came to my attention that I believed to be criminal or a public safety concern. And I believe that the majority of those arrests and charges happened during the dismantle operation of the protest, a significant chunk of which I was in custody.
You were in custody as of what date, sir?
February 18th.
Well, the record will speak for itself. And so in your statement, in paragraph 80 of your statement, you say you did everything to cooperate with the police and to maintain public peace and police safety. Is that correct or is that incorrect?
That's correct.
Okay. And so I also note that in the institutional report of the Ottawa Police, that the communication center received many emergency calls from businesses to have protesters removed because they weren't wearing a mask, to deal with complaints about being harassed while walking on the street with masks, to complaints of being sexually harassed and threatened. I see as well that questions were asked about OPS's enforcement plans. I see as well that there were noise complaints that were received and requests for charges against the protesters. And I don't see anywhere, sir, in your statement where you reference any of those things.
Well, sir, that's not my job to handle the call volume that the Ottawa Police receives. And there's a lot of allegations that I've heard during testimony at this inquiry that I have no knowledge or have not seen any real evidence of. I'm not suggesting that it's not possible, but people were not calling me to report criminal offenses to the police.
Okay. You've heard the evidence of councillors McKenney and Fleury.
Yes.
And you heard about what their constituents had to put up with, correct? You heard that evidence? I'm just asking you that question.
Yes, I heard their evidence.
And so either, did you believe what Councillor McKenney and Fleury said? Or did you think the issues they were raising were trivial?
I wouldn't characterize what they were saying as trivial, but again, I've come to the point where I'm not going to believe anything until I see actual evidence of it.
Okay. You told me about you clearly respect law and order. I take it you have a lot of respect for the Canadian court system. Correct?
I sincerely hope it's still functioning the way it is intended, yes.
It's important that decisions of the court be respected.
Yes.
And one of the decisions was that the convoy had negatively impacted residents, and the convoy protesters were breaching bylaws. You were aware of that?
Could you specify the bylaws?
Were you aware of that, sir?
Well, again, sir, it's not my profession to enforce bylaws in the city of Ottawa.
Okay. And as a police officer, you understand that disclosing confidential information is an offense?
What type of confidential information are you referring to?
Confidential information. It's an offense under the Police Services Act, and it's also an offense under the Code of Conduct for the RCMP, correct?
That's correct. You mean like as it relates to information I learned during my time as a police officer?
No, I'm just asking you the question generally, that the disclosure of confidential information is an offense, correct? While if a serving police officer discloses information, that is an offense, correct?
Like under the, if I was to disclose something confidential as an active serving police officer, that would be an offense under the RCMP Code of Conduct?
Right.
I would agree with that, yes.
Right. And same thing would apply to a municipal police officer who discloses information they had as a police officer.
I'm not entirely certain. I would assume you're probably accurate, but I didn't fall under the Police Services Act.
Okay, sure. It would be breach of confidence if that's of assistance, but it can also potentially be a criminal offense as well, correct? Breach of trust?
Yeah, probably.
And being a person who supports law and order, you would not condone that kind of thing, would you? You wouldn't want police officers to be breaching their oaths and providing confidential information to members of the convoy, would you?
No.
And so Mr. Wilson, in his witness statement, talks about people working at the Swiss Hotel. That was where you were?
That's correct.
And so he said there were former law enforcement officers, they had radios, maps. Many of these ex-service personnel were connected and brought in intel. Wilson is unaware of the sources, but the Freedom Convoy was receiving leaked information from law enforcement. I just want to be clear, you never became aware of any leaked information from Ottawa police service officers, did you?
I will be 100% clear. At no time did I receive sensitive information from an active duty Ottawa police officer.
And you never received confidential information from an Ottawa police officer, did you?
No.
Okay. And Mr. Wilson never told you who these people were?
No.
And you were very involved in the security, the response and the incident command that was going on at that hotel, correct?
That's correct.
So one would expect that you would know if there was leaked confidential information, correct?
Yes, I expect I would.
And you're not suggesting, obviously, that if such a thing had occurred, that the Ottawa Police Service would condone that kind of thing, correct?
I think it's fair to say that the Ottawa Police would not condone that.
Right. And one of the things you reference in your statement at paragraph 80 is you accuse the police leadership, and I'm just going to quote you, of, quote, knowingly attempting to instigate a strong emotional reaction from convoy participants by using inflamed rhetoric and threatening the involvement of Child Protective Services.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, I wonder if I could ask you please to call up HRF 401553. And if we go to page 22, please. At paragraph 103. Thank you. And I'll just read that sentence, the first sentence, sir. I also advise him, this is from your statement, correct?
That's correct.
I also advised him of my belief that our own government was committing crimes against humanity, allowing thousands of Canadians to die because they've been denied life-saving treatment, and others have been disabled or have died from the vaccine, something a homicide detective may want to consider. And would you agree with me that that would be an example of inflammatory rhetoric attempting to instigate a strong emotional response?
I don't think it's an example of inflammatory rhetoric. I think it's absolutely factually true.
Okay.
And that I was trying to elicit a response from Detective Benson.
Okay.
Because he, as a homicide detective, should be investigating something of that nature.
And I won't take you to the paragraph to save time, but in paragraph 121 of your statement, you also talk about the extreme dehumanization of unvaccinated people. And I guess you don't see that as inflammatory rhetoric either, correct?
No, sir.
And in your witness statement, you talk about the police breaching windows and extracting protesters during the tactical operation, the POU operation. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you know, of course, from your experience in law enforcement, that it's easy to be an armchair quarterback and say what's wrong with the police carrying out a tactical operation after the fact, correct? It's very difficult to be on the ground and in the theater of operations, isn't it?
I would agree with that. And I think to add context to the answer is that I believe in my statement, I outlined why I believed that occurred.
And you would agree with me that that in the theater of operations, police may be dealing with situations that may be volatile and more dangerous than appear to onlookers, correct?
That's correct.
And you're aware from the police operations that were carried out by the Ottawa Police Service, the OPP, the RCMP, and a number of other public order units. You're aware from your experience that there would generally be an arrest and detention plan prepared for those type of circumstances, correct?
Yes.
And so OPP 04 OPP 404286, if we could just briefly call that up.
You're going to have to be wrapping up pretty soon.
If I may just have one more minute.
No problem.
Thanks very much. That is, if you just be good enough to scroll down, that is the arrest and detention plan with respect to the operation that was carried out. And you wouldn't presume to say that it wasn't an appropriate arrest plan, would you?
I don't feel I'm qualified to speak to that for a major public order operation such as what occurred. My typical experience with an arrest plan was in a much smaller context, and it was very simple.
Okay. And finally, just to finish off, you testified in answer to my friend that you expected although there was an announcement of a large number of police officers and you realized that they were preparing for a tactical or a public order unit response, you testified that you thought that the police officers would do the right thing, correct?
I had hoped so.
And you thought that they would disregard the situation and simply allow the status quo to continue, correct?
Yes, I had hoped that they would see through the false narrative and stand up for us and do what was right and protect us.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Okay, next is the Ottawa Residents Coalition.
Good evening now, Mr. Bilford, I guess we can say. My name is Paul Champ, for the record, for the Ottawa Coalition Residents and Businesses. Mr. Bilford, I just want to ask you about the first thing you're talking about. You were concerned about being disciplined for speaking out about vaccine rules and restrictions?
The federal vaccine mandate.
And you were concerned about being disciplined for speaking out about that?
Yes, I was.
Well, I'm very sorry to hear that. I think that would have been totally inappropriate.
Well, that's my lived experience with the RCMP, sir.
Yeah, I know. I've represented RCMP officers for over 20 years, including people for speaking publicly, and things have been different. I would have been happy to represent you on that. Now, I want to ask you some questions about your drive around with Sergeant Frost on the eve of the protests. So the two of you drove around looking at appropriate spots for the trucks to park, is that right?
That's correct.
And during that drive, did the two of you discuss in any way about how long the protest might last?
I don't recall. It may have come up, and at that time, I didn't have an accurate timeline.
For sure, because you've told us that you expected the protest would last until the federal government dropped vaccine mandates and rules. Is that right?
That was my impression, yes.
And is that what you conveyed to Sergeant Frost?
Potentially.
Okay. Now, I just want to ask you, as an aside, about the crowd size. You indicated that it was the largest crowd you'd ever observed in Ottawa.
I would say that's accurate, yes.
I believe some of the records we have from police records that the size of the crowds are in the 10,000 to 15,000 range. Does that sound about right?
No, sir.
What did you think the size was?
Based on my experience doing Overwatch on Canada Day and seeing the large crowds, especially like, let's say Canada Day 150, where it was probably the biggest I had seen, I would have estimated the crowds in downtown Ottawa, on Parliament Hill, Wellington, that general vicinity, I would have estimated close to 100,000.
So, do you think that the police were recording false information deliberately, or they just assessed it differently than you?
I can't say. I doubt very much that they would record it false deliberately.
Could it be that you maybe just, it was hard for you to assess because all the trucks took up so much space? It was tough to assess the size.
I thought about that. The trucks do take up a lot of space, but the crowd, even between the trucks, was jam-packed from the Supreme Court almost all the way to the Chateau Laurier. And I don't recall seeing that before. I recall seeing large crowds moving around Parliament Hill, along Wellington, into the Byward Market. But those numbers encompass a much larger geographic area than what I'm referring to.
Right.
Yeah.
When you do Overwatch, you're up on top of the buildings like Langevin Block and stuff like that, so you'd have a better eyes view of.
That's correct.
Crowd, and you weren't able to be up on those buildings during this time, right?
No.
Okay. Now I want to ask you about the dance parties you told us about. You thought those parties were Fridays and Saturday nights?
I believe so.
But you and I don't think are so far off in age. You weren't going out to the dance parties every night, I gather, Mr. Bulford?
I didn't have time, sir.
Yeah, I understand. And so if there's dance parties on Wednesdays and Thursday nights, you wouldn't necessarily know.
I seem to recall them being restricted to weekends, but I could be mistaken.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you some questions about your interactions with law enforcement. You've already heard a lot of your evidence on that. About your interactions with PLTs, but you also had interactions with officers who were off duty. Is that right?
No. Like, you mean active officers?
Yes, exactly. And just to be clear, I'm not going to be asking for names. I'm just trying to understand, because we heard the testimony from Mr. Wilson the other day.
Yes, I understand.
And I just want to understand it. So is Mr. Wilson getting that information from others?
I can't say for certain, but all of the officers that were supporting me in a security context were either off work for their own personal reasons,
right,
or they had left their service.
Right.
They had made a similar decision to me and had decided to leave policing.
How many people are we talking about here, roughly?
A dozen.
A dozen. And so each one of those officers would have had their own network of contacts in law enforcement. Is that right?
Possible.
And could have been getting information from current law enforcement?
I don't know, sir. But you have to remember, it wasn't just, like, it was people from all across Canada, from multiple agents, like they had worked for multiple agencies. It wasn't just one service.
I want to ask you about a different topic, Mr. Bulford. Now, the convoy organizers, Ms. Leach, Ms. Barber, others, yourself, you were doing everything possible to convey to protesters to refrain from any kind of violence, correct?
Yes, I would say so.
But you because you were security, you were dealing with threats at times. Is that right?
Yeah, but not threats from within the convoy protest. Most of the anything that I was receiving that was information of a public safety concern was typically someone who was committing a criminal act or potentially a criminal act against the protest.
Right.
There was one or two instances where there was some vehicles that people had reported that they were kind of presenting the idea of blocking intersections.
Right.
And those instances were reported to me by convoy protesters, which then I passed on to the police, because we were trying to act within the confines of, we do not want to block all of the intersections.
But Mr. Bulford, my understanding, you were concerned and were doing what you could to protect the convoy organizer leaders. Is that right? Were you coordinating with some of the other officers to ensure that Mr. Barber, Ms. Leach, and so forth were safe?
Ms. Leach did end up getting a former military member to provide some security for her because she had received a number of death threats.
Right.
Other than that, the only people that were really receiving like a close protection detail, if you want to call it that, were the doctors and former Premier Peckford when he was in town. Actually, 3 of the doctors in particular had received a number of harassing, or they had been subject to harassment and a number of threats themselves.
Right. Now, Ms. Leach, she very successfully raised a large amount of money from GoFundMe, but we heard her testimony. She was encountering all kinds of difficulty in accessing any of that money. You knew about that at the time, correct?
Yes.
And there was many people who were very angry at her for not being able to produce that money. There was different theories and so forth that she was deliberately not giving the money to them and so forth. There was that going around, right?
There was fractures within the I would say the freedom movement, maybe not just specific to Ottawa, but even people. I found that the people who are the biggest critics of people like Ms. Leach were people who are not here presently in Ottawa.
Sure. But what I'm getting at is that, although Ms. Leach was trying to convey what she was, trying to do to get the access to GoFundMe money to help the truckers, which, we've seen all the documents, that's what she was doing. But some people at that protest who wanting access to that money, perhaps had driven a long way, they were getting very frustrated. And she was she getting threats from some of those people?
Not that I recall.
No, none.
No.
So what was the security detail for?
Well, my impression was that she was receiving threats from people that were opposed to the convoy being in Ottawa.
And everyone else who wanted access to that money, who had driven across the country, spent thousands of dollars, they were just content to sit and they weren't angry about not getting access to the money.
I don't have any information or evidence to support that, sir.
Sir, Mr. Bulford, you're a professional, right? You're a professional security detail protecting very important people, correct?
In my past career, yes.
Right. Let's just be honest with each other. Someone in her situation, if you had assessed that as a professional, you would have thought she might be at risk or physical safety. The people wanting access to that money who weren't getting it were frustrated. That was a reasonable threat assessment, was it not?
It could be potential, yes, but I didn't have any intelligence or evidence to support that notion. Other than the fact that, she was the face of the convoy. They had raised a substantial amount of money. But my experience, when you've seen Ms. Leach in public, people loved her.
Now, you're aware also, Mr. Bulford, that GoFundMe, they were concerned because some of their staff were getting threats for not releasing the money. Were you aware of that?
No, sir, I was not aware of that.
You never heard about that?
No, sir.
But that was some of the concerns of GoFundMe. So that Ms. Leach and Mr. Wilson and so forth never shared that with you?
No, sir.
What about fuel providers who then decided to stop providing fuel? Did you ever hear about any of them getting threats?
From the convoy?
Yes. Well, from anyone.
No, sir.
Companies
Honestly,
who stopped saying stopped. Yeah, right.
Honestly, no. I don't recall information about fuel providers being threatened.
Now, what about tow truck drivers? We've heard a lot about tow truck drivers. Were there any threats to tow truck drivers if they tried to assist law enforcement? Had you heard anything about that?
The first time I heard of it was from the police witnesses at this inquiry.
Right, right. And what about Mr. King?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever view him in any way as a threat to any of the other convoy organizers?
Like a physical threat?
Yes.
No, sir.
You had never heard of him threatening or intimidating any of the other leaders?
Mr. King came to the Swiss Hotel one evening, angry, and he ended up in a verbal altercation with Chad Eros, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't learn about that until the following day. I was not there when that occurred.
Mr. King had a couple of very large people with him and was intimidating Mr. Eros?
I don't know who he had with him.
Okay.
But I mean, Mr. King is a large man himself.
No doubt. Now, what about media? Now, I know obviously you're not very supportive or don't consume what you call legacy media, but you were aware and heard of that reporters for some of those organizations downtown were often being threatened while they were down trying to cover the convoy demonstrations. You were aware of that, Mr. Bulford?
I was not aware of that. I did learn that I believe the RCMP may have been providing security for some of those reporters. I saw one video just recently, like within the last 2 weeks, where I think Mr. McGregor, people were yelling in the background while he was trying to give a broadcast, but that was the first I'd ever seen of that.
Or Mr. Raymond Fillion with TVA was pushed to the ground.
I was not aware of that until you just said it.
Or Mr. Evan Solomon from CTV News had a beer can thrown at his head.
I was not aware of that either.
And you hadn't seen any of the other videos or just on your own walkabouts ever seeing reporters for CBC or Global, whatnot, of crowds swarming around them and yelling at them?
No, not that I recall. I remember some mainstream reporters approaching me the night that Miss Leach was arrested when we were standing up by the stage truck, and they were trying to ask for interviews and I just declined, but I don't recall anyone being threatening towards them at all.
Okay. So we didn't see any of those things.
No, sir.
Okay. And then the legacy media, as you call it, you believe that they were misrepresenting the convoy. Is that right?
Yes, I do.
And so when you say legacy media, you're talking about CTV, CBC, Global News, Post Media, all of those?
Well, I would definitely say CBC, CTV, Global. You're accurate in that.
Okay.
Post Media, I'm not so much, but also I would throw in the Toronto Star is probably the worst offender in my opinion.
Okay. And then, so was it your understanding and belief that they were all kind of working together in some way to cover the convoy in a certain way?
Well, it's been my experience, Mr. Champ, that they've been reporting very similar to each other for at least the last 2 years.
I thought your early testimony was that you weren't really watching them during the convoy. Were you watching them or you weren't watching them?
I didn't really have time to watch them that much, sir. I did review a few articles that people would send me. Like, for instance, the article detailing one of the local Ottawa residents who had been arrested early on in the convoy for carrying weapons in a public place.
Right.
And they wrote the article. I believe I saw it in the Toronto Star and CBC.
But just the whole phrase legacy media, I'm just trying to understand what that means. Legacy media, that means like old media that can't be trusted?
No, it's another name for the mainstream media,
Mainstream
right?
media. The
big outlets that that seem to have, I don't know if you'd call it a monopoly, but they dominate the television.
Sure.
Right?
But all journalists, they all have an agenda that's counter to the people that you support. Is that what your understanding is?
I did not say all journalists do.
All journalists with legacy media.
I can't say that. I can't say that all journalists do, but I've seen many concerning remarks come from the legacy media.
Okay.
Yes.
Just last point, Mr. Bulford. I heard Mr. Mijikovsky from the Ottawa Police Service. Oh no, I apologize. Maybe it was the Commission Council asked me about racist flags that were being carried around during the protest, and I believe you were implying in your testimony that you didn't think those were real convoy protesters, that there were others who might have been infiltrating. Is that?
Yes, I suspect that's the case.
But you don't have any evidence for that.
Well, I did see a photograph
Yeah.
of a gentleman who I know to be a photographer that follows Mr. Trudeau around on a regular basis, taking a close-up shot of a gentleman carrying a Confederate flag.
It's because Confederate flags can be viewed as a racist flag. Is that right?
That's correct.
Right.
It appeared staged to me.
Right. And you didn't think that there was anyone involved in the convoy who brought Confederate flags to the protests. Is that right?
Not that I was aware of. What the video I seen, the video of a masked man, like wearing a winter balaclava, walking through the crowd with a Confederate flag. And the video that I saw was a number of protesters telling him to get out of there because he wasn't welcome, and they didn't want that type of symbol being associated to the convoy.
Right. All the convoy people left their Confederate flags at home, like Mr. Barber.
Sir, I don't know what beliefs all of the people that came to Ottawa hold, and I don't know what they have in their possession. That would be purely speculation on my part.
All right. Thank you.
Government of Canada, please.
Good evening, Mr. Bulford. My name is Victor Ryan, and I'm part of the council team with the Government of Canada. You already testified to your previous history of service with the RCMP, but I'd just like to go back to it briefly. You stated you began your RCMP career with a posting with M Division in Yukon, correct?
That's correct.
And within a few years of working in the Yukon, you were selected to become a member of the emergency response team, correct?
That's correct.
And by virtue of your selection to join the ERT, you were trained as an assaulter, I believe, correct?
Initially, yes.
And then as a sniper.
That's correct.
And would you agree with me that the selection process for an emergency response team is highly competitive?
Normally, yes.
Okay, because ERTs are responsible for resolving incidents beyond the capabilities of regular police, in part due to the increased risk of violence that they can face.
Yes.
And you continue to work as part of the ERT in Yukon, as you stated, in both Whitehorse and Mayo before you transferred to Ottawa. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you came to Ottawa, you were working with the National Division Emergency Response Team.
Yes.
And you were also often involved in high-profile protective operations for individuals such as the Prime Minister, foreign heads of state when they came to Ottawa, members of the royal family, correct?
That's correct.
And you were often deployed around the world to protect the Prime Minister and other high-profile individuals attending various international summits and conferences, correct?
2 times.
2 times.
2 times.
And you eventually rose to the rank of corporal and second in command of the surveillance and reconnaissance team within National Division ERT. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
And so you would agree that your career with the RCMP was a successful one, right? I think your evidence was earlier was that you felt like you were a dedicated professional.
Yes.
And so while you were in Ottawa and while you were working with the emergency response team, I believe the dates were 2013 to 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
You were trained by a variety of external law enforcement agencies during that time?
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say a number, but less than a handful, probably.
Okay, more than one.
Yes.
Yeah. Including the FBI hostage rescue team?
That's correct.
Canadian Special Forces Operations Command?
Correct.
And the types of things that you were trained in, the various tactical aspects of policing for which you received training, included things like covert surveillance?
Yes.
Yeah. Explosive forced entry and breaching?
Yes.
Mass casualty response?
Yes.
And so through this training that you received and through your experience working in the National Division, you would have come to have an intimate knowledge of the parliamentary precinct in downtown Ottawa. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so you knew, for instance, how police would train for and plan for a large-scale demonstration like the convoy.
I would say that I am aware of how a typical deployment or a mobilization would look for a large scale event, but I never worked on a public order unit.
Okay, but you would have been familiar with how the ERT would have interacted with various other police forces in Ottawa during an event such as this?
Somewhat, yes.
And of course, you'd be keenly familiar with the jurisdictional, I guess, intersections in the downtown area between the RCMP, the PPS, the OPS.
Yes.
You knew how police would gather intelligence on the leadership and the key figures of any sort of protest movement that would come in.
Yeah, I have some exposure to that.
And you knew what the police goals and strategies would be in policing a large-scale demonstration.
Well, I think it's fairly basic. for something such as what happened in Ottawa. Well, maybe not basic is the right term, but it's no surprise to me that people would be surveilled and that they would try and learn who's a person identified as, a face of the convoy. But predominantly, most of the events that take place, you mobilize resources for a worst case scenario, but the vast majority of the time, nothing happens.
And when you talk about mobilizing resources, one of the ways that you do so is by pulling other police officers from other jurisdictions. That's correct?
Yes, that's common.
Yeah, and as an RCMP officer, former RCMP member, you would have been aware of the different RCMP detachments and divisions across the country, have a general understanding of where the RCMP are police of jurisdiction in other areas of the country.
Yes.
You would have been aware of the practical difficulties involved in pulling RCMP officers from provinces far flung and transferring them to Ottawa to assist the local police here in any enforcement.
Well, yes, sir. I think the RCMP has been under-resourced for pretty much my entire career, as far as back as I can remember, likely before. And I think that's almost like we've heard from other police witnesses, that's pretty much a universal in policing.
And you would have had a knowledge roughly of how many police officers would be required to manage a large scale demonstration.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't know. My involvement with these large scale events was very compartmentalized to my role on the emergency response team.
Okay. And that role you touted quite a bit during the occupation publicly, correct?
I wouldn't consider it touting, but I tried to explain who I was, what my experience was, so that I can try and reduce people's anxiety about the heavy police presence that they were seeing in Ottawa.
And my friend from Commission Council showed you a document that contained a quote from you from a press release where you said, "I have extensive experience in protective operations for large-scale events here in the National Capital Region. I've been involved in tactical planning for many of these large-scale events, so I'm keenly familiar with what is happening right now in regards to the police presence down around Parliament Hill and the downtown core." Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, that's correct.
Also in that same press conference, you also stated, "My primary concern is individuals or groups with the potential to deliberately instigate conflict with the Freedom Convoy movement," correct?
That's correct.
And that was to you your most important concern because you knew from your past experience the potential for individuals or groups, whether associated with you or not, to use the convoy as cover for their own means, correct?
Yes, I would agree that anytime you have a large event where there's a large crowd of people, there's the primary concern from the police standpoint would be a mass casualty attack.
And by February 3rd, you had already begun to appreciate the number of different factions and elements that were converging on downtown Ottawa, correct?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
For instance, you were involved, as I take your evidence, with Mounties for Freedom. You were volunteering with Adopt a Trucker, and you were also closely associated with the Freedom Convoy, correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, my role with volunteering with Adopt a Trucker was in direct support of the Freedom Convoy.
But you were not associated with Canada Unity, correct?
No, sir.
But Canada Unity was there at the convoy.
Yes.
Yeah, and you were not associated with James Bowder, correct?
No, sir.
No, and the MOU that he brought with him.
No, like I said, the first time I read it was last week.
But he was there at the convoy, correct?
I heard that he was. The first time I ever seen him was here at this inquiry.
Mm-hmm. And you were not affiliated with the Farfadas that were at Rideau and Sussex, correct?
I also had no idea who Farfadas was or what that was until after I read about Mr. Charlin's arrest out at near Van Cleek Hill after the convoy had been dismantled.
And the individual describing herself as Queen Ramona and her supporters, you weren't associated with her or her supporters, correct?
No, sir.
No, but they were there at the convoy, correct?
Yes, I did have an interaction with some of her supporters.
And you weren't associated with any outlaw motorcycle gangs, correct?
No, absolutely not.
No, but they were there at the convoy, correct?
I believe that there was 2 men identified as potentially belonging to an outlaw motorcycle gang in the crowd early on. I don't recall ever seeing them or hearing of them again. And again, that's a bit of an assumption on my part because I don't specifically have any knowledge of that particular group.
So you heard that they were there, but you didn't actually see them?
I saw a photograph of them.
Okay, so you saw a photograph of them at the convoy, but you didn't actually encounter them?
That's correct.
Okay. You've already testified that your main role was to collect intelligence from the convoy, collect, threats of violence, assess their credibility, and forward them on to the police. But I also take your evidence that this was a peaceful protest, correct?
Yes.
And in the chronology that's set out in your witness statement, I won't take you to it unless you require it, but it's again, HRF 401553. You state that on January 29th, 2022, you sent a photo to OPS and RCMP of an unidentified man in Ottawa who reportedly wore body armor and stated, "They don't realize what things will be like when the hard boys show up with a legitimate beef." Is that correct?
That's correct.
And on January 30th, the next day, you emailed PLT about a conspiracy to stage a hit and run with a tractor trailer hitting a horse that contains specific information regarding a member of the Prime Minister's protective detail, correct?
That's correct.
And you relayed information to PLT regarding fights that you either saw or that were relayed to you, correct?
Well, there was the aggressive male up at the stage truck. I don't recall other fights beyond that.
Okay.
Other than the one instance where a male pulled a crowbar out of his car.
I believe you're referring to the individual referred to as Black Buffalo?
That's correct.
And so speaking of that, Black Buffalo became very angry at what he perceived to be an incursion into his territory, began yelling, pulled a crowbar from his truck, pushed a female actually into you.
That's correct.
As I understand it correctly. Would you agree that that's a fight?
I think it could have become one, but we were able to move people away and de-escalate the situation.
For your time.
I would just like to add that based on my experience in policing, especially my time as a general duty officer, I suspect that the man who presented himself as Black Buffalo was suffering from some mental health issues.
Okay, and just one last question. You also dealt at the insistence of, I believe, Keith Wilson with people at Coventry Road referring to themselves as sovereign citizens who were deputizing themselves and planning to arrest peace officers, correct?
I never dealt with those people. I received word while I was at the Swiss Hotel that that was occurring. And so, and the information that I received is that someone was pretending to be me and deputizing people. And so the people at the Swiss Hotel took photographs and maybe even a video of me to have proof that I was currently at the Swiss, not falsely deputizing people at Coventry Road. And so I called one of the gentlemen who was a point of contact at Coventry Road and asked him, was this taking place? And he knew nothing about it, but he was in, I think he was in a tent or a shelter of some kind. So I asked him if he could go outside and check. He went outside and checked and confirmed that there was nothing going on there. I did later end up questioned by I think it was Ottawa Police, questioned me about that. And I relayed the same information I just said to you.
Okay, so just one last question. These examples that you and I have just discussed, in your view, are they examples of a peaceful protest?
Well, I don't believe any of those instances resulted in any real violence.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Next is counsel for former Chief Slowly.
Thank you, Commissioner. Retired Corporal Bulford, Tom Curry for former Chief Slowly. Just a couple of things. Many of these questions the other questions I had been asked by my friends. Could I just ask you to look at the statement that you prepared with us, please? HRF 1553, Mr. Registrar. Just when this comes up, I just want to go, please, if we could, to paragraph 19. When we get there, I hope we find, there it is, maybe 18, if you don't mind, just a little higher. Thank you. I think you told us that you emailed an introduction to those representatives of the OPS, RCMP, and PPS early in your tenure with the convoy, and identified who you were and what you were going to do. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And then just scroll down if you don't mind. Just you see the sentence, please rest assured. All organizers of the convoy group are operating under strict instructions that every single person involved must be respectful and lawful at all times. And that was your mandate from those with whom you had been dealing.
That's correct. Yes, that was, I mean, I would not have been involved if I didn't think that was going to be the case.
One of the challenges is, as you've described, that this was a very difficult organization, that is the convoy in its largest sense, to have any command or control over.
Yeah, I don't think we actually, without any official authority of any kind, you're not operating within a police organization or a military unit. You're trying to do the best you can as a bunch of civilian volunteers to make sure that people are all on board with the messaging. Yeah.
And try as you might, and others have testified to this, try as you might to have imposed a requirement for respect and for conduct that is respectful and lawful, you weren't always able to achieve that goal. Fair?
I think we did a very good job considering the size of that convoy and the crowds that protest generated.
But you weren't always able to control the conduct in the way that you might have liked. Is that fair?
Well, sir, honestly, my intention was never to try and exert control on people because I was no longer a person of any kind of authority in Canada.
The reason I ask is because as you watched this, especially with your experience, as you watched the convoy, the events of the convoy unfold from the earliest days when you arrived until the end when you yourself were arrested, you must have had a sense that the end was coming through this public order exercise unless there was some other breakthrough. Is that fair?
Well, I don't think any of us expected this to go on indefinitely, but my understanding was that we were trying to take pressure off the city of Ottawa and Chief Slowly,
right?
With the negotiated deal that I learned about after the fact. And I was 100% on board with whatever negotiations that the truck captains could accomplish and legal team could accomplish with the police to prevent a massive takedown of the convoy occurring. I was in support of that.
Right, because in the absence of some effort by the convoy, successful effort by the convoy organizers to be able to eliminate the consequences for the residents and the city of Ottawa, the businesses and the like, you understood that it was going to come to an end via a police enforcement action.
I knew that was a possibility. I didn't, like I said before, I had hoped that it wouldn't come to that.
Right.
And that, honestly, sir, I was hoping that the police would stand up with us, which would then basically be a symbolic gesture for the federal government that what they were doing was no longer lawful in Canada, and they weren't going to have the police as their enforcement arm to
Right.
do anything that was unconstitutional and unlawful and not backed on evidence.
Which would require police services, not just Ottawa, but OPP, RCMP, PPS, all of the other services who had come to help to disclaim their duty to uphold the law. You were asking quite a lot.
Yeah, I was, but it happened in Ontario earlier in the declared pandemic
Right.
when Premier Ford tried to exert more power and the police said no.
Can I ask a couple of other things then, just in the time remaining? You told the commissioner that you, upon arrival and getting this underway, you imposed a form of ICS model or incident command structure to the best that you could.
Yeah, I mean, it was a joint effort, but I mean, myself and a number of others were familiar with that system.
Right.
And so it was brought to our attention. Maybe we should set something like this up because that initial few days was absolute chaos.
And to whom then did you bring, were you at the top, were you the designated incident commander?
No, sir, I was not.
Who was?
Well, Mr. Guerra was in charge of Adopt a Trucker. And then the overall, if you want to call it incident commander, volunteer was a former Ottawa paramedic.
Got it. And then Mr. Guerra, would he have taken direction, strategic direction from the board of the Convoy Corporation once it was incorporated? Or were you aware?
I would say that's accurate because our whole purpose of being there was to support the truckers. I mean, the whole initial mission was to provide food and shelter and transportation services to protesters.
Was part of your effort in within that group, the incident command group, to keep track of the number of police personnel who were on the scene?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, that was not something that we were interested in. I mean, the police were going to do what they were going to do, and we were trusting them to do their job.
Then just finally, a couple of things, if I may, if I could, Mr. Registrar, I'm sorry to drag that document back up, 1553. Thanks so much. And if you could go to paragraph 99, just want to get your help with one thing, please. These go to the events of February the 15th. And you had a visit at the Swiss Hotel described here, in which OPP and OPS liaison officers attended to meet with volunteer coordinators and Ms. Leach. You were one of the volunteer coordinators?
Yeah, I was the volunteer security coordinator.
And who were the other volunteer coordinators, if you recall, with whom that meeting or who attended that meeting?
Well, it was myself, Tamara Leach, and the former Ottawa paramedic.
Okay, got it. So 3 of you and 3 police personnel.
To the best of my recollection, yes.
And it was at that meeting that you've written that they attended to discuss the recent document provided by police to convoy participants. And that's the document that laid out that the Emergencies Act having been declared, it was now required that people vacate the protest. Is that fair?
Well, it's more nuanced than that, because when I reviewed that document, I know which one you're talking about. It had the red border outside of it. I read through the criteria, and I don't think any of us in that room with those liaison officers met the criteria laid out in that document from the OPS of people that were no longer permitted into the downtown.
Right. And what you engaged with, I won't read all of it, but you spoke to those officers to express your concern that the use of force by police against the peaceful protests without negotiation was wrong, and they ought not to do that.
Yes.
Fair?
I did.
And scroll down, if you don't mind, please, just to paragraph 102. Now that we're on the 17th, and you had an encounter with another officer or Detective Benson, who replied to your query about whether you were people were on the lookout for you.
No, Mr. Benson contacted me by text message after Tamara Leach had been arrested.
Okay, thank you. And you had an exchange with him. I'm just interested in the last sentence. He responded by saying that the occupation was beyond a protest and the trucks had to go. And you replied to him that it was not an occupation.
Well, my belief that a definition of an occupation is usually like a foreign military has taken control of another country.
Right. Do you now accept, thinking back about it, that from the perspective of the residents of the city of Ottawa, the Ottawa Police Service, that the protest, embedded as it was the equivalent of an occupation?
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay. Now, final thing, my friends asked you about whether you had information from active serving officers or service personnel of the Ottawa Police Service or any other police service. You tell the commissioner if you know, in respect to the information that Mr. Wilson had, am I right that so far as you know, the information Mr. Wilson had was the same as the information you had, that is only from retired, that is non-active police personnel?
I can't say that for certain because Mr. Wilson spent the majority of the time, Mr. Wilson was at the Arc Hotel and the majority of the time I was at the Swiss Hotel.
All right. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Next, if I could call on the Ontario Provincial Police.
Commissioner, I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. For the Democracy Fund, JCCF and Citizens for Freedom.
Commissioner Rob Kittredge for Justice Center. We have no questions for this witness, and to the extent it may be necessary, we'll cede our time to Mr. Miller.
Okay. The convoy organizers.
For the record, Brendan Miller, Mr. Bulford, I'm counsel to the Freedom Corp, who is the entity representing the protesters that were in this city in February and January of 2022. Good evening. Commissioner, just for ease of reference, what I'm continuing to do now, just to get to the point, your counsel have been excellent in adducing evidence in chief, and I'm just going to deal with examination from the questions that arose from the other parties. And so I'll try and be quicker now for you. So
You won't hear many complaints, I think, from the hall on that, but
thank you very much.
It's, of course, you're entitled to your
Yes,
time.
I just think it's helpful. So there's a couple things, and there will be a couple documents that arose that are in the system already from my friend's questioning I want to put to you. But the first thing I'd like to ask you about, Mr. Bulford, is Parliament Protection Services. This is, of course, to most Canadians, a sort of police service that nobody understands and nobody knows much about. What can you tell me about it?
Well, after the October 22nd, 2014 shooting at the War Memorial and Mr. Bibeau storming the center block, there was a big review afterwards that took place because there was 3 different agencies that were responsible for security on Parliament Hill. And they were all amalgamated into the Parliamentary Protective Service so that they would have one cohesive unit for the precinct.
Right. And can you tell me, who does the Parliament Protection Services, who does it answer to?
Well, when I was working, I still believe they fell under the RCMP's command, but that may not be the case anymore. They may be completely independent now.
Right. And the RCMP command, then that falls under Commissioner Lucky.
That's correct.
And is it fair to say that from what you've seen from being within the RCMP and seeing it on the news, that you've witnessed or heard of Commissioner Lucky relaying public messages on behalf of the elected executive branch, or relaying information that the political executive branch wants to relay to the public?
Yes.
Okay. So the next question I want to bring up, if I can bring up document 7722 underscore rel.0001.
Council, are you referring to text messages?
The text messages, yes. So it's going, and I'll have to get the other one too. So it's 7724 is the next one, just so you know. Now, I'm not sure if you were present or you had watched this part of the hearing when I referred to these text messages. This is a text exchange between one of the staffers with the Prime Minister's office and another one of the staffers with the Minister of Public Safety's office, okay? And this is, in this context, the staffer with the Prime Minister's office states to the staffer with the Public Safety Minister's office that got a quick response, people are into it. Let me know if your boss is too, boss being the Minister of Public Safety. Happy to help however I can. This is what I sent through, by the way. Hi, I just had a chat with Alex at PS, being Public Safety, who had a bit of an interesting idea. As you saw in the pod goals chat, the trucker convoy and some of their more extreme comments calling for January 6th style insurrection are getting more coverage in the media. Alex was surveying whether there would be some interest in his boss doing some media on this eventually. He was chatting with Mendicino about it right before he went into a cabinet retreat. And can you agree the cabinet retreat was on January 24th? Were you aware of that?
That sounds accurate.
Yeah, of 2002. And there he goes on. I think there could be an opportunity to get in on this growing narrative of the truckers, particularly with the research that LRB is doing into their backers. Do you know who the LRB is?
No.
Have you ever heard of the Liberal Research Bureau while you were on the Hill?
No.
Okay. And my thoughts of framing here would be similar to what the PM/Blair, being Minister Blair and the Prime Minister, said last year when January 6th occurred. And the first point is our democracy is something we need to nurture and protect every day. And then if we could bring up the second part of the text message at 7724. And then it goes on, and this is the points that are being relayed or that is essentially going to be the narrative. We will always support the right to peaceful protest, and some of the calls that organizers of these events are making are concerning and will take them seriously, would need something to back this up. We'll continue to monitor the situation closely. The fine line to walk would be to ensure we are not looking like we're directing the police, which obviously is not the goal here. Hoping to canvass your thoughts. Alex said he'd come back to me with a proposal this afternoon when he gets to chat with Mendicino again. Obviously, pending his bosses and our interests in looking into this further. So that text is to either the Prime Minister or someone within his office. And they're explaining what Alex, the Chief of Staff for the Public Safety Minister, has come up with. And he responds, thanks. I had an initial chat with my boss and he's supportive, but wants to wait a day or two. There's a danger that if we come down too hard, they might push out the crazies, being, I think, the far extreme fractions online they were talking about. I think that's fair. She responds, apparently Global and others are working on stories. Maybe we see how those land. So you had mentioned that you don't trust legacy media and you mentioned Global News, and that's one of them.
Yes, that's true.
Okay. Now, I've sent this around. I'm not going to try and move this article into evidence at this juncture. But did you know that the following day, Global released a news article titled January 6th event, or that there was going to be a potential January type 6th event on during the Ottawa convoy. And they managed to get Parliament Protection Services to comment. And what was reiterated was one of the points in that text message. So again, I'm asking you, if the government was going to try and relay a narrative, from your experience from working on the Hill and law enforcement, would they use something like the Parliamentary Protection Services to relay a narrative?
I can't say for certain. All of my experience with the Parliamentary Protective Service is I've never seen anything political from them because they're limited in scope.
Okay. And so the Parliamentary Protective Services reiterate, and I'll just read it in. I'm just trying to pull it up again.
I'm not sure you got much from the witness about the parliamentary.
Right. So in any event, I'll deal with that.
There are going to be lots of witnesses that will
Understood.
come later.
Understood. So
you can use your time, but
yeah. So moving on, essentially the Parliamentary Protective Services in this article states that they're wary of the security and they won't talk about further matters in order to keep people safe. I'm just summarizing it. We'll put it into evidence through other witnesses. But is it concerning to you that, you know, coming from this issue with misinformation that you're concerned about and you've testified to, that the elected executive branch has identified knowing about news articles and what they're going to be about before they come out? And
what's the evidence of that?
Directly in the text messages, they said that Global's running a piece on it. It was on January 24th, of which that was, and the news article I'm speaking of was on January 25th. And then Parliamentary Security Services says essentially the byline that is in those text messages, sir. And I'll put that into evidence, and I'm just asking if it concerns him, if that's the case. That's
I'm
it.
just trying to understand where the evidence is for that.
Yes, it's the text messages. So you have the text messages between the staffers with both the Prime Minister's office as well as with the Minister of Public Safety.
Yes.
They then say what the narrative is going to be. They then say that Global is going to be running this story. And then when Global runs the story, they quote Parliamentary Protective Services, citing basically one of the lines in the text messages, sir.
I'm not sure I understand the link at all in the way you describe it, but the record is clear, so we'll
Yes.
leave it.
So with respect to that, if that is the case, is that something that concerns you?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And moving on from that point, my friend brought up with you the issue with respect to danger of people staying and the advice you were giving and everything. And I'd like to bring up OPS document 14504, please. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's the document that the OPP and 2 OPS liaisons brought to the Swiss Hotel.
Right. And in reviewing that document, does any of it therein say that all the protesters have to leave?
No.
All right. And so was that one of the documents that formed your understanding of what was to happen?
I thought it was just reinforcing Justice McLean's decision that as long as we abided by those 3 conditions of no one coming to Ottawa to commit violence, do not block critical infrastructure, and do not disrupt trade, we were still considered a lawful protest. And the people that they were delivering that message to, such as myself and the others, didn't fit into any of those categories that I'm reading here.
Right. And with respect to the position they're in that says they need to move their trucks, you're not contesting that that was going to have to happen?
No.
Okay. And so when you talk about lawful protest, you're talking about people, actually physical people, human beings on a street protesting. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And so it was your belief and you were advising Canadians to come to Ottawa or to stay in Ottawa in order to carry out that sort of protest?
You know, I hate to, it's David Michikowski. I hate to spend more time on Friday evening of everyone, but we really are getting into cross-examination.
That's fine. I'll move on.
Yeah, more leading questions, Paul Champ on the record.
Thanks.
Pretty leading.
So if we could please bring up OPP document 4286. Okay, so this is the document that my friend put to you. It's the operational plan. And if Mr. Clark wouldn't mind scrolling down to page 31. It's not 31 in the documents, or oh no, it is. There we go. Perfect. So if you can just take a moment to look at that, Mr. Bulford. It's a script for arresting for arresting protesters.
Okay.
All right, so you can agree the plan is that the protesters were essentially going to be released with just a court date and some release conditions as soon as possible. They weren't being put before a justice of the peace or a bail hearing. That was the plan?
Yes.
All right. And so other than Tamara Leach and Chris Barber, do you know of anyone else this plan just wasn't applied to, where they just got a promise to appear with conditions, undertakings, and you know they didn't get massive bail conditions imposed upon them by the Crown or on behalf of OPS? Do you know anyone else other than those two individuals who wasn't released under this sort of release plan?
Well, I know of at least Pat King.
Yeah.
And his friend, I believe his name is Tyson Billings.
Yeah.
Were both incarcerated for an extended period of time.
Was anybody else that you know of?
I've heard of other people that were charged, but I don't know the particulars of their release.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Any re-examination?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, so thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you, sir.
So we've completed the list for today, and we will come back on Monday morning at 9:30.
The commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée.
All right. There we go. That week is over. Convoy week is over. It's in the bag. We got a lot of sound bites, a lot of good sound bites. We got a lot of truth, a lot of good truth. We got a lot of more information about a bit of a separation or split in the convoy leadership and stuff. All good, though. How do you guys feel about that? Boy, was Daniel awesome. He wasn't a pushover. I don't even think Paul wanted to try and challenge him. Do you guys think the government has got the work cut out for them now? They're going to have to show how they needed the EA. Don't think they're going to get there. Not at all. You were all waiting around for the Brady Bunch. Do you guys want to kind of just start that? Maybe we'll just get that going and see how we can get this, how many people can get in here. I know Stunt is here now. Here we go. How does this Brady Bunch work? Well, Jeremy, I'm going to put a link in this chat. You're going to click that link. The first 9 people that show up will get in. And there's a link. And let's see who pulls on first. Who's going to be first? But I really liked today a lot, everybody. So we had Tamara to start off the day, finish her up in the cross. I also sent a link to those 2 text messages. Those are pretty interesting text messages, aren't they? Talking about making a plan, using the narrative of January 6th. Oop, somebody popped in. His name is John. Hi, John. You there, bud? Well, you're there, half there. Maybe check your microphone. Oh! Hey, John. Night. Are you getting ready for Christmas? You got your snowman there. Hi, John.
How are you, Jason Levine?
I'm good. I'm good. You got the name right. And where are you located?
You know what, Jason? I'm here in Southwest Ontario. What's happening is I'm getting feedback in a delay.
You may want to turn off your YouTube stream. That may be where you're getting the other audio. So yeah, anybody who connects, you'll get audio from me direct. You don't need the YouTube anymore.
How's that?
It's good on my end. How's it on your end?
Well, that's better. There's no reverb.
There you go. Yeah, you were getting the delay of going to YouTube and then back to your ear then.
Whereabouts are you, Jason?
I'm in the bush.
Generally.
Yeah, in the bush west of Edmonton, west of a town called Breton. I won't give you the GPS locations, but not far from the town of Breton, west of Edmonton. And I'm actually in the bush. That was not a joke. We bought some virgin land and we're building a homestead. And I'm currently in a trailer. So bringing this live from the bush on Starlink and solar power. No joke.
Now, you mentioned you are a member of Parliament.
Not yet. No, I'm a candidate. I'm running for member of Parliament.
Okay. Now, the riding you're in, is it referred to as Yellowhead?
Correct. Yes, it's Yellowhead.
Okay. And the Yellowhead is, as I remember, it's a highway that runs from Saskatchewan through Alberta. Is it up into the Northwest Territories?
It goes all the way to Jasper, I believe, is where it will stop. And then it continues into the mountains on the BC side as something else.
Okay.
And it's also a region west of Edmonton. So Yellowhead was an area, and then that led to the highway, and then the highway was extended. But we have Yellowhead County here, and then Yellowhead Region for the federal riding.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would imagine that's probably quite a large area.
Oh, it's massive. 5 hours tip to tip. I think it might even be the largest riding south of the territories. It's a big one. It's a big one.
And you're running as an independent?
I am. Originally I looked at I contacted CPC. They got a guy, Gerald Sikora. He's the current MP. Spoke with the PPC. They were interested. But independent is the right way to do it, in my opinion, for the particular mission that I have, which is oversight, accountability. And I actually want to get a voice in there because parties, the whips, the platform, it really kills the local voice. Yellowhead's been without a voice for far too long. And Alberta needs a lot more voice in there as well. So independence the only path that I see, John.
Yeah, the where you are, the independent ticket is probably the way to go.
I agree. PPC came in second, which is strong support. CPC is losing support because they've been here for so long. Gerald's a bit of he's a good guy, really nice guy. But he's not bringing our issues forward. And that's a little bit, we all see it. And we are an independent side of the country. Reform was strong here. Wild Rose was strong around here. Joe Clark was the PM from Yellowhead. It was his riding. And he's now turned independent. So he left the Conservative Party, went independent. So independent is a strong mentality out here. It's a strong mindset out here. Because we are just strong, independent people. It's just who we are. So I agree with you. I think there is an independent ticket available here. And I'm also, I'm a strong conservative. I did vote conservative. But I think the party is the problem. And we need some oversight. And we won't get that with the party.
Well, it's become, especially in the West, it's become a case of, there's this growing belief that maybe it's time they kind of went by themselves.
Well, you think exit? Hey, Jeremy.
How's
it going?
Hey, Jeremy, you got to kill your YouTube.
Exit? Hey, Jeremy.
Gotta put these in? How's it going?
Yeah, put your headset on and kill the YouTube. So I'll just mute you. Okay, there we go. So we hear the reverb too when you got a speaker on. There you go, John. Sorry. You're thinking Wexit?
No, I'm thinking that sort of thing, it takes a unified thought process. And it's not something you do in anger or frustration.
Right.
But there should be, I think there should be some resolve to give it some real teeth. There should be some resolve to take it away from, the way that Canada feels about Quebec's attitude towards separation. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
there should be some legitimacy to it. And therefore you have to get everybody on the same page.
Well,
before you push that, I'm sorry, before you push that idea.
Yeah, I don't think that idea is gaining ground here anymore. There's a lot of push for solidarity and sovereignty. You heard a lot of testimony today around Quebec-Alberta relations being artificial, that narrative's falling apart. I believe in that. I actually believe in that. I think that's happening. And I don't see separation being called for anymore. Quebec, the last poll, it was 10%. So even them, separation has fallen off the radar. They're looking for independence, sovereignty, and they're pushing harder for that. And we all should have sovereignty. All provinces should be sovereign under a united Canada. And the fact is, we don't have to change a single law to do that. We just have to get back to using our Constitution, which is Section 91 and 92, which outlines the jurisdiction for federal and provincial lawmaking. Like the province and the federal government are limited to Sections 91 and 92 of the Constitution. But through overreach and constant maneuvering around things, they've done a lot of overreach on that. And all we got to do is go back to that. Are you familiar with Section 92A, which gives resource rights to the provinces? Provinces have always had resource rights. So, there's one right there. Section 92.
Wasn't that what we challenged the National Energy Program on?
Yeah, and I believe we won the appeal, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, Alberta won the appeal. So we're making steps in that direction. And that's what Danielle Smith is calling for when she calls for a free Alberta, a sovereign Alberta. It's to just go back to Section 91 and 92 and get rid of some of the federalism and overreach that has creeped in. For example, healthcare is never supposed to be federal. Not supposed to be federal. But what they did was they created like a welfare program for healthcare and then ran the money and then used the money to dictate how everything works. Clever way to get around Section 92, which put healthcare in the province, because now they're controlling healthcare through the financial payments of the healthcare system. That's overreach. The Canada Health Act should be revoked. It's illegal. But that's an example of federalism and overreach that we kind of just tolerated under the guise or the promise of some social services. But the truth is, the provinces still run the healthcare services, but they're mandated and controlled by the federal government. So, for example, that's one thing that I think we all should recognize is overreach. It's illegal, and it's also unnecessary. And that's where I'm hoping Danielle Smith will push hard, Quebec will push hard, and eventually Saskatchewan and other provinces will jump on board and start pushing hard to regain the sovereignty that we've always had, but we've lost over the years. Now, Jeremy, where are you located?
Do either of you two know the details of what Quebec managed to gain through their, I believe it was a Supreme Court challenge to the Canada Health Act when it came to private clinics treating cancer?
What was the decision?
A few years ago. It was someone who couldn't get timely cancer treatment through the public health care system. And so he basically challenged the public health monopoly in Quebec on providing those kinds of treatments. And I believe it was successful, but I don't know the details. So
Well, it
it's a
was-
few years ago.
Yeah, I'm just going to pull it right now. It might take me a bit, but it sounds like private cancer treatment was allowed then.
Yeah, and I think they won it basically under the Charter protections to security of the person.
Okay, yeah, to be able to get the healthcare is security for life, and you got to be able to have life and liberty. So you think under that is where they got it, not the Constitution?
Well, the Charter is part of the Constitution, but
Yeah,
but yeah,
the
they
human rights
may have
portion.
also applied the Constitution as applies to public or healthcare rather being provincial jurisdiction.
I'm just gonna put the link in for more people to come join. We got a 3-person Brady Bunch here.
So yeah, it may have actually just been the Quebec Supreme Court that decided on that.
Yeah, it sounds better. It sounds more like it, Jeremy, because the province runs healthcare. So that sounds more like it. That maybe the province was limiting it, and that's where it should be. Yeah, so I'm surprised it would have been a Canadian decision because that would be all provinces then if it was in the Canadian Supreme Court.
Probably provincial.
But that's an example right there, John and Jeremy, of where the federal government isn't supposed to be. Healthcare. That is a provincial issue. Now, this dental program that they just announced, that NDP partnership push for that dental care program, and they just announced it, it's coming out. That's yet another example of an overreach because dental is health, health is province, but yet they're doing a federal national system for that. And they're going to roll in the national ID for that so you can gain access to that system. And then they'll implement other systems that you can get into. But right there, right in front of our eyes, 2 parties got together, NDP Liberal, and they're breaking yet another constitutionally protected section, 92 health. Dental falls under health. Unless they're saying it's cosmetic, but that's happening right in front of our eyes. And that's bringing in the digital ID, the national ID. Because to gain access to that program, you'll need the national ID. So you guys, have you been watching? John and Jeremy, you've been watching a lot of the coverage?
Yeah, past week or so through your channel, but since the beginning of it through various channels.
Well, thanks for stopping by, Jeremy. What kept you here? It
Well,
wasn't
I
the uninterrupted service, because I've had some interrupted service here.
Yeah, I did bounce around a bit when you got frozen out, but I always came right back.
Thank you,
once
Jeremy.
you're back up and running. I really like your legal commentary and the fact that you have such a small group following, so you can actually like carry on a discussion in the chat. With other people there, like I've been on like the war campaign chat and things like that, where he's got like thousands of people commenting on there, and it's like, you know, you can't really have a meaningful conversation with anybody on some of those larger streams.
Yeah, we're a little bit more intimate and interactive then, right?
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Stunt showed up. And then we'll be, once we get more popular, that'll be a problem we run into then, wouldn't it?
Yeah, eventually.
Hey, Stunt.
I spelled my name wrong.
Oh, you know what? I can probably fix that for you.
I am a real dummy. Can't even
go.
spell the name right.
There you go. Oh, your volume's loud. I got you, bud. You're covered. I got you covered. There we go. Sorry, I'm just going to
change our names there, Jason.
Sorry, bud?
You can change our names there?
Oh, yeah. I can make you anything I want right now. I've got the power. I'm not even voted in, and I got some power.
We're going to get you voted in.
Oh, you think so, Stunt? I think that would be a good move.
Listen, you tell me what I can do to help make you go viral and get in there, and I will do it.
Well, you keep showing up, showing your mug. Yeah, no, I'm down. I think the way to win this one is reach through open platforms, reach people, because Yellowhead is large, very remote. A lot of people are remote here. So it'd be physically impossible to shake every hand. So I got to build up, a reputation of having honest, unbiased opinions and getting out there and reaching people, all types of people. And that's fun, but frankly, I think this is a fun thing to do. So if you're listening and you have a little bit of an idea of doing this stuff, do it, guys. The more we spread the messages, the better. Because as we heard, Global's dealing with the PMO office. Global TV's got busted in a text message today. They're cahoots. This is not tinfoil stuff. They're in cahoots.
I missed that. What did the text message say?
Basically said Bill Blair and PM or JT a year ago around Jan 6 had this narrative idea that it was bad. They bounced that around for about a year. Convoy kicked off. They said, hey, remember that narrative we talked about a year ago? This might match the Convoy. Call Global TV. That was basically the text messages. Hey, John, Jeremy, what did you get out of them?
Well, that conversation came up once before during the inquiry. I can't remember whose testimony was going on.
You're right. The first text message came up. You're correct about that. The Global TV one, I think that came up today.
Oh, maybe, yeah. Maybe that specific line.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it just confirms what we've known all along. But now we actually have it in evidence in a public inquiry commission.
Well, that's what actually made me go down there was it just didn't make sense. It was so obvious that it was the world's most peaceful protest, and it is literally, you could spit on the convoy from both CBC and CTV in Ottawa. And I know for a fact they were not threatened in any way because I was there. As a matter of fact, the first day I was there, I was the only person with a mask. Nobody said a word to me. Like all this stuff about people being threatened and having their masks torn off and big cameras couldn't go there to do the story. It's all nonsense. None of it made sense. Now it does. They didn't have to go see or tell the truth because Trudeau was giving them the story.
Well, Paul Champ brought up all these stories about different mainstream or legacy media personalities being assaulted or harassed or whatever, but he didn't bring up any evidence to back that up with. He never showed any video or anything like that. I don't know, maybe that wouldn't have been relevant to be entered in as evidence to the commission. But
we didn't see a single news crew swarmed, and they have big cameras with.
They were not there. They were not there, man. I'm telling you, I looked for them every day. It became a joke. On all my streams, we talk about the big cameras. That's what we started calling MSM because they weren't there. I seen them 3 times. I seen APTN, which is the Aboriginal News or something like that. They had no problem. Yeah, they had no problem. I streamed while they were doing their news there. They were the only ones I seen in the convoy at all, except for on 2 occasions. It was very clear that the police were working in cahoots with MSM and called them for the money shot. I got a call right away to go to Coventry Road and stream. When I got there, the big cameras they were there. Somebody told them to go get the money shot while Coventry was being raided.
Yeah.
You know?
And we heard Daniel tell us, and Daniel knew, he recognized the face, didn't he? He recognized the Prime Minister's personal photographer at the photograph for that Yahtzee flag.
Well, that's another thing. Did you ever see the video of the guy saying he was attacked? There is no video at all. It is a black screen of a phone flipping through the air and hitting the ground. It lasts a grand total of like 5 seconds. Anybody could duplicate it by turning their phone on in the dark and dropping their phone. This is not evidence.
No. Well, you would
it's nonsense.
There was no. Who's in the hospital? Is anybody in the hospital? Where's a stitch? We count how many stitches we give people. So let's go look at the records. It's medical. It's private.
How convenient. Yeah. Then you hear them. They're talking about, there was like negotiations going on and whatever, and there was swarming happening. I saw one swarm that I could say was the protesters swarming, and it was nothing bad. It's because yet again it looked like CBC was called ahead and told that trucks are going to be moving. Now's the time to come and get your shot. We're doing our job. They're moving out, Yep. So CBC had been lying about us for weeks by this point, and everybody knew they weren't there. They literally were not there, so it was a little bit insulting to the peaceful protesters how CBC was right there within the red zone, lied about us horrendously for weeks. and then tried to sneak up through Spark Street Mall to get the shot of the first trucks moving. And the protesters were like, no, 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 no. You haven't been here for weeks. You've been lying about us when the truth has been on your doorstep. You're not getting this shot. And there was no fight. There was no weapons. There was no screaming or nothing. It was just very clear. They were basically facing a crowd that was booing at them.
Yeah. Well,
That was about, yeah. And they knew that we knew exactly what was going on. Those were my only experiences with the big cameras. And that was my only experience with any swarmings. Every other swarming that happened was like groups of 20 cops on some kid that was bringing $5 of gasoline in or something. $5 of fuel with a jerry can, a red jerry can. Like, yeah, people were getting swarmed. It was the cops doing it. Dude, I got swarmed myself. While leaving, I was waiting for a taxi to leave. I got swarmed within 2 feet of the red zone border by 4 cops who came up and started telling me, what's going on, buddy? Are you okay? And this and that. And yeah, they realized I had a stream going, and all of a sudden they didn't want to talk anymore. They told me to stay warm, and I went home.
Now, streaming and cameras, that was a big weapon on this one, wasn't it? It turned out to be our biggest sword. We didn't need to stick someone. We just needed to photograph and video them. It turned out to be a really good thing, Stunt.
I'll tell you something, and it may sound crazy.
Let's do it. It's
But
Friday.
when you're there, the camera really is a weapon. They can't delete it when it's streaming to platforms and have people that can clip it and make sure it never vanishes. You know, so it really is a weapon, and they know it. They're intimidated by it, almost like it was a gun pointing at them, because they can't do what they want to do. And it was very apparent that down there, they were not able to do what they wanted to do.
Yeah, I think that caught them by surprise, the streamers. And John, do you think that C11 is the shield to that? They realize what happened with the streamers, and C11 is now the result of that?
Not it specifically, not this instance specifically, but C11 is a creation of what the government has intent to silence. So this is not going to be the only time when individual broadcast or individual reporting, right, or individual narrative is going to be silenced. This won't be the only time, but this is like I said earlier in a comment I made. It's a test run, right? It's a test run to see how effective it is. And if it wasn't for guys like you, Jason, the day of, if it wasn't for guys like you doing your stream from the convoy, I never would have actually got, you know, firsthand news, because I mean, it certainly wasn't on television, you know, and I was trying to explain to my 94-year-old mother about what was really going on.
Right.
She's very much a patriot, as all my family are, but of course, being 94 years old, you have the mindset that, you know, CTV Power Play and Evan Solomon and all the other talking heads would never lie to you.
Yes.
Because if it's you know, hey, she would say to me, John, it's on television, so why would they make it up?
Yes.
Do you see what I mean? So it was, she doesn't have a computer, so it was difficult for me to explain to her that it's not like that. What you're seeing is not the reality. This is the narrative they want you to understand. You know, to
And
me,
God bless her, though. She had 60 years of true news, though. She went through most of her life getting true news.
yes,
So
yes,
the last
and I
chunk
think
is where it went bad.
I think maybe that's where there's that disconnect with that generation. My mother's 94, so she was born in the 20s, and she, you know, it was a different time when the country was about protecting itself. And so people would sign up for the military and gladly go to fight for this country and, you know, and support it in every way. I mean, you know, my family has endured the depressions, the recessions, the pandemics and the epidemics and the everything. And now there's a younger generation that doesn't feel they need to be in keeping with that. So yes, you're absolutely right. She has every belief that the government would do us no harm. And I don't hold that against her one little bit. It's just really difficult to kind of get the message across, because you have to, you know, I mean, everybody on here is very informed. Everybody here is very well researched, but it's difficult to get that understanding across to others, so it sinks in for them, and so they learn to read between the lines themselves. You know, I think that's probably what everybody on your chat does. But the average person, they want their 5 minutes of social media news because that's the gospel to them, and then they move on. Whereas people like us, we search, you know, we read between the lines, and we listen to what is said, and then we listen to what is not said.
Right.
Right.
Yep. And then Jeremy, so as John pointed out, you know, the media changed. We used to have good media, but now the media changed. And then over the last 2 years, we had this event. So the media was filled with, hey, you need to listen to us. But if you hear other messages, be scared and worry of them because they're going to be wrong and false. There was a lot of misinformation programming going on the last 2 years. So that alternate information was already labeled as misinformation to the mainstream.
Yeah.
So in addition to starting to tell lies, they've also attacked their competitors with lies so that people who are following this and going, oh no, there's Fauci, he's talking to us. And then at the end of the segment, it says,
poisoning the well.
Yeah. And they say, okay, but if you're Fox, you're crazy, or they other the other side. So it's a two-pronged approach here. They're first telling lies about the narrative and then telling lies about the competition. I can totally imagine people who grew up trusting the CBC, trusting CTV, trusting your government. But this recent one, especially over the last, say, 2 years, so let's just focus on the 2 years, have gone into hyper propaganda. And this is just not new or not something that's recognizable.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way out of this without becoming a dictatorial media itself? Like, are we going to try and tell media what's truth and not? Like, what is the solution to this? How do we undo the loss of trust, and how do we get media back to being media? I
don't know if the legacy media is salvageable at this point. My best hope for some form of balanced mainstream media in Canada was the Sun News Network when it was going, but of course the CRTC slapped them down. Well, and even before they did, they weren't able to get on most of the I don't know, like cable providers or whatever.
They made it hard, yes.
Yeah, so they didn't really have much of a chance, which was somewhat surprising, given that they had the Sun News chain of newspapers behind them. It's like, you know, the corporation behind that news channel had been a source of credible news in every city across Canada, or mostly every major city across Canada, for decades before that. So, I mean, to me, it was hugely suspect that that the CRTC was able to, I don't know, play the cards that they did against Sun News Media Network.
Well, we just got an idea from Green here, who says we should start our own.
Yeah, I've actually been talking to him about that. And as crazy as it sounds off the hop, it's actually not so crazy. The problem is I've done research trying to get a CRTC license, and through all the websites I've gone through, I can't even find an application fee.
What do you want a CRTC license for?
Well, we were thinking about starting a real, not real, because there's nothing real about legacy media, but we can't trust them. We don't believe that they're salvageable. So the only way to get truth to their audience is to become one of them.
Yeah.
We don't know how much it's going to cost or if it's possible or anything. It's something that's like 3 days into very light research. But other than that, I think the only thing we can do is just let them die and start converting people to uncut, unedited streams to go on as long as it needs, as long as the story's going on. You know, and I think once we get more people onto that, which I think the convoy did a huge favor for that mission, people are just going to give up on MSM.
Well, we have as big of media figures as Megyn Kelly down in the States now doing independent journalism through her own podcasts. She used to be an anchor for Fox News, and then I don't think she ever went to CNN, did she? But she went somewhere else before she...
She was on Fox, and then she got fired on MSNBC. So MSNBC, she made the comment about people wearing costumes back in the day out of respect, and then it was portrayed as she was condoning and supporting blackface, which wasn't what she was saying. And then, they kicked her out of MSNBC. But that is what paid for her little network, because she got a big check when they did that.
Oh, I see,
Yeah. So, the media paid, and they got her to go. But, you have people like Tim Pool, who just walked around Occupy or the 1% thing, and then he went on to do some YouTubing, and then away you go. You got people like Viva Fry, who was just a lawyer, and then he just was really interested and got involved, and he's one of the main reasons this convoy was covered very well. And I think that is a new media stunt. I think that is the new one. Grassroots independent media. I don't think you need CRTC license. You just need StreamYard, Starlink, and away you go.
I agree. But once C11 gets passed, if it does, we need every tool we can get to compete with them. I don't even know if it's possible, but we're willing to figure it out and go to war. This is an information war. It's not even a joke. We're literally in an information war, and we need to get the truth out there because they're not doing it.
Yeah, well, good luck to them on the enforcement side of C11. That's my only first thing to say. Laws are laws, but they need to be enforced. So good luck with that. Starlink won't comply. VPN makes it impossible to enforce. And if there's a will, there's a way. And if there's a truth, you'll get it out. I've dealt with them on the music side of things. So I think it was 30% Canadian content was a requirement for concerts and music. And it's really insane what they require you to do. For example, we would have a roadie come in with a U.S. band. They would bring in all their people. We would have to count how many of them are U.S. citizens. We would have to count how many people are working the event are Canadian citizens. We would have to be ready to produce these.
What?
We would have to be ready to produce a citizenship to confirm that we had the right number of people representing Canadians within a concert. We did that for Keith Urban, and Keith Urban came up, and that was a bit of a hassle because he came up with more people than we planned. No kidding. We had to hire some temp workers just to do the quota.
That is insane.
Well, that's what it means. That's what it means, because they will come and shut you down, and event producers want to be able to produce events.
That was just a concert.
Yeah, that was a concert. Yeah, we were doing concerts. But it's anything that's radio, TV, movie, entertainment. Now they're moving it to internet. So we've had these laws for a long time, just in the other areas already. Now, how are they going to force it? How are they going to make me do 30% Canadian content? How are they going to make me stay in the Canadian market or make sure I reach a Canadian audience?
I thought they were just going to force YouTube's algorithm to do it.
Well, good luck with that. YouTube's pushing back on that because it actually hurts YouTube's business. When you artificially change the algorithm, according to YouTube, they did a nice video on this on their creator network. What it causes is a worse experience for the user, and then they're going to leave YouTube. So YouTube's fighting it because they have no desire to force content on anyone, because that is not how their algorithm works for best recommendation. So it breaks their business. So we'll see how that battle goes. But when it comes down to it, stunt enforcement is going to be very difficult for the government. And what is that going to look like or mean? Are they going to shut down stunts Stunt's channel because they timed him and he did 29 minutes of Canadian content, but he talked about an American subject for 39 minutes. Therefore, you're off. I don't know what they're going to do with that. Or are they just trying to give us topics just like YouTube does that we have to stay away from? And if we go into those, like happens with YouTube, I've already had a video taken down. They will just push a delete button. Stunt, which way do you think they're going to go? Tell us what to say or just delete us when they're unhappy?
I don't know. I haven't really thought about that. I'm more like, okay, you want to play that game? I'll become Captain Canada and I'll make the most Canadian content you've ever seen in your life 24/7. But you better believe it's going to be unhappy honking content or something in revenge, and like protest. You're going to force me to be Canadian content. I'll play.
Well,
but you're going
let's
to
do
see me
pirate
honking
internet.
in a Canadian cape or something. Pirate internet, yeah.
You remember that movie Pirate Radio, where they just went on a barge just outside onto international waters and started broadcasting from there? Have you seen that movie? Yeah. Well, maybe we just need to be 30 kilometers off our shore, and then we can start doing Starlink.
That's hilarious.
Well, international water, I don't know if the laws apply there, right?
I'm not really worried about, I know I should be worried about Bill C-11 more, but honestly, what I have planned for content and like marketing is really, I'm not too concerned with the algorithm. Word is definitely going to get around. I have no doubt.
Well, Rumble's a Canadian company, and this will be a Canadian bill.
Are they?
Yeah, they're Toronto, brother. They're a Toronto company. So Rumble will definitely fall underneath it, right down to the jurisdiction. So John, are we looking at C-11 and are we making it more than it is? Are we getting more worried than we should? Maybe it is a good thing for culture. Can we maybe take the devil's advocate look at this? And is there something good that's in here? Or is this just a wolf in sheep's clothing and it really is a bad thing?
No, I am no fan of C-11 nor all the other C's and B's and D's.
That's funny.
At all. And because you see, what it is it's how far can they push their limit? And how much will people take, right, before we fight back? So the convoy was our tipping point, right? The convoy was our tipping point. So they saw how far they could get. And so what they do is they come back to the table and they say, okay, so we're going to have to go at this by another angle. Let's try it through legislation. And we won't broadcast the legislation. We won't talk about what we're changing. We'll just only spring it upon people, and then people will find out someday that, oh, hey, you can't do that anymore. And you'll have no recourse but just to accept the way things are. That's pushing the limit again. So how much longer or how much farther can they push us? That's all it is. Because you see, it's a stage. It's a graded progression of what would you call?
Are they provoking us to a breaking point?
Well, no, I think it's just manipulation. It's just manipulation. So you guys are younger than myself. So for instance, we all have our own opinion. For instance, when the tipping point happened, or when this country began to go on that slippery slope. But let me ask you, Jason and Jeremy and Stunt, when for you in your mind did Canada begin to change, and did these slight alterations in our lives, in our lifestyle, right, begin to happen, that were out of the ordinary from the life that we once knew, or the life that we were once comfortable with? For you individually, each one of you, when did that happen in your own mind? Because we all have our own idea, and I'll give you a heads up. There's no wrong answer.
For sure. For me, it was when I'm weird like this. I was paying attention a long time ago. It's when the government started to get into our homes and said no more punishment of children. And we were having to we had the government now in our house saying you can't spank your children. And discipline was now a problem. Around the same time, and I was a kid at the time, the school was teaching us about that, to call the police and to call and report our parents.
Wow.
And I remember this in about grades, I would say 7, 8, somewhere in there, 6, 7, 8, where it was all coming out that it wasn't allowed. Child Protective Services is a thing now, and the children in school were being taught about it. I recognized that as a intrusion into our family and snitching on our parents. And I didn't feel comfortable with that at that age at all. It's not like our home required it. That wasn't really the point. The point was at school, I was being told to tell on my parents, and that I felt really weird about that. So that would have been early 80s. That would be mine. Because right then I started feeling really weird about government. And I was young. Jeremy, stunt?
So, I mean, like probably before I remember, but I think one thing I know kind of happened with my family, kind of somewhat similar to what you're saying, Jason, is when my oldest brother was going into grade 4, that was when they were starting to introduce sex ed in the public school systems here in Alberta. And so at that point, my parents decided to start homeschooling us. And we did go back and forth from time to time. So I was in public Catholic school for about a month in grade 4. But the school was just starting up, and that particular one didn't have any sex ed that I remember. And then I went to some private schools or whatever else. But I guess my family's always been very skeptical of the government and the way that mainstream society, so to speak, has been tending. Probably, well, I mean, so my oldest brother was born in 82, so that probably would have been kind of when my parents would have really started thinking about that. As like, how is everything going on in society going to affect our children and how they're growing up and what values they're going to be raised with and so forth.
Yeah, they were putting sexuality and the power into the children's hands younger and younger at that time. Stunt?
Well, I have to be honest. I've never really been political. I've been very naive. I have still lots of Ottawa friends who are Ottawa police, and always felt like even though I don't really agree with everything government does, I can trust them. Felt like votes were real and whatever. I'm not involved as other people are. Maybe they know what's better or not. And I never really paid that much attention to it. Then I went to the convoy, and the first thing that I saw when I got there was a truck that said, "Media is the virus." And I was a double vaxxed, masked trucker that had no interest in mandates or their beliefs or any of it. I was a streamer and a trucker mechanic that lived in Ottawa, and I went to see a convoy. That was it. And when I went there, I started learning about all the mandates and all that. And then first thing I learned was what media is the virus meant, because I went home that night and heard about all these non-existent Nazi flags. And yeah, I started thinking, well, maybe because I believed in CTV and everything, CBC, Global, all that. And I started thinking, whoa, maybe I haven't been paying enough attention, right? But I'll tell you what really did it for me with the government was I knew that the protest was being lied about. So instead of just going to stream honks or a convoy, I went back the next day waiting to see these Nazi flags, and I just never seen them. So I started interviewing cops and colored people and stuff, and walking around looking for them Nazi flags and all that. And then I started investigating the homeless shelter lies and stuff. And I stumbled upon the police, and they had this budget truck that they were taking some very weird items. I can't remember exactly what they were, but weird stuff like drums of chemicals and these boxes that said whatever on it. And I had a very busy chat. I was doing 100,000 views a day, and people were emailing me all kinds of stuff and that. So I had these people that decided to do research, and they found out where the truck would have been rented from. And then I went there, and when the truck wasn't at the convoy or the police station, it wasn't there either. Then I had people notice that there was no website on that truck, no phone number on that truck, and that this truck was a fake budget truck. And they weren't unloading things at the courthouse or Parliament or anything. They were taking everything into the back door of a Bank of Montreal. So it was just so weird. And the way they were acting when I was trying to record them, they'd start running inside the door with the boxes and that. And people started making me paranoid with their emails and stuff. I was not red-pilled or anti-government in any way. But I honestly really 1,000,000% felt like I could trust that convoy crowd to not do anything out of line or violent at all. It just, the love and the unity was in the air. You could cut it with a knife. There was no way, not one person there would want that to end. It was either the mandates or we were holding the line. And when I seen those cops and the way they were acting with that budget truck and stuff, I felt a fear in me that there's going to be a false flag here. That the only way for them to end this is something's going to be started. And I knew it wouldn't be started from us. And I realized right then and there, I don't trust the media, and I don't trust the government anymore. And I don't trust the police. And it was definitely my tipping point.
Incredible stuff. And then, John, your question right back at you.
1982, the Constitution.
1982 is a big year for a few of us, huh?
Yeah. I mean, look at the creators of it. Pierre Trudeau, a devout communist. He went to school. He went to school in Russia. His contemporaries were Michael Manley from Jamaica, Muammar Gaddafi from Libya, Fidel Castro. You know, and you had John Chrétien, who also was a divine follower of the teachings of Pierre Trudeau, as were many of the cronies that were in the Liberal government at that time. They handed the Constitution, or they handed the final decision-making process for the country. It didn't end any longer with the duly elected government. It would go to the Supreme Court. And that was a big problem for a lot of Canadians. I know my father had a real problem with that. He said, well, why vote for somebody that can't come to a decision at the end of the day that sticks? But it was after that I began to notice the subtle changes. Now, I was no longer in school in the 80s, but all of a sudden you start to hear where it sounded like students were running the classes and students were running the, were running the schools, and they were complaining about teachers. I mean, you would not complain about a teacher when I was going there. The teacher was in charge. That's all there was to it. I mean, unless there was, a total absence of reason, and then the teachers were dealt with harshly. There was no this slap on the wrist stuff and we'll just move you to another class. No, they were, sometimes you didn't see them again if things went sideways, but it just seemed to change from there. And it seemed to be that even in policing, the whole atmosphere of the police must be in control of the streets and the criminality, that they went sort of like, over a period of time, they sort of were regarded more as uniformed social workers than they were, providers of law enforcement and public order. That seemed to evolve through the 80s, and then it became, especially here in Ontario, once we got Bob Ray and his merry bunch, things really seemed to take go off the deep end in a big way. after that. It seemed that after, especially once Bob Ray was here in Ontario, because that's when I was working, it just seemed that things never really returned. I mean, we had some bright spots with Mike Harris and what have you, but for all intents and purposes, it didn't seem to be the same sort of order, and there didn't seem to be as much common sense. It's like people didn't have to have it.
And I think that it was taught to us that way. So early in school, we used to be very respectful. You know, back in the day, we'd be respectful and be, yes, Mrs. Smith, yes, Mr. Smith. Then it got into, we were kind of more cordial and friendly with them. It's like Jerry instead of Mr. Smith. And it's like Sandy. Now we know their sex lives and their preferences. These are the teachers, right? These are the teachers. We went from a respectful environment to buddies to now they're telling us all about their sexual preferences. There's no place for that, of course, but that's the decline I'm seeing. The respect in the classroom, the respect between teachers and students, the boundaries between teachers and students are now blurred, and in ways that wasn't that way before. Was that done on purpose, or was that just trying to pull back on something and it was just accidentally turned that way? Or is this like a purposeful slide? Jeremy, yeah, you're smiling and you kind of nodded a few times there. Is this intentional in the schools to continue this decline, or? Okay.
I think so, and I think Dr. Jordan Peterson has drawn a lot of attention to this. The kind of Marxist, neo-modernist infiltration of academia. Basically, they realized that after being Soviet sympathizers was no longer gonna cut it during the Cold War. They decided to go for a cultural revolution from within our system, and where better to start than in the education system, and then it's just spread from there.
Yeah, we homeschool because I have that concern.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Stunt, do you have children yet?
Yeah, I got a little girl. She's 16, and I completely agree that there was major changes in the school system. If I didn't go to school when I was a kid, they sent someone from the school to my door to come and pick me up.
That's right.
You know, like a truant officer. But then when my daughter was going to school, the teachers were always on strike. As a matter of fact, I'm from Ontario, and guess what? They're on strike. I think they're going on strike today, aren't they?
Yeah,
They have literally held parents hostage. You know, like I'm lucky that I've been self-employed for years, and you know, I could deal with all that. But man, I remember going to school and wishing there would be a snow day or a strike. And I think I've seen maybe 1 week of strike and 3 snow days in my entire education. Yeah, it's like there's no respect in the education system anymore for the students or between the students and the teachers and stuff. It is so weird, and I'm thankful that I didn't go there in this generation, because I don't believe they're getting an education. I think they're being programmed with wokeness, and yeah, I think I don't know why, but I definitely think that it's by design.
For sure. And John, when we were growing up, we had discipline in our homes. And I remember one of my big shocks as a teenager, a young teenager, I think junior high or so, going over to a buddy's place for the first time and seeing how he disrespected his parents, swore at his mother, and like threw stuff at her. I never experienced or witnessed that before, that level of disrespect at home. That seems to be more and more. We have people or young adults living at home till the 30s, pushing on. Sometimes they have to because economically it's very difficult. But some of them, maybe they're not encouraged to go or they just can't go. Is that also by design? Attacking the home life, making it difficult for people to leave home, and making it, I'm trying to be delicate here, because I know I have a lot of young guests and people that watch that still stay at home. But is it an economic concern, or is it the parents not pushing it out? What do you think happened there? Because we used to leave home by 16 and 15, and we were out on our own, building our own career.
it's not their fault. It's not young people's fault. You know, there's a derelict generation of grown-ups. I'm part of that generation, although I don't blame myself, because I was certainly the kind more like the father that my father was to me. But if you break down the family unit, where you have mother and father and their children living in the same place, and you have that familial structure that is not so much authoritative, but it's nurturing, it's supportive, right? And you have the benefit of learning responsibility and personal accountability, then you have a strong individual. So then once you melt away that foundation and you impose these government ideals, or these, as Jeremy said, culturally Marxist principles, especially in young open minds when they're 6 and 7 and 8 years old, then you have a child that won't think so much for themselves. They'll think more in a collective thought, right? Well, while still being distanced from being able to create friendships and lasting relationships, you know. And for instance, there's a city in China outside of major metropolitan areas where the CCP has done experiments for years, where young children, small children, are given social credit. And basically what they do is the children are expected to follow government policy. And that policy includes turning your mom and dad in if they're not following government rules in terms of living standards and behavior and so on and so forth. The child is then rewarded with maybe video games. They're rewarded with credit to go to a university of their choice further down the road and what have you. And so a young mind is now separated from that need for belonging in the family to trying to get their own, basically it's opportunism, opportunism for what they believe is independent thought, which it's not. Right? So that exists, that very much exists. I mean, on that note, I Jason, you probably have, and Stunt probably has, maybe Jeremy has, but all those great 60s and 70s sci-fi movies, man, like Soylent Green and ZPG, which stood for Zero Population Growth, and THX 1138, and all those movies, you know, about a utopian future. I mean, they were fascinating when I was small, but oh my goodness, you know, like it's like a prophecy now. It's a prophecy now. I can't watch them, man. And I'm an adult, you know, I should know better, but no, it's kind of like your worst fears coming true.
Have you watched Black Mirror yet? Netflix?
Is that a series?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe I
watch
should...
it. Yeah, watch that. You'll have the same feeling.
Okay.
Maybe he doesn't want to.
Yeah, no, this came out. It came out pre-COVID, but oh my gosh, it laid it all out. Jeremy, we've talked about education. We've talked about the family dynamic. There's also an attack on males. So toxic masculinity, mansplaining. There's all these different ways to try and demasculate men and kind of take it out of society as a non. Like, it's not needed anymore. It's not a necessity anymore to have strong male role models and strong male fathers and strong male leaders. Is that also part of this design? Is this part of softening this all up?
For sure, because if you don't have the the traditional male, you know, protective figure, whether that's, you know, a father figure, husband, you know, big brother, even, like, not in the sense of state big brother, but like, you know, there's a very natural instinct I have as an older brother to my younger sisters to be protective of them. And so if you demonize that, and if you take that out of the equation, then the only protector that everybody's going to be looking towards is towards the state. And that's, you know, a recipe for slipping farther and farther towards totalitarianism.
For sure. And then Stunt, you've got a daughter, 16, not married yet, of course. But what if she came home with someone like, I don't know, Paul Chumps?
I'll tell you something, brother.
Like that.
I'll tell you something. I am as toxic alpha male as you could possibly get. I was born in a tow truck. I was raised on a farm. Yeah, according to what they say is a toxic male, I am probably it. But, you know, from very young age, it was very important to me to be a man. Like, I realized, because my family was into like race cars and stuff, you know, so I always, from a very young age, had an image of what a real man was, and noticed the ones that were not like me, and then all the changes, you know, over the decades, where the standard or whatever to be like the stereotypical man, you know, changed. Like, man, I don't have a son, but I would love to take a son and, you know, get him his driver's license and his first hot rod and whatever. But I'm too old to have a son now, so I've tried dating. I've dated different women with kids who are like 16. My sister has 2 boys. They're not even interested in getting their license anymore. It is so weird to me, because like everyone I grew up with wanted their license in their first car when they were like 12 or 14. You know, so yeah, just the way my life has been, I've noticed, yeah, things have been changing with what men were and what they're becoming. And yeah, the state plays a part in that. But I have to wonder, they're making it so people in Canada rely on the state for protection. But what about when the state needs protection? What about when we get invaded?
Then we use China. China, they'll protect us.
Yeah, we're going to have to, because there won't be anyone left. It'll be all, oh, you're a toxic male, and no fighting. Fighting's bad. Everyone needs a participation award. Got to feel good. You know, I just see the generations that are coming, and I cannot imagine them being without their phone and having trench foot while sleeping in a trench with a bunch of guys and bombs dropping around everywhere. I think we are doomed if we allow this toxic male crap to continue. We need toxic alpha males.
Well, we would definitely need them if that happens. So, John, when Trudeau announced that his cabinet was going to be 50-50 on purpose, do you think that actually advanced females and leaders, or do you think that actually watered it down a bit by just picking based on gender?
Boy, you're giving me all the good questions there, Jason.
I'm making my way in 10th. You're next. You just popped in, so you're 10th. You're next.
Can you guys even hear me, or is my mic cracked?
No, you're good. You sound great, actually, by the way.
All right. So, sorry. Go ahead.
So you're referring, Jason, solely to 50-50 male, female.
Right. He announced his cabinet was going to be half and half, and then he made it half and half. Male,
Okay.
female.
And you're asking me, do I believe that was an improvement?
Well, what I'm asking is did that actually help establish women as leaders, or did it help, or did it water it down? Because 2/3 of the MPs were male, and then 50% of the cabinet by design was female. So it was, you were pulling from a smaller group of females, and you eliminated a lot of males that were highly qualified for the job. Now, my question isn't about
He's
how many
frozen.
males and females.
He's frozen.
No, he's not. He's listening. I can see his eyes move. But the question is, did it help female leaders by specifically making it 50% female, or did it water down the whole purpose of having a cabinet selected by the best? Like, did it help the female MPs gain respect, or did it hurt their cause?
Well, respect is earned. It's not just automatically given. You prove yourself by deed, and not so much just by showing up and getting the T-shirt. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, Jason. You really don't hear much from any of the Liberal people outside of Freebird and Sockboy and you know and Billy Blair and you know all the other cast of you know characters. So I've never really heard them speak to really qualify the depth of their character, if you know what I mean.
Fair. Yeah.
I don't think it's fair. I mean, I would love to see a woman step forward in this country. And I don't care the color of somebody's hide. It means nothing to me. Or it doesn't mean your affiliation with Almighty God or whomever you wish to worship. It means nothing to me. But I would like to see a woman step forward like, you know, Margaret Thatcher, right? Or somebody like that who's got, you know, bigger KNUTS than most men. And that's what I would follow that person. I may not always agree with them, but I would follow that person. Just stand on your own 2 feet. Stand up for what you believe in. That's really how you prove yourself to me. I may not always agree with what they have to say, and that doesn't really matter. The truth of the matter is that they're prepared to lead and they're prepared to make a decision. And that's what's most important to me. Somebody who could make a decision, right? For better or for worse. Make a decision. You know what, Jace? I really haven't heard much. You know, we've got an MP here where I am.
Yeah.
I won't tell you where that is because it gives it away. But
yeah,
they're known as Casper the Friendly Ghost because twice a year you get that nice 2-sided greeting card that tell you know with a picture of their smiling face, and they tell you all the wonderful things that have been going on in Parliament, and then you don't see them actually the living, breathing person again until the next election. So that's why they're Casper the Friendly Ghost, because they're always smiling, but no one can ever find them. That to me proves nothing. And that could be a man or a woman. So
nope.
You know what I mean? I'm not indirectly, I know I'm not really answering your question, but
it's okay.
The whole issue of visible representation for me, it means nothing. To me, it's where your head's at, man. You know, it's where your head's at. We all breathe in and breathe out. You know, and when we leave this carcass behind, we're just all a soul. So why get all wound up on that for the short period of time we're here? Really.
What did you think about Dr. Lewis when she ran for leadership of CPC? Did you listen to her at all?
Yeah, Dr. Lewis is Dr. Lewis. She's a doctor.
Doctor of Law.
Okay, so she was. Did she ever? I'm sorry. Did she ever practice as a lawyer?
I could look into it, but if you went that far, I would think you had some practice.
Okay.
Environmental law she specialized in.
Yeah, so she started out in the southeast part of Toronto. The bottom end of Scarborough, I think, is MP hopeful there. And then the province of Ontario kind of parachuted her in as an MPP hopeful, which she became an MPP in a riding not too far from where I am now. Here's my take on that. Yes, she's a woman of substance. Absolutely. And Paul Rouleau has probably done himself a favor by putting her in his shadow cabinet.
Yeah.
Here's where I have difficulty, not with her personally, but with anybody, you know, and the initials JS come to mind. Good friends with Sockboy. And
oh yeah, okay, yeah.
You know,
his classmate.
Right. I'm a firm believer that if your birth certificate does not carry the name of one of the provinces or territories of this country, I don't believe that you should hold a publicly elected position that is tax paid. That's the way I feel, because I feel you don't have a vested interest. Now, if you're from somewhere else and you come here for a better life, that's wonderful. And that's what this country is really about anyway. You know, my father-in-law came from Europe with nothing at 32 years of age and did not speak English, but he made something of himself through just hard work and determination. Something I never had to do, and I had that luxury of never having to do that. But his children can run for politics, and they can bring that work ethic, and they can bring that understanding of what it's like to grow up the child of immigrants. And I think that produces a certain integrity not found in politicians nowadays. I just don't believe in gifting anything to anyone. You know, it's all hard won for all of us, no matter how long we've been here. My family just happens to have been here for over 200 years. I'm a 7th generation Canadian. And I thank God for that. But, you know, Leslie Lewis, she's a fine woman. There's no two ways about that. And she will prove, hopefully in time, worthy of more opportunity within the party.
My hope is she breaks away, goes independent, and wins. But that's my pipe dream, because I think she would be fantastic independent in there. But if she can help fix or help add more soul to the CPC, that's another good mission too. 10th, I know your take on this next question. I'm going to ask you now, because it's a good one, and I'd like to hear.
May I address what he was addressing first, real quick?
Yeah, go on. Sure.
Okay. First, has his mic been breaking up the whole time, or am I having an internet issue?
It must be you, because it sounds fine to me.
Yeah, I hear it fine.
Oh, okay. Well, let me know if I start breaking up, and I'll do something about it.
Okay.
So he made one statement there, and you guys don't know who I am. I only just met Jason the other day. So don't take offense to the things that I say, even though you're going to. You need to understand I'm coming from a different perspective on everything, and I'm fairly well known around these parts. You guys do. So anyway, he said one thing there about that. Something about, I wanted to say something before I got high. I gotta stop smoking weed before I come in these panels, because it becomes stupid. The whole Justin Trudeau thing about half women, blah blah blah. See, what my question about that is did he purposely do that to divide people, or is he inept to the point and so sheltered that he just believes that these proactive platitudes are going to make things better? I don't think he even thinks that they're going to make things better. I truly believe that he's just such a conformist that he doesn't even care. Like he's literally oblivious. He made that perfectly clear when he made the statements of people who hold the unacceptable views, blah blah blah. Literally, it's you do what I say because I'm daddy, right? So like all that has actually caused is more division. To even say that, you find me a woman anywhere in Canada, because the fucking women, sorry, I don't mean to swear on your panel, the women that I know and that I talk to every day, because I talk to thousands of people per month, right? They would never ever agree to any of those types of things. Maybe it's just a maritime thing, I don't know, but the women that I know, they run the household, right? The man says, here, talk to my wife. So to even suggest that there's no equality is absurd. So I think, I don't know if he's smart enough to know that that's going to cause division. And so go ahead with your other question.
My other question was, is there a way to turn this around? Because we're talking about indoctrinating children. We're talking about sexualizing them. We're talking about
Yes.
attacks on the home. Is there a way to turn this around? Does it? Just yes. All right.
Yes.
The honking continues. And the honks do not stop until this country makes sense and we have our freedom back.
Yes, don't you thinking about
The
that art
only
exhibit?
way.
Oh, there's more honks coming. And the only reason there's
The
no
only
honks
way-
going on right now is because I'm broken down.
1 second, Tim. Okay, go ahead.
The
Tim.
only
Finish that
way to set things right is for anytime someone's like so. I have to set this up for you guys to understand. Is I spent the first 21 years of my life as a closeted bisexual, mostly gay man, right? And all I wanted was in the year 2002, when I had an abdominal problem and had to have surgeries and had problems for quite some time after that, that when my spouse, who was of the same sex, was in the hospital emergency room with me, that he had the same rights to.
Hey, that wasn't us. We're all sitting here waiting. Had the same rights. Oh,
Lost him.
yeah. Well, he did warn us. His connection was bad.
Here,
That
let me
wasn't
switch
me
to
this time.
mobile.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
Your things are going spinny. If I
It's you, 10th, and we're all on the edge of our seat waiting for the rest of the story.
test, okay.
Test.
So that's
The
all
same
I ever
rights
wanted. I switched to mobile. I'm having Wi-Fi issues.
Justin's all over you, 10th.
So that's all I ever wanted was to not be discriminated against. Okay? Because I heard all this stuff about natives being discriminated against right from native people, about black people being discriminated against right from black people. But you want to know something? Both of those camps were much more inviting towards a young gay man than the white people were, right? So I hung around with a lot of people of other ethnicities just because of that. And all I wanted was to not be discriminated against. And then I got those rights. And I said to everybody, I don't have any proof of it because it was in my personal life and I wasn't online until 3 years ago purposely. But I told everybody, okay, but the only problem is once we have the right to marriage like this, people are going to bastardize it. And suddenly this is not going to be about equality anymore. This is now going to be about us being special, right? That's why hate crime laws are stupid. All this stuff is stupid. So these are the way to fix things, is to stop looking at inequality, just like many, many black men have said through time. How can we stop racism? Well, how about we stop talking about it? How about we stop actually saying, unless somebody says, hey, I thought you couldn't skate because you're black, unless somebody says that, then we don't even talk about racism. I'm tired of these things being used as tools of division. There should be no gay person out there that supports children being transitioned to a different sex or having their body parts chopped off. Because if they do support something like that, then they must have also supported family members up until 1977 in Canada being able to put a gay person in a mental institution to give them electroshock therapy to cure their gayness. Because it's the exact same thing in every facet. Right. You have society making choices for persons. That is not their job. You're to mind your own business and I'll mind mine. Otherwise, that's when the only possible result from that is violence, right? Like, so earlier today, I was watching some more Senate hearings from America. I haven't caught any of the new stuff from Canada because I just haven't had time, but I try to study people's behavior, right? And so when I see things that have been disproven, since these discussions have been had, it makes me believe that they want violence, right? That's why I believe this whole thing, because all you hear from the two sides is this side of the coin, that side of the coin, right? You hear, well, these people say we should defund the police. And then these people say, oh, no, we don't want to defund the police. We want to reallocate funds. And I'm looking at the two different sides saying, hold on a second here. How come I'm watching, I can't remember, Ted Cruz. How come I'm watching him get up there and do speeches about, we have to support the heroes of law enforcement? Oh, okay. So are they all heroes? And because you and I had this discussion the other day, Jason, is I watch many videos, new and old, on a regular basis, where entire departments are found to be fraudulent. So, are they all heroes? I don't think so. So how come we can't talk about it like it's realistic? How come we can't say, okay, there's a 99% chance that there's a lot more cops out there shipping hard drugs in the middle of blocks of cheese because we already caught some of them doing it in Ontario within the last 20 years. So we really got to pay attention to that stuff.
Well, I got another one for you.
How come we're not talking about that?
It's not that we're not talking about that. We got lots of things to talk about. And I actually got a good one for you because I think you can help us understand this one specifically a little bit better. We're being told that the children need to get access to secret meetings with their teachers and to be able to be in a safe place and to be able to talk about sexuality, because if they don't get that safe place, there's a chance of suicide and that kind of thing. As a gay man, how do you feel about that narrative being used to try and indoctrinate children under the pretense of helping them with their sexuality?
How about this? How about make laws? How about this? How about this? Make laws that say if when your child turns 18, if they want you charged with crimes for not supporting their decisions, then we can look into it then. You can't hold a person responsible. Oh, yeah, definitely. Because you can't hold a person responsible for that child at the same time as telling them that they're not responsible enough to raise that child.
Right. So you're saying give the parents all the right and don't take any away because you're telling them to be responsible.
And then when that child turns 18, if they feel that you did a horrible job at raising them, that they can sue you and you can go to jail. How about that? Because I know a lot of people that should be in jail from the stuff that happened when I was a kid, but there's no protections.
Abuse, of course.
Sure. I would agree with anything criminal, for sure. Are you? I guess you're not a parent though, Tenth, are you?
I wouldn't have children specifically because I know that they're going to be used against you.
Yeah, I know you're probably not wrong on that one. But I can tell you as a parent that suggestion that I could be sued for my liable decisions, I don't think that would fly. But I would agree. Well, I would agree if it crosses into criminal, there should be repercussions.
No. I'm saying if you're a child, so say me for like. You
I'll answer that question quickly for you, Tenth, and I'm sorry to cut you off there, because even at 18, you're still impressionable, and even at 18, you still don't know what the heck you're talking about, and even at 18, you can say, "Hey, I thought I was a transgender person, but you didn't transgender me, therefore I'm going to sue you."
No. I'm talking about no. So you're making it specific. I'm talking about in general.
Well, in general, what do you mean by what would be a liability for parents to be suable? Just give me an example.
So let's say I'm 16, right? And I start dating a dude.
Okay.
And you tell me you're not dating that dude because I don't like F words. You effing F word.
Right.
And this is my house and you're going to do what you're told because I ain't raising no F word. All right? You're going to jail for that. Right? Because otherwise, see, you guys are all really, really lucky that these kids are going and attacking other people. Right? Because I'll tell you right now, and I've said this many, many times, in a book I wrote for fun, if I had it all to do over again with the knowledge that I have right now, and I went back in time to when I was, say, 12 years old, I'm gonna, in a book I wrote for fun, not in real life, I'm gonna commit such horrible atrocities that I would make the things that these other people have done look like nursery rhymes from heaven. Only because I'm old now and it's in the past am I allowing it to just lay in the past and stay there. But if I knew what was coming when those things happened, the level of violence that I would have met it with would be insurmountable. Right? So people really need to realize that these are independent human beings. But you shouldn't be chopping off their body parts. See, that's when you go into the absurd.
Okay,
you understand? But you also don't have the right to tell your son that he doesn't get to love another man at all. As soon as you start trying to impose that will on somebody, I agree. Same thing as you force your children to go to church. If they don't want to go to church, that's a crime as far as I'm concerned. You don't get to tell them that. This is something that's within themselves. And if you want to try to force that onto other people, even if it is your child, you're exactly the same as Trudeau. Exactly the same. I don't care what your beliefs are, just like this guy was saying. I could care less what you think or believe. You can guide a child, but you don't get to force them to do anything. Otherwise, you're exactly the same.
So you came in a little bit late on our conversation, but I don't know if you were listening before. One of the things that we identified was when we took discipline out of the home, because the government came in and informed children, child protective services, all this kind of stuff. And 10th, I'm sure we can absolutely agree that there's a difference between abusing your children and disciplining your children. There's a distinct difference between the two. I'm going to put abusing your children to the side here because that's not what my question's about.
Yeah.
Do you think that discipline removed from the home affected a generation or two? And do you think that might have contributed to even what you consider a decline on rights for children and respect for children?
What do you mean by discipline?
Well, I want to distinctly make, well, for starters, not what you described there for the 16-year-old. But teaching your children respect for adults, teaching your children respect for authorities, teaching your children respect for you, for others. Actually show it to them, demonstrate it to them. If your kid comes home with a report of being a bully, you deal with it.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Which there's an 85% chance in my experience that it's actually because somebody else is doing something that make them act that way. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So one of the things we talked about was like, let's make this one simpler. Respect for teachers. So at one point we respected the teachers and the teachers respected the students, and there was a teacher-student dynamic and barrier.
Yeah.
Today, you know the sexual preference of your teachers.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, exactly. So is that a good thing? And that, now that we went on that slippery slope.
Well, I mean, no, I guess you could, because every teacher I ever had, you either find out that they have a husband or whatever. So see, sexual preference, who cares? It's talking about it. Like I never had any straight teachers talk about them having sex with their husband or wife. So why would you talk about that?
Yeah, you assumed if it was Miss, not married, Mrs.
No, actually, as a child, I think that none of us that I grew up with ever thought about our teachers having sex with except for maybe the one gym teacher. she was kind of hot, and so was her husband.
Right, and I think that's kind of the point. Is it wasn't even on anybody's mind.
No,
it wasn't even in the hallways. Maybe
no, but I mean, I watched a guy get attacked, and so you say respect for teachers. Who cares about respect for teachers? If the children respect themselves, they'll respect the teachers.
Right, and that's where I was going at. So it starts at home. So at home, if the child is taught to respect themselves and others, they go back to school, respect the teacher. Teacher respects the relationship. I think a lot of that is gone. Like there's a lot more.
But why?
Well, Well, for starters, we got furries with kids say they're cats and they have to be respected.
No, it's because we keep on making allowances for ineptitude, right? I remember one time when I had left school for quite some time. I've told this story many times throughout my life, where I would get lesser marks than other people, and teachers would tell me that even though my work was as good or better than those other people, I was capable of more.
I had the same thing, higher standard they held me to.
So when you're making allowances for the ineptitude, that's where it all starts, right? If you got one kid that's stupid and the other kid that's smart, the kid that's stupid shouldn't get the same amount of resources to progress and take music lessons or whatever as the stupid kid. Why should they?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Tell me why they should.
Well, I hope you're suggesting we give more resources to the child that needs more.
No. Why should I be hobbled because someone else doesn't have the abilities I have?
I don't think we're take resources away from you to give more to the child who needs more attention. I don't think it's mutually exclusive.
Why? So you think that you have two kids. You have two kids. Let's say the younger one is 12 and the older one's 13. And the older one is dumb as rocks. You've had his IQ tested. He doesn't really have any learning disabilities. He's just dumb, right? He's got an IQ of maybe 97, right? Just about average intelligence. But then your other kid has an IQ of 130.
Sure. And
you think that the child who is not capable of as much as the other child, that the child who has a better advantage to start with should be disadvantaged to suit the other one?
No,
dude, I'm gonna push hard on that one because I actually have child on both sides. So I have a very advanced child and I have a Down syndrome child, and it sounds very, very hard to my ears to hear that my more advanced able child would get more resources, while my other one wouldn't. So I would push back and disagree because I think it should go the other way. I think the one that has, I'm trying to answer you, but you keep talking. Because the natural advantage that you have is a natural advantage. As a human with a natural advantage, I don't think I need additional resources at all. In fact, I see it the other way. Don't give me the advantage. Give it to the one that doesn't have the natural advantage. And I'm fine with that because I don't need any resources to go ahead and take a next big step in my life. Whereas that's not the case for most or others. So that's why I push back on that 1/10, because I would rather my school dollars go to the ones that don't have the ability to do it naturally or independently, because they're the
so
ones
then you must agree with universal basic income then?
Not at all. In fact, if you go
why not?
Oh, wow, you just changed the subject completely.
It's the exact same thing. Is
absolutely not 10th.
Why should? Well, to me it is.
Well,
and see, that's what I mean is I don't think that the majority of people actually want to see a solution. They just want to complain about it.
You put it on there, so let me answer that, okay? Well, you wanted to know why they're not the same. Well, universal basic income was one payment to everybody every month. You're giving everybody the same thing. What you just advocated was to take away from the less advantage and give it to the higher advantage. So you're not talking about universal basic income.
I didn't say take anything away from anybody.
You did. You said the dumb kid should have less resources. The smart kid should have it.
No, I said equal or more.
Well, there you go. Well, equal or more.
Is that as soon as
that's a clever way of saying you're taking from one to the other.
No, as a person, as a human being, right? When I see that somebody else is given a job or something else because they supposedly are disadvantaged and they get it above me, just like I said about the marks in school, that, oh, well, I'm capable of more, then I just stop, right? It's like, no. I'm not playing a rigged game. I am not going to play a game where every time someone else gets in front of me, I'm told, well, no, don't pass him because that's going to make you look bad because he has a disability. I am a disabled person. I don't expect special privileges because of it.
Well, see here, that's where we do agree. I don't agree with things like affirmative action. I don't agree with stuff like that. I don't agree with docking Chinese students in Harvard because they're smarter, and I don't agree with bumping up other students because they're not. I don't agree with any of that. But that sounds like what you're talking about, no? Like you're talking about giving other people more education because of their ability? I'm trying to understand your first point.
Is that there should be no special privileges. That's why I do agree with you. I disagree about keeping Asians out of Yale or whatever it was.
Yeah, Harvard is being sued for
I
that.
kind of don't agree with it, but if you're basing it only on that, then it's a problem. But it should be blind. Just like I think that you should have your social insurance number, specifically in Canada, right? And the rest of it should be blind. They shouldn't ever ask you what race you are, ethnicity, are you
Sure, and I
disabled,
agree with that.
anything
Sure.
like that, but they do.
Sure, but you added IQ as a discrimination point.
Yep.
So
It is
I
a
guess-
discrimination point. We automatically expect more of people who are capable of more.
Yeah,
And
but
it's
you and I
not
both
right.
went. Yeah, but we went through that one conversation in school, and I was told the exact same thing. My
Mhm.
grades are lower than my peers because they expected
And what did
more.
you do to compensate for that?
Nothing. I just finished school and went on with my life. Because why is that going to hold me
And
back?
I
What a
shut it
stupid
down.
teacher did.
I just stopped
Stopped what? Your education?
participating.
Well, I would encourage you to get back in the game. It's a lot of fun.
No, it's
I
not.
didn't
Not
shut
for
it
me.
down.
It's not.
Well, see, this is
It's
where
not
maybe
fun to
we...
me. It seems like a waste of energy.
Okay, so I think
But
we're
anyway,
getting into
I'm taking over
territory
your
where-
panel. You go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm getting into territory where I don't feel comfortable because I'm not trained for that. But I do want to kind of get back to Jeremy and Stunt, and then back to John too. Jeremy, do you have kids?
I do not.
Perfect. And I don't mean that because you don't have kids. I mean that because it's perfect. My question. Okay, so we have John who has some older kids. I'm sure we got me. I got some kids. Stunt's got a 16-year-old. 10th is not having kids. I'm not going to put you under pressure and say you're planning kids or you want kids, but maybe there's kids in the future for you, and that will also mean education in school for them as well. So how are you feeling being, a little bit younger and heading in that direction maybe about where we're going to go with school and what's going to happen when you're ready for it? Have you given that any thought?
Not a whole lot. I mean, because I haven't given a whole lot of thought to having kids in the first place.
Right.
But
Well, now you're on the spot. If there's any ladies out there, Jeremy.
But I mean, I think generally from my own experience of having experience with both public system, homeschooling, private school.
Yeah.
I think it really depends on. It depends a lot on the child. So for example, my oldest brother, he dropped out of public school in grade 3 for a number of reasons. One of them was because he was just so self-disciplined and applied himself, that he found that he was farther ahead, than most of the other students in the classroom, and he was just waiting for them all to catch up. So homeschooling made a lot of sense for him because he could get his work done, on his own, at his own pace, and then he could go on with other things. So he liked to get into hunting and fishing and backpacking and everything like that. He graduated homeschooling and went on to technical school and became an aircraft maintenance engineer. For me, I never had that kind of self-discipline or that kind of, I always needed the structure, more structure to, and motivation from a peer group to stay on top of my studies. So for me, I needed to go out to a regular school, so to speak. In my case, a private school. I don't think I would have graduated otherwise. So I think it very much depends on the child and also on the parents' abilities. Like if the parents do have that ability, I think it would be ideal for them to homeschool. But once again, it depends too on the academic aptitude.
Well, I'll actually touch on that because we have to do it. Yeah. So we took our kids out. We're homeschooling, and that was a
Yeah.
sacrifice. My wife gave up her career for that, and she had to learn how to become a teacher. That's a
Mhm.
lot of work and things to do, and
Yeah.
it's not for everyone, right?
No.
Stunt, your daughter, is she in private, public, and how do you feel that education's been going for her? Are you taking over some of the education at home, or how's that going with her, you think?
Well, she's kind of lucky because for the first 10 years of her life, she was living with me in rural Canada, and rural schools hadn't been contaminated with all that wokeness and stuff. So she kind of just made
missed
it
it
out.
all.
Oh yeah, she just missed it. But still, like I told you, they were always on strike. It didn't seem like the teachers cared at all about children getting a real education. They don't teach cursive writing. They don't do real report cards anymore. They stopped taking attendance. It's like, what are you talking about? Are you even trying? You know? And like, obviously, I spent a lot of time with her, just being the way I am. I'm like very much rural Canadian, you know, I'm a self-declared redneck. It's a little bit harder to get that woke stuff through to me. So I guess I don't know. I just didn't really have to make an effort to, have her combat it. It just happened naturally. And what little I have heard about her education containing that stuff, she would come home and be like, my teacher's a nut that told me I could identify as a toaster if I really felt like one.
Right.
But then there was other things like the strikes, and the thing that really bugged me the most was one time they were doing a silent auction to raise funds for the school. And I do a lot of folk art and welding and stuff, and I made all these statues, and I donated them, and they did very well at the silent auction. And I asked my daughter, what did they do with the money? All the teachers got iPads in 2012. Teachers were all walking around taking iPads home for the weekend, and I'm like, you're kidding me. Like, is school about kids anymore, or what's going on here? Because it is sure not what, like when I went to school in French class, if I didn't pay attention, I stood on my desk.
Yep.
Like,
So
school was serious when I went there. Yardsticks were broken on desks. I had shoes put on my desk with my teacher pointing at them. I had one teacher that was a war veteran, and he quit smoking, and he would get so stressed out he would unintentionally, like a twitch, smoke in class. Put his empty fingers up to his mouth. Like, teachers were very, very serious back then, and they cared. I'll tell you, I was a very bad student. I was a very bad kid. I never wanted to be a lawyer. I wanted to be a mechanic. I didn't care about their books. I had go-karts at home. I was bad. And they would send a counselor from the school to my house, and they would come and pick me up and drive me to school. And, they would give me in-school suspensions and make me stay there in like a prison, man. Not in a classroom, in like a little room by myself with the teacher guarding the door after hours for free, probably, because they cared. And you know what? Thank God for them, because I ended up straightening out, getting an education, going to college. I got multiple different educations that are post-secondary. And, I owe those teachers a lot because they cared. They really cared. And now it's like, every September I got to go buy pencils and lined paper. For my kid, it's like they don't even provide a paper anymore. I have to teach my kid how to sign her name because they don't even have the energy to teach cursive writing. It's like part of your identity. It's like an art. And it makes me really sad that they don't, because back in the day, man, they had scrolls and calligraphy, and you could tell a lot by a person by looking at their signature and their cursive writing and stuff. And now it's just like text on a screen, ones and zeros.
Emoji cons.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I don't recognize it at all, and I'm thankful that I missed it completely, and my daughter missed most of the lunacy. I don't know what I would do now, but I would absolutely not trust these teachers with my child. No way.
No kidding. No kidding. And John, do you have your children? They're grown up now. You have children grown up, or?
I have 3 wonderful young people. My youngest is in her 3rd year of university. I am thankful. I don't think there isn't a day that goes by that I am thankful that they are now free of the public educational system. I mean, it wasn't the be all and end all, and there was times it wasn't easy. My wife and I, we had discussions, shall we say, with teachers and principals over the years, and we just didn't see eye to eye. I wonder if maybe it's an entitled business now. Like university and college, at least here in Ontario, they're businesses.
Mm-hmm.
So they invent programs for people to take, programs that when you get your piece of paper, your diploma or your degree, it will lead to really no tangible employment. It's just saying that you spent 3 or 4 years in a post-secondary institution and you were able to go through the stuff, and now you've got that stuff, that you've got that degree, you've got that diploma, and maybe you'll come back and spend some more money. So I think the 10th sounds like he's maybe out on the rock.
I think he's on the east, yeah.
In the East Coast, okay. So, and Jeremy, I think, is an Ontario guy.
Calgary.
Oh, he's an Alberta guy. Jace is an Alberta guy, and Stunt he's still an Ontario guy, I think.
Ottawa, yeah.
Ottawa. Okay, so here, I say the educational system needs to be made an essential service, like police and fire and ambulance. Take away the right to strike. Decertify the union, right? Make them employees of the system. Get rid of this hierarchy of teachers can be paid according to their level of education. And
okay, but will we have the same type of transparency that we do and ability to vote people out and stuff like that as we would on a school board in this institution that you're suggesting, or would it be just another government organization that we have no control over and they can change on a whim?
No, 10th. For instance, when you go to vote, right? When you go to vote, let's say you go to vote in your municipal election, or you go to vote even in the provincial election. It's no longer just choose the candidate you want. One check mark and you file that ballot. No. Now you're going to go vote for your member of parliament, for your local mayor, for your director of education, maybe for your chief of police. You're going to vote for all those people, and they're going to be tenure driven. So they're not going to be there for life. They're going to be there for maybe 1 or 2 terms, and that's it. I hope you enjoyed it. You got the t-shirt. Now be on your way. You get somebody
Right,
new.
you got your $80,000 a year pension. I don't know what more you want. I love some of these people. If you look into it, somebody went in the military for 4 years, then they were city councilman, then they were, whatever, 7 or 8 different things, and then all of a sudden they got a $250,000 to $500,000 a year pension coming out of the public dime. It's like, hold on a second, bro. Just like you're talking about privilege, these people got there because they knew the right people, and all of a sudden it's just a nice little cult.
No, I agree. That's a condition of capitalism. That's a condition of the society we live in. But you're going to find it in socialism as well. All you can do is really cycle the people in these positions more frequently. Now, a teacher should go through a period of probation, and it should be based upon their effectiveness in the classroom. The same way police officers or firefighters or whomever has to go through a period of probation. If you don't meet an operational standard within a prescribed period of time, that's it. They ask you to go on down the road. The same, I remember my son, when he first started school, there were actually two teachers in the two grade ones in the school. One had a bachelor's degree and one had a master's degree, teaching the same grade.